Hey, what's going on, everyone? It's me, Sig, 2Guys1Gamepad. We're about 45 minutes behind. Apologies on that one, as um, just had a late start to the morning. So it is Christmas Eve. We're all super busy with the family, and I just want to come on here really quick and do an introduction of what's happening today and the rest of this week as well. I'll try to keep doing the introductions when possible. Um, you will see from today till this Saturday, December 30th, we will be live for at least, you know, 8 or more hours through the day. Going to try to stretch it out as long as possible. I do literally all day, every day, and until about 8 p.m. roughly, and then to shut down and give my computer a rest as it's streaming. So here's what's happening. All week, you are going to see the video edition of 2Guys1Gamepad Season 2. There are editions of, there's video editions of all these. Some of these necessarily may not have a full video, in the sense of like the recording may have not picked up on the videos, like our videos that we were recording. I think there's one episode where just the cameras did not get transferred over. It's really hard to say like why. I'm not 100% sure, as I didn't catch it till much later on. So just if that happens, I'm going to try pop in and say kind of like what's up. This is the format that's the format that you're going to be seeing for the most part, as we do record in Discord, so we don't have overlays on at this point in the stream. You will see throughout the stream the evolution, so to speak, of our season 2 and just a 2Guys1Gamepad as a whole. So it's really interesting to kind of watch that dynamic take place, and you'll see my office specifically change a lot. A lot of shit's happened this year. So easiest thing to say is thank you so much for this amazing year, for amazing 2023. We're absolutely thankful beyond belief. We've crossed so many barriers and so many milestones that we like. It's not ones we weren't wanting to cross. It's just we weren't expecting to cross them at this point, at this threshold. So thank you so much for this. The global reach and the global support is amazing. Thank you guys so much. So without further ado, let me wrap this introduction up. Again, my name is Sig, 2Guys1Gamepad. The other gentleman that you see in there is Rahgel. He's the other half of 2Guys1Gamepad. These videos are going to be the raw, unedited, unfiltered editions, just like our podcast itself. So you're going to see a lot of weird things, a lot of funny things. You're going to see expressions. You're going to see Rahgel and I just kind of have fun. This is all, for the most part, I think there's only like 2 of these episodes that have made their way on social media. I'm not sure which 2, because it's been a year. It's a long year. But for the most part, 99% of these videos have never been seen before. If you like this type of content and you want to see video editions more, I highly recommend you go check out Patreon, which is listed down below in the panels and the descriptions, and subscribe, there we go, to the $3 a month deal. As for $3 a month, you get tons of perks and benefits. One of them being you get access to video editions. Video editions will be exclusive to just Patreons. So go check it out. And again, come join us over on Discord at 2Guys1Gamepad podcast community, listed down below in the description and the panels as well. We are live on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Facebook, and Instagram. Supposedly Instagram. Who knows? So yeah, sit back, enjoy. I hope you guys have an amazing holiday week. I hope you guys get to enjoy the family time. If you have family, if you're by yourself, enjoy the peace and quiet of not working. Take a break from adulthood, chill out, relax, have some fun, have a drink or two responsibly, and let us know what you think about these episodes. which one's your favorite as we go through. Also, speaking of which episodes, since there are no new recorded episodes coming out this week during the live stream, there will be 4 episodes recapping my top 3, Rahgel's top 3, YouTube's top 3, and the global your guys's your top 3 most listened episodes. So I again hope you enjoy. Sit back and relax, and I'm going to shut the hell up and let y'all get to watching 2Guys1Gamepad Season 2 Video Editions. Without further ado, let's rock and roll.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Season 2. Been a long ride. One season down, another one starting. This is the first episode. Many more to come. Man, it's been a journey. Sig, what do you think? How's it been going?
Interesting to say the least. Interesting to say the least. It really has. Season 1 just wrapped up last week, or just a few days ago. It's just amazing. Oh, almost got myself. it's amazing, and I'm excited for what we have to come for Season 2 and so much more of this year. I think we're planning 2 seasons this year, if I remember correctly, maybe more. Don't quote me on it just yet.
I think we're trying more.
But last year we wrapped everything, or last season we wrapped everything up, and we launched a merch store. And again, like, go watch the final episode of Season 1. You can find out so much more. But to say the least, Rahgel and I are so bloody ecstatic about having a merch store, about actually having merch to wear. As you say, Rahgel has his Rahgel sweatshirt on. And it's literally a Rahgel sweatshirt. On the back, it does say 2Guys1Gamepad, if memory serves correctly. I made all the designs. Yep, it's all made. And then we have pint glasses, as you can see here, of course. We have clothing, we have apparel at the butt for it, we have Nintendo Switch cases, phone cases, notebooks, stickers, so much more, of which you can all find at 2Guys1Gamepad.com or shop.2Guys1Gamepad.com. So go check it out. Excited for it. Again, we're loving it. Not still McDonald's saying, but we are loving it. And we ended last year with our first official sale, so yeah, we're on a little bit of a high. It's okay, the legal ones. It's okay.
Yeah. Definitely crazy. I mean, never thought, like we said, wrapping up last season at merch store. Like, never thought I'd be wearing something with a name on it, logo, all that stuff that Sig made. If you need your branding done or anything like that, reach out to Sig. He knows what he's doing. At least he acts like it.
My shit's everywhere. I've done like 100 customers alone this year. Or last
You've
year.
done them, huh? Well, I mean, that's
look, something's got to pay my bills. No, my tax form.
Whatever you're into. I'm not judging. Whatever you're into, it's cool. Whatever,
Look,
you do you, boo boo.
Military already rode me hard and hung me up dry. It's fine.
Broke it off.
That's fine. But we have something in store for this first episode of Season 2. One we have not talked about at all, surprisingly. So, yeah, I'll let Rahgel do the rest, but I'm excited for this episode.
Do you know, I didn't realize it, and I just noticed it. I'm looking at the merch store right now. The aprons.
Yeah, I just did those.
That's one. I'm buying one. Do we have a discount code? They have a discount code yet? I'm not paying full price.
No, there's no discount.
Can I get a military discount on my own shit?
So I will say with that though, because I'm sure it's gonna pop up at some point. No, there is no promo code. I may have had a drink or two already.
Moonshine's a bitch.
There's no promo code available right now, and that is purely for the fact. Again, you can see this on the season finale of Season 1. All of our stuff is at the bare minimum cost that the merch store site that we're using allows us to have it. The highest markup would be the hoodie that you actually can see Rahgel wear most of our episodes from here on out, and the markup on that is only $1.50. We're not in the merch store game right now to make a profit. That's not our main reason. We're out there to simply have merch for everybody to represent and hopefully help us grow and get the word out there. But as of right now, as of this recording, bare minimum profits. So there are no promo codes since we cannot take anything off of our bottom line as it is right now. Yeah. Not to justify it, but that's the realistic of it. I can't even do free shipping because there's not enough. Everything would have to be upcharged by at least $10 to do free shipping.
I mean, just to give an idea of like the hoodies are $35.99. I mean, like that's not a horrible price. I know a lot of other veteran-owned places that do it are, you know, $40, 40, $50 for a sweatshirt. I mean, $35.99 for, and it's not poor quality either. It's screen print. I mean, so nothing's peeling off and like that. Screen printed on. They're comfortable as hell. The hoodie is awesome. Yep. Well, I'm excited. Look, I don't have my pint glass yet, but
I have mine.
Looking at yours,
but
yeah.
Like the hoodie you're talking about, those like when I set that up on the store wanted to charge $54.95 for it. Mm-hmm. So just again, I'm not justifying it, but I just want to like I know it's gonna come out there. I was like, why is there no discount code? Because in order to give a discount code, I have to upcharge something a horrendous amount, and as of right now, that's not our the concept we want to hang our hat on. It's purely we want to just offer any merch to anybody who wants to support us at any time without having to worry about, oh, this is $15 higher, $20 higher, I can find this way. You're absolutely right. Yep. We're taking no profits. Even with our first order, I think we made like $4 off of it. And they ordered 4 items. So yeah.
Yeah, we're not trying to do that shit. So no. I mean, I may have to buy
as of this recording.
The Switch case also. I'm looking at the merch store right now. I'm shopping. The apron is coming.
I'm like what if I can't remember what it's called now?
Moonshine's a bitch.
No, shut up. Yes, but no. There's a metal sheet and then there's a I want to say a pentagram, but
that's not we do not have pentagrams. We are not affiliated with Satan or any type of spiritual beings. Just so everybody knows, please don't come for us. You don't need any Bible thumping Christians to come for us. We're good. But he means the pendant. It's a pendant. It's a triangular. Yeah, it's a triangular shape that has. Yeah, that's what it is. Not the other thing that he talked about. So no, we're good.
Dude, English sucks. English sucks.
It's just your main language. It's all right, whatever. But yeah, it's Instagram. Okay, yeah.
Let's get into today's episode.
We made it one season. Let's see if we can make it more. We got canceled on season 2. Good job.
To be fair, we thought we would get canceled on episode like 2 or 3 of last season.
Yeah, that's very true. To be fair.
So yeah.
Yes, I'm going to add one of the apron to my.
Right, well, while he's shopping, not
shopping, I'm just adding stuff to the cart.
We only do Google on here. We don't shop. We Google shit mid episodes. That's all we do.
I Googled the website.
Whatever. Shut up. But today, or this episode, I'm again, like I said earlier, I'm interested. I'm excited. God, I hope I'm interested. I'm excited for this episode because we've talked about this off screen several times, and you've made mention several times that, God damn it, Sig, we wasted an episode. But we're gonna try. We'll see how well it does. Just know that if you've listened to all of season 1, you know how our tangents are. You know how our brains work. You know how our discussions flow. It's all over the fucking place. So bear with us. But one subject we have not covered hardly ever or at all is both of us actively like to cook and grill and smoke meat and all that. And I think it's about time we dive into it. And what better time than fucking season 2? Get off the fucking website.
I'm not on the website. Oh my gosh. Why are you yelling at me? Gosh. Sorry, Dad. Let me sit back.
Twiddle your thumbs. Let's go. Take your white claw and twiddle your thumbs. That's not your thumb.
But you can spin on though.
No, my hole's too tight. It wouldn't spin.
Liar.
No,
I know where you've been.
You don't know who I've been with, though.
No, it doesn't matter. You're not denying it. Anyways, back to what we're talking about. Yes, we both do actively cook.
Yep. I'm the main cook in my house.
I am also the main cook in my house. We are breaking glass ceilings. We are now the guys that cook. Welcome to 2 Guys, 1 Girl Pad. No, 2 guys that cook.
No.
No, that doesn't work. Okay, never mind. We can't rename the podcast. Never mind.
We're not going to. We're already in season 2. So, with that said, though, both of us, I want to say, if you didn't already know, but there's no way you could have known unless you followed us individually on social media. But we do both actively cook, both in the kitchen and at the grill / smoker. I will go on record and say I'm not a big fan of baking. And there is a very distinct difference between baking and cooking. It all comes down to fucking measurements. You have to measure shit in baking. I don't give a fuck who you say. You had to measure shit in baking. There is a science to it. Whereas cooking, like my cocktail mixing, it's just fucking, I throw that shit together. There's no Russian roulette. There's no real. It's just.
I will agree. Yes, baking is totally different. I cook. The other half in the house bakes, and it drives me nuts because she gets out a scale, a plethora of measuring the apparatuses and shit like that, and she will measure it down to the exact weight of what everything is, and I'm just like, just fucking put it together. Like, you're driving me nuts. I can't do it. Like, it's too time consuming. I can't do it. I can't sit there. I can't wait. I'll eat it, but like, I can't do it.
But like with that said, like I will bake. I also bake a lot. I just don't like doing it. It's not like my forte. Like I have amazing fucking homemade cookie recipe that I will make, but the problem is it probably takes me probably 20-30 minutes just to make the dough because it's all measured out. It all has to be exact measurements minus the chips I put into it because I'm not putting just a quarter cup of chocolate chip. Fuck the quarter cup. Putting a whole package of chocolate chips.
Is it by your grandma Nestle Tool House?
No. Nestle Tool House. No. Friends reference.
If you get the reference.
But no, so I literally found the recipe by Alton Brown and then I tweaked it. And I was like, this is pretty fucking good cookies. But I hate baking if I don't have to because like you said, it's just so time consuming and most stuff is not a product result same day. So like anything to do with like bread or bread based items like cinnamon rolls, bread of course, it takes way too long. Like I can't do that. I love my grandma's cinnamon rolls because they're homemade, but it is a 3-day process. She makes everything on day 1. It has to first rise for like 6 to 8 hours. She punches it down, has to rise again for 12 to 14 hours, and she lets it rest, and then it has to bake, and then it has to rest. Like, it's just so fucking much. And it bugs me, but I will destroy those cinnamon rolls. And it's just, you won't catch me baking too often. And like those cookies I was telling you about, nope. It happens like 4 times a year.
With your cinnamon rolls, and this is a food related question. Cinnamon rolls, donuts. Do you consider those to be breakfast? I'm not talking every day. Like Sundays. Wait. Sundays for me when I grew up. Sundays for us was like we woke up and we had either cinnamon rolls and donuts for breakfast. That's what we had for breakfast. That was our breakfast.
we had cereal, pancakes, and waffles. And bacon.
Yeah, but do you consider cinnamon rolls or pancakes, cinnamon rolls or donuts to be breakfast?
I would say donuts is a breakfast staple. Cinnamon rolls, I have those more for like dessert or side dish with chili, but like I
Oh, fuck,
don't
we'll get into that one too.
segue, but no, but no, like I will eat a cinnamon like it's not a go-to. It's not something like, oh, I really got a cinnamon roll, or I really gotta go Cinnabon. No, it's a, well, I don't have Cinnabon, but it's just like I don't think of cinnamon rolls as breakfast. I think them more of like you have after lunch, you have after dinner, you have a midnight snack after drinking too much. But no, donuts, yes, not cinnamon rolls though.
Because we always have a always constant argument in the house of I always have and see
Oh, wait,
donuts
then
as
what does your wife
breakfast.
say? I'm
No,
gonna agree
they're
with
not
her.
breakfast. They're not. They're you fucker. No, they're not. She says they're not breakfast. I was like, no, they're breakfast. Like they're a pastry. That's what it is. It's a breakfast, like that. And she goes back and forth. There is a Hispanic bread. It's called a concha. It's not exact pronunciation, but a concha
It's
is
definitely not.
the. It looks like a. I'm gonna get if there's anybody that listens to this and knows what I'm talking about, they're gonna berate me for it. But it's a bread with icing on top of it, and they're amazingly good. They're really good. But to them, that is a breakfast, and it's a pastry. And I'm like, it's a Mexican donut. And oh man, it's just you want if you want to make somebody mad in the Hispanic community, call it a Mexican donut and see what happens. Because I guarantee right now, anybody that's listening to this right now and hears this and knows what I'm talking about, they may be a little aggravated right now and may blow me up in the comments. But
Stay tuned.
they're
The
awesome.
Hispanic community.
They're very good. But I say yes, that is breakfast. So is a donut. They're the same thing. And we
But
get into
donut is
constant arguments about
breakfast, so
that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes.
but donut like okay, not to call them out, Dunkin' Donuts now Dunkin'. Like that's like you get donuts and coffee when you typically
Yeah.
have coffee in the morning with breakfast. Like it's a breakfast staple. It's a breakfast item. Cinnamon rolls, and maybe I know it's a Midwest thing. It's not maybe. It's a Midwestern thing. Uh, like we've talked before, chili. It goes with chili in the Midwest. If you're
Mhm.
in Cleveland,
That's
you have on spaghetti. But cinnamon rolls go with other
weird.
items. It goes with other items. It it's not a breakfast staple. Like I don't know how to rephrase it other than just it's not fucking breakfast food.
Well, see,
But
I
then
think it is. I think a cinnamon roll is breakfast. I
I
do see your point of like it can go. It's a pairable item with a lot of other things, but I do see it also
it goes
as a
with your savory
breakfast.
though. That's the thing. It's your like
It's yes.
granted yes bacon sausage, but like it's predominantly like
It does fit with other things as well, but I do see it more as a breakfast. But I do, and I don't. I've never had, and I didn't know about this for a very long time. Um, that spaghetti and that to me is just weird.
spaghetti
Spaghetti
noodles
and
and
cinnamon rolls
chili.
is very
Huh.
weird. Well, I can see chili and cinnamon rolls because that's been I've known about that one for a long time. But our big one was cornbread and chili.
Yeah.
Like that's
Well,
what that's what I grew up
no,
with. That's always what we had.
no, the fucking okay. So I knew about oh Cleveland chili, whatever it's called, where it's literally just chili. It's spaghetti. But it's chili on top of spaghetti noodles. It's just fucking spaghetti,
Yeah,
not
those sweet
Italian spaghetti. Not Italian spaghetti. Let's not get into that territory. I'm not going down and fighting some Italians.
All right, so
But
we've already offended the Hispanic culture. Now we're going for the Italians. So let's hit them
fucking
all
going for
tonight.
everybody. Let's go.
So we got canceled on the first episode of season 2.
But so I knew about the spaghetti noodles. I knew about chili and cinnamon rolls because again, that's a very Kansas thing. That's a very Midwestern thing.
Mhm.
And I just cinnamon rolls in general. But the one that really tripped me up was chili with a peanut butter sandwich.
Fucking weird.
And I saw it on TikTok. We've talked about this before. I saw it on TikTok saying it was a Missouri thing. You say it was an Ohio thing, but I saw a bunch of people say, "Oh, this is very Missouri. Like this is what everybody's in Missouri does." Like, what the? No way! Everybody
Never.
fucking hates you.
Never heard of that. I never. I mean, growing up in the Kansas City area, never once did I hear about peanut butter and chili. Never. Never
But
in my
again,
life have I even
it
heard about
makes
that.
sense. It makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
It makes sense. It does. Peanut butter
No,
goes
not.
really well. No, whatever. Fuck you and your poor
No,
taste
no.
buds, you fifth grader.
Erroneous.
But
Erroneous. No.
but I get the flavor combination, but the like I can kind of see where you're going with like cinnamon rolls are breakfast because French toast is literally one step away from a cinnamon roll. However,
Nice icing.
but no, because like,
Yeah.
hold up. IHOP, you go get your French toast from them, you get a thick stack, maybe stuffed, maybe not, and it has some type of icing on it. Cinnamon roll, flattened, or sorry, deconstructed.
Yeah.
But there's something about, I don't want to say the roll because that sounds stupid, but cinnamon roll itself does not, to me, strike me as a breakfast item. But French toast is definitely a breakfast item. With a cream cheese frosting, even. Just double down.
But again, if you think of it, it's also the way, I guess, the way you're brought up too is like when you had cinnamon rolls when you're growing up, when did you have them?
Only time I ever went to my grandma's or any family function, which typically lunch or dinner.
Yeah. And
holidays.
If you stay with your grandma, did she have the cinnamon rolls in the morning? Or was it like she was preparing them in the morning and then you had them later on because of the process she had to go through? Now, when we had it,
they weren't, we didn't have cinnamon rolls, or she did not make cinnamon rolls every fucking time we were up there. Keep in mind,
yeah,
my placement in the family tree. So I'm a grandchild, 1 grand, no great. There's 140 plus of us between my grandma down at my level. So 140 plus. So there's probably more now because they've been divorced and all that. But anyways, 140 plus. And there's no way she's going to cook cinnamon rolls every time somebody comes over and visit, especially in a little small farm rural town where most of us end up at when we turn 60. But it was always like holidays, yes. Family gatherings, yes. If my younger brother and I, who are a year apart, literally a year apart, if we ever stayed with my grandma and grandpa growing up, never had them growing. Like, she didn't just have them ready. That was always like a special thing.
yeah.
The only thing we guaranteed would have was something sugar free because my grandpa was diabetic.
Because your grandma's cinnamon rolls. That's why she doesn't make them very often.
Probably.
That's why she doesn't make them very often anymore. She almost killed your grandpa with them. So.
Probably. Not yet. I don't know that story.
But no, it's definitely a different one with the peanut butter shit. Like, we're having chili tomorrow, and I'm going to make a peanut butter sandwich. I'm going to try it. I'm curious. I'm curious to try it. So I'm going to check it out. I'm going to see, and I'll report back later with my findings.
But see, like, okay, so I had chili last week, right before the holidays. I made chili because you and I talked about this a couple months ago, and I tried it with peanut butter, like a peanut butter sandwich. I was like, okay, I get it. I don't like the bread on it. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. The bread's what threw me off, not the peanut butter. The bread, because the peanut butter has that nuttiness that is rich and earthy and goes with it. The way I make my chili is I'm the weird one. I have a little bit of coffee in it. I have a little bit of what the fuck is it called? Cocoa powder for the chocolate richness. And I put a tiny bit of peanut butter in it so you get even more smoothness and richness of it. It all melts together and works really well. And I double back on, Latin America uses, you have peanut butter sauces, or peanut butter in a lot of sauces. And Asian culture uses a lot of peanut butter too. So it makes sense. But the bread is what threw me through a loop. Because it's not corn. And again, psychologically, I was like, this should be cornbread. I'm gonna have chili. I'm gonna have cornbread. Like, this isn't cornbread. This is some piece of shit white bread. Like, the fuck is this?
And we don't have cornbread. It's like crackers. Like, we used to have. We didn't have saltines. We didn't have the oyster crackers when I grew up. It was always Zesta saltines that you took a handful and you did this, and then you dropped them on the fucking chili.
What? You didn't do this, and then go LeBron go.
No, we just crushed them and dropped them in. That was it.
I can see
And then
all the
after
moms
that,
right now just don't you fucking do that.
no, I didn't have oyster crackers. None of that stuff. It was always just the saltines crushed up, put them in there, or I would, just be the legit kid of spoon on top of the cracker, making a fucking mess, and then shove it in my mouth. But it was
Just
like
have it all
that was
just
the thing.
dribble right down.
Yeah, it's so good, mom. So good. It's so good. But like, we didn't have. I was not people. Like cornbread was as we went. We never had cinnamon rolls that I can ever think of with it. Now I did see when we went like deer hunting and stuff like that. Somebody would make chili and they would have cinnamon rolls, and I had it, but like it was not like I was like, I'm not having that with this. Like, that's weird. So I would have the chili, but I'd have cinnamon roll later, not together.
No, like
It was,
that.
it
That
was
was a
weird.
staple in our school system, where the few times we'd have chili during the winter, is the school would make a fresh batch of cinnamon rolls, and our school could legitimately do a legit batch of cinnamon rolls, not frozen, because there was like 70 of us in the entire school. But small town.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but that was the only time like I can actively remember actively having them. I don't remember having like if my dad made chili, we didn't have cinnamon rolls. We had cornbread or crackers. If aunt's uncle or grandpa made chili, we didn't have cinnamon rolls. Now, was there cinnamon rolls made? Sure, but they were not made to be paired with chili. It was like chili was made. Oh, by the way, if they get together, grandma made cinnamon rolls. You never ate them together though,
Yeah.
mostly because I was always told if you don't eat grandma's cinnamon rolls by itself or you don't like grandma's cinnamon rolls, you will shut your mouth and you don't tell grandma.
Yeah.
Because I did not like cinnamon rolls growing up. I remember telling my grandma, probably when I was like 10, to quote, I hate cinnamon rolls. And she's like, that's okay. But my dad's like, don't you ever say that to your grandma. You don't say we don't like her cinnamon rolls. Everybody likes cinnamon rolls. I didn't like cinnamon rolls until I started dating my wife. I also didn't like ham. I like bacon, but I didn't like ham.
Fucking weird.
It's the texture. It's a texture thing. So
Fucking
now I'm
weird.
like, fucking ham. I know where my daughter gets it because right now she's in the I don't like crunchy things phase, and it pisses me off. Pisses me off.
Yeah. Welcome to it. That's what happens. Yep. So with your cooking and you being the predominant cook in the house, as I am, what is
I'm the
your
soul cooker. What are you talking? There's no predominant. It's soul.
I'm the only one.
If I go DoorDash, my wife will just heat up chicken nuggets or leftovers.
When you do your like you cook do you cook every night or do you have like a couple nights you cook then you have your leftovers night and then whatever? Go from there.
I don't do leftovers. I'm not somebody who likes leftovers, with the exception of like very very few items. I don't do leftovers. So I cook a meal every night if possible, but it also depends on if my wife works. Because if my wife works, let's say at night, I will not eat. If my wife is not here eating with us, I just don't eat. It's where like my ADHD kicks in and I forget to eat. I will feed my children. They will get food, but I will not make myself anything. I do not make enough for myself. I will ask my kids, what do you want? They tell me what they want. I give them lists. If they don't know, they can pick from it. So if my wife is not there with me, I don't cook unless the kids want it. And again, it's just for them. But when my wife is home, I cook every day that she's home. We do reserve one night out of the week. We try to eat out. And that's more of a, is there anything that really sounds good? Because, if we ask our children, McDonald's, sorry, Happy Meal Place. However, I will say, my daughter's finally out of that phase where now she's like, I want the place with the red pepper on it.
Chili's.
Chili's, yeah.
Yep.
Or she wants Chipotle, or she wants Freddy's, or she wants Panda Express. She's really big into Chinese food. So we get a lot of Chinese food.
Do you make Chinese food?
I do, yeah.
Have you tried? Do you have a wok?
Yeah. I have a giant
nice.
fucking wok. Like,
Yeah.
like huge. To the point, like it technically fits on my stove. It does not fit in my oven. It's that big.
Nice. Mine's
It
not
can
that
fit on
okay.
my grill. It can fit on my grill if I take the top rack off. Yeah, I'm gonna
Holy
do that
shit,
this
that's
summer.
huge.
Oh yeah. I got it from
That's
like
huge.
Bespoke Post 2 years ago as part of their one of their packages you got for $50 a month if you chose to pay $50 a month. They gave a whole Asian cuisine kit and it came with like a wok, some sauces, chopsticks, cooking material, all that stuff. It's this big fucking wok that can't be put anywhere because it's too big to fit in any cabinets. I'm always like, when are you ever gonna use this? I don't know. One time a year. Now it's like every fucking month.
Yeah, see, there you go.
But
No, we'll make shit like
to be fair though, I do have, and this is not meant in any slanderous way. I legitimately have a family I have known for 10 years, and they're my Korean family. Because guess what? They're Korean. And I got some recipes from Mama, the mom, and she's made a bunch of Korean dishes for me and for my wife when we first got together. And she's like, you need to try this, you need to try that, you should try this stuff. And I start Googling and seeing how to make it. It's so good. I don't tell her certain things I make because that's like telling somebody from Puerto Rico something about Mexico and vice versa. Doesn't work over very well.
never compare a Puerto Rican to Mexican. That'll get you
don't.
shot, stabbed, strung up.
No, I'm not gonna talk about that. I was like, I have proof I'm still alive, but anyways. But no, like yes, I make. And when I say I make, I don't mean like I white man make this. No, I mean like I go get the authentic. I go to either the Korean or the Chinese shops here in town that sell the authentic, not in English labeling. Where I'm like, I'm looking for this noodle. Have this. I'm looking for this sauce. Come over here. Over here. Over here. You want this one? Just a little bit. Okay. Okay. I promise. Just. And some of the stuff they're dead serious when they say like a little bit. They mean just fucking a little bit. Don't listen to this recipe when it says 2 tablespoons. They mean like a pinch. They found out the hard way with some stuff. I make everything from scratch if I can, and you know that, and it annoys you a bit.
Some things. There's some things that I just don't have time. If I had time, I would do almost everything from scratch. And
I have nothing but time.
I pitched the idea of a stay-at-home dad. I get looked at like I got a dick around on my forehead. But if
again,
I had the time to do
$1,200 for one kid in daycare a month, or give up the salary and save the money.
No, we're done with daycare now, so that's completely gone. Thank God.
Give me 2 years.
So, but with ours is I cook probably 4 to 5 nights a week, and there's probably 1 or 2 nights, if not 3 nights, where we do leftovers. Like since Thanksgiving and Christmas, all that stuff. Like Thanksgiving
December
stuff,
is just fucking leftovers.
just pretty much like turkey ended like mid-December. That was gone, and I made everything with that damn turkey. And then obviously Christmas, we just had like it was pretty simple, just a ham, mashed potatoes, stuff like that. But like the spiral cut ham, bro, that spiral cut ham is gonna make all kinds of shit for the next 3 weeks. I mean, at the end of it, if I can do it, it will make ham and beans. The end all be all for the end of that ham.
But with that said, I'm gonna piss some people off. I want to piss some cooks off. With the pork and beans, do you go through the whole actual bean process? Like you have to soak them, you have to hydrate them.
I don't use pork and beans. I don't use canned shit.
Well, the dish itself is technically pork because it's ham and beans, not the pork and beans.
No. It's not pork and beans.
Shut the fuck up.
Ham and beans. It's ham and beans. It's not pork and beans. No, it doesn't look anything like pork and beans. It's ham and beans. Completely different. You add bacon to it. That's fine. but it looks completely different. Completely different. It's ham and beans.
I just want to know if you did the whole bean stage or not, because I know a lot of people.
Oh yeah,
like,
no, I
oh
don't.
yeah,
I
I
don't
just go buy the can. Like,
no, fuck that. No, that's not how you do it. I don't want.
What?
No, fuck that. No, you can't do that shit. There are people that do it, but it's I will put in the time to do it that correctly and how it's supposed to be done. I will not bastardize that by putting fucking canned pork and beans in there. No.
But you're bastardize your grill and smoked meats with store bought barbecue sauce.
I'll rip my dick across your forehead too. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't. I don't have the time to do that. When I'm in between smoking stuff, I'm doing other stuff.
You can do it while you're smoking food.
Well, you can also. Yeah, I know. I will do it. I need to figure out now that you're coming at me like this.
I have a recipe. Like I just figured out how to do a proper peach barbecue sauce, and that shit was fucking baller beyond belief, to the point like, one, I made enough to last me like, it was supposed to last me 6 months to a year. Did not last me 3 months. But it was so good on like ribs. It was so good on pulled pork, on chicken, on my daughter had it with steak, which kind of pissed me off. But hey, whatever. I made it. It's fine.
I know sauces on shit. That's driving me nuts right now.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
that
welcome to
fucking
parenting.
that's one thing I cannot stand right now.
Oh, sidetrack, because we're dads.
It's gonna happen.
So, it's gonna happen a lot. So
Yeah.
a long time ago, we're talking like maybe 2002, 2003. No, I guess it would have been 04. 04 roughly. I wasn't quite in high school. I hadn't wrecked the ATV yet, so I was still walking properly. But in 04, my younger brother, my dad, and I went camping out in Colorado, and my dad made steaks, and kind of the rule of, well, not even rule, the law of the house was steak would be eaten naked. Basically, you had the seasoning. There was no ketchup. There was no barbecue sauce. There was no A1. It was steak. Steak and potatoes, steak and whatever.
Do you put ketchup on a steak?
I don't like ketchup, period. So, no.
Okay. Anybody that puts ketchup on a steak needs to be, I'm sorry, drug out in the street and shot.
Institutionalized. But, but no.
Shot.
So we're there. My dad makes the steaks, and I have an uncle who's there with some cousins too, but they're not important to the story. So we're inside eating, and my dad brings the steaks in, brings the baked potatoes in off the fire pit, and my younger brother literally goes, "Oh, Dad, can I get some A1?" And he fucking stopped, stare at my brother. Again, he's 13 at this time, 13, 14 at the time. I'm 14, 15. And he's, no. Why do you need it for? Is it dry? No, I just would like some. No. You can eat this as it is, or you can have none at all. Like, that was the fucking have it like this or not. And I can't say I don't do that, not to that degree, but like my daughter, up until probably 3-4 months ago, in the summer, my daughter and son would not eat steak. Just wouldn't. It was a textural thing for my daughter, and my son mimics my daughter. But now they eat steak, and not only do they eat steak, between the two of them, they will put down an 8-ounce, if not a 16-ounce steak. And we don't offer them barbecue sauce. We don't offer them ketchup. We don't offer them, like, we make it as though we eat it, so they will eat it just like us. And it's so funny because if, like, my daughter's not eating her steak, my wife will be like, "Oh, do you want some ketchup?" No, she does not. She does not want anything with it. She can eat the fucking steak as is. And it's not like you eat it or don't eat it. And my daughter will go, "No, I don't want ketchup. I want sweet and sour sauce." And then I'm at a loss where I'm like, "This is not barbecue. It's not a. Does that count? Can you have this?" It makes it Asian. Well, you got me in a corner here in a culinary world.
What do I do?
Uno reverse. But so like, she doesn't like it with sweet and sour, but she's getting to the point where they will put down a whole steak by themselves. And my wife's like, well, we got to double up on steak because it used to be like, I just want 2 bites. Because that's our rule in the house is they have to take at least 1 bite of any food. Wife's rule. 1 no thank you bite. And if they don't like it, still fine. Whatever. They can have one of the alternative meals. But it's so funny to watch my kid go from hating steak to loving it in just a matter of a week. This is the best meal ever. I love this. This is my favorite meal. Good. You remember last week when you told me you hated it? No? Well, I do. You don't have to bring it up every time. Yes, I do. Fucking every time. I'm petty.
I have one where we always grill steak, stuff like that, and I like having corn, all these sides like that. And corn is always a big one when I have steak. I like having corn with it. So I like corn on the cob. I'm not a huge fan of corn on the cob, but I will do
on the cob,
corn.
yes. No.
But
not kernels. Has to be on the cob.
I went to Hy-Vee and they had the grocery store here, and I went and found it was firecracker corn, which had
that's so good.
Which is like the Parmesan cheese and all that stuff on there, which is close to the Hispanic street corn. So I was like, oh, cool, I'll get that. I wasn't gonna eat it because I don't like it. I hate Parmesan cheese. Foot cheese is fucking disgusting. Stinks. I hate it. I can't stand it. I fucking hate it. I can't stand the smell of it, anything. But
there we go. Now we pissed off the Italians.
I put it out. I made it for them, and our 11-year-old, I believe he was like 6 or 7 at the time, and I made it. He's eating it. He's like, "This is the baddest corn I've ever had," and I'm like, "What do you mean? Whoa! How are you using the word baddest right now? Like Michael Jackson bad, or like bad? I'm gonna throw this shit in the trash." He's like, "I don't like it." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Like I was slightly offended, but then I'm like, I didn't make it. I just warmed it up. Like I'm not offended, but like I don't know how to act right now. Like it threw me off. Like, do I need to punch you?
But
or
I think this is why. Okay, I'm sure he probably asked for it, or he probably at some point, kind of like my kids do, where they will ask for something similar, or they'll see it, and then you spend your money on it. You cook it, you make it, you feed it to them. It's a waste of fucking food because you won't eat it.
No.
And like that at least to me, that's my big thing. It's like I get so livid. It doesn't matter whether I reheated something, microwaved it, air fried it, cooked it, grilled it, smoked it. Oh, if it's smoked, you can bet your ass I'm gonna be fucking livid beyond that.
That's different.
But to the point where they're like, I don't like this. This is nasty. I don't like this anymore. Like, you need to shut your fucking mouth. Okay, we're done with this shit. Like, it pisses me off the amount of food they just won't eat, and I shouldn't, but at the same time, like, you understand you're wasting so much food. I don't even play there's people who would love to eat it. There's hungry. I don't pull that shit, okay?
No.
I don't pull that traumatizing shit. All I literally do is, look, you said you wanted it. Well, yeah. You told me you wanted it. Yeah, I reconfirmed it 3 or 4 times. This is what we're having. This is what we're having. We're doing this. We're gonna have this. Are you want it? You sure? You sure? And you said yes. And now you're telling me you don't like it? Well, yeah, no. You can fucking eat this, or you can go away. You can wait till your mom and I are done with dinner, or your mom and I are done with like whatever it is. If it means I had to cook something or my wife has to make something for them, it's always, well, you can wait. We're now going to eat the meal we made, and we're going to have a hot meal because this is what we all agreed upon, or this is a meal you chose, this meal you wanted, whatever the reason is, and you can wait till we're done eating. And typically, military style, I'm done within a few minutes. But it's just one of those things of like, you can have this, or you can wait till we're done. But they don't do that no thank you bite. And I can tell you, that has been such a controversial thing for people outside my family, or outside my wife and I. And it's my wife's rule, not mine. Because I want to do like, I was raised up, eat this or go to bed. Not productive. Not productive. There's a reason why I was fat as a kid. But
my wife came up with the rule, and it's such a struggle at times. Like, no, you just need one bite. I don't want just one bite, just one fucking bite. Look, we can do a 20-minute drawn out battle, or you can take one fucking bite. Tell me you don't like it, I'll go make you a PB&J. Choose your battle. Which one do you want? Trust me, I'm 32 years old. I am thick-headed. I'm stubborn. I'm a military veteran. I am so used to hurry up and wait. You are not gonna win this. You're not gonna win this war. Just take the bite of food. Take it.
Yeah. So no, it's, I mean, with the whole event of the baddest corn debacle, there are
No,
things
it's
I'll
a
buy at the
debacle.
store when they're like pre-made stuff like that at like the at the meat counter. I'll buy them every now and then. Like, okay, I'll try it. And 9 times out of 10, they're not that good, and I can make better. But
But you
I'm
gotta
like,
season
oh,
them.
I'll
It's a
try
trick.
it.
You
Well,
can't just
yeah.
take it as is. You have to season.
No, I mean, but it all comes, a lot of it, and a bad thing is when it's all pre-seasoned, it's all salty as shit. It's covered in salt. And that's one thing I can't stand. But like the whole corn thing is like, this is the baddest corn I've ever had. I'm like, okay. I think he ate majority of it, but I was like, all right,
Oh,
I wasn't
that's
gonna
even
eat it
worse.
anyway. So, but I'm like, I don't know what to do right now. Like, part of me wants to just like drop kick you, but you're honest. Like, it's not good. I wasn't gonna eat it, so it's on you.
Can't be mad. You're being honest. I told you have to be honest. Don't lie to me. Be honest. Fuck, you're being honest.
Oh,
Shit.
we've had numerous conversations about his honesty when it comes to cooking because he's a miniature Gordon Ramsay at times. And he's gotten into the point where now he has started to cook with me as well. Like he wants to learn. He's gone into it. My oldest son has cooked as well, and now he's made spaghetti. He does some of his own things. He took it upon himself to make. I was working late, and he made dinner for his mom and his sister. He took it upon himself to do it, and the fact that he walked into the kitchen and was like, "Oh, he's not here, so I'm going to go ahead and make dinner," and he pulled stuff, leftovers, be it.
Yeah.
He pulled leftovers, and he took different things from different nights and put them together, and
That fucking takes.
surprisingly, it all came out really, really good.
But like that takes like that ingenuity. That takes like
Yeah.
fucking skill to be like, oh, this product from this meal would work really well with this product from. That's fucking troubleshooting to its finest. Like,
And there was I had fried potatoes that were left over too. And he's
those are
looking at
good
me, he's like,
leftovers.
I was like, oh, it's lacking texture. I'm gonna put potatoes in there. I'm like, all right, well, I mean, if you're looking at it that way and you're thinking about it and doing it that, go ahead, do your thing. And
But you
I
have
came
garlic
home.
bread, not
I mean,
that's your crunch element, not fucking potatoes.
but I mean, he made everything and it was really, really good. So he is big into trying to cook and trying to find his way around the kitchen. It's just at times I struggle to teach cooking because I want to do it and I want to
Yeah.
enjoy it because that's my thing. That's one thing that I'm like, I'm not ready to pass this on. I'm not ready to do this shit. Like he's always asking, can I help? Can I help? Can I help? Like, no, like this is you're in my fucking bubble right now. Like this is my shit. Like this is what I do. I want to teach you, but I don't at the same time because when you learn it, you're gonna want to do it, and I have to say no, but I don't want to say no all the time. Like it's
See,
tough.
so that's where we're kind of like, I mean, granted, other than 6 years of difference, that's
Yeah.
where we're kind of different. Was like my 5-year-old is like she's trying to help in the kitchen. And of course, my 3-year-old sees this, he wants to
Yeah.
mimic it. So that's what the face he's fucking in, mimic monkey see, monkey do bullshit. But I'll let my daughter come in and she can help with certain things. I was like 9 or 10 when I started, like when I really dove into cooking. Granted, it's right around the time we got satellite TV, so I watch a lot of Food Network. But my daughter will come in and she's like, "Dad, what are you making?" It's like, "Oh, I'm making spaghetti. Can I help?" Sure. It's really just
That's an
ground
easy one to
beef
teach.
and whatever.
Yeah.
So I was like, "That's fine," but I have no problem teaching her. My problem comes in with more of like the heat, whatever. Where it's like, don't fucking touch the pan. Hold the pan right here. No, hold the pan right here. Hold the fucking pan right here and hold the damn spatula. Like it goes from 0 to 100 and so quick because I am so cautious as like I don't want her to get burned because at least I don't think I've gone a whole month without burning myself to some degree. And if I'm smoking meat, I'm gonna burn myself. I'm going to. Whether it's I stupidly open up the charcoal gate to pull them out to put, or not the charcoal, but the wood gate to pull out the wood and add more, whatever it may be. I somehow always fucking forget about gloves. Great thing about ADHD, fucking forget shit. And I'll open the gate like, bitch, and you can just see like the outline of where the lever was I pulled out. Uh, there's been times where I was like, I thought I could grab the metal and totally forgot it was even fire. Like, there's just really bad moments. So I panic though when my daughter's helping me, and she'll, we have the non-stick Teflon type pans. They have a rubber silicone handle. Like, you need to grab the handle, and then you need to use this spatula. But of course, she's half my size, and she's doing this motion,
Oh yeah.
trying to stab it, and everything's fleeing. Everyone's like, "You got okay, stop, 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 stop. I'm gonna hold your hand. And I'm gonna like just help you through, okay?" Okay, and she's like, she gets it, she helps, and she's very good with it. But it's more of like a panic for me of don't touch this, don't touch that, don't stand by my stove, but at the same time stand in front of my stove so you can hold the shit properly, but don't touch the stove. I feel like it's a fucking wreck. But I enjoy teaching her, but I'm from the mentality of I want my child to be able to be self-sufficient, especially in like the cooking department, where like between my four siblings, I can say without a doubt, I am probably the best cook of the five of us. And on top of that, is I've known how to cook for over 20 years now, and my sister's almost 10 years older than me, and I've seen her dishes lately of this last year, and you see where she was when I was not even in high school. Night and day difference. I was cooking well above her skill level, and I like my brothers don't know how to, or didn't know how to cook very well when they got out of high school. I got out of high school. I was a fucking one that's like, Mom, I'll make dinner. What do you want? Oh, I don't care. I'm gonna make this. I made pizza from scratch. I made this from scratch. I made that from like, whatever. And then now that we're living, now that I have access to Hy-Vee, which, speaking of grocery stores, like that's my grocery store. I will not shop anywhere. I will not go to Walmart. I will not go to Target. I will not go to Dillon's. Fuck Dillon's layout, by the way. Fucking hate their layout. Makes no sense. Walmart doesn't either, but that's because it's a superstore. Neither here nor there. But Hy-Vee's just like makes perfect sense. I like the layouts. I like how everything works together. It flows properly, the way you should shop. Good. Maybe some OCD shit going on there. I don't know. But I don't get too much of like the pre-made stuff. The firecracker corn, I will get probably like once or twice a summer. I would rather again make it myself. Or I'd rather make Mexican street corn because I found a good recipe from a buddy who knows legitimately born and raised in Mexico and only during the military, so where he can be a citizen. There or there. But like I have recipes from people I met. Great thing about the military. And if I can make anything from scratch, I will. Not baking. Baking, I'll take every fucking shortcut in the underneath the sun. Hate baking. But like barbecue sauce, I make that from scratch. Cause anything I smoke or grill, I don't make it with the intention to be served or eaten with barbecue sauce. Because again, for me, if I season the meat properly and it's tender enough, it's moist enough, you shouldn't need sauces. But I also give out the biggest amount of shit, as you can tell, when people don't make their own barbecue sauce and they go buy like Famous Dave's. I was like, this shit's disgusting. Like my mother-in-law left some Famous Dave sweet and zesty barbecue sauce here, and I ran out of barbecue sauce because, again, fucking peach barbecue sauce didn't last me more than a couple months. And I literally tried the Famous Dave's and I was appalled by it to the point it's like I scraped it off my plate. And just like paper towel, scraped out. I was like, this is disgusting. And my wife's even the same way. She's like, I can't do it. Can't eat it. My kids won't.
Yeah, there's not many. There are some. There's a few.
Famous Dave's is a bad example, but
Famous Dave's not good. There is one that their hot one at the fire spit or whatever it is. That's one that we like, but
all disgusting.
like pre-mades or whatever you want to call them.
Pre-mades, yeah.
That's what I predominantly use a lot of times. just because it's easier for time wise because I don't have the time to do it. But if I can do it, I will. Just have not ever made time to do it. But when it comes to
You just
the
had 12 to
process
14
of
hours of
smoking, the smoking is what I put my life into, I guess.
Yeah.
When I do briskets, when I do ribs, beer chicken, all that stuff.
Queso.
That's typically what I have not done queso yet. That will be probably Super Bowl. That's probably what I'll wait for to do it. I haven't done it. I've looked at multiple
So
different
good.
ones.
So good.
And I haven't done one yet, and I'll probably wait for the Super Bowl to do that one. But ribs, brisket are probably the two, and pork loin are probably the three most that I do when smoking. When it comes to grilling, it's pretty much whatever I can. But I hate my grill right now. I can't stand it. I need a new one. It fucking sucks. It sucks. I hate it. It's a Weber one, but it's not like what I want. So there's a new one coming eventually when I'm approved
Stay tuned.
from the woman upstairs. When I'm told I can do it. But my newest thing now is the griddle that I have.
Present. Oh,
You got a new? I have. So the griddle that I have that I got for Father's Day.
Is it outdoor griddle like an actual?
It's an outdoor griddle. It's a 4-burner outdoor gas griddle.
I want those. I was
fucking amazing. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. It is by far one of the best things to have for breakfast. You can do everything you want at once. It makes the pancakes are way better, in my opinion, when you do it on that. It even has a little bit of a crispiness to it when you do that. So much better. I made cheesesteaks on it the other night. Amazing. Great. It was really so good.
The way you make cheesesteaks, though, is it has to be on grill. You can't do stovetop.
Yeah. No, I mean I've tried stovetop and oh my gosh. It's night and day because the workspace compared from the griddle to obviously a pan is huge. But being able to do it that way and the prep on top of it is great. I love it. And my whole deck now is starting to look like an outdoor kitchen. I know when people drive by, they see the smoker, the grill, the griddle, and it's like a redneck cafeteria. I guess if you want,
but that thing though, it's like nowadays it's not. If you have the griddle, you have the grill, you have the smoker. Most people look at it and go, "Oh damn, that's good." Like it's no longer a hick thing or a trash thing. Like it's a if you have an outdoor griddle, especially like the Blackstone, those are like amazing, and it's more of a status, I guess now, if you know how to smoke and grill and do all that properly. Yeah. But I mean, I don't have an outdoor griddle. I have a combo that's a smoker, a grill, a gas grill, and then a deep fryer. But my gas grill portion, I can take out the plates and put in a griddle plate if I want to. I'm not gonna invest $60 in it because I'm cheap. I can go find a cheap griddle one for like $120 right now at Academy. So
yeah,
I don't need permission. I just have to DoorDash enough and remember I want that rather than spend down the other shit. But I mean, smoking and grilling, it's so different. It's such a game changer. I love it. I'd rather, if I could like grill and smoke right now, I would. But there's like 3 inches of snow.
Yeah,
and I'm too cold to sit out there and be like, come on, fucking go. Come on. No, I know it's -20 right now with the real feel. No, I know my fire's not staying lit. It's fine. It's fine. It's just
no. I will smoke and grill anytime I can.
Yeah,
unless obviously it's like downpour and I can't do it.
No.
I'll do it in the snow. I don't care. I'll do it in the snow.
No. If it's below freezing, and even like from a scientific standpoint, it gets so cold to the point like your fire doesn't technically work properly because it's not enough oxygen in the air. But not getting the science of it, I will not smoke if it's below freezing, and that's just because it's a lot of like going in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, and it's cooling down the inside my house. So I don't have any meals, but then come like February or March, when this bipolar state of Kansas, schizophrenic state of Kansas decides to go from spring, summer, fall to winter again, all within 24 hours, oh yeah, I'll be out there smoking and grilling every day of the week. Come summer, it's the same way. I have something on the grill every day possible. And it doesn't matter if it's like, I'm going to go make a grilled cheese. Nope, going outside to go make that. Don't need to. Probably shouldn't.
No.
I'm
And,
going to go do it.
we can offend more people now too. My smoker, I have a trigger. I have a pellet grill. So it's one that's going to piss off a lot of people like, oh, it's not real smoking. You know what the fuck you're doing. Like, I don't give a shit.
I have
I
a
give two
logged one.
fucks.
I don't have pellets. I'm a real man. I'm also
You can
Air
be
Force,
real
so
if you
there's a
want.
comfy chair. I just roll over there.
Nope. I had the pellet. It's great. Maintain all that still. But I mean, the prep and everything is still there. The wrapping, the waiting, it's all there. I just don't have to feed fucking fire. I just have pellets that drop in. I don't have to fucking feed the fire.
Let's see
And
if
it also maintains it.
let's see if I smoke. I'm typically also smoking like a cigar or something, or my kids are outside playing, or like we're doing something outside. So me being outside monitoring it doesn't bother me at all. And
Yeah.
it helps me remember that, oh shit, I need to check it. Even with like all this new Bluetooth technology bullshit built into the grills, where like it will just alert you. That doesn't work for me because I will see the alert on my phone and I will just swipe and ignore it. Where it's like 20 more minutes up to temperature. Pfft, fuck you. Done.
Yes, they don't
And
have any
then
of that stuff. I have to check mine
half
still.
an
I don't
hour.
have.
I
I
have a
don't have the
probe.
whole. I don't have the probes. I don't. I use just the. I'll go out and just check it. I don't. This gives me a reason to go out. Oh, gotta check it. Check it. Check it. I don't leave the probe and that stuff. I've been told to get the
I
probe,
keep
but
it
I won't do
closed.
it.
Yeah, I keep it closed. That does not get opened up at all. And I have a probe, mostly only for like big chunks of meat, like ribs,
Yeah.
no, chicken, no, um, even pork loin, no. But if it's like a full brisket, or I smoked a roast last or summertime of 2022, and that surprisingly turned out weirdly good. And I say weirdly good because I'm the one that I will go find that piece of meat and I'll be like, oh, this shouldn't be smoked. I'm gonna
Let's
do it.
smoke it.
This doesn't go on a brisket. I'm gonna do it. But I like to experiment, just like I do with my strings. I know like what fruits go with what meats, what flavors go with what flavors, what accents, what hints, and all that stuff. And like last summer, one of my buddies gave me a lot of shit because I use cherry wood with a pork product. I think it was ribs, maybe. And I rotate between cherry and oak. And like you really shouldn't do that because they're two different flavors. Like, but cherry goes with pork. There's a lot of cherry sauces, cherry reductions, all that, and it's not my predominant wood. Oak is my predominant wood. Where again, I use logs. I don't do pellets. I will put on 2 logs of, or 1 log, but for the ratio, for every 2 logs of oak I would use a slim cherry log. 2 thick logs of oak, slim cherry, and it would just be to the point where you can like eat the ribs or whatever, and you're like, oh, the oak flavor's there, but then you get like that nice little undertone of just cherry fruit coming through. You're like, oh, that's good. But then typically my sides or my barbecue sauce in this case will then also have a hint of cherry to kind of tie it all together. But again, this is my nerdy ass who's watched 20 plus years of Food Network and done research and watch non-Food Network cooking shows as well, where I'm like, oh, okay, Gordon Ramsay said this would work. This makes sense. Alton Brown said this would work. It makes sense. And I start manipulating, playing around with it, and it tends to work out. There's been a few times, of course, where I'm like, oh, that was bad. Yeah, those two don't go together. And it's a move on and learn from it. But I'm the one that, like, if you go through, like, my Instagram, especially 2021, 2022, you'll see some comments where people are like, those don't work. That's not the right wood. One, fucker, the box says pork, beef, chicken, fish. Last I checked, ribs are either pork or beef.
Yep.
This box says pork and beef. Oh, get fucked. But I mean, that's also how I cook. That's how I season everything. It's all by a flavor profile, how much, how little. That's also why I don't use pre-made seasonings. I want full control of how much salt, how much pepper, how much lemon, how much zest, how much garlic, onion, paprika, cayenne, red flakes, whatever it is. I want full control over all that. And if I had the time, I would make all my own smoked salt, which is like my big thing that I want to do for 2023. Garlic and onion powder, I want to do that from scratch. But you have to have like some long ass patience for that, and I don't have that just yet.
Yeah,
Working on it.
definitely takes time for those. So if you're gonna do like your own garlic and onion powder, that's gonna be a lot of time.
Well, there's a
But
guy
I
at
mean,
the farmer's market here that does smoked salt, and he does his over the summer. He
really,
also sells it fucking expensive.
I bet it
It's-
is. The
it's like-
time he puts into it, probably.
He sells it 20. I know it's $20, but it's like equivalent to one of those little white shakers that come with like salt and pepper. So we went to like just a little white shaker of salt.
For
It's
20
$20
bucks.
for that. Yeah,
God.
it tastes so good too. He gives out little flavor packets for free, where he's like, "Here, go try this," and of course you get your first free hit. And you're like, "Oh, that's so good."
Yep.
And then there's people like me who's like, "Oh, that's so good. I bet I could do that better."
Yeah, that's the thing too. Is
How
that's
to do this?
that's the difference between somebody that likes to cook and other people that just cook. You know,
Yeah.
there's like, oh, this is good.
I'm not a
I'll
chef.
go
I'm
buy
not saying
this.
that.
No, but there's a difference between a cook and somebody who enjoys cooking.
Yeah.
Like you can definitely, I'll cook, but this is good. I'll go buy this for that. Like the smoked salt, you'll buy that.
Yeah.
Other people are like, oh, this is good. I can probably make this as well.
Yeah.
And that's just like the whole mom want McDonald's. We have McDonald's at home.
I got
No, we
dino
don't.
nuggets. They're
Yeah.
better than them nuggets.
No, it's not. No, not the same thing.
They're not. They don't have as much plastic in them.
Exactly. But I think with what's going on with the new season, everything else we have going, there's probably going to be a lot more talk of our cooking debacles,
Fuck.
our kids and their reluctance to eat what we have or not, or eat, or maybe who knows.
1 week yes, next week no.
The weird combinations of peanut butter sandwiches and chili and whatever weird shit we find. Along with other random shit.
It's
that-
gonna be the bread. You're gonna try it. You're gonna be like, the bread does not work. You take away the bread and you just have like lick the peanut butter. I don't mean like lick out the spoon, just like lick a little bit. It's all about ratio. It works.
Yeah.
But
We'll see.
we could go on and on and on and on, literally for
Mhm.
fucking ever about food. But we got so much in store. We going to try. Heavy emphasis on the word try. But
Yeah.
I know that's one of our projects we're looking at, is trying to do a cookbook of sorts with both of ours. Shit, mine's gonna be Russian roulette style. Yeah, you can choose your own adventure. Pick your protein. Go to page 2. Pick your seasoning. Go to page 27. Go back to 7. Go back to 68. Go back to 12. That's how my side is gonna work. You're gonna know. That
Watch
actually would be
something.
pretty fun.
Everybody gets agitated with your side. Nobody makes anything.
This recipe is really good. Why is everybody saying fucking Rahgel? God damn it. I had drinks in there too.
Your has 64 steps just to make spaghetti. So
But yeah, we're working on that. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, we definitely have a lot in store. Weird transition, but we have a lot in store, and just expect so much different. Literally anything and everything underneath the sun that's not politics, religion, you can expect it on this.
yeah,
And we're gonna dive deeper into dad life, into personal life, just in general. That's not necessarily dad focused. Tons of cooking, maybe some Reddit posts. We got trivia coming along the way.
and don't worry, we still are a video game podcast. We will talk about video games, wrestling, everything else. It's just I think we're gonna have more.
check our description. Check our description. It does not say video games.
Sorry, you're correct. It does not.
I changed it after episode number 3. We got a lot of stuff in store. We will focus or have episodes more focus and pertain to certain subjects, kind of like tonight's sort of, kind of, not really, but was. We're gonna have a lot of stuff, and I can't wait. It's gonna be a blast, and yeah. Rahgel has a new catchphrase. He can't say bye bitch anymore. That's a season 1 thing now. But thank you all so much for tuning in. Let us know what you think. Make sure you save us to the playlist. Make sure you like and follow on other social media so we stay up to date. And again, go check out our merch store. We got lots of stuff going on. Right now, it's all logo based, meaning it's Sig's logo, Rahgel's logo, and the brand logo. We are also going to be working. Sorry, when I say we, I mean me, as an I, Sig.
Here we go. Here we go.
Not Rahgel. He does all the guest appearance. I have entrusted him with that. Which we will have more guests on. We have Clint coming on for wrestling. But we're working on different logo or different designs for apparel. Trying to get one that says "Bye, bitch," for Rahgel specifically. But we have a lot of stuff going on. So yeah, go check it out. 2Guys1Gamepad.com or shop.2Guys1Gamepad.com and check it out. And as always, let us know what you think. We appreciate all of it. Whether you buy something or you just simply follow to follow, I'll appreciate it. I'm done. That's the end of this. Good night.
Are you sure?
No. I'm trying to see if the moonshine's going to kick back in. I'm like 5 drinks down. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Appreciate y'all. Again, end of season 1, start of season 2. It's fun. Have some fun with it. Oh, yes, we will. Bye, bitch.
Welcome back. Oh, man. Okay. So last episode, we covered cooking. Our habits or likes, dislike type things. So if you haven't checked that episode out, go check it out. It's an interesting one. Needless to say the least. And tons of rabbit holes. It looks like Bugs Bunny has been there. Tons of fucking rabbit holes. Elmer Fudd's not doing the rabbit season very well. Anyways, since then, Rahgel, what have you been up to since the last episode? Other than turning a year older.
Last episode, yeah, turned a year older. Enjoying that a little bit. Or not a whole lot.
He's old as fuck, not just old.
No, my body's trying to, my age is trying to catch up with my body because it's way older. So I don't know. It's bad back, bad knees, bad joints, bad everything.
Bad hit,
So, yeah,
bad money, bad life.
It's
Run to get
it is what it is, but it's all been going good. I guess. I don't know. But shit. Life sucks sometimes.
Yeah. This is true facts.
Yes.
It's 100% true.
But no, I played a little bit. I haven't streamed yet, so I'm waiting to start that again. I did get a new game.
What
Little
game?
Nightmares 2.
Huh?
I started that and I played that for 2 to 3 hours, and then I downloaded it and then realized it was 2 a.m. Yeah, it's enjoy. I didn't play the first one, so I played it and yeah, I lost myself in it. It's fun. I enjoy it. Definitely has a creepy aspect to it.
That is a game I've been wanting to check out. I think it's on Game Pass, or it's coming to Game Pass. One of those two. I forget which.
It was free with PlayStation Plus Premium or whatever I have as well. So, or no, I paid for it. I think it was $25. I think I paid like $25 for it, and it was not bad. I will continue to play it. I can get lost in that game.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the games I've looked at and thought, oh, I really want to get it, but I'm trying not to buy a bunch of games. It's my goal, is not to buy a bunch of games. But
I'm just trying to find something I'm enjoying, and I do enjoy that one.
That's the key thing though, is like right now I'm so burnt out on just video games in general, where the only game I've been playing, other than like Destiny 2, to keep up with the storyline every Tuesday, where I hop on for maybe an hour or two, then I beat that segment of the story and move on. I've only been playing Pokemon Violet, Scarlet, the red one. And I beat that the other day. I was like, oh man, I'm done. Great. What else to play? And then saw Nintendo. Thought, cool, amazing thing, and at least in my opinion, that Nintendo's gonna do is Super Mario Kart 8 will now have even more characters brought to it. And they brought out 2 map packs already. And they're gonna have a bunch more characters drop in as well. Where like you'll have Squirtle from Pokemon, of course. You'll have Kirby. You'll have what's the? Is his name Bow Wow? The chain?
Bowser?
No, the chain dog from Super Mario, the big black dog. It's not Bow Wow. No, it can't be Bow Wow. That sounds too stupid.
The chain dog from
He's a black ball. He goes, "Arr, arr, arr, arr," and he tries to get
oh
you.
the
so
black
he's chained
ball. I
up.
got you. Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking of a dog. I'm like, there's no black dog in Mario. The black ball makes sense. Yeah, the chain and ball. I didn't know he had a name.
His name. Chain Chomp. There we go. They all have names.
Oh, and I
But,
had no idea he had a name.
Bow Wow's
Of course
a
you knew
rapper,
that.
but anyways, but they're gonna introduce. Somebody said up to 50 new drivable characters, and basically think Super Smash Brother character list now in Super Mario Kart.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So it's Smash Bros on wheels.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that would be so cool, because the one big like negative thing everybody says every time a new Mario Kart comes out is it's the same 16 plus characters, include your needs, and that's it. The list has not changed too much.
No, that's true.
It'll be very interesting. Because the map packs did come out, and there's a new one come out this year. I'm trying to get my wife back into it. Of course, she's back into it, and we played. I think we played on Wednesday last week, and she got pissed off because she's not winning anymore. And I will give it to her. That fucking woman used to destroy me on fucking Mario Kart. She would have gold Peach with a very specific bike tire and parachute thing, and she could whip my ass every fucking map. And there'd be a few of them where like I would win, I'd get ecstatic, but she would beat me up so bad to the point like trash talking started, and it was just so bad. And then finally we started playing again. We're playing these brand new maps, and I saw something on TikTok or Instagram or somewhere that said you really should play as like a heavier character like Bowser or Donkey Kong and use this bike build. And I've just been whooping her ass left and right with it, and she's so fucking pissed off about it. And she's a petty loser too, where she'll blame everything but her just sucking at the game now. And it's not my fault. It's the map. It's not my fault. You cheated. You're cheating somehow. I was like, I'm not cheating. I saw a fucking build on social media. I want to try it out. And come to find out, this build works on anybody. It's not a heavy player thing. And she's just not good anymore. And that led to, after 2 or 3 hours of playing Mario Kart, to her going, I don't want to fucking play this anymore. It's like, oh, come on, just one more. And of course, I went and just went. Fuck. So she won. Not all of them.
Yeah, that should let you let her win.
That's fine. He doesn't listen.
I can't do that shit. I'm not gonna let you win.
She tried. She's like, you let me win, didn't you? I was like, why would I let you win? What do I benefit from this? It's where I play with you again. What do I really benefit? Other than being screamed at because I'm cheating.
You're not beating me. Don't hit me anymore. Stop.
So yeah. But I was pretty excited about that. I mean, I like Nintendo. You don't. But I was pretty excited.
I don't mind it. I just haven't. There's a very limited amount of games that I will play on Nintendo. Mario Kart is one. So there's not a whole lot that I'll play.
There's not
that
a whole lot
enjoyable.
But that's thing is like, there's not a whole lot out there because yes,
the demographics set for Nintendo games are primarily children, ages 5 to 13. They're the young children demographics. And then you have Xbox and PlayStation. That's the demographic is technically 18 and older. So 18 to 35, I think, is their demographics, to be specific. So Nintendo, however, has this long history because I did this, but they have a long history of like their people are loyal. So people who played Nintendo back in the 80s are still playing Nintendo to this day. So the demographic is actually a lot older than these preteens, basically. And it doesn't really fit in when they're releasing things like Animal Crossing. But then after 6 months, they stop all support, or 8 months, whatever it was, they stop all support to Animal Crossing. So they come out with, they allow Stardew Valley to come out on Nintendo Switch. Again, a few months later, cut all support. So if you want it, it has to come from the creators themselves. But other than big name titles like Super Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, those games, there's only been one Smash Brothers release. There's only been one Mario Kart release. Grand Mario Kart is now like, here's DLCs. About fucking time. It's only been out since the dawn of the Switch. And then the Super Mario games are so-so. Odyssey was okay. It was a gimmick grab of you throw the hat and it becomes Super Mario, or it becomes like Super Mario. It was a gimmick grab and it worked. The Rabbids series is hilarious, but you have to like the Rabbids franchise. If you don't, then you're like, this game's stupid. It makes no sense. Why are these little bunny things? But there's not a lot out there, and unless you play Fortnite, which again, why would you play Fortnite on Switch when you could just go play on a console that's graphically and technically speaking heads over heels better, speed, performance, and everything. And I get people like, well, Switch is for kids. Hey, your kid doesn't need to be on Fortnite. It may be E for everyone, but there's some petty ass parents out there who get pissed off very quick that you're trash talking my son. Your son just called me a fucking cunt. I have the right to call him a twat waffle from fucking hell. Fuck off, Karen.
No, I think we talked about too with the Game Award episode that we did about a lot of the different things that that Switch has and what Switch doesn't have, and your episode of your tangent with the kid from hell.
There's so many of them.
But I think with the new year and everything coming out too, there's a lot of not just games, but there's some movies coming out, some shows coming out, because The Last of Us is starting next week and a half, 12 days, 15th of.
I don't know if I'll watch that.
I will, just to see. I like the game. I like the people that they have playing the characters.
I didn't like the game.
So I enjoyed the game. The game was fun. I'm not saying it was the best game ever made, but the storyline flowed okay.
But that's where my issue lies with the storyline. It's just not like, yeah, if I'm going to play a story-based game, I want the story to be believable, contingent, or whatever, consistent. There we go. Like, and I just saw a lot of flaws in the story, and I saw a lot of issues with the story that's like, this all could have been solved really quick. This all was a quick fix, blah, blah, blah. It's kind of like my issues with certain movie franchises where it's like, you could have literally fixed and prevented all this with one thing. And done. Granted, Last of Us, there's like 3 or 4 things, but it still could have been prevented. And I didn't like the premise of it. I was just like, you know what? I will play this game. I'm going to fucking hate it. And then when Last of Us 2 came out, I went, no, I won't buy it. My OCD kicked in. I had the first one. Yes. Oh,
I haven't played the second one, but with the first one, there was a lot of action in it. There were cutscenes, but the action was there a lot more than the cutscenes. The way the game was, playing the game was fun. I'm looking forward to seeing how it is starting off, because it does have a slight Walking Dead vibe to it, but I don't know if it's going to. Walking Dead was great when it started. The more it went on, I mean, I got bored after season 2, I think, of
Well,
Walking
that's
Dead.
season 1 was enough. They didn't need anything after that. Season 2 closed a couple things up, but no.
I couldn't continue on with any more Walking Dead.
Yeah, that's another one. I was like, not believable. Like it doesn't have to be like, I'm not saying movies and video games have to be believable. I'm just saying we're using these mediums to escape reality. And I would like if it's somewhat believable. Like y'all not gonna sit in a fucking bank for 10 days.
There's not many. Oh yeah, there are many, but a lot of the HBO series that are made are very well done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of many of some that aren't, but I know you take Sopranos was great.
Yeah.
That's the biggest one that pops in my head. I know there's other ones.
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones
But here's the
until
problem
they
with that
started
one,
writing
though.
on their own.
Yep.
Yeah,
Problem, they
so
started
once this-
deviating from or they couldn't deviate from the books. The books were not caught up, so they
Right.
had to be like, what would happen?
And but I mean, with this is that there's already I mean, it's already written for them. They just have to, make it into a reality live action style movie.
So is The Witcher. Look how that turned out.
I haven't watched The Witcher. I know Cavill's gone,
He'll
but I
be
don't know
after
anything
season
else.
3. So
After season 3 is
yeah, so he's already done season 3. So the thing with like The Witcher is a producer, executive producer, I think left at the end of season 1 because of the writers and the directors. They wanted to deviate from the books in the game, so they didn't want to be true to the franchise. And if you know anything about the franchise owner or the writer of The Witcher, is he was very meticulous and almost fucking anal beyond belief with the video game, that he was like, nope, you have to change this. This isn't correct. This is not how Geralt worded that. This is not how Cersei would. Like, he was so fucking picky about it to the point where the game developers couldn't do shit without his 100% approval. And then the TV series doesn't seem to be that way. And season 2, we can already tell they started deviating pretty heavily away from the stories from the books / game, because the game and books are very, very much almost identical. There's a few things they had to change, of course. And season 2, you start seeing a drastic change. And then Henry Cavill's been very vocal about it. He's like, look, I like being Geralt because we're being so true to the story. I want to stay true to the story. I want to stay true. And season 3 is supposed to be such a drastic change again that they're deviating even further away. And there's been calls for the owner of Witcher to basically say, hey, you're done. But I don't think he's involved in that in any way. I think Netflix circumvented him somehow.
and I know Cavill's got another project that he's pretty much dived into
Warhammer
at first.
4000.
That's the exact what it. That's right. Yeah. So with him committed to that 100% now because he's done with Superman, only thing he has possibly coming up would be Captain Britain in Marvel, and I don't think that's anytime soon or anything else he has going. But
Is he
I know
slated
that.
for Captain Britain, or
that's that's the rumor that I've read is that he's going to play Captain Britain.
I've
Who
heard
knows?
Doctor Doom. I've heard Britain. I've heard oh fuck, I've heard Gambit, which was like, oh, maybe,
God, no.
but I still want. I don't know why, but I still want Channing Tatum to do Gambit because he can do
He would fit.
He can do the Cajun accent very well. Granted, the original Gambit from Wolverine was decent. It wasn't bad. It wasn't amazing, but it was a.
That's because he was a no-name, low-key actor, which is what they need.
That's what you need. Stop bringing these fucking A-list celebrities. Look, like
Ben Affleck doesn't need to be Batman.
No. I'm just saying, I love The Rock. I think he's a great actor. However, I just found this out because of this whole DC issue with Henry. He has it written in all his contracts that he is not allowed to lose a fight. He is contractually unable to lose a fight. Like,
You know how fucking stupid that is, and how pompous and arrogant you are to be like, oh, you can't lose a fight. That's why Jason Statham didn't want to work with him in Fast and Furious. That's why Vin Diesel didn't work with him in Fast and Furious, because he can't lose a fight. He's contractually obligated where he will not lose a fight. So he'll either beat the ever loving shit out of someone, or he'll be best buddies. And you can even see this. You can even see this with the Disney movie Moana, where he plays Maui. Is he ends up becoming best friends with Moana and giving their heart to Tafiti. Like, this is stupid. And
Yeah, and that's where his
you
past.
can't play fucking superhero movies and be like, I'm gonna play Black Adam. By the way, arch nemesis, Superman, who's the strongest being alive, but he can't beat me.
Yeah.
Like, get fucked. Not the franchise
Yep.
for you. Go do
Yeah,
Jumanji.
if you know
Keep
his,
fucking that up.
you know his past with his dad, with Rocky Johnson. That was a huge thing too. He's very egotistical and everything as well. So
The whole, unfortunately, the whole Samoan dynasty within WWE is that way. The only one that wasn't was really Rikishi. You could see it play out very well, where he wasn't ever really pushed to the top dog. He was always a mid tier at best. But
yeah, I mean when you're dancing and everything like that, and he was very gimmicky.
Yeah,
and he fell into the gimmicks very hard. That's what he did.
He didn't want to be like the Mabayas or Rockies or Anoya. He just wanted to be Rikishi. He wanted to be himself. He wanted to do something different. Did it hurt him? Yeah. However, I will say Rikishi's probably one of the most memorable characters within wrestling, but which we'll talk in a whole different episode with Clint. But we'll make Clint suffer through that shit. But and there's a lot of speculation, like that's why Henry Cavill left DC, or that's why Henry Cavill left The Witchers, so where he can pursue DC, and DC cut him. It's like, no, Henry's very vocal of, I left Witcher because they're not staying true to the material or to the lore, and that was the only reason why I signed on for it. And I wanted to do Superman, but then James Gunn and Peter was like, we're just gonna scrap everybody and we're starting over. Which I think the only person that hasn't been scrapped is Jason Momoa for Aquaman.
There's supposedly another Aquaman coming out in 24.
But he's
now,
not
if there's more, well, I don't know.
No, I firmly think he's not it, because Jason Momoa teased on a late night show that he's been working with James Gunn for a possible different character inside DC altogether.
Oh yeah,
and he hinted very strongly at Loba, I think it was. So
Lobo?
Everyone's like, yeah, Lobo, and everybody's like, hold on, he's gonna go bad.
Mm-hmm. He's a Deadpool. He's a DC Deadpool.
I was like, he's not. It's like explaining this to my child. No, he's not good, but he's not bad either. He's kind of that.
He's an anti-hero.
Which anti means opposite or not. Sorry,
but he's still hero. There's still hero in it, but yeah, it's and
he's a merc. He's a merc. That's what they want.
Yeah. If he wants to be, if DC wants to do anything, they have to do that. They have to move forward with that and ride the coattails of Momoa until they can get something stable and successful, because he is the only successful one that they've had as the pussy Aquaman. When your stupidest and weakest superhero is your most successful,
but
there's a problem.
He's your most successful hero, but then again, you have your anti-hero, Peacemaker, which was John Cena, brought in by James Gunn for the Suicide Squad, and now Peacemaker is fucking amazing. And
yes,
I mean, they could ride the coattails between those two, and there's already beef quotations, so many jokes between Peacemaker and Aquaman. So if I was James Gunn, that would be the direction I would go. Is these are going to be my two of my main pillars, and
just whoever Jason Momoa plays, cool. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be fucking Aquaman. Scrap Aquaman and do something completely different. Get away from Aquaman. He should not be your star hero. You need revamp and either make your star hero Batman or you need to make it Superman. And if you're not,
I don't think it needs to be either one of those.
For the franchise he's building, he needs to have at least one of them. So where the continuity is solid, because those are two main pillars inside DC that almost everybody interacts with at some point or another. So to say they're not going to be a main pillar, they don't have to be like the main like go-to, but kind of like Iron Man. He was never supposed to be the main guy.
No, it just took off that way. I think the way that Gunn does stuff, I mean, there's been what 4 or 5 different Batmans, 2 or 3 different Supermans. They've been overdone like Spider-Man has. If he wanted to run with Teen Titans that way, that would be his best way. I think to do it is to shelf Batman, Superman, Justice League, all that, run with Teen Titans in some manner. You can even, if you wanted to, do the episode style they had, a little darker style, and do that. But you do not need to do Batman, Superman right now, because yes, those are your money grabs, but you need to establish yourself in another way to be successful and not have to, essentially ride the coattails, like we said before, of Batman or Superman.
I mean, I can completely get behind that, especially if because they could have there still be a quote Batman or Superman without introducing a true Batman or Superman, and just build up basically that multi-year or multi-movie anticipation, kind of like Avengers, and just build up to it, and then be like, oh, we've heard about Batman, or we heard about the Dark Knight or the Kryptonian baby, whatever, and just be like, oh, they're hinting at these, and they don't ever specifically say or show it. That would be a good way. But
until they figure out who the hell to play them.
Teen Titans would be an amazing one, because, I mean, that's a great sub franchise.
You could have your individual movies off that too. I mean, if they want to do a Teen Titans and then just spin off from that, or take each individual one like they did with Marvel, and then bring in Avengers movies. That they need to have something. But I think starting off with Lobo is a good way for them to start, because Momoa is successful in his acting career. He will bring plenty of money in what he does. He's not a bad actor.
You'll still have John Cena as Peacemaker too. So I mean, he's not.
Yeah, I'd say keep him as well. But I don't see anything about a season 2 for Peacemaker.
I thought
I haven't seen anything.
The script. I thought they already had the script.
They're going on 2 years now since the end of the last episode.
I don't remember.
Because
so this is, there is a Peacemaker season 2 definitely coming. Gunn has announced that there is a Peacemaker season 2. The bad news is, as of end of November, it's still in script writing. So they're still writing the script out. I'm sure that's because since James Gunn and Peter kind of just scrapped everybody, that they're going to rewrite and rework the script, because they never showed Superman and never showed Batman's face in the end of Peacemaker. You definitely saw Jason Momoa's face, and you unfortunately had to see Ezra Miller's face as Flash. If he's not fucking canned after all the stupid shit he's pulled,
they've already severed ties with him. I know that. Well, they did bring Cavill back at the end of Black Adam as well.
Exactly.
So that was, I mean, a tease, but a cock tease of nope, he's gone.
Well, The Rock had everything to do with Henry Cavill coming back. That's because it was all made before James Gunn and Peter. I honestly forget his last name all the fucking time. I want to say Dinklage, but that's not it. Peter.
The Dink.
Dink. But the movie was already script recorded and released before James Gunn and him took over as co-CEO. Which is why they were able to scrap everybody. But I mean, I would like to see Henry Cavill come back, and that's just because he's such a huge nerd.
He is.
But I don't know I didn't know this because I don't pay much attention, but I found it interesting because if you've been reading like the headlines or the articles, and everything about Henry Cavill and The Rock, it's The Rock stole Henry Cavill's job, and The Rock stole Brendan Fraser. Like he's the reason why both of them are like kind of virtually outside of Hollywood. And The Rock and Henry had the same uh, manager, which was The Rock's ex-wife, and Henry Cavill just fired her a couple weeks ago. And like when people are speculating and everything, like why would he do that? Well, if everything that is supposedly true about The Rock and Henry, why would you not fire that manager and say fuck you? You possibly had something to do with the detrimental existence of my career, so you're fired. Done. Bye. And then you have The Rock being in a lot of legal trouble because he's falsifying claims about how much Black Adam made, and now he's pissed off that everybody's coming after him.
Yeah, I think Cavill has kind of pigeonholed himself into a strictly superhero style video game genre.
But would you say he's pigeonholed, or he did that deliberately because of how big of like, because pigeonholed, like for me, I think like Alfonso Roberto from Fresh Prince, Carlton, where he got himself pigeonholed by accident just by simply playing the same role for 10 plus seasons, and he was forever typecasted as Carlton. So he could never get an acting gig outside of it, and then finally he got his break with America's Funniest Home Videos, and now he's a host, but he doesn't act. Whereas like Henry Cavill is more of a, he wants to do something he loves, he wants to be a part of something he enjoys. So if he enjoys the nerd culture, the nerd fandom, why not stay within that existence versus going out and playing, like, I don't want to say Bond because that's kind of still in the nerd fandom. Going out and playing something else that
he could be Bond. I wouldn't be against him playing James Bond, but I don't think that'll ever happen. I don't ever see. I think the way they're going now is I think it's going to be female based now for a while.
That's because like
so
the 5 or 6 male actors they had set for James Bond have all said no, because again, I didn't know this. It all came with Idris Elba, who kind of revealed it that if he took James Bond, he would be stuck as and only as James Bond for the next like 6-7 movies, and he could not take any other roles. And he didn't want to be stuck as just one character. He wants to be able to do other films and do indie films and do all this other stuff. And if he took James Bond, he would be contractually stuck as only ever be able to play James Bond until his movie films are met.
Yeah, the contract is very, very in depth and gets very crazy because they can take other roles, but they're not allowed to wear suits. They're not allowed to wear any type. The way that they can wear a suit is it cannot be black, because Pierce Brosnan got in trouble when he did Thomas Crown Affair. He made that movie and he had a suit on, but he didn't have the bow tie. It was opened up, and it was, I don't believe it was a black suit. I remember correctly. I'm not sure, but there was something contractually he couldn't do it.
I believe it was a dark colored, but no, it wasn't black.
But yeah, the James Bond
dark
is
enough.
Yeah, you're stuck.
It's
you're
crazy.
stuck for, I think is it 4 or 5 movies? 3 to 5 movies that they have to do.
Idris said on a talk show was 6. Like he kept saying, I would be stuck as James Bond for 6 to 7 movies. Wow. Which again could be minimum 6 years. That's if you push a movie out every year, but realistically 12 years, because a new James Bond comes out almost every other year, if not every 3 years. So you'd be stuck as that role. And I know, like, well, I can't think of his name. The current James Bond motherfucker. I have his face.
I can't think of his damn name either.
Daniel Craig. There we go.
Yeah, that's who it is.
I know, very similar situation with like Pierce Bronson, where he did not Glass Onion. That's the sequel to it. Knives Out. What was it? Knives.
With like Hemsworth and all them in it. He
Yeah.
wasn't in that, was he? Pierce
Knives
Brosnan.
Out. Not Pierce Bronson. No, Daniel Craig was.
Oh, Daniel Craig.
But
Okay, yeah.
he wore a suit, but it was very like a lot of the directors or writers, whatever, in the script he was supposed to wear a dark colored suit, but because Daniel Craig was playing it, if you look, he's wearing this like ugly green suit. And I think he's in Glass Onion 2, or TOO, not TWO, the sequel to Knives Out. So, and he's still in the ugly suit there. So, the contract for James Bond is so ridiculous. And I get it. You want to protect your image. You want to protect all this. I get it. So, kind of tailor back to where we were. I think it's going to be all females. I agree with you. I think it's all going to be female cast because, one, it's going to change it all up. Whole new script, whole new direction. And I'm curious if they're going to keep the Bond girls or if they're going to make Bond guys.
Well, I mean, you never know anymore with how everything is.
Persons?
Yeah. It's just that type. But yeah, but looking at it, Brosnan did 7 movies. I didn't know it was that many.
Yeah.
I thought it was like 3 or 4, but no, he did quite a few, and he also did GoldenEye game as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, he had a very extensive run, and I didn't know that it was that long because I do remember going to the theater because I liked him. He's one of my favorite James Bond of all time. But like,
I think when you think of James Bond, or at least when I do, I think Pierce Brosnan, like hands down. Yeah, it's probably GoldenEye's fault, but I think Pierce Brosnan. I don't think anybody else. I don't think Daniel Craig. I think
Sean Connery is the one that always comes to mind with mine.
I think Pierce Brosnan, like every time, and it's not because like I'm a huge Pierce Brosnan. I can't think of a fucking movie he's done recently, but GoldenEye.
He was in a Marvel movie.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Or I'm sorry, he was in Black Adam.
I knew you meant
Not
DC,
Marvel.
not Marvel.
Yeah.
But I think it's probably GoldenEye because of the game, because he's on the cover of GoldenEye. So.
Oh yeah.
But I don't. Do I like Sean Connery? Yes. I think he's the iconic, the classic James Bond. But when I think James Bond, as of right now, forever think Pierce Brosnan. Forever. I don't know why I don't think Sean Connery. Because when I think Sean Connery, I think of League of Extraordinary Men and The Rock. Not the person, the movie, The Rock. For anybody who's listening, the movie.
Yeah, and Connery did it from the 60s to the 80s. I mean, before that was Barry Nelson who did 54, but like, it's Bob Simmons was another one that was great, but like, it was. There's only been eight Bonds. So
Daniel Craig has only done 5 movies though, as James Bond.
He's got. I think he has his last one is coming out. Or no, they're supposed to hand it off in the last one.
Yeah,
if I remember right.
Casino Royale, Quantum Solace, Skyfall, Spectre, and No Time to Die. No Time to Die came out in 2021.
Which I think he handed it off in that last one.
I'm not a fan of Daniel Craig and James Bond, so I find this series right now very hard to watch. But to kind of put in perspective, though, Casino Royale, his first movie he was in, 2006. His last movie he was in with James Bond was 2021. 15 fucking years to do 5 movies. So whoever they get to replace James Bond, Daniel Craig, is going to be locked in, we'll say realistically, 5-year or a 5-movie deal. He or she's locked in for 15 years.
Roughly, yeah.
And you can't wear certain things, you can't behave a certain way, you can't talk a certain way, you can't go on social media. Like, you can bet your sweet ass there's going to be a lot of social media restrictions as well. Just like if you're part of an MCU movie and you leak anything, oh, you're in so much fucking trouble. And you can thank Mark Ruffalo and Tom Holland for that.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, looking at his IMDb, essentially what I'm looking at is all of his movies. He does have a pretty long list, an extensive list of movies from 2006, 2021, where he was playing James Bond. But yeah, Knives Out, you know, King.
Which
He was.
Which, if you haven't seen Knives Out, it's a fucking good movie.
I haven't seen it, and I don't want to see the second one. They have a show coming out too.
So, Knives Out is the first movie role that Chris Evans took after his MCU contract. And it's such a drastic different role for him. You haven't seen it, I don't want to spoil it, but at the same time, I want to tell you what happened, or at least tell you like how Chris Evans comes into it. But Chris Evans' portrayal in Knives Out is so fucking great to the point you're just like, all right, he's not fucking Captain America anymore.
Yeah,
Good.
I need to watch it.
And then, what's the other one he was in with Ryan Gosling in it on Netflix? That's also a good movie.
Ryan
God damn it.
Gosling. I haven't seen him.
Ah, damn it! Welcome to Google with 2Guys1Gamepad.
We just sit here and look at the internet.
Pretty much.
So
The
I mean,
Gray Man. The Gray Man. That
The
is
what?
The Gray Man.
Gray
That is a
Man?
fucking amazing movie. I love that.
Oh, it just came out. Okay.
I mean, barely last year, but okay. Great movie though. Right now, the running actor for James Bond though is set to be. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna butcher his name. Lucian Laviscount. Laviscount is
Oh, it's
supposedly
not a female?
set. No, it's a British actor. I'm butchering his name. I know I am. I feel bad because I don't like when people butcher my last name. I have an easy last name. I don't. It's German. I have a hard last name.
Really? Because here it says, according to reports, Aaron Taylor Johnson is the next James Bond.
This is from
Oh.
MGM, who is the main people behind it. They're the front runner. So,
Oh, is it?
but again, there's no real say because they haven't solidified it.
No.
I think Aaron Taylor Johnson has already said no though.
Oh, really? I see. I don't know. I have no idea. I just looked it up.
That guy, by the way, for those of you who are like, man, that name sounds familiar, dude, that's fucking kick ass.
Oh, that's who it is. Okay. I've no
so
idea. Oh, it is. Okay.
I watched that guy when he was so fucking skinny and kick ass to him bulking up and playing a mercenary in some movie, I don't remember what, and now he was Quicksilver and got killed in the MCU. Like, the dude has an amazing acting ring. He's one of those actors now that I'm like, I'll watch any of his shit until I find something bad, and I'm just like, okay, maybe it's the director's fault. It's not his fault. Maybe it's the director's fault.
Maybe not. Who knows?
But he's another one. Like, I can't wait for them to bring him back inside MCU or the DCU because he has a great range too.
I wasn't a fan of him as Quicksilver. I like the other Quicksilver, the X-Men Quicksilver, a lot better.
God damn it, I know his name too. Peterson. That's his name.
Okay, I don't know.
Oh, fuck.
I'd be down for another kick-ass movie.
There we go.
I enjoyed those.
Evan Peters.
Evan Peters. Okay.
I like him as Quicksilver too. I really like Aaron Taylor Johnson too. But the thing is, like, two totally different play styles, and like Aaron's character is very serious twin, whereas Evan Peters was a goofball and played more in line with like the comic book franchise that everyone knows, whereas Wanda's twin brother, Aaron Quicksilver, that was more of the darker side of Quicksilver, if you know the comic books lineage, where Wanda and him end up doing it in the series.
Yeah, that's yeah.
And
But I mean, like, you take Flash. Flash is not the Flash is an asshole.
yeah,
Like he's a prankster asshole in the
Yeah.
comic books, and he's never portrayed as that in the TV. I'll take it the TV show. He's never really been that style. Obviously, the dude that played in the movies, you rarely even saw anything about him. But the guy that plays Barry Allen in the Flash show, you never really see him as the prankster
yeah,
dickhead that the Flash is portrayed in a lot of the comic books. And that's
Yeah.
the if they would make him that way, it'd be a lot better. Because in Smallville, when they showed the Flash in that one, yes, it was Smallville TV show. He was a kid, but he was an asshole in it. He was
Yeah.
a thief and an asshole and a prankster.
But like
And they stuck to it that way.
But that's the thing, it's like, again, that's the big issue with DC is they hop around so fucking much. But there needs to be some connection, some continuity between some of the comic book. Like pick a fucking series and just say this is the Flash we're going with. This is the Quicksilver we're going with. Wolverine, the Lobo, the Deadpool, whatever. Stick with that rather than doing like even MCU has with Evan Peters and Aaron Taylor Johnson. We have two totally different Quicksilvers from two totally different lineages or series with inside Marvel, and then you have DC where you had Ezra Miller playing such a shitty fucking version of the Flash, which to this day I still can't see like what comic book he came from, like what series he came from. I've never read a comic book of the Flash that he was a timid little.
It was a
boy.
shiny red rocket. That's all it was, and it bothered me. I don't like him as an actor. When I saw him in, as soon as I knew he was the Flash, all I could picture was him in. I think I've said it before too. In Trainwreck with Amy Schumer. That whole scene where he's like, slap me. The whole sex scene he tried to have in that one. That's all I was see him as. And I was like, I can't take you as Flash. I have a hard time. Like, it's not happening. And I never liked him since then.
Just remember, John Cena was also in that movie.
John Cena was amazing in that movie. I mean, John Cena. I mean, you take he's all tatted up in that movie, wasn't he?
I think he's.
No, not that one. I was. There's another movie where he's a drug dealer. It's the sisters or whatever. I can't remember this. Whatever it is, two sisters that have a house party, and he's a drug dealer in that movie. But John Cena is so off the cuff with a lot of his shit, like it works. And him saying as Peacemaker is, I'll gladly continue to watch Peacemaker if they ever can finish the script.
Well, again, I think that has more to do, like we said, that has more to do with the fact that they are scrapping the DCEU, because James Gunn has officially said, I will be taking over with Peter and redoing and rebuilding the DC universe. Not the entertainment universe, the DCU. So I think the branding alone tells us it's a whole new universe. So, which I know you said we don't need a Batman pillar. I'm gonna piss off a lot of people with this. Fuck you all. Twilight Boy did a good job as Batman playing dark and gritty. Robert Pattinson.
He already said it's not gonna be him though.
I know, but if they're going to let a Batman exist, keep the darker, grittier, almost murderous Batman that we have so far, versus these other pussyfoots that just, I can't kill you. He doesn't kill. Batman doesn't kill.
More the Dark Knight style with it.
The true Dark Knight, not the
the Dark Knight style. Not with
Christian
Bale.
Yeah,
which I didn't mind him as Batman. I didn't mind it too much.
No, I'm just saying that if you're going to redo a series, redo a different fucking comic book series.
Oh, yeah.
Don't stick with just, here's this vigilante that's parents died at the theaters, and now he just beats people up. He doesn't ever kill, even though there is a series where he does kill somebody technically. He kills one person. bring in somebody legit. Let him be dark and gritty. Let him, like, again, I think we've talked about this before. Gotham series, you've already done the TV show. You've laid down Bruce Wayne. You've laid down Batman. You've laid down, oh shit, just forgot the detective's name. Oh fuck, James Gordon. You've already done Selina with Catwoman. Like, you have all these characters, 5+ years in the making. Let them grow up a little bit, and then say, by the way, here's Batman. And then bring all these characters from the TV series up. Penguin, the guy that played Penguin in Gotham, was a good Penguin. Like, you can do this. You have this all set.
Yeah.
And,
No,
and
I agree.
the kid that plays Bruce Wayne / Batman, could they have done a better cast? Yes, but he got better. He got better. Okay, just give him time.
There's
Selena-
some very good crossover that can happen between the shows to movies. The guy that plays like Cameron plays the Flash on TV shows could be a great Flash in the movies. I think
I think it's the only one.
the villains from Gotham, yes, let them grow up or whatever. And even now, I mean, with the Teen Titans, if they were to do that one, it would work.
I mean,
But I think
but the problem with the Teen Titans is the villains are already established. Because Robin takes over from, basically, not takes over, but steps down from Batman, starts his own little shtick. And he's like, look, we're going to go take on Batman's villains, we're going to take on everybody else. So, if they do Teen Titans, which they need to do Teen Titans, like, why not?
The show that they have is
it's good.
Pretty damn good.
It's good. I like it. You have to get past the first season, but the first season's like...
The fact that Robin just sits there and says, fuck Batman, was great.
Well, yeah, everybody wanted that. Like, he's gonna be such a puss. Oh, all right.
Yeah,
but like, I again, they could use the villain setup from Gotham. They already have a Bruce Wayne, and they could just create a build up, and that's what they need. I think James Gunn's gonna get there. Is they need to build up to the Teen Titans of here's 4 independent movies, or 5. Raven, Beast Boy, Starfire, Robin, Cyborg. 5. So here's 5 independent movies. And basically, you would have to start off with Robin. Or you would have to start with like a Batman movie problem. So where Robin has a reason to leave, or Robin basically at the end credit, kind of how like Nick Fury comes to Iron Man, you would have to have Robin approach somebody, be it Raven or Starfire or whatever, and be like, hey, I know who you are. I know what you are. I know about your powers. And then just kind of leave it at that. And then build on to the next movie. And then in credit scene, again, Robin playing Nick Fury's side of the house from MCU is Robin's out recruiting Beast Boy, Cyborg, Starfire, Raven, whoever, and just bringing them in. But you would have to start off with a Batman to introduce Robin, and then Robin would basically be like, you know what? Fuck you, Batman. And then takes off on his own after collecting all the information.
Well, I think you already have a steady one with Peacemaker, and if they bring Lobo in, you can do it that way as well. They could tie in Robin from into Peacemaker somehow with shit that they have that way, or they could start with Lobo, and then somehow the bounty hunter style that he is, he could come in and completely fucking wreck shop and somehow not kill Batman, but to the point to where it's a backstory, not behind the scenes type thing going on. Yeah. Because he's another fourth wall character as well.
Yeah.
Within Lobo, I think with having him introduce some of the other Teen Titans and talking shit about Batman and Superman the entire time, and then ignoring Robin altogether.
Yeah.
And just like you're a kid type thing, leave me alone, do your own shit.
But then the real question is, do we want Robin to say Robin, or would you like Robin to become Red Hood or Nightwing or the Joker after being kidnapped and tortured by the Joker? Like, It's like there's so, great. There's so many paths you can do because there are so many different Robins. But who are you going to start off with? Are you going to start
What
off
is
with
it?
the one that gets kidnapped? Or sorry, you're going to start off with Nightwing, and then go to the one that gets kidnapped, and then goes to the one that gets Red Hood, and then just Robin. I forget all the names. But yeah.
I think
There's
with
so many.
when they try to look the actual names of Robin, go
Yeah.
fucking look 'cause I don't remember any of that. I with because Lobo's time is Lobo a time traveler? I can't remember if he is or not.
I haven't read it, Lobo.
I know he's a bounty hunter of some kind, but I can't remember if he's a time traveler like style or not. But I know those three different styles of Red Hood, Nightwing, and just a straight up Robin. I think if you just did the Robins to have the Teen Titans and then slowly introduce the other ones would probably be the better part of it because Red Hood would have to be a dark movie. Nightwing, I don't think as dark, but Red Hood would have probably one of your darker movies. I think I see Red Hood as a darker, but Nightwing.
Red Hood is definitely like Red Hood would be R. Nightwing would be PG-13, pushing your R boundaries.
Yeah.
And then the Joker kidnapped Robin would have to be R as well because like
Oh yeah.
they get very like fucking dark and gritty, and they're all interconnected too. Like Nightwing knows about Red Hood, who knows about the kidnapped Robin. So I guess technically it'd start off with Red Hood and Nightwing, whatever. But they all know about each other, and they're all pretty dark, except for the newest Robin, who is very much not ever going to be approached that way. But all the Robins, even Teen Titan, I think to properly do it, all would have to be PG-13 minimum.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't think you go hard R for those. There'll be some that you could, but I don't know if they will because there's so many. You'll lose some with going hard R on a lot of them.
I don't think you would, because your average comic book reader or nerd or whatever is no longer a tween. We're adults who have followed this franchise since day one for some of us, and some of us, Series 7, but whatever. We've been following it for 30 plus years. I would say it's very safe to say that they could do a hard R movie with no issues and still have everybody come in. And let's be real, okay? Parents are still going to take their child to go see this movie because it's a comic book movie, and they're not going to know jack
Took
shit
their kids
about
to
it.
see fucking Deadpool, and they got all mad.
I didn't take mine to see Deadpool in theaters, okay? But they have seen Deadpool. Not recently because my daughter repeats everything. But
yeah.
But I mean, I think they would definitely have to go a series would have to be hard R, whether it's Teen Titans or you couldn't do Justice League. If you did Justice League as like your bread and butter, it would have to be PG-13 because Batman does swear a little bit. Superman, Aquaman swears a little bit.
Your original Teen Titans audience, I mean, that's mid 2000s when the original Teen Titans came out.
Like
so there obviously will be, they'll essentially be growing up at this point. But like, my kids watch Teen Titans, the goofy ass animated one, but
the shitty one.
I think it's funny as hell. But like
shitty.
the original one that came out in mid 2000s, that audience would be, obviously very grown up at that point. And I think a PG-13 would fit that one and trying to do it. But introducing it, I think you would have to spin off of either Lobo or Peacemaker, because I do think Lobo has to lead the way for DC to do anything.
So I don't think they would. If you wanted to not have a Batman or Superman franchise, yes, you would need a main, in this case, interstellar alien like Lobo would be the only way it could work properly without having to rewrite scripts out the ass to make it somewhat believable. There's a couple other ones as well. Because again, you could do Peacemaker, who's already again has taken jabs at Batman, has taken jabs at Superman and Aquaman. Like, we know this. He has an issue with Batman because Batman just, quote, locks people up so where they can then get out and kill more people, whereas he puts people 6 feet under. So I think you could do that. And again, kind of like Lobo, but have Peacemaker interact with a child or a kid that's Robin and almost plant the seed that, hey, why are you fucking following around this bat? Why don't you go do your own thing and actually make a difference rather than putting people in Arkham just for them to somehow fucking escape to kill more people? Why don't you actually do something about it? Because he could, like, again, though, without a Batman and Superman movie, you have to have a main villain or an anti-hero. You can't really do it. And correct me if I'm wrong. Correct us if we're wrong. Feel free. Come on the episode too. That's fine. But I don't think there'd be a proper way to do it without a Batman or Superman movie to introduce Teen Titans. Even Superman, you wouldn't really need a Batman, but Batman would almost be necessary.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they could do it without him. I'd really like to see him do it without it, but I don't know. I'd like to see him blaze the trail with Lobo as Jason Momoa coming in as Lobo, doing it that way, and just with Peacemaker going on as well, because those two going back and forth could be great. I mean, you could even have Lobo hop on that one too, with the fourth wall style of it. I think it would work.
I don't believe they had much interaction, though, is the thing. I am pretty sure they were almost separate with very, very minor.
Oh yeah, no, you're talking about just like in the actual comic books and stuff. Yes.
Yeah. Because, I mean,
no, he was very, yeah. No, he was nowhere near any of that. But in my head, Jason Momoa is one of the only ones that can play the character and do it very well. I just hope if they do it, it's done correctly, and I have to have confidence in James Gunn doing it.
I would say correct it, because right now the rumor is James Gunn has hinted very strongly at Lobo being in season 2 of Peacemaker. So there we go.
Really?
There's your continuity.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's your introduction to Lobo, and then the movie coming after that.
Yeah,
maybe
spin off into the Titans. Yeah. I mean,
that's I think because I mean with Titans you have so many, and you also have Superboy you introduce from there as well. Blue Beetle, which they've also teased Blue Beetle quite a bit. And
there's a lot of heroes and villains and anti-heroes all from Teen Titan. But so I mean, think them just taking a break though from the Justice League characters altogether. Like, sure, you can still have a Super or a Wonder Woman series going on. Cool. That should be probably more of a TV series than a movie, because it's not as interesting as a movie. And I like Gal Gadot as a actress, but the movies have not been great. Aquaman, just again, stop with fucking Aquaman.
He'll have to be around at some point. I do like the guy that played him in Smallville.
Could you imagine though, like, if they could if they introduce Lobo into Peacemaker, and Lobo is Jason Momoa, who we've already seen in Peacemaker season 1 at Aquaman, there has to be some type of like fourth wall breaking of. Don't you have a thing for fish?
Like fish asshole.
Yeah, like, just like there has to be some reference where like, yeah. But
and I can see that, and it would have. I think you'd have to at that point, and I don't think that they'll miss that. I really hope they don't, because that would tie it in greatly. Like it's, and they can even talk about how we scrapped everything back then. Like that shit never happened. Like what are you talking about?
Oh yeah, I mean, but again, Peacemaker would be the perfect caveat to do that, where they're like, oh, no, that really didn't happen. When you were in the hospital, you had major brain trauma, and you just imagined all of that.
Which Lobo is a space dolphin advocate, just so you know. Just so you know, he is a space dolphin advocate. So there's a slight tie-in with fish as well.
No, I know.
And so it's it could work. I do think that Peacemaker is going to be their torch to carry
Yeah, I mean,
and then introduce.
I think this is all going to come. I think for DC, it's going to come down to Jason Momoa and John Cena. I mean, we've already stated why, but I think that's going to give Marvel a run for its money finally, or at least make it so where we have more than just Marvel to watch.
Their chances now because they're starting their Phase 5.
Yeah,
With
which
new
they've
characters.
already that, and they've already postponed a lot of movies inside Phase 5 of Marvel because they were rushing quantity over quality, and then Kevin Feige has even said, "Oh, our bad. We're gonna roll some of this stuff back in the next year, and we're gonna focus more on quality over quantity." And then the CEO was let go, and the new guy Bob is in charge, and he's sick of a lot of things, so he's fixing a lot of stuff too with Disney Plus, which is where like a lot of the Hawkeye and She-Hulk and all those TV series came out. So I think we could see a good, healthy competition between the two of them finally, and legit competition versus, oh, you watch Batman? Cool.
Yeah,
You're stupid.
that's how it is right now. Like, cool.
So whatever. Whereas if somebody's like, I mean, hell, you can take me for instance when you're like, you haven't seen the new Superman or the new Spider-Man movie? What? I have fucking children, you asshole. You do too. How'd you see it?
Yeah. Well, even that too. Like, no, you haven't seen this one. Well, there's 13 other ones you still have to watch.
Yeah.
Like, we just finished Hawkeye. We're still trying to catch up with everything else. I still have Moon Knight, She-Hulk, Miss Marvel, Love and Thunder, fucking the new Black. I can't watch the Black Panther yet without spoiling anything or trying to figure out what the hell's going on. So I won't do that. I have to see everything before I see the new ones.
That's the only movie I need to watch is Black Panther. Wakanda.
So yeah, I haven't seen the ones. We took so much of a break. We have to catch up.
No, I got lucky. My wife was like, "Hey, you want to watch all the MCUs in order?" I was like, "Fuck yeah, I do." And that was right before Moon Knight came out, so then we were caught up real quick.
Oh yeah, shit. We tried. I mean, we watched Loki, Winter Soldier, and WandaVision, all that stuff. So we got those done quick, and then we stopped.
No, that's nice. I'm pretty focused on shit, and like, pretty sure my wife was done by the time we got to like Winter Soldier, and she's like, "I'm done." I was like, "Nope. You said we're gonna watch all this." Boop, boop.
Oh yeah, I've tried.
7-day trial for stars where I can get Spider-Man. Boop. Done.
So I think we did watch all the other ones. Yeah, it's those, and then leading up to Black Panther. So yeah, they had to slip in Avatar too. So
we're gonna try to go see that this weekend.
Better than the first one. I'll say it now. It's better than the first one.
I just watched Avatar, the first one, for the second time since it originally debuted back in 2004. Like, I have taken a 17 or 18 year break, and I didn't realize that until my wife's like, "You want to go watch Avatar too?" I was like, "I don't remember shit about Avatar." And then she fell asleep during it when we were watching it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. And this was like the big 3D thing too back then. It's like, oh my god. And so we're trying to go see it this weekend. And I was like, are we gonna watch it in 3D? No, I don't want to watch it in 3D. Look, woman, if 3D on Avatar was so fucking amazing, 3D on Avatar 2 has to be like 19 times amazing or 18 times amazing. It's been 18 years. Why not?
I liked it better than the first one, and that's not because it's movies have gotten better. Like, I think it's the same quality of the first one. I just think this one was better. And no, it's good. But apparently the third, fourth, and fifth are already done as well.
Shot
from
or
what
written?
Shot. So because he didn't want their kids to age.
Oh yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, so there's
because Avatar 3 comes out in 2004. Avatar 4 is slated for 2006, and Avatar 5 is slated for 2008.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
He did them. They're done. Kids are already in there. So yeah, they're talking about introducing fire at some point too. So who
So
knows?
we'll wrap up
So,
on this one. But have you
maybe.
seen the yeah, we'll see. Have you seen the beef between Avatar and Avatar: The Last Airbender? Why it's
Oh no,
called
I haven't.
Avatar? Okay, so Avatar came out. Okay, then we had The Last Airbender, Avatar: The Last Airbender. These are two different movies and franchise. The
Yeah.
only reason why it's called Avatar: The Last Airbender is because James Cameron's Avatar came out, and basically they couldn't use just the word Avatar because James Cameron somehow owned the rights to that as a movie. So they had to introduce something, they had to add more to it, so where it was different. And that's the only reason why we have The Last Airbender. It's because Avatar with the blue guys came out first. And now
Really?
with Avatar 2, The Way of the Water, or that was the title.
I think it's
yeah,
the way of the water.
Way of Water. That now threw a huge kink in the other Avatars series because they were getting ready to release a new series and have it about water too. But again, James Cameron's Avatar came out before they could even release anything, so now they had to again go back to the chalkboard and rename it, rescript it, and everything, so where there's no similarity on the title other than the word Avatar. So there's this running theory that James Cameron and his crew are basically poking fun at the other Avatar, saying, "Gotcha, bitch."
But yeah, like I said, they're gonna introduce fire in the next one. So the next one's gonna be Avatar, the Firebender. So I don't know. So yeah, but I mean, it's going that direction. We're gonna have all of them because the first one was just a live action Fern Gully. So I mean,
Don't you
it'll go
bad
from
mouth
there.
Ferngully.
I'm not bad mouthing. I'm saying, but it's a live action Fern Gully. It's exactly what it is, just minus the musical numbers.
And Robin Williams.
True.
Don't forget Patty. How dare you disgrace Robin Williams like that?
Yes. Sorry, I forgot about Batty,
God,
which was
that's
a
such
great
good movie.
character.
It really was. But regardless, I didn't realize Avatar 3 and 4 and 5 were already slated. Wow.
Mhm.
But yeah, we're gonna go see that this weekend, so that's good to know that it's as good, if not better. Especially since I just
Yeah, I thought it was better.
watched it.
You let me know what you think.
I will. We'll do a whole Avatar podcast.
Which one?
Both of them. I've watched both of them. Oh, and with that said, here's something that's probably gonna piss off a lot of people. It may just get me single-handedly canceled. Avatar: The Last Airbender, the live action that gets shit upon so much, was a decent movie.
Yeah, it was
I
decent.
I didn't mind it.
I'll agree with you.
I thought it was a good movie. But everybody who's a big like hard on for that Avatar series, like, no, that's you don't fucking watch that movie. That movie shit has nothing to do with this. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, when you go animate a live action, it's very hard. So I guarantee if they made an Attack on Titan or One Piece, like the Cowboy Bebop, the people fucking went nuts when Cowboy Bebop, who they cast for it, and everything like that. I'm not an anime fan. Like my oldest son's a big anime fan, but I don't watch any of that stuff. I've never gotten into it.
I would never say I'm an anime fan, though I've been called out for it because I do like I love Dragon Ball Z and I love Pokemon. So everybody's like, "You're anime." It's like, bitch, no, I'm not. Apparently that's anime. I didn't know that. But anyways,
I mean, it is, but it's I don't know.
It wasn't okay. So when I started watching those, it was not deemed anime. That was not a category outside of Japan. It was just a cartoon. So, but I love Dragon Ball Z, and I remember when they made the live action movie of that. That was a shit. That was the shittiest fucking rendition of a anime to live action.
Which one?
Dragon Ball Z.
Oh yeah, no, that was not good at all. That was horrible.
That was shit. But like Avatar: Last Airbender, I watched it. I remember I watched it, and my wife walked in, and she's like, "Oh, what are you watching?" I was like, "Oh, I'm watching Avatar: Last Airbender." She goes, "Don't watch this." And she loves Avatar: The Last Airbender. She's not like hard pressed for it, where like she has to watch it, but she loves the series, which I thought was interesting because when I was like, "Oh, this movie's good," she goes, "No, this movie's trash. How do you like this?" Like, I'm sorry. What? This is when I found out she liked Avatar. I was like, "You like anime?" She's just, "No." I was like, "You like Avatar?" "Yeah." "So you like anime?" "No." Listen, if I have to fucking be told I like anime because I like Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon and Digimon and Yu-Gi-Oh, fuck off. You like anime.
Yeah, and I don't know the difference between anime and manga and all that stuff either. So it's just my son could tell me, I guarantee it, in 2 seconds.
My understanding is manga is the literature, the script, the word, the writing, the books. Anime is the cartoon, the TV series, the movies.
Oh, so I have no idea.
Yeah. Anime is based off the manga. That's my understanding. And that's from somebody who grew up on manga and
it could be.
fucking schooled me for no reason because I said I liked Avatar the last Airbender. You haven't watched a Nickelodeon show? No, I didn't. Well, watch it. I can't. That doesn't look good. It does not look good. Let me have my piece. But I'm sure I'm gonna get some shit from it soon.
I will see.
Regardless, yeah, I'll definitely let you know about Avatar: Way of Water, and we'll definitely talk about it on the podcast. And that's coming up soon. But, I also didn't realize that was owned by Disney. Did you?
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that until we watched Avatar and my wife's like, "Hey, let's watch Avatar." I'm literally searching everything but Disney, and she's like, "It's on Disney."
I saw that because when I went to Disney World, it was there.
So sorry.
They had a whole world for it.
I didn't know that either. They had a whole Pandora.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Pandora.
I have not been to Disney World or Land. I had no desire to be packed in a freaking tuna fish can with that many people.
I went for my first time last year. I've never been.
No, I probably will never be. The closest I'll get is the Disney cruises.
Fuck. No, I wouldn't do that. Well, yeah, I'm not getting stuck on a boat with a bunch of kids. No, thank you. I'll go to Disney World. It wasn't that bad.
That's what you say. I've seen videos.
I'm not tossing kids off the boat to enjoy myself.
No one said you have to toss kids off the boat.
I'm saying that's what's going to happen.
They have a daycare. Have a daycare where you can drop your kids off and then you can go drink. They advertise.
You think I'm going to trust that?
You're on the ocean. You're in the ocean. Where are they going to fucking go?
I don't trust people.
As long as you're not the one fucking watching them, because you're going to drop kids off the damn starboard side. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, trip them and knock them down.
They're pretty high.
Stupid. No, they're not that high.
Can you swim?
You can toss a kid. Let's find out.
Okay, stop screaming. You got 2 more floors to go. And there's the water. He stopped screaming. He must still... Oh, nope. He's not. Yep.
Windy, I can fly. Welcome to Disney Cruise, bitch.
This is Neverland. This is Neverland. Because you will be there soon. One way or another. Anyways, no, I mean, there's a lot of movies coming out. There's a lot of movies based off of video games, like we were talking at the top of the hour. There's a lot of TV shows. Again, you're excited for Last of Us. I won't watch it. I'll wait for you to see it, and I'll not trust your word on it and suffer through it. But
I look forward to it. We'll see.
This year, there's a lot of good movies and a lot of good TV series coming out, and I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see where James Gunn goes with the DCU. I'm excited for a lot of movies. Honestly, there's so many coming out this year that I can't wait to see 4 weeks late because I have children.
Yeah.
So,
typical.
Yeah. I know. It's fucking what's the point of having kids if you can't go see movies when they release the week of? God. Ruining everything. Some bitches. Anyway, we're just gonna wrap this up before things get really bad really quick.
Completely derail.
Yeah, it's not the way we want to go, but we'll see. Anyways, make sure you go check out the first episode of season 2. Again, you can find it everywhere podcasts are, like this one. And then don't forget, the week after each episode premieres, YouTube video come out of it. So YouTube videos will be delayed 1 week after the podcast. We should have episodes out every Tuesdays and Thursdays, as long as things go correctly. Plus premiere live or premiere events, which is a whole different thing. So, without further ado, thank you so much for watching or listening to 2Guys1Gamepad. This was fun, interesting, and here is. I know you all missed him. Let's just cut this short. All right, let's not let him say anything. All right, everyone, take care. Here's Rahgel.
Hey, make sure you check out, rate, review, everything else you can. The podcast has been around for a little while now, over going on almost a year. Rate, review it, give us some comments. Let us know what you think. I really want to know. I'm curious. But until then, bye, bitch. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of 2Guys1Gamepad. Hope you enjoyed the last episode of us talking about random shit with DC, the way we think it should go. A few video game movies and some other random shit with James Bond and everything like that, which made me think of another episode or another topic to talk about this episode. But until then, I want to see how my baby girl Sig is doing.
Oh, all right. You'll call me baby girl, but you won't call me Poppy. All right.
I'll put you in the corner.
Now I put the baby in the corner. Oh my god. That's your baby girl, you little fucker. Oh my god. No, I mean, okay, so last episode we talked very heavily on DC, James Gunn specifically about it, and then James Bond. We found a lot out there, didn't we? Lots of good stuff coming out. Go check it out. It's a good episode. But that has me intrigued. Rahgel, what did you have in mind? Other than that I'm your baby girl, and that's like a little weird. Calling a grown ass man baby girl, and this is not prison. So you got the wrong brother.
That's how we do it.
You got the wrong brother, literally speaking. Wrong brother.
We talked a lot about Peacemaker, and we always reference, and you always talk about Deadpool. A lot of the music that is in these movies. Deadpool has great movie or great music to go along with it. Peacemaker has a great opening scene with their dancing number at that, songs that they play in that show as well, and there are other movies around that have great soundtracks as well. But what kind of music?
Disney. Let's just get that out of the way. We're only 2 minutes into this.
Princess songs you listen to.
Wait, say that question one more time.
What is your go-to music? I mean, outside of soundtracks, because I mean, we can probably list a couple great soundtracks that are, our top 5 soundtracks you want to do as well. But just like, what genre of music do you ever like? What's your go-to when you're sitting at home just licking the screen of your computer doing your work?
I don't have one particular one. Like I can tell you right now, if I were to simply go into my music player, which I use iTunes. Suck it, everyone. I don't give a shit. I use iTunes. And I were to go to like my songs, I could tell you right now that my genres is all over the fucking place. I don't have just one or the other. I literally listen to everything back from like Tennessee Earl to new, more modern stuff that came out. I think the most modern song I have on here is San Quentin by Nickelback. It's the most modern song I have on here. Fuck off. I like Nickelback. I don't give a shit. Y'all can fuck off.
So many people like, fuck Nickelback. I don't mind Nickelback. Some of their songs are great. When we were deployed, we played Photograph I don't know how many times.
I'm not even gonna get into that song, but I've always liked Nickelback. But I'm telling, like, my genre is all over. So I literally am looking at my music right now. I have country, I have alternative, I have heavy metal, I have rap, heavy rap, soundtracks, pop, hard rock, rock and roll, traditional hip hop rap. Like, I'm everything but opera is on my playlist. So you name a genre, I have it on some degree or another. So I don't have like a go-to, but music to me is very much like what mood am I in, and depending upon what mood I'm in, will greatly dictate like genre. So if I go work out and I'm trying to like actually work out and focus, which I haven't done in a while, I'm going to listen to something with like heavy beats, a good rhythm. I don't give a shit about like the lyrics, so it's gonna be a lot of like heavy metal or rock and roll, like heavy rock. Sorry, maybe pop, depending upon it, but it has to have like a steady and hard beat where I can lift properly to it. Um, Something just to basically drown the noise. But if I'm feeling moody, I just want to get in touch with my inner self. Country to go to, like classic 90s and 80s country, not this new shit.
So
This
you're
new
looking
country is shit.
Brooks and Dunn, Garth Brooks,
Yep, Alan Jackson,
Clint Black, Alan Jackson, Brady Travis.
Yep, I will go like Garth Brooks and Randy Travis are like probably two of my biggest country favorites. Yeah, Garth Brooks takes the cake. I was a bigger Garth Brooks fan than a George Strait fan. So whereas my mom loved and said she would cheat on my dad with George Strait, so heard that for several years growing up in a Catholic household.
I think with country, it always comes to whenever I'm outside doing yard work, like mowing the grass. I have country. When I'm at work and I'm doing audio testing, country because it's safe. Because I can play it loud and it's not going to offend a customer. I can't play rap and have testing about that going on because the customer is going to get offended when I'm doing audio testing. There's that in a room, and it's also an office setting too, so I can't be in there blaring, NWA and everything else.
Play Hollywood
It's
Undead.
it's not going to work. So country is just kind of the go-to, and I'm the same way. The '90s country is what I'll listen to majority of the time. I do like some of the new stuff. Kane Brown, I like. I mean, I saw him live. I was down in Texas for Tatman's Tailgate and stuff like that. Saw him live. I like his music. I like Jason Aldean. There's a lot of them that I like and enjoy.
No,
But that's
Jason
more of
Aldean's
the-
like early, it's like his late '90s, early 2000. That's good, but like everything after like 2006, or I'll give him 2 years. 2008, LA country after 2008 is very like hit and miss, and the closer we get to where we are right now, the more it's just miss.
Do you
But
still
now
have
it's, like,
CDs?
Yeah, I have CDs.
Do you have the?
Yeah,
Yeah, you're like a little kid. Yeah, I still got them.
No, okay, so I say that because like it's like I have a closet full of like my military stuff, and
Mhm.
I have like 5 or 6 boxes, and one of them has these thick, I'm talking, they're probably like 2.5, 3 inch thick binders, metal binders, and they're just CDs in there. And I remember when we moved into this house, my wife was helping me unpack some things or looking through some stuff, and she found them. She's like, "What the hell is this?" Oh, my CD collection. What? Who still has this? Listen, my launcher has a CD player. Okay,
Mhm.
I will play my CD. I don't, but I have all of them. I have like when I say I have a plethora of burned custom CDs, I mean I'm well over hundreds of burned CDs.
See, with burn CDs, we would do those for parties when we were younger. We would go into Napster, LimeWire. Fuck, what's some other ones?
Virus
Yes.
section number 2, virus section number 3. I think
We had
Napster
all
was the only one
those.
that was like legit.
Yeah, well, LimeWire was our biggest one after Napster got shut down. The whole because Metallica fucked that one up. So
Well, yeah.
we went
Then
to
Frostwire
LimeWire
when
and
LimeWire got
we
shut down.
had everything, and we did it because we in a small town we would go around in cars and enjoy ourselves on gravel roads because that's
He
where our
smoked
parties were.
weed.
And no, it wasn't smoking; it was drinking. But we would find cornfields or fields because a lot of us friends that we had were farmer families. So all of our parties were gravel road based.
Let us know you
And
grew up in the Midwest without saying you
That
grew up in the
thing was
Midwest.
because the cops knew where we go because you would go down a gravel road and be lines of cars
Yeah.
in the middle of nowhere. Like, oh, there's no houses here. What's everybody doing?
The closest house
You
is
know
like
exactly
a mile
what the fuck
and a half,
we're
2
doing.
miles away.
Yeah. So it's like they knew exactly what it is. So we got busted every now and then. But yeah, we had our CDs, and it was a big thing. And my name is on every one of my CDs to this day because people would steal your CDs. If you went to a house party, I brought my CDs and I would play music, but my CDs stayed by me the entire time and I never left. And ours was growing up, small town, of course,
I
white
don't
guys.
think you can. I don't think you can beat small town when you compare it to my small town.
And that's true. No, you had a very small town.
We had a village.
Ours was, yeah, you had it. Yes, you did. Your small tribal village that you had. Ours was a lot of rap. We had, your typical Snoop, Tupac, Dre, Biggie, all that stuff was what we listened to a lot of times.
Anything
And
by Death Row Records.
Yes, a lot of times that's what we had, and that's what we grew up with. And my parents,
Fucking white boys trying to be hard back then.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, my parents would listen to country and everything
Drop
else.
that beat.
My dad hated rap growing up, but the funny thing is that's what he listens to now, and it's very, very weird. But it's the stuff I listened to growing up, and I'm
It's
like,
classic
you
rap.
used to hate this shit. Like, what are you talking? Like, what are you doing? You used to hate it. He's like, no, I like it. It's good. I'm like, what the fuck?
You ever just go over, press pause or stop, be like, not in this house. You said this is not allowed. Boop. Alexa, turn this music off.
Yeah, apparently my dad's a gangbanger now, so I don't know. He's got thug life across his stomach and stuff. So it's whatever he's into, I guess. Good job, Dad. But
You gotta make the
no,
money somehow in that age.
So I mean, yeah, like growing up, rap is what we listen to a lot of times. Now, I've noticed that I don't listen to a lot of music anymore. I listen to more podcasts, and I always used to make fun of my dad because my dad listened to talk radio growing up. I'm like, how do you listen to this? It's just people talking. Now I fucking do it. Now I listen to podcasts and everything else. And it's not to educate myself, it's about dumb shit.
Well, hey,
Like, nothing-
don't bash dumb shit. Okay, that's kind of what we're doing.
I know it's exactly what we're doing. So I'm just like, yeah, it's exactly. But I mean, like, it's exactly what we talk about, the way we do our thing. That's what I listen to.
Hey, there was educational moments. I taught everybody about the Nintendo janitor. Okay,
Everybody's forgot
cards.
about that. Nobody cares.
I care. Everybody will remember it's this season. I had my moment. I peaked. Okay, let me have it.
But like, our big thing was, I loved soundtracks as well. One of my favorite soundtracks to this day is the Top Gun, the original Top Gun movie soundtrack. That one's great. I love it. I will play it for my kids, and they're like, what is this? I'm like, just listen to the music.
You will go sit down on the fucking couch and you will go educate yourself, son. Right now.
We're going into the danger zone right now, so get ready. And I'll just fucking crank it.
You know what's funny is like, I will. Granted, it's also Archer, but I will fucking quote Danger Zone so fucking much to my kids to the point like, granted they're 5 and 3, I just get the stupid look like, what the fuck is that? And I will crack myself up, and my wife's like, you're stupid. I was like, no, we're flying to the danger zone. We gotta be careful.
Yes.
Or if I'm like, we're at the zoo or whatever, and I'm just feeling like really stupid, and the monkeys, and this has happened, this is where the story comes from, is the monkeys were like banging on the wall and everything. I was like, uh-oh, danger zone. And she's like, what is wrong with you so much?
You want ants? That's how you get ants.
You're not my supervisor. But no, like, I like that's a good soundtrack. Now,
Yes.
I mean, my favorite. Like, oh man, if we did favorite soundtrack, like to this date, I don't think you're gonna find a better soundtrack. At least for me, than The Greatest Showman. That has just great soundtrack all over it. And Hugh Jackman actually sings it. So, I mean, you can't hate on Hugh Jackman.
Just keep reinforcing the baby girl from the top of the episode.
It's a good soundtrack. But no, I'm trying to think. It's like the soundtracks, again, very conservative Catholic household. growing up. The only one I can like actively remember, that's probably why I'm such a Disney fanatic now, was like so many Disney ones like Hercules, Aladdin, Lion King. I remember stealing. Oh, I remember stealing the Top Gun one from my oldest brother. Got my ass beat for that one. But like non-Disney base, you're gonna give me so much shit. I'm okay with it.
Or
Soundtrack, um, not artist because like I listen to Elvis Presley and he has a Blue Hawaii, which is also his movie. So if we're gonna say soundtrack and that counts, okay, Elvis Presley. But I'm gonna just exclude that. Um, anyways, you're gonna give me a lot of shit, but Grease was one of them. Like I played fucking forever. Went as Danny.
I love Grease. I have nothing wrong
Went
with
as-
that. I agree with you.
Went as Danny
Every
for
song-
several Halloween.
Every
Went
song
as-
can be. You can sing every damn song on there. You're gonna know
Yeah.
every song on there.
Yeah.
That's
still
it's
do.
a great one, and I still actually watch that movie whenever it's on. So I mean, yeah, it's
Hasn't
it's
been
another it's a
canceled
great
yet?
soundtrack. No, not yet, not yet. It's coming up, I'm sure, but it's a great
Wow.
soundtrack as well. No, I'm not gonna knock you on that one. Guardians of the Galaxy is a great one too.
So, I'm gonna get shit. So, Guardian of the Galaxy, half the soundtrack's good. I will say that the whole soundtrack
first-
is not great.
I'm gonna go the first CD because it's a dual CD.
Yeah, the first season.
Once you get to disc two, which a lot of dual discs back in the day, we're losing a lot of people here. Dual disc, a lot of the
Dual
shitty
sides.
songs are on the second disc.
Well, same with like your cassette tapes. Your front, your side A,
Your
had
B-side.
all your A side was like your bangers or your top hits, and the B side was there's like one good song somewhere in that list, and you had to listen to the whole fucking thing, or press
Yeah.
fast forward, and you're just like,
You
okay,
gotta
that's right.
when it's done.
Oh, that sounded like the beat. That sounded like the beat. Rerun. Oh, too far. Fuck.
Yeah, that was. Thank God that's over with.
Oh,
But I mean, now it's.
I do have custom sets in my deck in my
I have
the
a
one
couple.
where like you press play and record at the same
Still?
time to record off the radio.
I have that still. I've got the old school dual speaker with the
Yeah.
the rotating CD player on top and the dual cassette on bottom. Oh yeah, I still have that.
too. They have that.
Yep, it's still here.
I have that. I don't
Yep.
have the cable anymore. Need to get a cable.
I do want to get an old school B box. Just the old school radios.
My wife sorry.
I know they have the bump box now, which is fucking cool looking, but it's all digitized. But
Yeah.
I think our big one was like, okay, we had soundtracks, which is a big one. Disney does have some good ones. Aladdin is a good one. Lion King is a great one.
The classic Disneys are awesome. I don't think there's a really true bad one inside the mix because that was like Disney's peak of animation before they bought Pixar. But I mean, Aladdin, Hercules, Lion King, amazing. Little Mermaid, Fight Me, good one.
I mean, I'll go more recent. Trolls. The Trolls soundtrack
that's
was
Dreams work, but yes.
well, whatever.
World Tour specifically. Trolls World Tour has amazing fun songs on it.
Oh, the first one was great because Justin Timberlake was on it.
He's on both of them.
Well, he's on the first one too.
The World Tour.
He's in all three. Isn't he all three of them?
Yeah, he plays Branch.
Mhm.
And Anna Kendrick plays.
Which is also good.
Yeah.
But I mean, those are.
The second one's my favorite out of the two because my daughter absolutely loves it, and she loves the rock and roll troll. And I'm so glad that she likes rock and roll because that's what I hear almost every time we go. I drop her off at school. Dad, play rock and roll, rock and roll. I was like, yes. I love this. Let's do this.
Now, when it comes to rock, and I'm not going to go into the plethora of genres of
Oh my God.
rock with death metal, heavy metal,
No.
whatever other metal there is.
There's like, I would say there's rock and roll, which is your very old school, like Elvis Presley type rock, which is rock and roll, your classics. You have rock, and you have your heavy metal rock. Like, those are my three definitive.
That's
like,
yeah.
These are three different, completely sounding.
So where do you
musical
throw
genres.
like? I'll throw like in Midwest, like Slipknot. Do you put that in heavy metal?
Yeah,
Or do you put that in?
I would put that more
Okay.
on heavy metal.
And
Like,
I'm not. No, we're not
Ace-
experts in this by any
Yeah,
means,
no.
so I have no idea where it falls in. I mean, it could be tuna masked
Sis-
charade
sis
rock
Slipknot?
for as far as I know. I don't fucking. And I know like 80s hair bands are ones that I will listen
Again,
to majority of the time.
I would say that's hair band, but also rock.
Yes,
There's a lot of rock in the 80s
it is.
was hair band.
Like Motley Crue, Metallica. I mean, they're all Twisted Sister. We're all hair bands.
Slipknot's considered metal music. Like that's their
Okay. Yeah, and it's like again the amount of different genres that they have that have now
it's ridiculous.
been created is hard to even understand. But like Slipknot, I listen to Slipknot every now and then. I don't mind it at all. As I have to be in the mood for it, and to be working out or doing something to where I absolutely just hate my life, and I want to just beat my head up. But I do like their music, so I'm not knocking it by any means.
I like
But
Slipknot.
I will listen to. I'm not a huge Metallica fan. Brother-in-law loves Guns N' Roses. Like
Guns N'
he's a
Roses
hardcore. He just went to Mexico to see a Guns N' Roses show. Like that's how
sad.
hardcore he is. He took him
They're
and his
past
family
their-
down there.
No, they're past their prime.
So I mean, it's not his first time seeing him. Like he's been to multiple shows. I think he went to Colorado last year before to see him as well. But
Anything after like 99, they're past their primes now.
I've never gone out of my way to see a band. There are a couple of bands that I want to see before they end, like Korn. I want to see. That's one of my favorites. Seven Dust is another one of my favorites.
Like I
Like
listen to
those
all these,
two.
but it's they're
Yeah.
not some like the only when I think like bands or artists I would like to see.
Mhm.
Some I'll never get to see. Like again, I'm a huge fucking Elvis Presley fan. Clearly, we'll never get to see him live. You know, he's
Vegas.
kind of not alive.
Oh, there's plenty of performers.
No, I don't want the fake. I want the authentic.
You can see him and Prince and Michael Jackson all in one show.
But like Michael Jackson, I just recently, when I say recently, I mean within the last like 12, 13 years, I just got into Michael Jackson. Again, very conservative Catholic household and all the stuff that was going on with that. But Garth Brooks would be the only one actively I would be like, oh, I have to go see. But he's on tour, not on tour. On tour, he's retired. Not retired, retired. So he's.
Oh yeah, supposedly he's doing his last one now. I think
He said it like 4 years ago, so whatever.
True. I didn't, and he had his whole alter ego thing that he did for a little while too, which was fucking weird. I remember that one. So emo style. Because he tried to do it was weird.
Oh,
I think the only country artist I've seen
I've seen several.
has been Kenny Chesney.
He's a good one.
I saw him because I like Kenny Chesney. I think he's the only one I've seen.
The band
live.
Perry, Lady A, Tracy Lawrence, main singer from Hootie and the Blowfish. I can't think of his name.
That's Hootie.
I'm thinking of his real name though, because that's
I
not what
can't.
he
Yeah,
goes by.
I know you're. I can't. I saw. Well, think of that. I did see Aaron Lewis live.
Yep, seen him.
I've seen him
Darius
live.
Rucker.
He was
There
good.
we go.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I did see Aaron Lewis live.
I've seen a lot of like country singers live because KFDI, the radio station down in Wichita, they do KFDI listener appreciation during like end of school year time frame, like late spring, early spring, or mid spring, whatever. And it's free. It's just a first come, first serve. So we used to go down there a lot until they stopped booking artists that I have no idea who they are.
Yeah.
Like I've Craig Morgan, I've seen him. But yeah, there was one like I think Kane Brown was supposed to be one a year or two ago, and I'm just like I don't give a shit.
He's no, I did see him. He is good live. He's entertaining and his music is pretty damn good. I like it. I enjoy it. It's not your typical. It's more of your what is it your? I don't think it's outlaw country like your like Brantley Gilbert, what Jason Aldean is now too. So I think it's more outlaw country. But I don't know exactly. So yeah, like Brantley Gilbert, what's a few of his songs that are decent. Kane Brown and Jason Aldean, those guys. But like,
Italy. Brantley,
I saw Aldean live too. Shit.
Brantley, one of his songs. I'm gonna find it.
He's only got a handful of songs, in my
No,
opinion.
but-
I think that are
no.
good. Like
no,
one I would love to
was
see,
thinking-
and I think
I was thinking of Thomas Square.
oh,
I didn't get to see
What-
that, but
I think one that's he's probably past. I guarantee he's past his prime at this point. Would be Kid Rock, but trying to see him live now would be way difficult because he's now in his bluegrass country
well,
style.
that and you kind of get, unfortunately, you get associated really bad, and they have a lot of protesters out at his concerts.
Oh yeah,
So,
that's
Nah.
true.
not that you are anybody, just remember that.
Yeah,
Fucking nobody.
but he would have been one I would like to see back in his prime. But I did get to see back when they did the Up in Smoke tour. I saw 50 Cent. I saw Snoop Dogg, Dre, all those guys. I got to go to that concert, and again, I was very young. I think it was
Like,
around. I think it was
not
16 or
supposed to.
17. Yeah, I mean, I was high when I left, and I wasn't smoking. It was just there.
Snoop Dogg
So
came
it
on
was-
stage, and you're like, what?
Oh,
is
as soon as he
that?
got there, he's like, yo, if you want me to hit this blunt, I'm like, he's gonna smoke it on stage. You can't do that. That's illegal, sir. What are you
That's a
doing?
No.
Like, no, you can't do that. The dog, he got high as shit on the stage, and then 50 walks out with his fucking black jacket on, everything else. Like, oh, okay, cool. This is gonna happen.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right. But yeah, it was just back then. Like, you had all those damn concerts you could go to and afford them. And yeah, it's definitely different now, concert wise, because I went to a concert, a rap concert, I'll say, and I saw E40.
No idea who that is.
E40 is he's old, put it that way. He's one of the originals, but he is very well versed in what he does. And damn, I felt old because it was a G-Eazy concert, which you probably don't know who
okay.
he is either.
Yeah, no,
But-
I know who he is.
He's the one of the newer ones that came out, but E40 was opening for him. And I'm like, holy shit. Only time I'll be able to see E40, and I saw G-Eazy too, but like seeing E40, like that's what I wanted to see. And I'm like, fuck. I'm surrounded by a bunch of I was a little bit older than the audience at this point.
He was
But,
very much
man, it
older than
was-
the audience.
I was just not that much older. I was only maybe 5 to 7, 10 years, maybe, but I don't know.
Closing
but
into a decade's way of
It
saying,
was
which is, difference between, I don't know, a high schooler and what, fourth grader?
shut your mouth. But E40 could still do his thing with what he was doing on stage. It was
Somebody
an awesome
who can
show,
drink
very
and somebody
small.
who's barely 11.
That's true. Yes. I think the outside of that one, the weirdest concert I think I went to was the Pentatonics. I'm not a fan of Pentatonics, but we went with the kids and like that. And
Like, that's kind of a weird one to go to.
it is, but I'm not a fan, but they were. Girlfriend and the kids are fans of them, so we went, and they actually came to the state fair up here, so we went there to that one, and it was all right. It was definitely different because I mean they're a cappella,
Yeah.
so I mean you have no like band, nothing. It's just them with microphones,
In
and
their mouths.
definitely very good in what they do. But
yeah.
I can't listen to them. I'm not a fan of them.
It depends, but there's definitely like a few songs where like, okay, this is fine. But that's the thing is with like acapella and that style is there's just certain songs that require instruments, and when you don't have actual instruments, it literally just sounds like somebody singing in a church room, and it sounds off. Not
Yeah.
anything against it, just the instruments help so much, and especially like certain genres of music, you need that instrumental aspect of it, or else it sounds weird.
Yeah, there's not many that can do it, but they do it very well. I know, and I listened to a lot of R&B growing up too. So when you hear R&B acapella, it's
No.
obviously way different than
Yeah.
that style of acapella. But people that can actually sing and sing their ass off, as in like Silk or people from Jagged Edge, like that, who can legitimately sing their ass off, is something that I'm always in awe of, and I've never understood how anybody can do it because it's just like mind blowing to me.
But see, again, that's why I'm not a big fan of this new country shit. Is because when you think about, or at least my understanding, is even like the 80s and 90s country, late 90s up to it, is there wasn't a lot of let me fuck with the vocals, what you typically heard on the radio or what you heard on the CD or the tape cassette. It's typically what the artist would sound like at a concert. Whereas a lot of the artists, is even outside country, you hear what they sound like on CD or radio, whatever. It's very heavily altered. So when you go hear the concert and they're singing, and they have that background overlay track of their actual CD playing or whatever, and you can just hear them sing a little bit. One, if I want to fucking listen to your song and you barely sing, I'll just stay at home. Big reason why I can't go to a concert. But then two, most of them don't sound anything like their actual vocals on the CDs or the radio, whatever you use to listen to. And that to me bugs me, because you had people from generations past who could truly sing. And that was what was so amazing about listening to any of it. And even if you want to go outside of the country, talk about Eminem and the way he raps, is he sounds the same versus, say, 6ix9ine doesn't sound the same. He sounds very, very, very heavily auto-tuned or altered on his radio, CDs, whatever. Sorry, I should stop saying CDs because they're not around. Radio or online stream services. He sounds
There's
very
still
heavily.
CDs.
I know.
They still make CDs.
They're more for like,
Nostalgia.
hey, look at this. I have a wall of decoration. Now I'm gonna pop the CD in my CD player. But however you listen to music, he sounds totally different. And there's a lot of artists that are that same way as well. Where like you want to go, Megan Trainor, she sounds slightly different, but she also can actually sing. So she just sounds slightly different, not a massive noticeable. But then like Imagine Dragons sounds, at least in my opinion, from, again, I haven't been to a concert in a long time, so I do a lot of YouTube. They don't sound the same. Then you have what?
We'll take Kurt Cobain when he did his unplugged. Remember when MTV would do their unplugged shows?
Yeah.
Kurt Cobain would sound way different from the CD back then to his unplugged versions. And unplugs always sound a lot different because that's their version of acapella, of just an acoustic guitar and a microphone.
Yeah.
And their drum background there too, but they're unplugged. There's no electric guitar and stuff.
Though. Like I get like ranges have to change. You have to change octaves. You have to change pitch and everything depending upon how the instrumental part of the house comes into play. And again, correct us if we're wrong. I'm sure I'm using the wrong verbiage, which I get. But when I'm saying, like, basically, if I'm going to go listen to, bear with me, if I'm going to go listen to Jonas Brothers, and I've shut up, I heard them on the radio, I heard them on iTunes, and they don't sound anything like that on stage, but instead all I'm hearing is their overlay background track, and them coming on and be like, I'm a sucker for you. Be like, okay, really? Why do you sound different? You should sound at least somewhat in the same range, the same octave. Like, no, it's drastically different, and I only chose them because I'm literally looking at my list to see how many songs I have, and I got to my kids section, so shut up. But well, you have everything.
Oh shit!
Whereas I'm gonna play the acoustic version of one of my songs. Okay, you gotta change everything. Cool, I get it. So I understand that. But yes, the unplugged version definitely was like a side A and here is side B of a 15 cassette tape that's all the way at the end.
But there were people that would buy the live version of the CD too, to where you'd
Mhm.
hear the crowd and everything, and
Garth Brooks
you could
was that way.
hear the music, but not as well. But like, I never bought a live soundtrack or CD. I never understood the purpose of it. It's like, I don't want to hear a bunch of drunk idiots yelling and cheering along with what's going on. Yes, you do get some extended versions of Thunder Rolls and things like that happen
Friends in Low
at
Places.
the live. Yeah, I mean, you get all that stuff, but I don't want to hear the audience. I don't care about the cheering and everything else. I want the music.
No, I mean, I agree. There again, I only mentioned Garth Brooks because he is probably, when I think like live CDs, he's the first one that comes to mind because of those two specific songs of Friends in Low Places and Thunder Rolls, where the audience can be heard, and it's a whole different version of it. And it's not terrible, it's not bad, it's still a good sound. And then you get, Friends in Low Places goes from 3.5 minutes long to fucking 10 minutes long, and you're like, oh, God damn, Garth,
Yeah.
fucking stop. I was done singing the chorus the 5th time around 7 minutes ago. Why are we still doing this? But I still like some of them, but it tends to be a lot of the older stuff. Like, again, I have a lot of live stuff from Elvis Presley and Johnny Cash and Tennessee Earl, where I was like, okay, the live stuff's not very, hooping and hollering from the audience, because it was still very much you respect the artist when he's on stage, and you listen, and you can like make clamoring noise, whatever, but they're not gonna be hooping and hollering and yelling and singing along too loud. Like, it's very, you still hear the music, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I know we talked about some of the dual CD albums that came out. One of my favorites that there was Smashing Pumpkins Bullet with Butterfly Wings.
Yeah.
It was a dual CD set, and both of those were very well done. Great songs on both.
Yeah.
And there wasn't very many where you ever get a dual disc, and they both had good songs on both of them. I still have it. Luckily, I never lost it.
Until you go
But
look for it
going
now, and you're like, shit.
I probably. I know I had it. One's purple, one's blue. Somewhere I know I have it. So I mean, there's very few of those. I think they're pink and blue. I think so. By the way, but like, there's not very many dual disc sets that come out like that, or dual cassettes.
Yeah.
Either that are very well done. But
My custom made ones were.
those are different. Those are different. Very, very different.
Nothing but bangers on there.
But do you also remember being able to call in? I know they still have it. I guess you can do it, but being able to call in and request a song on the radio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I guess they still do it. It's not something old, but like,
It's
that
not
was a
as
thing.
big
Like,
now.
that was our thing. Like, we had to, because that was the only way we could hear a song, is if we requested it. Now you can stream it whenever you want. You can find a way to listen to any song you want now.
Except Garth
But back
Brooks.
then, if you didn't have the CD, the tape, or whatever, you had to listen to the radio, and you had the cassette set up or the CD set up ready to record.
Press
If you
play
wanted to
and-
keep it,
play and record.
Yep. You had to hit it right there, and you'd either catch like the DJ talking right there before it started, or you 1 or 2 seconds after it started, like, oh shit,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
And that's how a lot of our tapes were, because I never did with a CD, but a lot of our tapes were that way, of trying to record songs that way.
Oh yeah.
And any other way. But trying to request a song, and we used to mess with a lot of ours, like, we call rock stations and request like Boys to Men and get hung up on. It's like, yeah, I want to hear Boys to Men, fuck you, and hang up on us. Like, no, okay, guess that's not happening. So, but that was our entertainment, like the shit like that,
It's small
because you couldn't
town, that's
hear
all
the
it
song
really
whenever
was.
you wanted. Yes, very true. So I mean, if you couldn't hear the songs you wanted, didn't have them, you had to listen to the radio, and they were obviously edited as well, but you had no option. That's what it was.
No, I mean, definitely was. I also remember, like, and yes, you can still win tickets, you can still win concerts and all this shit. But I'm telling y'all, it was a different beast back then. Because it wasn't like you were competing against maybe a couple hundred. like you are now, maybe a couple thousand. Back then, you were competing against thousands upon thousands upon thousands. Everybody in the fucking radio area would be fucking competing. I remember I was in middle school. Keith Urban just like broke out. I guess I wasn't quite in middle school, but middle school. Keith Urban just broke out, and like he finally had a concert coming to Kansas. My mom was really wanting to see him and everything, and it was school day, like school morning. I remember my mom calling into KFDI, calling, and then she had to go get ready, and she's like, "Boys," talking to my younger brother and I, "keep pressing redial, keep redialing," because she just wanted these tickets. And I will never forget. She got on, and they finally connect her. She was the 20th caller or whatever, and they're like, "All right, in order to win these tickets, you need to know this song." And it was one of Keith Urban's songs. And again, my mom, who was, "I like Keith Urban, yay, I know his shit." Anyways, they played the song, and my mom is like, "Oh, okay, oh, I know that song." And I literally was like, "Oh yeah, that's this song by Keith Urban." She goes, "You sure?" "Yeah." Like, I just heard it an hour ago when you woke us up. I remember the song. And she's like, "Okay, if you're wrong, I'm going to be a little upset." Is it, I think it's Where the Blacktop Ends by Keith Urban? And they're like, "That's right, you now won 2 tickets for a concert, front stage, blah, blah, blah." I didn't get a fucking go, by the way. I'm not salty. I'm just saying, I fucking won tickets, and I didn't get to attend. I don't care if the concert was at 10 o'clock at night and it's past my bedtime. I didn't get to attend.
Now, when you went to concerts or go to concerts, do you need to sit up front or get up front? Do you care about all that?
I like to be at least mid-range. I don't want to be up front because I don't want to be right next to the speakers.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't want to be so far in the nosebleed that I can't see. It's like we were talking about, even like WWE events. I don't want to be so far back where I can't see the action, I can't see the concert, I can't see the stage. I want to be able to see somewhat. So I'm kind of picky, but at the same time, if you're telling me I can go see, we'll just say Eminem, and it's only going to cost me $20, but I'm going to be in the nosebleed, I'm going to be able to say I saw Eminem.
Yeah. See, I don't care about
Jumbotrons, but
yeah. I mean, I don't.
They're going, "Oh,
I can care less. I can care less about actually seeing them. I go for the music, I guess, just to listen to that and hang out. I never really. I mean, with going to like wrestling events, things like that. Yes, I want to be able to see that because that's what I'm going to watch. In my head, I'm going to a concert. I'm going to listen, and I don't really care what they're doing. I know some of them are like very theatrical and they have stuff going on the stage, but I guess I go forward for the songs.
If you're fucking paying for a ticket, I want to see what's going on. I don't want to be in nosebleed and be like, "Oh, well, that was a cool concert. I just heard the exact songs that I have on iTunes." Cool, yeah. I paid $40 to listen to my iTunes. I already paid $20 a month for.
I mean, either way, it's still what you're doing. But I mean, it's no different than watching what you can watch at home with wrestling and everything else. Feel you're actually there.
But I mean, I am kind of picky. But again, I think it also depends on like Eric Church. I think for like someone like him, you need to be up front because he's very theatric about his stuff. He's very particular. It's only him. He's a one-man show. Blah blah. But I think for most part, mid-range. I want to be able to at least see the stage. And no, I went to a concert, not a glorified jamboree.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I guess I could care less about a concert. I just go to listen to music.
I mean, to be fair, I don't go to concerts. I haven't been to one in years, but
I haven't been in a long time either.
But with that said, how do you listen to your music primarily? Are you streaming it?
I stream it. Depending. So if I'm on a long road trip, I play CDs because there's a certain amount of CDs that I know what I want, and I don't want to sit there and do this, search for it. I can go to each CD and pick the song I want. No, like this number 7, 12, 13. Or there's a few albums that I can play, like Master P, Ghetto D. I can play that whole album and be fine with it. I can listen from 1 to 21 and be fine. And that kills an hour and a half right there of just that whole album. Like that's great. I can do that. But I enjoy that because I don't get that all the time, and I forget about songs. And I'll see a CD. I'm like, oh shit, forgot about that one. I'll put that in. Listen to one or two songs off that CD because that's all it had, and then I'll go back to it. And then that may spark something else in my head where I will stream one of the other songs with a CD I don't have and go through, a few of their songs and then pick something else. But most of the time, when I'm just driving to and from work, if it's not a podcast, I'll stream it on either Amazon or iTunes. But again, my music has shrunk a lot to where I only listen to very obscure music now, like Lincoln's Box Seats. I listen to them a lot, and Charlie Classic, which is like another very obscure. He's not a singer, rapper, or anything. It's just his shit is like so funny and comical, but it's just funny. And like, but I will listen to like the new Mount Westmore, which is like Ice Cube and Snoop and E40 and those guys that just came out with that. But like Tech Nine is always another one I'll go to, but I'll stream a lot of that stuff on iTunes or Amazon, Spotify, just depending on whatever I have or think about turning on.
We're two totally different people because, like, one, I have fucking copious amounts of playlists on my iTunes. Like,
I haven't done the time to do a playlist.
I make them randomly throughout like the year. Where like I have one just for my kids, Disney hits, and every time they want a song, something gets big, whatever, find it on my iTunes, add to playlist, done. And then when they want to listen to music, there we go. But like I have one called Gaming, which I started 3 years ago, and it has over 26 hours of music on it. So it's one of those, like, if I'm going down to Florida, play. Yeah, like all the songs, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Oh, I still have 4 hours left on the playlist, but yeah, I'm at Florida now. Yay! But it's just one of those, like, I would rather listen to playlists because, again, one, I don't have my CDs in my car anymore because I don't have the CD holder up top or in the glove compartment, so I'm not having to like fumble around. I can literally just do everything off my watch and my phone. But there's also just something about being able to go, oh, I'm done listening to this song. Click, click, click. Oh, I want to go to my podcast. Switch over to podcast done. Oh, my kids want to watch a movie. iTunes. There we go. It's just all in like one section.
Yeah, no, I mean that's definitely it's a lot easier that way. But I enjoy going back through the old shit of like I forgot about this song. I forgot about this. The CD. Oh yeah.
I need to go through my CDs and go through like my custom.
And that's what I'll do
CDs
also
because there's a lot of them because of course they're just a silver disc. You have to write on them, and do you write every song or you just write like the big ones? And I remember there's several of them where, like, I'm a fucking artist. I'm gonna doodle on this shit, and now I'm looking back going, I didn't really get better. I didn't really get better. And yeah, I run a graphic design business online. Where I was like, don't worry, I can draw with computers. I cannot draw by hand though. No, my dog draws better.
And I'll do that, but like listen to that stuff is enjoyable, and you'll find like the burn CDs of like random shit that like, oh wow, I forgot about this song.
Oh, I know it's gonna be random. It's like I can tell you, like, here I will tell you the last 5 played songs that I listened to in no particular order. Okay, no particular order. There's kind of an order because I'm reading them in a list. But no particular order. You have Face Down, but not by Red Jumpsuit Apparatus, by Secret Tree Fort, which is a alternative version of it. It's very like country. It's acoustic. And then She Keeps Me Up by Nickelback. It's from an old album, No Fixed Address, back from 2015 or 2014. Sorry. Ashes from Deadpool 2 by Celine Dion.
Oh, imagine that.
Bound to happen. You knew it. And then Turn Me On, Mr. Deadman by Union Underground, which would not be acceptable nowadays.
A lot
And
of songs
then-
wouldn't.
Yep, that's true. And the last one, San Quentin by Nickelback again. Like those are my last 5 played songs. They either all have, well, 4 of them have amazing beats and melody to them, and then Ashes from Deadpool 2 by Celine Dion. That's just one of those where it's like, I like Deadpool. I like this song. It's good. And then I'm in the car just belting out. My daughter's back there going, turn it down. Turn it down. But I will say, Turn Me On, Mr. Deadman. Oh my God. I've played that so many times. Again, not very child friendly. I don't give a fuck. I played that around my daughter. And she has started picking up on the lyrics. So she'll be that back there. Again, to her, this is rock. Because this has a rock melody.
Yeah.
It's technically speaking, it is rock. But it's one of those, like, she sits back there, she tosses up the rock sign, and she's just headbanging, and she loves it. And when it gets to the chorus of turn me on, Mr. Deadman, she's back there, and she's singing it. And she's belting it out. And she's just loving it. And same with, like, a lot of the other rock or hard rock songs I listen to. She loves it. And it's hilarious. So I like this week alone, and by this week I mean Sunday, January 1st to January 3rd, I've already listened to Turn Me On, Mr. Deadman. Let's see, 27 times.
Good.
Because again, I listen to music though all the damn time.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if I'm working on our podcast, if I'm working on graphics, working on my streams, whatever, I have music going on all the time. I'm also the weird one where I can have music going on, TV show going on, and then playing a video game, and still like interacting with people. Works of ADHD, split personality, brainwave. But I can tell you what song we're singing, what movie we're like. I can focus. My wife just called me out on this the other day, where she's like, "Are you really listening to music, playing Pokemon, and watching TV and TikTok?"
I get caught on that too.
What's
I
happening
get
on
talked to it a
TV?
lot.
XYZ. Oh, okay.
See, but
What's
I
happening on
have,
TikTok? XYZ.
I'll have a TV on in the kitchen and in the living room, and then I'll be on my phone looking at something, or I'll have something going on. But like I can't play music and have volume on the TV at the same time. That drives me nuts. Like if I have something on, I have to have like either volume up on one or volume. That's one thing I can't do. I can't have multiple volumes. Like that.
Oh,
That
man.
drives me nuts. I can't do
Neural
that.
thing.
Nope,
It's a
I can't do
neural
it.
thing, yeah. I love it, and it bugs my wife absolutely bonkers. It's like she doesn't even hear my music, okay? But she would drive her up the wall. But I mean, I don't think you know how to find your last 5 played songs. Do you? I don't know how to explain it to you without.
Oh, not on mine because I don't have. I could tell you more like what it was. It was either something Charlie Classic or something by Lincoln Box Seats. I guarantee it was probably the last 5 songs in like "Bitch I Operate," something like that, or something along the lines of whatever Charlie Classic has. Yeah, it'd be something like that because like I said, I listen to random shit and just enjoy it, but I also have Tech Nine and just old school shit. I don't listen to a lot of new stuff too much, but yeah.
I mean, I'm going through like my years on here, like when they got released, and the newest one I have is Face Down by Secret Tree Fort, which is a cover, and that came out in 2021.
Okay.
And then before that, I have San Quentin technically came out in 2022. Forgot about that. But then Bang by AJR OK Orchestra came out in 2020. Like I don't listen to a lot of new stuff unless it has a really good beat or my wife listens to it and I'm like, hey, what's that? Where'd you get that?
What you got there?
Yeah. But other than that, it's very much like a Nickelback. I just get alerted when a new Nickelback song comes out. I was like, okay. like listen. I was like, oh, this is a good song.
Yeah.
I mean, I just find it funny. Only gotta touch base on this. I find it funny that so many people are starting to quote discover Nickelback for the first time, and they're like, "Oh my god, they're so good." Shut the fuck up. Sit your ass down until you went to the fade or the era of everybody just bash on Nickelback because of the song "Photographed" and the comics response to it, saying it's been overplayed and shoved down our throat back then. Don't know anything.
Well, that's like when people are like, "Oh, I bet this old man must be so happy that Post Malone did a song with him." They're talking
Yeah.
about fucking Ozzy Osbourne. Like, okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Let's back this crazy train up because
I'm about to
you're talking about a
shit.
fucking icon right now
Yeah,
who you think Post Malone just helped out. Like, no.
yeah.
And
I
that
saw
dude
that
is
one.
still putting out music and sounds the exact same.
Yeah.
Like his latest album that he put out. Granted, he's sitting in a chair, and Todd
Okay, Johnny
McFarlane, who
Cash
does,
sat down a lot too. So
yeah, well, he was dying as well. But Ozzy Osbourne's never gonna die because he's
all that
hollowed
bad
out.
blood.
But the last even music video they did that Todd McFarlane, who does Spawn,
Yeah.
did the music video for, and it's awesome, and the song is great too. But like, and he did one for the not this last pay per view, but the last WWE pay per view, one of them.
Yeah,
He
I
did
know
the
what
song
you're
for as
talking
well,
about.
or not song for, but he did his song associated with it. And the dude sounds great, but like oh, this guy must be so great, so thankful that Post Malone did a song with him. Like, no, you reverse that shit because no,
Yeah.
Ozzy is an icon.
There's been several like that. It's like this current star did it. It's like, oh, they must be so. It's like, you shut the fuck up, okay?
Yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Like, who was it? God damn it. I want to say it was Journey after they replaced the lead singer a while back or a long time ago. But somebody did they sang with them and like, oh my god, this band must feel so ecstatic to just finally get on the air. It's like, you understand, one, you shut the fuck up. This is Journey, okay?
Yeah,
This is not this artist's song. Don't stop believing it's Journey's original song. So pissed off, you stupid fucking asshole. Like, just to the point where it's like, you guys are all offending me, and I'm only 32, and it pisses me off to hear everybody, oh, Post Malone must have been doing this person. No.
no.
Post would not be here if Ozzy was not here. Don't you fucking do that shit to him. Disrespect.
Yeah,
But with that said, though, we'll try to like wrap it up or whatever. We'll finish on this high note or controversial note, I guess. Cover songs. Do you typically prefer cover songs?
it
And
depends
by
on.
that, let me rephrase that because a lot of people are gonna be like, "Well, cover songs are just yeah, I know." The big name songs being covered by somebody else, because typically, like most of Elvis Presley's work is technically cover songs. He stole it or got it from somewhere else. Same with a lot of music nowadays; it's covers.
Well, that's a lot also with between R&B and country.
Yep.
A lot of those are torn back and forth.
Same truck, stupid woman cheating. It's all the same shit.
Whitney Houston, Dolly Parton. I will always love you.
Which
Dolly Parton sang it first. Wrote it.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Originally, and then when I found out, I told my wife, and she's like, "No," and I found it, and she's like,
Granted, Whitney Houston killed it with that song. I mean, the women could wail, but cover songs, some I like, some I hate. I mean, you're gonna hit or miss. Like one of my favorites is when Korn redid "This Is Halloween" from Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah, dude, that one.
They
Awesome.
did "The Wall" from Pink Floyd. Also, they did great on that one. And I know, I guarantee there's other ones that I can't stand, but off the top of my head, I can't think of any right now. But I know there's some I don't like.
They were goofing around though with Nightmare Before Christmas. That was never supposed to be like fully released. That was them just going, let's try.
I loved it.
with us, and then they released it. Yeah,
but again, it could just be because I love Korn. But
no, because I like Korn. I'm not a big fan of their stuff, even though I have like 4 or 5 albums. But again, not someone I'm gonna go listen to.
Yeah.
But Nightmare Before Christmas is also my movie. So
the zombie I used to call it a cover or a remake or what, however you want to do it. Like the
I think they're just considered covers now.
it's kind of with like because it would be was it the Cranberries, the original Zombie?
I'm pretty sure.
But yeah,
it's
that
Cranberries
the
and
original of
Blueberry.
that one, and then the remake of that one wasn't bad either. I prefer the original one over it, but I don't know. There's a lot of covers are decent, but when you're going to concerts, you do hear some other covers there and how they do them. Very well
Oh, yeah.
done.
Well, yeah.
Alien
Look
Ant
at
Farm when they did Smooth Criminal, that was great.
that's, in my opinion, I like that better than MJ's. Sure,
I think a lot of
gonna
people
be pissed
did,
off, but
and it was very well done.
But when you're talking about like going to concerts,
Mhm.
honestly, no one really sticks out more than Simple Plan because they've been playing the Scooby Doo theme song at their concert for years. And they also do is it SpongeBob?
Oh my
They do
gosh,
what's the other one? They do another iconic, like everyone knows who this is
Mhm.
type song, and they never got approval to make the official version release of it. And I mean, they just released What's New Scooby Doo back in 2021 after doing the song on their tours for years, and now they're
Simple.
official. They're the official
They still
band.
make music,
Yeah,
really?
yeah. I mean, technically, What New Scooby Doo is like their latest release, I believe.
Simple Plan, interesting.
Don't judge me, you fucking asshole.
No, like they're out. Good Charlotte and Sum 41 and all those guys too. So
My
yeah.
music taste doesn't change, okay? It has been
I never
stagnant
said it
since
did.
90s.
There's nothing wrong with it. I don't blame you. That's when I think we sound extremely old right now, like our parents did. That was back when music was good. Back when
Oh,
the heart and soul was into it.
they just released an album in 2022.
Simple Plan did.
Yep.
What
Hardly
are they
than
like?
it looks.
Oh my gosh.
Look. I don't like to look
They
at
must
how
be
old
old.
people are. I don't like looking. They don't look super old, but
I
I
know.
bet you there. They formed in 1999.
Oh my gosh. Over 20 years ago.
Over
Ah,
24 years, if it makes you feel better.
shut up. Damn.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
no, yeah. Again, my type of genre or my type of era, I guess, because Good Charlotte, All Time Low, Sum 41, Yellow Card, Bowling for Soup, Newfound Glory, All American
Soup.
Rejects, Blink 182 is still like I have so many other songs,
They're good. Yes.
but no, I mean back to what we were talking about, like cover songs though. It does heavily depend upon like who the band is that's doing the cover. But some
Yeah.
of the better versions of the songs come from fucking out of nowhere. So, like for me, the most recent one, like I said earlier, is "Face Down" by Secret Tree Fort. It came out in 2021. I know I love the band, but it's if you're not really big into like the rock style of "Face Down" by Red Jumpsuit Apparatus, and you just want to enjoy the music, definitely "Face Down" by Secret Tree Fort. Amazing cover, love it. Listen to that one a fucking lot too. Let me be. Uh, who was the other one? They. I might have to. I might have to search my album now because there's a gentleman. Oh, Overseen does a cover of Garth Brooks' Thunder Rolls, and it's a little bit more on the heavier side, like rock side.
Mhm.
But I'm gonna see what they actually have it categorized because I don't think it's categorized as rock still. Thunder, oh yeah, rock alternative. But it's another good one that like I think it may be better than Garth Brooks' version.
See, that would
And
be a
that
tough
says
one
a
too. That
lot.
would be one I would like. I would probably hardly judge because I've listened to that for a very long time. That's when
Yeah.
I love that song.
Like
It's
20
like
plus
hard to-
years.
Yeah, if you want to put a number on it, Dick. But yeah,
But,
I mean, I would probably hardly judge it.
I would say check that one out. Again, it's one of those like now that I've heard this one by Overseen,
Mm-hmm.
when I listen to Garth Brooks, I'm like, oh, this song makes more sense as a rock song versus a country song, even though the lyrics are very much country esque.
Yeah, I can see it.
But
It's yeah. This covers are tough. Like you have to have the right person doing it,
I
and
mean, everything
some
has to line
covers
up: the
are
vocals, the
better.
band, the instruments, everything.
And I will agree that some covers are better than others. Like the Alien Ant Farm cover of Smooth Criminal,
So
like
much
that's a
better.
tough one to, like, damn, like it's hard
so,
to.
that was the first time I ever heard "Smooth Criminal" was by Alien Ant Farm. First
Really?
time. And then when somebody, of course, my dumbass song debuted, I was like, oh my god, this is such a good song. And one of my, not friends, but school people, they're like, that's done by Michael Jackson. No, this is done by Alien Ant Farm. You stupid fuck.
So all I
And
can think of now is like all the TikToks, all the memes. Look! It's the guy from Fortnite. Like, no, bitch.
pretty much. But somebody told me that, and I, of course, puffed up. I was like, you're fucking stupid, whatever. And then, of course, I went home, got on the LimeWire or FrostWire, whatever we had at the time. Probably YouTube, honestly, to make sure. And then went, oh, MJ sucks. And then fast forward a couple years or a few years, whatever. And then I was like, I really like MJ. Why didn't I ever, wasn't I allowed to listen to Michael Jackson? Oh, that's right. My parents thought he was a pedo. Oh, we're
Yes.
very, very strong conservative Catholics. No wonder my childhood was all messed up. But not getting into that. Just saying that's the truth about my childhood. Fight me on it. But I find it so funny because I played Smooth Criminal for my parents one time. They're like, oh yeah, this is a good song. My dad's big into rock. He's the one that allowed us to listen to Nickelback because that was not a artist or band we should have ever been listening to growing up, especially the Dark Horse album. That's all about strippers and whores and sleeping. But I remember listening to that song and being like, oh yeah, this is a cover song. This is done by Michael Jackson. You turn that shit off. Oh, how quickly the tables have turned when we find out it's a cover song of the people you don't like. Okay.
Yeah. But it's not by them, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not by him. Don't worry. Neverland was never involved.
Yeah, never.
But that seems to be like the biggest thing. I see it so much, especially like on TikTok specifically, where these music albums and songs are being combined. I forget the technical term for it, but basically
Like the mashups.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
Mashup's not the right word either. They have a technical, but yeah, mashup. Basically, Elton John just released his first single in years, and it's him taking two of his songs, supercomposing them together, and then maybe having like Britney came in on one and sing or saying something, and he's having other people come, and he can re-release it as brand new songs because it has a different melody and everything, but they sound really good together. And TikTok does probably the only thing to do good is you can discover all these weird mashups and that people are fanning for it so hard. Like there's one for Brooks and Dunn's Neon.
Neon Moon.
Yeah. I was like, oh, who does Neon? But that's a different artist. Neon Moon, where somebody overlaid almost a Hawaiian type sound to it, and it worked perfectly. And then you had
Really?
the try-hard purists who had a stick shoved so far up their asshole that they're like, this sounds terrible. You don't mess with a fucking classic. Blah, blah, blah. But from a perspective of someone who's like, I will listen to any music anybody puts in front of me. I won't like it all the time, but I will listen to it. Because that's what I
Yeah.
like about like movies and comic books and video games and all that. Is I can find something that I never knew about. And listening to it is like the melody matches up. The melody actually changes the whole dynamic of the song, and it just sounds so much better. However, it's not a real song. He did it purely in a 1 minute clip for a TikTok video saying, "Did you know these two songs go together?" Whoop. And he never released it because in order for him to release it, he has to get rights from Brooks and Dunn's record label. So it's a whole, yeah. But I was like, oh, damn it. Fuck, that's such a good song version of it. Now when I hear Neon Moon, I can hear the melody of the mashup. And I was like, oh, what a missed opportunity right there.
Yeah, and it happens. You'll see those missed opportunities. It's something you like that you want to happen, but never do.
Yeah, Elvis Presley. We can see him.
Just go to Vegas, you can see them.
Not the same.
Not the same, but there are some guys that sound very, very close.
Oh, there are several people who sound fucking amazing like Elvis Presley. But I want to see the drug and disappointment in him.
Oh, that trust me. You go to Fremont Street, you'll see the drug and disappointment. Elvis Presley, a few of them. Do you have a problem there? They might not sound exactly like you want them to, but you'll see the drug and disappointment Presley. And you may see him shit and die right there. You never know. That's how Fremont Street gets sound. I'll let you know.
I'm going. It's not authentic.
I'm going to Vegas in about 2 weeks. I'll let you know.
Fucking no, we're gonna do a whole other episode on that one. But
I get. I'll get back. I get back on Monday before podcasting. I'll let you know.
Stay tuned. 3
Oh
weeks
yeah.
from now.
Fremont Street.
But no, that's covers of songs have always been almost, I don't want to say sacrilegious to a degree, where like if somebody butchers their song, it can like destroy that whole band. But it really depends on like who the song is. Like I've heard many covers of Thunder Rolls by Garth Brooks, and there's been several bands where I'm like, oh, this is a good band. I listen to them, and then when I hear the cover, I was like, you're fucking dog water. Screw you. Never listen to you again, because they ruined a song. And it's just that simple. Whereas if they do amazing, like Overseen was some nobody group, and now they got big because of Thunder Roll cover. Because so many people like them because it sounds so amazing. I believe Garth Brooks even like listened to it, or he reacted some way and basically says, I love this version of it. And everyone's like, oh my god, if Garth loves it, I'll listen to it.
And also look at the way that the national anthem has been done. The renditions of that in millions of different ways. I mean, you have everywhere from, again, Whitney Houston, who killed it. Believe, did Prince do? No. Who was it? No, Jimi Hendrix did his on guitar, killed it.
Yeah.
I mean, he even had the rocket part where he had bombs bursting in air, and he did the sounds of everything on guitar. Roseanne Barr fucking destroyed it and sounded like shit when she did it, because she was an asshat and did it when she did it. And I mean, you have just different renditions of that as well. But
different singers.
Songs like yeah, exactly. And those are different ways of being done. I mean, Roseanne's not a singer at all. I mean, she screamed the entire time she did it. But having people that can do national anthem on an instrument blow me away. Dude, I still think Jimi Hendrix is probably the best one to ever do it.
Yeah.
I have heard people do it on guitar, saxophone. You know,
it doesn't hit the same as Hendrix did it, though.
Oh no, not at all, not at all. But this New Year's Eve, we went to Minnesota Vikings game. We had a guy that did the saxophone, and it sounded amazing. I mean, you could hear it, and it sounded great.
Yep,
it was awesome.
But that's also one of those things, like, national anthem never really had a record label, assigned to it, if that makes sense. Like
No.
there's
Yeah.
no like the most quote iconic version of it is just somebody singing. Mostly
Yeah.
probably in school because we were taught it. So that's one of those like I would say it's almost a test ground of if you can
Mhm.
sing this properly, you probably do some other cover songs. But at the same
Yeah.
time, even a shitty person can sing the national anthem. It doesn't mean they should sing ever again.
Oh yeah.
Never. Let that die just like your career did. But there's, I would say there's so many good covers, but there's more worse covers out there than there are good, and that's just simply because
Mhm.
it's either a huge, dynamically different riff of that song, or it's just too similar that it's like, oh well, why didn't you just do it like this person did? Why are you trying to perfect the wheel? The wheel already exists. Just want to ask that though before we sign off. So that seems to be always a controversial piece, at least
Yeah.
for those of us who listen to music on a regular basis. Yeah, that's me, not you.
Not all the time. I do listen to it, but not on a daily basis. It's more podcasts than anything else.
You both. You got 2 ears.
I can't do it.
Yeah, do it.
Nope.
All right. But we're gonna wrap it up with there. That's a perfect stopping point. So we talked about it all. What more do you want? If we keep going, I'm gonna deter from music. We're gonna fucking weird fucking rabbit hole. There's a lot of weird shit I could talk about, especially with Hendrix and Prince and Whitney and Elvis and Garth and all of them. We're like
Funny
go
thing
down
is,
the Garth.
it all goes around drugs. Yep.
And the Viper Room. Yep. Yeah, sure does. Sure. If you don't know that reference, you're too young. So yeah. With that said, make sure you check out the rest of season 2. And of course, if you want to play real catch up, go check out season 1. All the not songs. Look at me. We're singers now. Go check out all of season 1 as well if you want to play catch up. Other than that, it's been great. We haven't actually done music podcast yet, so this is the first of it. And I'm sure we'll do another one because there's always more you can do on music. Maybe make Rahgel listen to some fucking music for a change, rather than 6 people. And that's coming from me, who's listened to the same fucking artists for the last 30 years. So, without further ado, thank you so much for tuning in to today's episode. As always, I'm Sig, and here's, I guess, if I'm gonna be baby girl, that makes you Poppy, and that's just weird. I don't know how I feel
Big
about
Daddy
that.
signing off. Bye, bitch.
Well, welcome back, everyone. We are here. Of course, I am Sig. Hear me roar. And over here, we have Baby Booger himself,
Fucking dipshit.
Rahgel.
The shitty thing is you had to look it up to make sure you had the name right on your phone before the podcast even started.
This is true, but that's because I also did like 4 or 5 different drafts after that. I was like, ooh, which one do I really like? And Baby Booger won. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you gotta hit us. You gotta hit us up on social media, and you'll see the clip. But that is Rahgel's new nickname now. You can have Rachel or Baby Booger.
Baby Booger.
They got Baby Booger. Anyways, speaking of boogers, let's talk about the one man who had a fucking death grip on his ex company and weaseled his stupid fucking old ass out of retirement and back into the WWE. Vincent McMahon. Let's just get into this, because that's what today's topic is all about. It's all about the shit show that's been going on for not even a week yet. Hasn't even been a bloody week since he strong-armed this to happen and got himself back inside the WWE. So
what the news broke late last week? Thursday?
Wednesday night, Thursday.
Wednesday,
and then
Thursday,
he
okay.
was he was back in as of Friday.
Mhm.
So
And he came in with
two ex chairmen or two ex board members who
and booted.
the two people or the three people they kicked out were from my understanding of reading all the reports, were three main players who started the investigation against him for all his allegations. And he strong armed them. And if you're not aware of it, basically what happened is he said, I will not allow any media deals, any type of sell or production or network deal at all if I'm not going to be in the company. I will deny all of it because he has an 80% share ruling or law put in place that basically he has final say in all of it. So this piece of shit, and that's what he is. After this, it just solidifies it. It kind of tarnishes his whole thing, in my opinion, his whole legacy. Yeah. And he strong armed him and said, if I'm not going to be a part of it, I'll just deny all sales and all the media deals, networking deals, which last I heard, all of them end in 2024, so next year. So that means Peacock, Fox, USA Network, they're all just gone as of 2024 if they cannot facilitate a new deal, which he stated he would not do if he's not back on the board. But to quote, I'm just here for business. This fuck not even. Oh.
And that's what he said. He says he's strictly here. He's not touching anything in ring, story based, anything like that. He's strictly there to essentially sell the company. And there's reports that the selling has started, but to who or whom it goes to, nobody really knows yet. I mean, there's talks of what Disney, Fox, CBS, Netflix, Peacock, Saudi
NBC,
Arabia,
USA, Fox, Disney, Amazon, Netflix, not Hulu. People don't understand Disney owns mass majority of Hulu, therefore umbrella. But yeah, like I don't know. I think whoever buys it is going to kind of course, as stupid as it sounds, it's going to dictate how the flow of WWE from here on out goes. A lot of people are worried that if Disney gets their hand on it, because they are the front runner, and they were the ones who actually attempted to buy WWE back in 2020, pandemic era time frame, right before. I don't remember the exact date, so don't quote me on that. But they basically say, hey, we'll give you all this, and they said no. And everybody's worried that if Disney buys it, they'll go back to a strictly G and PG era. But I don't think people realize Disney owns 20th Century Fox. They own Hulu. They own a lot of other
they can go on another platform. It doesn't have to go on Disney Plus, which it more likely wouldn't.
No.
A lot of the kids stuff that they have, though it used to be on the network, that would be on Disney Plus, things like that. But
here's the thing, though, it's like Disney's already talked about they're going to start changing their UI so where it's more in line with the other streamers who like Netflix. If you're adult, you have adult content available. If you're on kids, you have kids only. And people are a little concerned because they think, again, if Disney buys it, it's going to be it's child friendly, whatever. But if Disney just overhauls their UI and says, no, here you go, here's your pay-per-views, it can only be found on the adult profile, cool, whatever, problem solved. Or go on Hulu, which again they own mass majority of, or go on this other platform they have ways to do it that it would work with no issues at all. But that's everybody's big bitching and moaning that I'm hearing.
And I don't see why they wouldn't go back to just having the network on its own like it was before. There was nothing wrong with it. The whole algorithm, everything, it was easy to search. The one on Peacock is absolute trash and garbage. Now you can't find anything.
Nightmare.
Trying to cycle to that
because it's not all over. It's not overall. It's not all on Peacock. That's the thing. It's only a certain amount. You can still find everything on the WWE network for the most part because it's not completely shut down and put over. It's just
it's not their main go-to
Mm.
source anymore. And like I think it'd be, again, I am a Disney fan, but I also look from a business perspective. If Disney buys it, why not revitalize the WWE network and then say, fuck you, Peacock. Now you want to watch your TV shows? Live stream it, WWE Network. We don't need USA Network anymore. We don't need Fox Network anymore. We can just live stream Raw, live stream NXT, live stream SmackDown. Hell, live stream your house shows. Get the publicity and get the marketing that way too, where people can see what's going on behind the scenes almost. And here's all your pay-per-views. And it's legitimately everything's on a centralized location and it's so much easy. Or if they want to go a different route, Hulu, which is a hell of a lot easier to navigate than Peacock. Again, no offense towards Peacock, your UI just sucks ass. Hulu actually has everything categorized fairly well, and again, because Disney has their hands very deep in those pockets, and they control a mass majority of it, and it just makes sense. That's like, I mean, we're just really touching the surface too. It's a problem because, like you said earlier, Vince said this is just for business, and literally when he took back over, he's an executive board member, he's not CEO yet, he's not CFO, COO, CMO, whatever. He's nothing of that yet.
Well, now today, before a couple hours before we went live, Stephanie's out.
Yep, about 5 p.m.
She resigned,
Tuesday.
so she's out. That's one CEO that's out. So now it's just Khan by himself right now, until somebody else is either appointed or he just does it by himself for a while.
It's just him until he leaves.
So you're gonna go that route, and my guess is that there was a stipulation of some kind. She steps out, but you don't touch anybody else in there somewhere, because let alone Vince is not a dumb businessman by any means. The guy knows what he's doing. He's brought the company to where it's at today, hands down, by himself. And Stephanie followed in his footsteps, obviously knows what she's doing in some aspect of the company. And going forward, I think she has some ideas on what her plan was when she was going to resign. As to, my guess would be Triple H stays where he's at. You don't touch him, move him, or like that. And some manner of that is my thought, but it's hard to tell because of how crazy everything's happening right now in the past.
Let's just back up, okay? Because of course it is January 10th, Tuesday, so about 4 p.m., 5 p.m. today, that news of Stephanie resigning took place. But again, Wednesday, Thursday, even Friday last week, Vince came back and said, this is all business. I don't want anything else. I'm just here to facilitate the sale of WWE. And their stocks rose 12%. But keep in mind, their stocks also plummeted back in early December when he said, I'm going to make my comeback. And their stocks dipped I think 5 or 6%. Don't quote me on that exact number. But so that's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. He literally weaseled his ass back in, said it's only business. Friday night, Saturday morning, there was already internal reports coming out saying that he now wants to have creative come to him and basically him have final say on it. Again, he's not CEO, he's not CFO, CEO, CMO, whatever fucking C blank O abbreviation you want to give. He's not that. He's just an executive board member right now. And internal reports have already started flooding the leaks or the network, whatever you want to call it, very badly, that now he wants to supposedly have some say in creative, which again totally contradicts him saying, I just want to do business side, nothing else. So now I find it very funny and coincidental, I guess, that Stephanie would be like, all right, I'm out. She already sees where the shit show's gonna go. It doesn't benefit her at all to stay, because if they sell, which is said to be in the next 3 to 6 months, so again, right in time, WrestleMania, either right before or just shortly after. But then you have Stephanie go down. You had 2 other board members leave, if I remember correctly, and then there's also speculation, heavy speculation. Again, this is all just
pure fucking rumors because nothing's solidified. Nobody's saying yes or no, but all the reports are basically saying the same thing, that there will be a very soon exodus of not just behind the scenes people, but also talent, because we had a lot of talent come back under the pure understanding that Vince McMahon was not going to be involved and was not in WWE anymore. And yet here we are, turn of the year. It's still not technically Triple H's era for like creative control, because he just started finishing everything off and he just started his own lineup literally just a few weeks ago, beginning of December. But nothing was going to be, it wasn't going to truly be his creative show until after WrestleMania. So he's kind of tinkering around. Post WrestleMania was going to be, this is 100% purely Paul Levesque / Triple H's control versus cleaning up the shit show that is Vince's. And we were starting to see great storylines, pure and legit like storylines with beginning, middle, and end versus beginning. Oh, what happened 6 months later? What happened to this angle? Thought this angle was happening. Oh, it's not? They cancel it? Oh, okay. So there's a lot of talent who have started becoming very concerned because they didn't want to work for Vince anymore. Vince is the reason why they left. So people, internal reports again is how they're stating it, are simply saying that he won't, because he's there, these talents will not last past WrestleMania. And it's just kind of that simple, I guess, would be the best way to put it.
Yeah, and they'll continue to bury some, and there'll be some of, because I know there's some events that they've buried, like they revamped Austin Theory, like we've talked about.
He needed it though.
They
This whole youngest, he was mimicking John Cena. It's just too much.
They buried Shinsuke, and that was more Vince that did that.
Well,
they threw him a bone with the Great Muta match, but
Vince did that from like the very beginning. Like that wasn't a overtime thing. That was like Vince got a great NJPW guy, Shinsuke Nakamura, brought him over, gave him a couple like highlight moments. He got the IC title. Nothing else really. And he's a hell of a performer, hell of a wrestler, and yet you never saw him get a push. Anytime he went against Reigns was a squash match. That's really what it was. He was never, him and Cesaro, both of them, great talent, super underutilized, and just got buried like a motherfucker. And it's so bad to see that, because as viewers who watch this, and we see Cesaro, we see Shinsuke Nakamura, and we're like, oh my god, these are like good wrestlers. These are amazing. They're so much better than, say, I don't know, Reigns. Reigns is a great wrestler, example. And yet here we are, we're burying these guys rather than setting up proper runs.
Mm-hmm.
Or like the Reigns and Nakamura line was a couple weeks, 3 weeks. He qualified, got the match done. Like that was it. And it was just to kind of line up bodies for Reigns, and it's just such a bad use of talent, whereas Triple H is trying to undo that work. And I think, again, the Great Muta match was more Triple H versus Vince. And it's Triple H going, no, you're absolutely right. Let's bridge this gap. He is starting to have a lot of connections with NJPW. Like he has these connections to AA or AAA, whatever it's called, down in Mexico. Mm-hmm. And GCW and all these other ones. And yet Vince was very much they don't exist. They're nobody. These other competition are nobody. And yet they're somebody, because it's where all the great wrestlers are coming from.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that, no, they're not big enough to be somebody in Vince's eyes, but the talent that they hold, Dragon Lee being one of them, that they just signed to NXT, is a huge one. And he has other ones that come with, like his brother Rush. His brother Rush is great as well. Yep. But they have the faction that I can't pronounce. But there's other talents in New Japan Pro Wrestling that that are great as well. And then just like the hell's her name? She changed Sasha Banks changed her name too.
Monet.
Monet. I can't remember what her first name is, but yeah. Anyways, she made her debut over there, and the fact that she's
Monica, but
gone
that's
there.
not right.
I know it's not Monica. It's
Mercedes Monet.
Okay. All right, so yeah, under Mercedes Monet now, and she'll have her run there, and she will eventually come back as Mercedes Monet.
Not Vince is still there. Vince buried her too.
No, yeah.
But again, here's the thing. Speaking of Sasha Banks / Mercedes, I know it's 99.999% all a shoot, but the amount of disgust she had for the Wrestle Kingdom 17, where she's like, y'all were talking about me. I've been on your lips for weeks and weeks and weeks, and now you have nothing to say. Now you have, like, she was trashing them. Again, it's all a shoot. But it very much shows where she came from, WWE versus Japan, where over in Japan, you don't get a lot of crowd involvement too often because they respect the overall performance. It's not like here in the U.S. where we have boo, yay, Cena sucks, let's go. So like that shit very rarely happens over there because it's a very well respected community. And the way it came across, at least for me, and a lot of people in her comment section as well, is she was just being very disrespectful and just being a spoiled brat. And she didn't. And everybody's saying she botched the ending. She didn't. You could tell that was clearly Kyrie saying didn't land properly. She landed on her knees and not her feet like she was supposed to. But in true Mercedes fashion, Sasha is a great worker. And she's great on rebounding and fixing spots and making it at least work. Unlike her current WWE SmackDown champion.
Which is who?
Charlotte Flair.
I mean, I think she's better than Bayley.
Everybody's better than Bayley.
So with
Dakota
that
Kai
as well,
and Io Sky are better than Bayley.
with Charlotte Flair losing it, have you seen what Rousey has said now? Rousey said she's tired of it. She wants out.
Last I saw from her was saying she's done going after the main title and she's gonna go conquer the tag team division.
That's
And
what.
that was Sunday, so a couple days ago.
Now, unless it's her character being, I'm tired of singles matches, and wants to do that, and if she wants to go with square jaw Shayna Baszler, then cool, whatever. But that's going to be, I don't know, a joke. I can't stand either one of those two to wrestle and watch them and take them serious, I guess.
But here's the thing: neither one of them are great wrestlers. No. But I think they need each other, but they definitely need a mouthpiece. They need a manager. And for them, they could do very well with somebody like Sonya Deville, who knows the GM role. She knows behind the scene roles very well. She knows how to be a wrestler. Granted, we don't see much of her. She typically gets squashed, but she's also fairly good on the mic. I'm not saying she's amazing, but she's fairly good on the mic, and she's better than majority of the women in the women's division.
But does it have to be a female manager?
It doesn't.
Does it have to be?
She's post UFC, so like she's mixed martial artist or she's a fighter. Like so, they all have connections off ties, so it all makes perfect sense. Versus
and I get it. I just don't. I hate the whole women wrestlers has to have a female manager. If you find somebody that fits it, and I know you're not saying that, but if you find somebody that fits that role to be the better mouthpiece to project these two who obviously are not the best on the mic, give it to them to push them, and they can be, if they wanted to be a dominant force, to dominate tag team and go through and just wreck shop. Obviously, they have the background to do that. Maybe not the upfront talent to do it, but the background to do it, to back it up. Yes, they're powerful. Yes, they have technique. Yes, they have both fought in the UFC or like that. But they have to have somebody to obviously speak for them.
Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, then the only way this would work is if Bloodline gets squashed. But Paul Heyman would be a great person because he's worked with the likes of Brock Lesnar. Again, UFC background. Lesnar is not great on the microphone until recently, and he's decent right now. But Paul Heyman has built him up to this beast incarnate, to this ultimate guy. And that's kind of what they were trying to do with Ronda Rousey. You could see it, just bringing a female version of Brock. But the problem is, Ronda's too lippy, and she's too vocal about everything. Whereas Lesnar is very much, he doesn't like people. He doesn't do press conference. He doesn't stay behind. He doesn't do any of this social media marketing crap. He literally keeps to himself, and that's it. And that's like why the Undertaker worked so well. Is again, character stayed with inside WWE. You didn't see much of him outside. Whatever, different era. I get it. But the point is, Ronda Rousey is way too fucking vocal about her disdain for WWE and the entire community. It's not even, oh yeah, I know it's fake or I know it's staged or this. It's, no, I'm fucking better than all these people. This is fake. I don't give a shit about this. Like, clearly she's there for the money. And again, if she's trying to portray the ultimate heel character, she's not doing a good job. She's more portraying a whiny ass little bitch who has all the potential there to be a dominant force inside WWE. Maybe it's just bad booking, but I think it's more they went and just tossed her in the deep end and said she'll float. In reality, she should have spent, again, kind of like Dominic Mysterio, she should have spent a few months in development, a few months in NXT, wreck house in NXT, and even win the women's division title there, and basically said, I don't need this shit anymore. Throw it away and walk out. And then, a month or two later, she shows up on Raw or SmackDown. Story and character development versus da. Oh, no.
We'll get to the shit show that is Dominic Mysterio in a second. The fact that Ronda has the background she has, carries the rowdy, good plug, carries the rowdy name from Piper, but obviously does not any way, shape, or form live up to that name.
What's the connection between the two other than like they shared a moment or whatever? Like,
she was a huge fan and she asked him if she could carry the name. Like that's all that I know of.
She doesn't do the moves. She doesn't have the same mentality. She tries. If that's what they're shooting for, is like a female Piper, that's not working very well.
She's not even that close. I don't even think she's close to female Piper at all. Piper was a lunatic. Piper was crazy, went off and did his own thing. He was a loose cannon, the way he portrayed himself, and the guy went nuts.
But
obviously,
he was respected. That's the problem. Is he respected the business. He respected the other wrestlers. Character was character. Again, different era. Yes, we understand this. No social media. Tons of social media. Everything had to be written in the newspaper and headlines and TV. Everything's everywhere at all times. I get it. But if you're going to play the baddest bitch in the world, you need to sound well versed in the field and like you actually give a damn. Again, I hate Charlotte Flair, but at least she respects the business. At least she understands the business, that there's a time and place. But again, she's also been shoved down my throat for years. And she has tons of moves, and I could go on for days. So, but she only wanted to get the titles off of Ronda, where, again, Ronda refused to work with certain people. Flair doesn't, because Flair respects the business, and Flair understands the business. Ronda just goes, fuck you, I don't want to do it. It's that simple. Tell me I'm wrong.
Nope, and I totally agree. I just think that there needs to be something done in the fact of if she's going to go tag team, she's got to have like you said, they have to have a mouthpiece.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be a woman. I'm just saying there's a
No,
connection.
no,
there's a
it's
stable there.
it doesn't. And you know, who knows? She tried to do her female version of the Four Horsemen with her stable of women that she had with her at the very beginning. That fizzled out really quickly.
But okay, was that because of her, or is it because of Vince?
I would say it's probably because of both, to be honest, because you can't repackage that with somebody who doesn't have any wrestling background and try and carry that around, in my opinion.
But here's the thing: they could have. Again, she wasn't packaged right. She wasn't done right. I'm not trying to defend her. I'm trying to simply justify the character and the logic behind this. If you're going to create such an iconic stable or a remake of a stable like the Four Horsemen, you want to do the Four Horsewomen, even though Becky, Bailey, Charlotte, and Sasha are there. If you want to do like the powerhouse of the UFC women coming over, the thing is it all should have started again in development in NXT and made their way up. Kind of like how the true Four Horsewomen, Becky, Sasha, Bailey, and Charlotte, they all were NXT together. They were all in development. They work together. They have a connection. They have a bond. There's a story. There's a background, and it's forever known. With Rousey again, here you go. Shove it down your throat. Here's Ronda Rousey, everyone. She's gonna mimic Piper.
And it's not working for her. But who knows? It may or may not work. Who knows where she goes in the future? But I think with her, maybe she'll show back up and do something. Who knows?
I think we'll be able to tell based upon if Vince ever gets back in control of creative, because he liked Ronda.
Yeah.
So if we start seeing more of a push with Ronda outside of the tag team division, and she somehow makes she makes the SmackDown or Raw title again, there's gonna be several tells to prove if Vince stays in his fucking pocket or he comes out and messes with creative.
It's only a matter of time before he does.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you'll see a shift.
I've already stated, like, I've been getting a lot of shit. Like, if anybody follows us on Twitter, I'm mostly the mouthpiece on Twitter. On all social media, I'm the mouthpiece. So if you see shit talking, that's me. I do a very good job of it. But anyways, I voiced on Twitter last week when Vince said, I'm going to do this or else. And I said, he's going to come back and we're going to see people leave. I called out Stephanie. I didn't tag her or anything. I specifically said, watch Stephanie step away. And then we'll see Triple H. And we'll see Nick. And we're going to start seeing a lot of people who have truly changed the game are going to slowly start leaving over the next 6 months. Some of them are going to tough out till WrestleMania. But after WrestleMania, I guarantee you we're going to see a whole different creative team, a whole different set of writers, everything. Because Vince is back.
I don't think Triple H leaves.
If the sell does not go through before WrestleMania, Triple H is gone because Vince will have his hands in the pocket somehow and say, "No, you can't book this guy. No, I don't want Cody Rhodes dethroning Roman Reigns. No, The Rock has to do it." The Rock and Cena are already not likely to show up in WrestleMania because they don't want to be involved with the Vince drama. And according to all these stupid fucking reports, The Rock will not jeopardize his, quote, political career future and come back while all this Vince drama is going down. Again, we don't talk politics, so take that for its face value.
I don't know. I don't see Triple sell or no sell. I don't see Triple H leaving. I say he sticks out where he's at for as long as he has already of losing NXT, getting NXT back, playing the game of what he's done behind the scenes and everything else.
You did there.
Yeah. I think he will not leave unless he is forced out. I do see
he took a leave of absence last year with his wife, Stephanie.
Yeah.
And guess who went first last time?
Yeah. I
That was
don't
Triple
think
H
he
last
leaves
time.
though. I
He
don't
had
think he
to-
leaves though. That was his heart thing though, wasn't it?
Yeah, sorry, not his brain heart.
One of the two. Good job, Tin
Vital.
Man.
I am from Kansas, so yeah. Come on, Dorothy, let's go.
But I do say Cena and The Rock, at least Cena for one, if they do go through with the Logan Paul match.
Or Austin Theory.
And
That's the other.
and Logan Paul
No,
or
Austin
Cena.
Theory and Cena for the U.S. title.
Okay.
That's the other speculation card I've seen of people saying this is really what we're hinting at, and it would make more sense for Cena to hand the torch off to Austin Theory than to face off against Logan Paul, because he's not going to be a full-time wrestler as much as he could be. With everything Logan has going on in his life, he'll never be a full-time wrestler. He'll be a part-timer, and he'll be an exclusive wrestler to main events like SummerSlam and WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, and Survivor Series. He'll be in the big four. Maybe a couple of the smaller ones, but he's never going to be an actual full-fledged 24/7 type wrestler. Even comparative to Reigns' schedule, and Reigns barely wrestles now.
Oh,
But
Brock
he's there,
Lesnar's schedule,
he's present. Yeah.
which is only a few a year. Now with the Rock, I mean, who knows? It's so hard to figure out what the hell he's doing, where he stands, and everything else.
He's under fire right now. That's where he stands.
Yeah. Plus he also has the XFL going as well, where he's co-owner of that, and that starts next month. So
Yeah,
that'll be full.
DCU drama.
That'll be a full kick. What's that?
He also has a DCU drama and the possible lawsuit coming down the line from Henry Cavill against his ex-wife, because his ex-wife was his agent, and is also the agent for The Rock.
There's also another lawsuit going on against Warner Brothers. Is
That's
Warner
not The Rock though. That's
No, I know that's Cavill, Affleck,
yeah,
and
Gal Gadot.
yeah, but we'll get into that later.
Another episode.
So yeah,
but yeah.
but I think
I don't think The Rock's coming back.
I don't think so either. I can see it, but I think the way that they're going with now Reigns and Sammy going back and forth on a few things, they're going to set up those two. And if Sammy does,
you think they'll do that before WrestleMania or for WrestleMania?
No, I don't. No, I think it'll be set up either at Mania, which I have a hard time seeing Sami Zayn being a headliner like that in WrestleMania, but he's got a huge following right now, and then but I guess I don't. I'm not
KO.
sold on him yet.
They'll tag with KO, and they'll take down the tag division, the tag team titles. They'll take that and basically set in frustration among the bloodline, where now Reigns is the only one with the title, and it's going to cause a division. And then we'll see Sami Zayn maybe SummerSlam. I would say be the earliest that we see Sami Zayn versus Roman Reigns. And then by the end of the year, Roman Reigns and Bloodline will be not dissipated, but they'll be gone. We won't see them for a few months.
Because I'm not 100% sold on Sammy. Like, he's entertaining, he's funny. I like the character, but I'm not 100% sold on him being a one-on-one WrestleMania main event right now. No. I don't see it, but shit, who knows? No. It could happen. I mean, the way that they book shit, who knows? I do like the idea of chopping down the totem pole, starting with the Usos at the bottom and working their way up.
Other than what I just said, where it's like first tag titles and then the undisputed, I would love not only for that to happen, but kind of like the final nail in the coffin would be Solo Sikoa become like IC champion, and him be the only one that holds gold within the bloodline, and basically says, I'm tribal chief, right? I hold the gold. You don't have gold anymore. You don't have gold anymore. I have gold. So acknowledge me. And basically, Solo beats the shit out of Reigns, and Reigns just kind of disappears. And we just don't see him for, I don't know, 4 months. Time for WrestleMania type thing. And then the Bloodline's just kind of gone. Let Jimmy and Jay take a couple months off and come back too. But not as the Bloodline.
Work. I mean, there's so many different scenarios and ideas that could be thrown out for the downfall of the bloodline or the divide or dissolvement of it.
Check back
So
in
it'll be
with us in a few months. We'll see how this all goes.
like next week after Vince gets a hold of everything. Who knows? So, and then also the sale, if the company does get sold, who knows? That could change things drastically or stays the same. Who knows?
Well, the big one a lot of people have mentioned is the Saudi investment group. And a lot of people, I've been seeing that one a lot, where people are like, oh, don't worry, they won't change anything. It'll still be based here in the U.S. It'll just be owned by Saudis. And I don't think a lot of people realize, one, people like Sami Zayn, who has the most heat on him right now, and like good heat, bad heat type thing too, he won't work for the company. He's not allowed to go to Saudi Arabia because he's Jewish. Paul Heyman will not be there. You're going to have a lot of these people who belong to a certain faith or no longer belong to a certain faith, like MVP, and they're not allowed because that is the law of the land over there, is they are not allowed. So what makes anybody think that the Saudi investment group buys WWE, that we don't start seeing people like Sami Zayn, MVP, Paul Heyman no longer on show, no longer working for the company? And we already know that Kevin Owens, backs Sami Zayn, and a couple times he didn't go to Saudi Arabia, KO didn't go to Saudi Arabia either. And it's just because, well, Sami can't go, I'm not going. Like, it's respect. So, same with like Malachi Black, who's now Aleister Black over on AEW. I don't see Vince being that stupid and that asinine to sell to them, no matter how much the money is. I don't see them, but
and they don't care about the wrestling history, the wrestling stories. They
don't care about any of it.
The money and the fame that comes with it. The superstars that are there, because watching a show in Saudi, obviously they get to pretty much pick the matches they want to see to a certain aspect.
Yeah,
and the lack of respect that is seen in the outer part of the ring during the matches is all it is them running back and forth, taking pictures, doing this or that. Watching security guards during some of those matches, they're running back and forth trying to get these guys to sit down, trying to get them to. It's like wrangling cats.
Yeah,
because of how they're all over the place trying to take pictures, doing this and that, and it's not about the love of wrestling. It's about the show, which is exactly what you're going to do. You're going to watch the show. Yes, it is entertainment, but also at the same time, they want it there. They want to see certain things, but they're not sitting and watching it. It's pretty much you're sitting a bunch of spoiled kids in front of a TV, and they get to run around and play games.
Yeah, it's just a spectacle. It's not true. Like, and we've shit talked them before with Crown Jewel, where we have said numerous times that the pay-per-view or Premier Live event Crown Jewel is a joke. Yeah. It doesn't mean anything. It holds no continuity to the storylines. It holds nothing. Like, that's there simply for the Saudi prince to say, I want Goldberg. I want Kurt Angle. I want DX. No, I know they're all in their 60s. I want all these people. Like, they act very much like entitled little pricks. And yes, they're filthy fucking rich. I get it. But as an entertainment side of the house business, it would be such bad business to sell to someone like that, who it's treated more like a toy than anything else. Mm-hmm. If you're going to sell it to any foreign investors, Japan would probably be the only one that I could come to mind. Maybe a couple European ones, but mostly Japan, because they respect the ever loving shit out of pro wrestling because it's more than just entertainment. It is literally such a huge part of their culture now that, again, go watch New Japan Wrestling. It is such a different show compared to WWE or AEW or
It's a lot
GCW or
drier.
AAA. Like it's drier because again, they're there to actually absorb everything, to enjoy it, to see the stories, to see you, the entertainer, come out and do your job.
Yeah, the story's being told in the ring, not on a mic.
And then you get spoiled little brats like Mercedes Monet, who's like, you all didn't like me. So they would be the only ones, not Saudi at all. It would be bad business. But with that said, though, again, we talked about Disney. Disney gets in a lot of hot water with the Saudi Arabian kingdom. Gets in trouble with China. Gets in trouble with Russia. A lot of these very, I can't even say conservative because that's not even the right word anymore. These very strict countries that, nope, no gays, nope, no lesbian, no Christianity, no Muslim, no like whatever. They're very strict on their religion and their politics and all that. And if it goes against any of their teachings or any of their brainwashing in certain cases, they're very much like, nope, and it's not allowed. And it's not a conspiracy. Like, look up China law, so it's all there. It's one of those things that just it would be better to see in the hands of Disney and know that, oh, Saudi Arabia is done working with WWE now. Cool. Now I don't have to watch a pay-per-view at 10 a.m. in the morning trying to figure out, oh, is it 10 a.m. or is it 8? Is it 9?
Yeah.
I just want to watch my pay-per-view at 7 p.m.
So I mean, if it happens, who knows? But I think with the acquisitions that are gonna start to happen, as far as some wrestlers are gonna come in that were supposed to come in before Vince was back. There's a couple that started to filter in, and then there's probably gonna be, if he stays around, a couple that start to walk out. Because I guarantee there's off the top of my head, I can't think of any, but I know there's some that are like that will not work for Vince.
Right.
They don't want to work for Vince.
Right.
Yeah, Bray is one.
Braun Strowman.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Gargano and his wife. Really,
so you'll start to see it happen.
Brought back.
Yeah.
I just it's going to be interesting. Like I said in response to several people on social media, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not proclaiming that I'll ever be right on this. That's just history repeats itself. Vince has a track record. And while he says it's just for business, we're already seeing his daughter has stepped down. And not just step down, step out. She has fully resigned. She's not taking a leave of absence. She's resigning from all of her positions. We've seen 2 other board members leave as well. And on top of the 3 that got let go. We're going to see a change of scenery, and it's either going to be because of Vince McMahon, or it's going to be because somebody buys out WWE. At that point, it's more of you have 128 wrestlers, but your show only ever encapsulates a total of 50 of them between the 3 shows. Do you really need 128, or do you just need 50? Oh, okay, well, that case, how do we do this? And we're going to see firings. But it's going to happen. I don't think it'll happen before WrestleMania because that would be too big of a shock. Unless they announce it at WrestleMania. I could see them doing that. That would be... This WrestleMania is in April.
Yeah.
3 months would be March. Late March. Early March, late March type thing would be the earliest. And then to July. Or June. Like one of those two. So they could sell out and then announce at WrestleMania that, hey, not only is this a 2-day event, here's the mouse. We have Donald Duck. I know they talk about it. Oh, here's the thing. Okay, hear me out. Netflix sucks.
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos sucks. So it's not gonna be Amazon. Here's realistically, think of it from this standpoint. Disney. Okay. Disney buys WWE. Cool. Here's the cool thing with that though, realistically, what could happen? Other than a bunch of new princesses who are, adults now. Come on, you have not seen the social media post about that?
Yeah, yeah, yes.
Anyways, what would be super cool and amazing to do is there are certain wrestlers who would fit certain Marvel characters very well. And they no longer have to have them sign on with Disney or with WWE or whatever because they're already contracted. So they could take somebody from the WWE world who's really good acting, by the way, not some shitty fucking good acting, and say, by the way, you fit the perfect character for this supervillain, for this superhero, anti-hero, whatever. And now they can just segue in between the two of them. And now they get free work. And we start seeing less injuries because Disney's not going to let their stars get injured. No way. Netflix would. Henry Cavill got hurt a couple times. So
I don't know.
Witcher season 2 got postponed.
I don't want to see Disney get it. I don't want Disney to get their hands on it. I would like to see a streaming service get it and just bring back the network altogether. That's where I think it should go. I mean, if Disney does get it that way and they put it back on the network, cool. But it needs to, if whoever buys it needs to just go strictly back to the network, the app, all that stuff, and run that way.
I think Disney's the only one that could do that. That's why they're the forefront for me, because NBC does it. They own the USA Network and they own Peacock and they have a bunch of other subsidiaries. They already have their own platform. They're not going to say, go to WWE. No, they're going to just integrate it. Netflix, integrate. Amazon, integrate. Fox, integrate. Everything would be integrated to the platforms they already have because it wouldn't make any sense. Warner Brothers Discovery is the other one. HBO/Discovery. That's the other big one that's looking to purchase them. Again, platform. They already have it. Disney, one has the cash flow. The stupid fucking amount of cash flow.
Yeah.
They truly understand that, oh, hey, it's okay to have a Hulu platform. Nat Geo, Disney, all these other platforms they're cool with. They don't force all pure integrations to have one. It's, here's this one. You want adult? Go to Hulu. You want more child friendly and family friendly? Pushing the boundaries of R? Here's Disney. So Disney could be the one that, okay, we buy you. Get the fuck on Hulu for right now. They already have the live streaming set up on Hulu. They already do the Disney bundle with Hulu and ESPN. Yeah, again, you have Disney, you have Hulu, go get ESPN. There's your WWE network. If you're not going to use the WWE network, go put it on the shitty fucking app that's ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
But they could also say, and by the way, now we have 4 platforms. Just Disney, ESPN, Hulu, WWE. And now you're not having to pick and choose. You can have all 4 for a cheap, low price. Or you can pick which one you want. But Disney just makes the most sense out of everybody other than Warner Brothers Discovery. That would be the only other one I could see doing it. But Discovery, WB Discovery, whatever, don't see them doing because they've been doing a lot of budget cuts. Lots of firing, a lot of canceling of series and movies because it's not in the budget. So if they somehow got their hands on WWE, they would definitely be the ones like, you have X employees, you don't need that many. You need 10% of that. now you're fucked. And they're going to have final say on who stays and who goes.
I can see Amazon.
So Jeff Bezos can fuck that up like he did Twitch.
Well, I mean, he has no idea what he's talking about Twitch. No, I mean, Amazon has plenty of fucking cash flow to do it as well. I mean, they have the money. I mean, they may not have Disney money, but they've got money. Another one would have been that I know is not going to happen now. Would have been YouTube, but YouTube just signed a huge contract with the NFL.
But that's Google. Google owns YouTube.
Yeah, I would say YouTube just signed a huge $1 billion contract with the NFL for next year, or for multi years.
Again, how does the NFL impact WWE?
No,
all their premier live events are now on Saturdays, not Sundays. Like, they deliberately moved it so they have to compete with the likes of Super Bowl and Sunday Night Football.
Not just about more like cash flow wise. They just spent billions on that as well. So,
but Google could buy, ABC Inc. could buy WWE, and again, they would also be one that's like WWE Network. Here you go. You got YouTube Red. You now have access to WWE Network. And maybe people would actually use YouTube Red. Who uses that?
Well, I will next year, just because of the NFL. Because the Sunday ticket is going there, and that's how I watch all the games on Sundays. Is now that those fuckers have it, we'll see how much it's gonna cost to do it. So, who knows?
It just means it can be streamed live there too.
Yeah, it can be streamed live there, but you're gonna have to buy a package of some kind.
No. It could be like, that's going to make it more easy for a YouTube streamer to literally say, "Come watch the game on my channel. Here, it's live stream." They're paying for the package.
Yeah, and they do that on Twitch.
Yeah, they just get in a lot of trouble.
No, there's partnerships that they'll do it. I know Tim the Tap Man, Nick Merckx, they've streamed the Thursday night football games. They've done those that are typically held on Amazon.
Yeah,
because Amazon has that, so they're able to do that through Amazon, but it's a contract with the NFL as well through Amazon that they're able to do that. So, but yes, I can see now that the YouTube has it, and the Tap Man is on YouTube, so he will get back into being able to do that because he's a huge Cowboys fan and is able to do that stuff and has done a lot
no wonder he fucking sucks at
in the stadium. So,
hi Tim.
Yeah, I'm sure he's come on the show. We'll talk about it. I think with the way that the acquisitions are going to happen, with the possible sale, the storylines either coming or going, and who is going to have creative control around or after WrestleMania will be the big thing.
Yeah, because and
I hope that Triple H doesn't go anywhere.
I think he's the variable. I'm not saying he's like the sole reason, but I think he's the end all be all with this situation of, if Triple H leaves, you're gonna have a plethora of superstars who just go, "Peace, I'm done."
Mm-hmm.
They're not gonna want to risk it, or if they do risk it, they'll risk it till the end of their contract, and they will not renew. And the other thing that is coming to play a lot right now is there is a new, and we're not going to get much into politics, I'm going to just mention the bill, not by name, but there's a bill put in place to stop contracted employees, specific like wrestlers, who right now if they wrestle, there's a non-compete clause. So if they leave or they quit or they get fired, they have like a 60-day, 90-day, or X months non-compete clause. There's a bill in motion that if it gets passed, it would eliminate that. So if somebody gets fired or quits WWE, they don't have to wait the period out. They can just go jump ship to AEW or New Japan. They can go right away. They don't have to wait. That's going to be a big factor later this year, because I think it's being passed later this year. But that's also a big one for Vince, because he's very much against that. He doesn't believe if he fires someone, that they should be able to just pack up and go. That they should basically stay at home for 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, wherever their non-compete clause is, and not suffer, but you're not going to get any publicity. You're not allowed to market yourself. You're not allowed to do anything and go compete elsewhere. That will be a huge benefactor if this deal does not go through before that is agreed upon. But I don't know when that is, but that's one of the few things I've been following really closely. We're like, oh, what's this? Oh, and then Vince came back. I was like, fuck. Fuck you.
Yeah, so it'll get interesting. It'll be fun. In the fact of things should heat up. But I like the way storylines are going. I just hope they continue going for a little bit longer than they should.
Making my shot call right now. Triple H will be here guaranteed till WrestleMania. Depending upon what happens with the sell and depending upon whether or not Vince McMahon gets greedy, as usual, and fucks with creative. If storylines get muddied, if storylines don't make sense anymore or they just disappear, Triple H will not be here after WrestleMania. He'll go back to his leave of absence as well. Just say, I'm done. I won't be a part of this anymore. Very nicely. He'll be like, suck it. But
We'll see.
that's...
I think him and Sean stick around.
Well, again, if H leaves, I think Sean will leave right behind him. And so we'll...
Road Dog?
There we go. Yeah.
I think though he'll get rid of him. He won't have a choice. If Triple H is gone, yeah.
Yep.
He won't have a job regardless.
He doesn't do much for the company anyways right now.
Well, he's behind Bray Wyatt right now. He's helping direct that one.
Yeah,
That's his
Bray
segment.
Wyatt has full control over that. So
Yeah,
that's
he
more of
does, but he's
Road Dogg's going.
producing that whole segment though. That's like his thing.
Yeah, but
So,
again, he's really truly just going.
Yeah, if Triple H
Good
is
job.
gone, he won't be there. There's no way he'll be around it if Triple H is gone. He's only tolerated because Triple H is there.
He's not, I think he'll be gone before the end of the year, regardless if Triple H stays or not. I think Road Dogg's gone because he's been making a lot of bold statements as of this last couple weeks, calling out certain WWE wrestlers and even AEW wrestlers, and just basically saying they suck, they're not good, they shouldn't wrestle, they need to go do something else. And Austin Theory, I think, was part of his rant a week or two ago, and he just said some not so nice things. That it's like, oh, you really just kind of discredited all of what they're building up for, and you can't really do that. You need to shut your mouth, play ball. This is not DX. You can't just speak your mind anymore. You're a businessman. Shut your mouth. Color inside the lines. You can't do that. Do like the Marines. Eat the crayon. It's fine. But, it'll be interesting. I think this next 4 months will be very interesting. It'll tell a lot. We'll have more about this subject here in just a matter of a few weeks, because Royal Rumble is 3 Saturdays from now. It's the 28th.
Yeah, so 18 days from today.
Yeah, so a little under 3 weeks from now. And we'll have another episode right before on the 26th, giving our predictions, as well as a Royal Rumble bingo card that I'm working on. We'll have Clint back on here. If you're not familiar with who Clint is, longtime friend, baby booger over there, and he's got stories.
Fuck.
So he'll be on for all of our premier live events coverage of WWE. Again, 26th, we will have predictions and what we think will happen with storylines and all that. And then another one on the 30th or 31st of fallouts from Royal Rumble, and see who was right and who won Royal Rumble bingo.
Oh yeah.
We got a lot of stuff stored. Got a lot of stuff in store. So stay tuned. And of course, make sure to follow us on social media. Follow me, really, is what I'm saying. Follow 2Guys1Gamepad. And hear Sig talk shit. Lots of it. I'm there for the fun. Other than that, y'all, thanks so much for hanging out with us tonight. Hope you enjoy this episode. And we will catch you on the flip side. Now, I'm going to pass over to none other than Baby Booger.
Baby booger. I hope you stub your toe and get gonorrhea, you fucker. Till the next one. Bye, bitch. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. As always, I am Rahgel, the illustrious baby booger, as I was proclaimed in the last episode by the Thunder Thighs, that is known as Sigalicious.
My Thunder Thighs are just that. They're delicious. Everybody loves them.
Did you sip
They
on
look-
your pink drink?
They look like they should belong on a woman.
So you have lady legs? So you have womanly legs. Is that what you're saying?
I very
Shaved
thick.
and everything?
I mean, from where my boots were, it looks like I fucking shaved patches. Damn. Like, it's so funny. Look at my legs. I'm like, half my calf is bald. What the fuck? You can tell where my boots were. That's where it's really bald.
It happens. That's it. It all gets rubbed raw.
Look, you're accustomed to being bald. I am not. I take all my hair and run with it in pride.
It's getting there. The five head is getting to the point to where it may need to be combed over, like to the front.
You know what's funny is my forehead has always been this big. Always. So it's not a receding hairline. It's just,
You don't have dreams, you have movies.
yeah. Fucking, I have drive-in movies. You ain't seen nothing yet. Oh,
Hide that big ass forehead.
but real quick, because I don't think I mentioned this. We'll get into today's episode, but I don't think I mentioned it. So, of course, as always, I DoorDash. But I was probably 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, I was out door dashing and I had to pick up food at a restaurant called Tasty China House. I bet you could never guess what food they serve there. Italian food? You would be right. No, it's Chinese food.
I was like, what? Way off.
But anyways, so I had to get out of my car and there is a lady, a bigger gal, in her car, in an SUV, and she has her window rolled down. And I stayed in my car because it says pickup time in like 7:54, and it was 7:47, so I knew I had time. And I was either gonna wait inside or wait in my car. So I waited in my car for a couple minutes, looked through TikTok, and I keep looking over and seeing this lady next to me. Again, window rolled down. She keeps looking over at me. She's saying something I can't hear. But whatever. Ignored her. Got out of my car and started heading inside to Tasty China House, the restaurant. And sure as shit, the moment I walk in front of her car, which is in front of my car, all I hear is, "Damn, Daddy! Look at that dump truck on you. I'd love to take a bite of that cake. Come here, Daddy." I ignored it and just went straight into the... So I was like, oh, she can't be talking to me. But anyways, go get my food. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm texting my wife, just like, hey, I just think I just got hit on. I got called Daddy. I don't like it. It feels weird. Go inside, get the food, walk out, and she's like, is that dinner for me? I bet I could eat that off the shelf you were packing back there. Dad. I was just like, oh my God. So I never acknowledge her. Don't ever look over at her. But she is full on fucking cat calling me. I get in the car. I just sit there for a second. It's like, well, that's been a bit. I've been hit on by gay people a lot in my younger years, but this is different. Okay. Yeah, just gotta go drop this delivery off. It's like, that's weird. But thanks for noticing. That's where all my candy goes.
So I'm learning that Sig has an in-table ass not ask for days. They put a week on it. So you get hit on coming out with your food.
Going
And a
in,
woman wants
coming out.
to eat food off your ass.
Yeah. That's probably
I
honestly the
mean,
most disturbing part, but not like calling me daddy was right up there too. I don't like that. Because again, I am a dad, and that's not my fetish. Try someone else. Probably the same people who have an issue or a thing with toes, but it's not me. Try someone else.
that's a lot weirder. That's fucking weird. No, those are weird.
Yeah. I think calling anybody daddy when they're not your kid is weird. Don't like
Yes.
it. Weird. I really don't know how to I don't know how to cope with it. And of course, let's not even mention the fact, ADHD, social anxiety. I'm an introvert by nature, so I don't like dealing with fucking people. And somebody's just hitting on me. I'm like, what? Oh, you're flat off. Okay. I know this is happening. I'm picking up on this. I don't like it. I need an adult.
Leave me alone. No.
Where's my wife? I need my wife. Where's my
Safe
wife?
space. Safe space.
But my God. Yeah, it caught me off guard, but it was like a couple weeks ago. I was like, oh, I need to tell Rahgel about this. Yeah. Okay. I got called daddy. That was the first time ever in my life to be called daddy by anybody that's not my children.
Which is odd of us both being dads, having kids, being called dad or daddy. I only hear daddy now from my daughter. I never heard it from my boys. But
That'd be
being
really
called
weird, honestly.
daddy by my daughter is the age she's at now. She plays on it and she knows it.
Yeah.
She said, "Oh, daddy, can I have?" Hold on, let's back this train up a little bit. What do you need, or what do you want?
Using the word dad. If you can't say it with just dad, no.
No, it's a play, and she's catching on to it a little bit more. But yeah, it's one of those things like, "Oh, dad, what do you want? I know you want something." So yes, and I don't know if you saw her or not. She's now starting to play video games.
Yep.
She played because PS5 has a built-in. It's like a playroom.
Yeah.
That they have built into it. It's like
PS4 had that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it has the playroom built into it. So there's the robot that runs around. She started playing on that, and so she was down here on my setup, playing with that. And it was funny because I had that going, and I also had on my computer. I had Bluey playing for her. So she has Bluey playing, and then she's playing this game, and so somebody else walked down. Somebody else walked down. She's like, "Really? This is what she's doing now? So you're ruining her?" I'm like, whoa. This is not ruining much.
She was ruined the moment she came out of you.
I'm like, I'm just giving her the full experience. This is what it is. You have 2 monitors. You have the ability to do this. And we're going to see how far her ADHD is going to go.
You want her playing games? You want her whoring around with the other kindergartners.
And she did good.
She's digging her.
She's figuring it out. Watching her figure it out, how to do the tasks that are in that easy game is like, okay, she's slowly figuring it out, and it's kind of cool to watch them figure it out and try to see if they can continue to progress in the game.
Yeah.
But she's like, oh, I have to go back. I have to practice. And of course, me in my head, I'm like, no, go to the next thing. But I'm like, okay, I have to back off. I have to, you've already done it 10 times. You got it covered. You can only tightrope the cord enough. You got it.
That's probably the hardest part. Like our daughters are the same age roughly. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think they're the exact same, not like day, month thing, but both 5. Mm-hmm. But I think that's probably the most fascinating thing. My 5-year-old is my first child. Your 5-year-old is your last child.
My third.
So I think it's fascinating to see my children learn, and not only just learn, but learn, implement, and evolve. I find that whole process so fucking fascinating. But at the same time, like you, I was like, no, go do this. Just move on, let's go. Or you're not doing it right. It's like, no. And my wife's often there. It's like, you need to stop. She's learning.
It's not learning the right way, damn it.
Right. It's not. Right? Like my daughter, she's trying to get into video games. She's trying her hardest to get into video games, and not because dad plays video games or anything. It's she just wants to play video games. She watches YouTube for kids a lot, and they're playing video games. Um, I'm the one watching Bluey. I was like, you guys want to watch Bluey in the background? Okay. No new episodes yet. I guess we're gonna binge watch season 1, 2, and 3.5. All right, there we go. Bluey's a good show.
I
Shut the
still
fuck
can't
up.
get into it. I tried. I've watched it a couple times. Like I can't get into it.
So you just have to suffer through. I think like probably the first 7 or 8, and then after that, the latter half of season 1, you're just like, this is good. And you have to pick up on all the social cues and the innuendos. Amazing, like the fact that they always are doing laundry, but they don't wear clothes, except to go swimming. By the way, they do wear bathing suits to go swimming. Neither here nor there. I could go all day about Bluey, but my daughter is in that phase of trying to learn video games, and she's learning more on like the mobile side of the house, like phones and tablets. She really wants to learn how to play Mario Kart, and she is okay, but she gets pissed off, and I think it's hilarious. Where again, I don't care if my kids swear as long as the context is proper and it's not at somebody. I don't care. Now, if they start overusing it, certain cases where my daughter has flat out said, Rowan is pissing me off. He's pissing me off. I can't stand it, Dad. Tell him to go away. Like she said, pissed off like 3 or 4 times. Like you need to ease the fuck up. Okay, it's one thing to say it once, but when we start getting repetitive with it, you're abusing it, and it's no longer has the same effect. So you can say it once and leave it alone. But that was kind of the case with Mario Kart 8. She's like, Dad, look, I'm winning. Dad, oh shit, I got fifth. It's like, all right, I understand. I don't know what position you were in to begin with, but you're in fifth now. So yeah, she's like, Dad, what can I do? Well, you can just not suck. So there's that.
Yeah, I mean, that's do better.
Yeah, I fucking told her that before. Where I was like, you'll get better. You're gonna suck at the beginning, and that's fine. And we always had to reference, somersaulting or potty training. Whereas you remember you doing this, you remember how much it sucked and how much you hated it, and then now you can do it. Oh yeah, all right. One life, you're gonna suck ass at shit, and then you're gonna get better. And if you don't get better, you're just gonna stop doing it altogether. So you figure it out. This is not your thing. It's not what you're good at. Move on. And of course, certain grandparents don't approve of that style, and that's fine. Certain grandparents should worry about some drunks or alcoholics. That's fine. But anyways, so again, I think it's fascinating to see my child learn. I think it's fascinating. Like she came home from school the other day and she's like, Dad, listen to this. I can read this book. And of course, my first instinct is, wait, what the fuck? You can read?
You can read.
Teach me. We read in school. What? And of course, I look at her schedule, and she has like 2 different segments throughout the day of reading. And I'm just like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that's fine. I do put you in school, don't I? You're not here to annoy me all 24 hours of the day.
Not all day.
But I think I find it fascinating because again, no one truly gets to see themselves evolve. It just kind of happens. That's life. But to be that outside perspective, let alone your own flesh and blood, it's very interesting and intriguing to me. Where I'm just like, oh, this is so cool. Because I can just remember not even a couple years ago, we were doing potty training, and before that, your big ass head couldn't sit itself up because you just fall forward. You had no neck muscle. You look like a bobblehead on roids. Like, I think it's funny. I love the experience. I just think it's great. Now, do I miss the blowouts of diapers?
Oh no.
No.
Anyway, you figure out the shit up your back to where it goes to your ears. I mean, that's talent, let alone, but how?
So we got lucky. We've never had that. I never had either one of my kids shit so bad it was like up in their hairline.
Oh my gosh.
Thankfully, not like middle of the back, getting close to the shoulders. Sure, but I think that's kind of the highest. Well, okay, so there's one. Here's the problem with this one is there was one where there was the poopocalypse, and it's on my Facebook. Like you can scroll through my memories, you can see this shit. My daughter was taking a nap. She wasn't even a year old. She was like maybe 5, 6 months old. Wife was at work. I was off. She was in her crib. And I just remember she went down peacefully. Cool. Wasn't really happening at that time. Getting her to take naps peacefully. You know how it is. Not even 6 months old. It's a shit show. Well, poopocalypse happened. Change her diaper. Put her down. A couple hours later, go check in on her because she's screaming bloody murder. There is literal shit over my walls. Right by the crib. Up and down the walls. The door handle, which is literally just like a foot away from the crib. Shit. Door. Shit. Walls. Poop. And clearly she's played in it a bit before she cried and got my attention. Pillows, mattress, padding around the crib, the floor. Just fucking poop. Everywhere. I remember taking a video. I posted pictures and everything. I sent to my wife. It's like, what the fuck? What is this? And she's laughing and everything because, you know, she's at work.
Yeah, she doesn't have to deal with it.
Whatever. But I just, that's the only time I think it's ever been like a full blown like explosion, hair. And even then, she got put in a basket, put in the bathtub, because the basket contains her and she can hold herself if she needs to. Cool trick if you're a new dad or mom and you don't know about it. Laundry basket. Not a hamper basket. Really cool bathroom trick. But I remember putting there, washing her down, and I'm very much a texture person, like my daughter is too. There's certain textures I'm not a fan of, and slime, mucus / poop is one of them. And I'm very much a, what did my wife call it? I'm a smell guy. So, like, I don't do vomit. If my kids vomit, if I see it or smell it, I will throw up. I don't like it. I'm a reactor. I just smell shit, and I had a goatee at the time, not a beard, and I just smelled shit. I think I touched my face at one point because I like it itch. I mean, I don't know what happened, but I smelled shit for like all fucking day. It was just so bad. I remember having it like, she got a bath, she got rinsed off, new clothes, new diaper. She got a whole new like bedding got put in. I washed down her whole crib and everything. I remember we had a little bassinet next to our bed that she normally would sleep in. I put her ass in the bassinet and I hopped in the shower. I had to scrub myself. Like fucking rough with a loofah and soap 4 or 5 times because I just smelt shit. I could not get off of me.
It's been true.
Yeah, that's honestly probably
he burns his clothes, gets in the shower, starts crying.
There was no crying.
I know where's the man.
But yeah, that's a very, very literal, accurate depiction of it.
So I had something similar with my oldest son. He was probably 2 or 3 at the time, and he had done something. We sent him to his room, and obviously he was in diapers at the time, and he had, he did something. I don't know what it was. Sent him to his room, go to your room for a little while and chill out. Well, he got very quiet, and every parent knows that when a kid goes quiet, they're obviously doing something they shouldn't be, because kids are never quiet at that age. So it was probably a half hour that he was in there. We thought maybe he had fallen asleep. No. I walk in there, and he's standing there, butt ass naked.
Yep.
With his diaper in his hands, Picassoing every wall with his shitty diaper. He's gone every single wall he can reach that does not keep him from getting there without his bed in the way.
Oh my God.
And it's all about the same distance from the floor to where he's at. And it's just him doing this.
Oh my God.
Just scrubbing back and forth with his diaper, and his little ass shaking back and forth, and looks back at me. I'm like, oh no. We're about to have some problems. Never want to pun on a baby in my life. But
you ever been Spartan Kid, boy? No?
When I see wall to wall shit in his bedroom, and man, like, I'll gag like when it's like if there's a bad diaper.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a man, but if there's a shitty diaper and it stinks, I'm gonna fucking gag. And I walk in and I just, like the psycho thing goes off in the back of my head and everything. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Shit everywhere. The shit everywhere. What are you doing? Like, why? Why do you do this? What is wrong with you? What makes you want to do this?
you do this?
Like, what the hell? So yes, took him out and he did have it on him. Now he did not paint himself with it.
Oh,
So, but he did have some on him from the Picasso paintings he was doing. So he got a bath. And then in my head, I'm like, how in the fuck am I going to clean this?
baby wipes.
Oh,
Clorox
in the back
wipes.
of my head, I'm like, I'm just gonna spray the hose. I'm gonna rip the carpet out. I'm gonna do everything. I don't even care. I don't want to touch it. Oh my gosh! Yes, baby wipes,
Or did you just go, babe?
paper towels.
Your son wants you.
It was not like there was none of that. It was just like, oh well, I'm gonna clean this because somebody else was not gonna clean it.
No.
And this was the ex-wife, so there was none of that was gonna happen. So I had to clean it. So I go through this, and I'm pretty sure I'm crying as I'm cleaning this because I don't understand. This is what it's gonna be. Like, I didn't sign up for this. This is my first kid. Like, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do now. Like, if he's painting the wall with shit, what the hell's gonna happen? Yeah, so that one was one that blew my mind, and I've had a few other shit stories. The funniest one is I got divorced, and I got a text message of your son, and always whenever you get the text message of your son, he did something wrong.
Well, yeah, it's the same for
It's
us
always,
even when we text.
oh, your son.
Our
Okay.
SO is your son did this, and it's like, look, he's no longer my son because he fucked up and fucked around, and now he's your son. Okay.
Yep.
I'm not dealing with this.
So I get a text message of your son just shit in the bathroom sink. Like, fuck yes. That's awesome. In my head, I'm like, yes, great.
You mean your
Cool.
son, right? He came out at you, right?
My text back was like, your sink, correct? Yes, my sink.
Your house.
Okay, cool. Not my problem. Hope you got it figured out. I'm like, what do you want me to do? Like, cool. Like, that happened. Like, I
Jeez.
laughed my ass off. Like, okay.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so.
Yeah. If he shit in my sink, I wouldn't, one, be texting you about it. I would be taking care of it. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm not going to come take care of it. Well,
Well,
that's your problem.
I'm not. I will never. That's not true. I will. I hardly ever bash other parents for their parenting style, but those that are like, maybe in that situation where it's a poop storm in their bedroom, and they'll take out their cell phone and be like, I gotta record this and send it up on TikTok and Instagram. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, again, yes, Grant, I took pictures and video, but I didn't upload the marine thing.
Yeah.
It stayed between my wife and I. And then like a day or two later, I was like, oh yeah, hey, FYI, everybody on here on Facebook, look what my daughter did the other day. While my wife was at work and I was at home. This sucks.
Yeah, I think
I'm
ours.
I'm dead.
Mine's more like, okay, when you get
Joke's on
older,
me.
just wait. You'll have friends, you'll have a girlfriend, you'll have something along
I
the
have
lines
all
of
this
what's going to
evidence.
happen. It's all coming out. Remember the time you ship a costume on my wall? Wait till you get your own house.
I
I'm
don't.
gonna shit on your walls too. Payback's a bitch.
You're
Remember
like
that
60
time?
years old and you're just like, I gotta go to the bathroom. Hold on.
Shit on your
Yeah.
wall.
Oh, that's not working. Hey, do you have any Miralax, laxatives? Yeah? Oh, okay.
I'm about to paint
Ah,
here.
we go. Fucker. I'll get the really high corners where you can't reach.
Yeah, just wait. I'm gonna shit behind the toilet.
I've yet to have that. I say yet because I do have a 5 and 3-year-old. But
They'll get creative.
But I will say it's fucking like night and day difference between them. Between my daughter and my son. Night and day difference on like behavior, the way they talk, the way they act, the way they interact with each other, mannerisms, like all of it, just fucking night and day difference. My daughter is hella smart. My son just makes me go, good job. You need to get a football scholarship because I don't have high hopes for your intelligence right now. Grant, he's 3. He's very smart too. But there's just moments. He has more moments where you're like, thank God you're a tank.
Yeah.
Because right now, engineering's not in your future. But when it comes to like potty training, my daughter, again, I also was working full time, so was my wife. So potty training was drastically different then as it is now. Where my daughter started potty training right around like 3 years old, 2.5, 3 years old, and she was really easy. She was able to run around naked. She knew where her little pink potty was, and she'd sit on it. Granted, there was a couple fights of you need to sit down and go potty. Take your fucking diaper off, sit down and go potty. Or we just let her run around naked and, she peed on the
And
floor.
that's a lot of parents do that. A lot of parents have the naked time to figure things out.
So, but
pee
with
somewhere.
my son, it's a little different because I was at Target and I saw they had potty training underwear for boys, not girls, boys. So of course I bought the pack. There's a 5-pack. Cool, whatever. He absolutely loves them. He can go pee, no issue. Pooping, on the other hand, issue. Because he doesn't, even when he was like in his diaper, he didn't just like poop. He had to go find an end table, a coffee table, dining table, whatever, a table, and he had to get underneath it and he would squat. And we're talking like a deadlift squat where your butt's almost touching the ground, your legs are spread. Yeah, he was down deep, and you could just.
So he's Haji squatting and grunting.
Yeah, and like we'd see him, and Grant with the diaper on, we'd see him and be like, "Hey, buddy, you pooping?" No.
Leave me alone. I got
He's
this
like,
covered.
he literally just stops and he goes, "No." And you're like, "You sure?" And while you're asking him, he's still just there. And his face is turning red and everything, and you're just like, "Well, dude, you look like you're pooping." No.
No.
Not pooping. And just like, you smell like shit now. Did you poop? Nope.
Nope.
And there's been a few times, like you mentioned when you were gagging, there's been a few times where like diaper, both my kids at some point have walked by me, shit-filled britches, and very sensitive nose to the point where I just walk by them. What the? What's no? No.
You get those ones, man. They hit you. Like
They're
someone just
different.
punch you in the nose. Like, what the hell? Damn. What did you eat? Like,
What did I feed you?
what the hell did I feed you? Like, there was nothing that smelled like that. Who gave you kimchi? Like, I don't know what the hell that
For
is.
real. But there's like, but now that like my son's potty training, we have these potty underwear for him, and they're really cool. Like they have the liner built in and everything. They're washable and everything. Really cool. Love them. Wish we had some for my daughter. My son will not go around naked because he likes to poop, and he likes to just shotgun it, and it's very bad. Where in the last week alone, he has Friday, Saturday, whatever, this weekend. Literally, him and I are at home, chilling out, hanging out, and he's potty training. And every 30 minutes, 45 minutes, hey, dude, go sit on the toilet. Good job. Let's go sit on the toilet. Good job. And sat on the toilet, went pee, got up and goes, Dad, play. It's cool. Okay, let's go play. So we're running around the house, and he books it to my bedroom. So I go chase after him. And when I catch up to him, all of a sudden he just stops. He goes, no, 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 no. I'm like, hands up, telling me to stop. I was like, dude, we're playing. No.
No, right now, I gotta shoot.
Like, no, he's not pushing. He's just, no. It's like, okay. And I start smelling something. I was like, okay, well, maybe it's the kitty litter. No, that's not cat poop. I didn't use the restroom. Hey, dude, did you poop? No. Did you poop? No. Let's go sit down and potty. No. Bro, you fucking shit your pants. Okay. Goddamn. Fucking tennis ball size. Just shit in there. He hasn't sat down yet, so it's not compressed into a pancake. And I just remember I pulled his diaper or his underwear back to look. I was like, fucker. Dude, we sit on the toilet. Okay. Stop shitting your underwear. You just went pee. God damn it. Let's go. Okay, get in the shower. Let's go. Because it's a staying in the shower. Put him in the shower. Hose him down a bit. And, of course, I'm like trying to wipe him with regular toilet paper. I'm like, this is some sticky fucking shit. What the hell? No wonder we use baby wipes for you fucking kids.
Baby shit's different.
It's a whole nother. It's tar still.
Yeah,
Even at
it
3
is.
years old, there's tar somehow mixed into it.
Yes.
But I was like, okay, well, I gotta get rid of the poop. And I literally just flipped the underwear inside out and nothing stuck to the underwear. Like, that's how unadhesive this was. And it just went into the toilet. And I shit you not, all you hear is and then a little splash. Because it stuck to the bowl. I went, damn. I was aiming for the water. Fuck. I was like, God damn it. Flush the toilet. Oh, it's not going down. Oh. So it was stuck to the bowl, and then it was the toilet didn't flush because it got stuck in the whole little system. So I was like, fuck, I had to actually use a plunger for my kid's turd. God damn it.
That's what happens.
That's fucking night and day difference. And he did it again today. But this time, again, he just went pee. Like, I'm talking like less than 30 seconds. He just went pee. And he went and sat down on the couch, played on his tablet. Hey, buddy, you want some lunch? Yeah. You want PB&J? Yeah, and chips. Okay. We're making PB&J with chips. Come back, sat him down at the table. Waft of shit came up. God damn it. You poop? Yeah. Why didn't you sit down? Just shrugs his shoulders.
Oh, no.
Buddy, we're potty trained. Yep. Sit on the toilet. No. I can't wait till your mom is off tomorrow.
Have you tried the kid shitters? Like the ones you can just set up anywhere in the house?
Yeah, I have one.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I have one. It's in the living room where he stays. It's no more than like 2 feet away from me at any one time. He just shits wherever he wants. That's what happens when they're an under the table shitter. They don't believe in toilets. But I have to get him potty trained before I can take him to preschool this coming year.
Well, it'll happen.
And it's gonna happen to the teacher when they call and they're like, "Hey, the kid shit his pants. Did you leave him alone underneath the table?" I warned you not to. It's in his IP thing. What the fuck I told you?
Do not let him underneath the table. He will shit.
I told you.
That's his go-to.
His calling card. Fucking terrible. But
No, we're done
night
with
and day difference.
we're
Night and
done
day
with
difference.
potty training.
Can't wait.
We are now we're just to the point of, can you flush? That's just my kids, period.
No.
It's just like, oh, you shit, huh? Does somebody shit? Who shit? Who's the phantom shitter? Everybody, who's here? Not me. Nope, not me. Bullshit. Somebody did. The dog's not doing it.
Ew, that's why I think it's so funny. It's like we have 2 bathrooms. We have my wife's bathroom. We have the kids' bathroom. Son is not in the toilet. We're not using the toilet. So if it's shit and that bathroom smell, like, I call my daughter out. And I know I'll get shit for it. Where it's like, you're belittling your daughter. You're making no. Literally the size of these do not match the child. My child is small and skinny, and this thing is thicker than both her thighs put together. The girth is ridiculous. And maybe that's the guy thing, because I've said this to my wife before. She's like, why are you looking at people's shit?
The guy thing.
Like, I don't
It's
know,
a competition.
That's what we do.
It's a competition.
I remember saying freaking shit pics to my brothers and friends at one point. Gotcha. You looked at my poop.
I'm sorry.
This
If
looks
you're
like a
in
J.
the military and you go to a quarter shitter, you're looking in there because you're trying to cut it in half. If you're going there to take a piss, you're trying to cut whatever you can. Any solid one, you're trying to cut in half. You're playing straight up laser beam Star Wars style. I'm gonna cut it in half, and if I get that one, I'm gonna try and cut it again. If I got enough piss left, you're trying to cut it in half.
I mean, it's the same thing. Like even if you are at home and there's like a little poo or fecal mass still stuck to the toilet bowl,
I'm cleaning it.
we don't need a brush. We just pee.
Yeah,
We aim for it. It's like
guy thing.
which is funny because again, guys, we have dicks. Like that's how we pee. And my wife is trying to teach my son, or wanting to teach my son to stand up and go pee. I was like, listen, no, he can sit down and go pee until further notice. We're not doing this whole let him stand up and try to pee in the toilet thing. If he's gonna pee, and we're gonna teach him how to pee standing up, he's gonna be in the bathtub where there are walls, and he can't pee around them too much. And
Sorry. If I wake up in the middle of the night, I'm sitting the fuck down. I don't care.
no,
There's so much work to stand up.
I'm just there leaning.
I'll set my ass down, and I'll. All right, I'm done. There you go. All right. No,
Because
I'm not fucking standing up. Fuck
there's-
that.
there's been too many times when even like I've had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. I was like, oh, yeah, I gotta drop a deuce. Yep. And I'll go sit down. I'll literally just be there. And the next thing I know is my arm has fell asleep. My legs are dead asleep. And then my whole tingling sensation, I'm like, oh man, what?
I can't stand up. Pins and
What time
needles.
is it? And it's
Pins
sure
and
shit enough,
needles.
it's been like 20, 30 minutes. I fell asleep on the toilet. Or, there's been a time where I've been like super drunk, and it's been several years, like right when my wife and I met. Super drunk, and I just fell asleep on the toilet. And she came in, she's like, you okay? Huh?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I just got in here. No, you've been in here for 2 hours. Okay. And then try to sit up, and you're like, ooh, no, never mind.
They don't
Never
work.
mind. Oh, I drank too much, didn't I? Yeah,
That was-
you did. Just a
Well,
little bit.
maybe. Yeah.
But
Well, like
Just-
bathroom time now, like I get it. Like that's what I go and leave me the fuck alone.
oh yeah.
Like I can't. I don't get much of it. Like we have
I'm
we
sorry,
have
you go to
3.5
work.
bathrooms. Yes. Yeah. We have
You want to
3.5
talk about not
bathrooms in
getting
our
alone time?
house.
Why do you think my kid still takes a nap? It's not a nap, it's quiet time. This is designated shut the fuck up and leave that alone time. Need a 3-hour break. Piss off.
Yeah, no. So I like we have 3.5 bathrooms, and like I will disappear. Like I'm leave me alone.
Yeah.
I'm building a rocket ship. Leave me alone. Like you get in there and it's like, oh, all right, about to do some work in here. What are you doing? What the fuck do you think I'm doing? I'm taking a shit. Leave me alone. Hey, can you help me do this? No, I'm fucking busy. I know. Can I do this? I don't care. I don't care.
That's-
Whatever
That's
you
the
want.
best. Can you help me? Does it
Yeah,
look like I can help
yeah.
you? What am I doing? I don't know. Am I out there? No. Okay, then go fucking ask your mom. Or wait. Well, how long? I don't know. The more you talk to me, the longer this is gonna be. Go
It takes concentration.
away now. Yeah. I've done that.
Nope,
I
it's
still do that.
leave me
I still
alone.
do that. I can do that now. Where like, thankfully, my son will. If it's just like him and I, it's a school week. If it's just him and I can leave him out on the couch with a tablet and the TV going. He's fine. He's content. But then if my daughter's home, again, I should be able to. She has all the shit in the world she ever needs and more. Sure enough, I'll be going to the bathroom, and all you hear is just a knock. And then I was like, what? I can tell by the footsteps on if it's my son or my daughter. I was like, what do you need? Well, I was in the fucking noise the shit out of me. Again, I get their kids. I was just okay, hey. Stop talking. Why? Stop talking. Compose your thoughts. Structure the sentence and then ask me. Stop with the heing and hawing and humming and awing. Talk. Oh, okay. I was just wondering if I could, what do
Broken
you fucking
again.
want to do? What do you want to do? And like my frustration gets worn out so quick. Just I'm so frustrated so easily. And what? What do you want? Well, can I? Yeah, sure. Does it deal with fire? No. Does it deal with scissors? No. Electrical outlets? No. Do you need my assistance to open or cut anything? No. Yes. And then just it's always a few minutes later. My son comes, Dad. He's still mumbling shit. I can't understand him all the time. No. Okay, and just walks away.
Shit on the table now.
Night and day difference. And I've had times where like I'm in the bathroom and my daughter has came knocked on the door. Dad, Rowan stinks. He smells like shakaka.
Chicago.
And well, he stinks. What do you think I'm doing right now? I don't know. I'm pooping. Okay? I'm literally in the middle of pooping. I am stuck until further notice, okay? What am I to do? Go sit in your room then. Get away from the shakaka smell. He won't leave me alone. He's following me. That sounds like a you problem there, baby. I'm sorry.
I'm in a room. Door's locked. Not my problem.
Door's not even locked because I have to be letting them come in case something happens.
Nope. Oh, I'm to the point now. Door's locked. Mm-mm. Good luck.
Well,
You're on your own. When I walk into the chambers, you're on your own. As long as there's nobody else in the house that I have to worry about, you're good.
oh man, that's the other one. Like I lock all the doors. If it's just my kids and I'll like deadbolt door handle. It's always the same. Don't fucking touch that door handle. Don't touch the door. Stay away from it. Anybody knocks or comes to it, you back the fuck off. Okay. Cool. I almost broke down my door last night. I was smoking a pork loin and went outside. But keep in mind, it's only like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's not late. But it starts looking like it's late because, Midwest.
Oh, yeah.
Sun. Anyways, I went outside to go check in on the pork loin. And my son likes to shut the door behind people. Cool, whatever. This fucker deadbolt and lock the door handle. The door handle, by the way, is not like an actual lock, like traditional lock. You have to push the door handle in and twist it, and that's how it locks. There's no key slot for it. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he can do that, and he locked me out. And my front door's locked because it's just the three of us. I'm pounding and kicking on the door, and I can see him in the window next to the door, just peering at me.
Hi, Dad.
I'm like, fucking open the door. No. Open the door. And like I start pounding everything. You can hear my dog barking out. And my daughter comes over and unlocks it. I fucking throw the door open, get up in my son's face. Don't fucking touch the damn locks. No way touch locks in this house. If your name is not mom or dad, don't fucking touch them. And he literally like, I'm screwed. I'm in deep shit. And my daughter's just over there. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Because she's locked me out before too, a couple years ago. When it was just her and I. I was like, you motherfuckers. The only difference is the last house is I had break-in measures put in place. I knew how to break in from the outside, and I've had to do it twice in the last house where she locked us out of our old bedroom, which again was that door handle type lock where there's no way to get into it. So if it's locked, it's locked type deal. I had to break down our screen window to that room, hop in through a 5.5-foot window. I'm 5'11". The window's taller than you. I'm having to crawl in, and literally like it's brick wall, so like my stomach to my
scurry up,
neck
Spider-Man.
it's just all scraped up from bricks. I got in, got my daughter's face. Don't fucking lock the damn doors. And they had a meeting with Jesus, and now nobody touches the damn door handles because Dad got really mad. No one got spanked. Nobody got in trouble. I had really firm, strict, come to Jesus talking with him. And of course, my wife finds out about my son doing this to me the other day, and she's like, "I told you you shouldn't lock the front door in case this happens." I was like, or, crazy thought. They don't touch a fucking door knobs. They had no need to be opening or closing any of these doors. They don't have any need to locking any of these doors. Yeah, that's true too. Okay, okay. So this isn't a I should have left the door unlocked up front. This is a don't fucking touch your damn door handles. Simple. I'll do it. We'll see. We'll give him the summer. I'll be locked out, sure.
Oh yeah. Which I swear we have good things to happen with our kids at some point, but these are the fun things to talk about because the frustration parts of being a dad or just having kids is probably the funny parts because you can laugh about them now.
Yeah.
Because in the moment you want to you debate on why you had kids, and then you have other times where you just want to make them not exist or be around you ever. And you're just like, what do I do with
you? If you don't feel that way, I'm not saying you're doing parenting wrong, but you're not spending enough time around your fucking kids because
they're always there.
For me, yeah,
they're never gone.
But I will also say this: the frustration is outweighed by so many like amazing moments and awesome things. It's just that frustration is really easy to remember. Like so many things in life, negative's always easier to remember than positive.
That's what brings parents together is the negativity. Because it all happens to all of us.
Well, it's like the military. Suckage. It
sucks. Yeah. You embrace the suck. And they suck at times.
Yeah. I mean, some branch suck harder and literally, maybe. But, you know. But no, like, I think it's funny. And I personally, I'm the weird guy that I've always wanted to be a dad. I'm the weird one. Like, you can ask my wife if she's ever on the episode. When we started talking about kids, I was like, look, I want 2 kids, 1 boy, 1 girl. Specifically in that order. And some deity went, fuck you, no.
Swap!
I did have the first son or grandson in my family. Not to be overlooked too far by the second grandson was a month later. But not even a month later, like a few weeks. But it's so funny, and I hate diapers. Hate them. I hate potty training. I hate it. It sucks. But like my daughter's in the nighttime training, so she has like pull-ups.
Oh, okay.
And she never wants to. Oh, she's a cranky little shit. She wants to potty train at night, like get used to wearing underwear and everything. Cool, whatever. Again, stay at home. I got time. We tried it for like 3 or 4 days. Wake her up every 30 minutes or an hour. Try to give her an hour of sleep. Can't wake her up. So we're at this point, we're like rocking her, shaking her. And she's like, come on, hey, get up, come on. Get up. Like, it turns from sweet and nice to fucking full-on Terminator. Get the fuck up type thing. And no matter how she wakes up, whatever method, she's just cranky. I don't want to wake up. I don't gotta go potty. Just full-on meltdown. So now she's back in that stage again where she's like, I want to do this. Can you guys wake me up in an hour? Are you going to scream? Are you going to yell at your mom and I? Are you going to be pissy about this? I'll try not to. I'll give you 1 day. We'll do this one time. But if you scream and yell and cry, bitch and complain to me, I'm done. I'm walking away. I won't do it. I promise I won't do it. All right, we'll do it on the weekend then. 'Cause I'm not losing sleep during the weekdays. I already have trouble sleeping. And sure enough, loses her shit. Going to bed. See you in the morning. Shut the door and walk away. And my wife's the same way. She's like, no, I can't do it. This is ridiculous. And we can't change. We can't, like, if it wasn't for the way her bedding is, we didn't buy her bed. But this child has a full-size bed. Full size, not twin size. Full size. We have a queen. She has a full size. It's one that came in the box and it's like rolled up and it's expanded. Her Nana bought it for her and bought like a canopy, I think princess style bed, frame, canopy, all that shit. Mattress has to go in there, and the waterproof lining is a is a glove style, so you have to slip the mattress into it, zip it
Oh,
up.
fuck that.
So
those suck.
if she has any accidents, I have to pull the whole mattress out, rip the bedding off, undo the zipper, pull the mattress out, and there's the lining. I hate that fucking thing so much. So much. Hate it. And
I just buy a big ass tarp.
I make Mitch. Oh, we bought puppy pads. I'm not afraid to mention that.
Yep, I don't blame you.
Line it. But I make sure to mention that every now and then when my mother-in-law comes into town. It's like, oh, by the way, that bed that you bought, mattress with the protective liner on it that you thought was such a good idea. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. So next time, you don't get to buy the bed. You don't get to buy any of that stuff. If you want to buy it, cool. But here's how it's going to go. We're going to pick it out. You can just send us the money and we'll buy it. You're not buying this shit anymore. Fuck's sakes. It's a terror. It's like a 45-minute process just to do the whole damn thing.
Doesn't sound fun at all.
No, I'd rather re-enlist again.
Yeah. Well, let's think about that. Let's be honest.
Come on, recruiters, where are you at?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, give me a call. Let's talk about this.
I'm still under 35. I want a sign-on bonus, though. A real one this time.
You're funny. You know you're not getting that.
No, I know. I still have clearance, guys. I don't have the capability of being cleared. Come on, let me do it. But no, dad life is fucking. It's something else.
Oh yeah, it's it is.
Brutal.
It is not terrible by any means. It is not easy either. It's always said any asshole can make a kid, but it takes a lot to be a dad.
Yeah, anybody can have a child, but a select few can be moms and dads.
Yeah.
I remember being told that a lot because somebody in my family has a couple baby daddies. Yeah,
that just proves it.
I mean, it really does. It really does, but it's I would never trade it. Maybe the order or diapers. That's really it. That's really it.
Can they be born potty trained, speaking well?
I don't even care about speaking well. Look, I will fucking interpret. I don't give a shit. Just be fucking potty trained. Because other than that, the only other thing that's like, again, you can 100% relate to is feeding. Or sorry, that sounds really bad. That treats them sound like animals. Eating.
Feeding time.
Feeding time. But it's eating. Trying to feed them any food. Because I'm sure you're older too. Probably aren't this way anymore. Hopefully not this way anymore. They are. I'm so sorry. My kids will always tell me, for example, I want chicken nuggets. Cool. Cottage cheese, chicken nuggets, pears, and some dipping sauce. Awesome. Good lunch, good dinner. Make it. Get it all set up. Maybe even air fry the chicken nuggets where they get a little crunch. Cool. Awesome. I don't want this. This isn't what I meant. I meant McDonald's. I wanted Burger King. Yeah, McDonald's money? No, we're not going to McDonald's then. Sounds like a you problem. Not buying McDonald's.
WGFAH is one that we always heard growing up. We got food at home, or we got McDonald's at home. No, Mom, we don't. We have your version of a bullshit burger that you think is McDonald's, but I get it now. But at that point in my life, when I was growing up, no, you don't have McDonald's at home because your chicken nuggets are not shaped like a fucking boot. No, this shit is burnt and fucking hard to chew. And I can't put enough mustard on this thing to make it taste good. No, you don't have McDonald's at home, Mom. And your burger is the size of a silver dollar and 1.5 inches fucking thick. We don't have McDonald's at home, Mom. We don't have it. The fries, shit out of a bag. I know because I brought it over to you. I know that's not McDonald's either. So no, don't tell me that shit. We don't have McDonald's at home, Mom. No, we don't. We do not.
So we did always get that. We got food at home, but we never. I don't remember ever asking, like, begging and pleading for McDonald's. We were always like, anytime we went to town, it was always like, granted, again, very small fucking city. Closest big city was Wichita, but we would always be like, oh, on the way home, can we get Pizza Hut? Because that was the nearest fast food place that was truly on the way home from the air base from McConnell.
Mhm.
Well, at the time, anyways. And it was always, no, we got food at home. We just bought groceries. Oh. And it'd be, okay, well, I want spaghetti or whatever meal my mom was going to make. No, I'm not making that right now. We're having that for dinner later. Ugh.
Fuck me, Ethan.
And I get it. I understand it. I get it. And that whole, like, McDonald's shit at home, I've tried the whole McDonald's hack where you, like, keep the Happy Meal box, you keep the chicken nuggets box, the fry package and everything, you just put everything in it, and then, psych, bitch, you got McDonald's. No. My kids are smart.
Oh, yeah, good fucking luck. Because no, I'm a good cook, and I'm like, I can't duplicate that. I can't make it look like a Big Mac. I can't make it look like a straight up cheeseburger. No,
have you
I
not
can't do
seen
that.
those TikToks and YouTube videos where, like, you just put the chicken nuggets in the chicken nugget box, you just wrap the burger in the packaging, and it's all just a packaging ploy. And their kids are always like, "Oh, this is good McDonald's." Like, your kid's fucking stupid.
Yeah,
like,
I'm sorry.
Offense.
Yeah.
No offense.
Good job.
But my 3-year-old even goes, "Not Happy Meal."
Yeah,
No,
no.
it's a Happy Meal. It came from a box.
Hmm.
No, I want McDonald's. It is McDonald's. Nope. You want a piece of candy? Yeah, eat your fucking meal then.
And see, and I can only imagine because since you know the whole cussing in your house is I can have I see your son or your daughter, bitch, please, this is not McDonald's. Like, shit, you got it right. And no, it's not McDonald's. Get in the car, fucker.
Again, as long as she's not calling me the bitch, we're good. We don't target. That's the thing.
Like,
We don't
I
target.
don't mean this at you, Dad, but bitch, please.
Yeah.
This is not McDonald's.
Honestly, at that point, I'd be like, you're right. You want PBJ?
Are you in? All right.
Your options. No, okay. Well, you can have this or that, or you can wait till dinner time. And then if it's dinner time, normally it's we have a what's my wife call it? A no thank you bite. There we go. A one no thank you bite. No matter what we didn't have this growing up. You will eat this shit or you can go to bed hungry. And then we try to sneak down the stairs with the creaky stair at number 7, and you try to avoid it. But either way, it's gonna creak. We never had that. Eat it or go to bed. So this is my wife's rule. Not my rule. I just implement it because it's a good rule. But I always tell my kids, no thank you bite. And it's so funny because they'll fight me on it. Like with steak the other month. I think I told you the story where they just the two of them destroyed an 8-ounce steak.
Yeah.
And it started off with no, I don't want this. This is nasty. This isn't chicken. Yeah, no shit. It's fucking beef. It's beef. I didn't say it was chicken. You called it chicken. I'm telling you, it's a steak. It's beef. It's not chicken. Take a damn bite. And always, fine, takes the bite. This is yummy. I like this meal. Fucking told you so. Your dad knows what he's talking about. I have ketchup? No.
We got on that one. I remember now. Yeah, we got on the whole ketchup thing of that's fucking cardinal sin. No, don't even try. You can put other sauces on there. You touch ketchup and I'll freak out.
You put any sauce on my meat on the steak I cook, I will fucking roundhouse kick you worse than Chuck Norris.
I mean my steak.
No, unless the meat is cooked with that in mind, like ribs, cool. Brisket, cool. Steak, no. That's a labor of love, and you're gonna love the inside of my foot when it's upside your fucking face.
No, it didn't bother me at all when you put, A1 or whatever with it. It didn't bother
God,
me.
no.
No, it doesn't bother me.
That was worse. At least growing up for us, that was worse than ketchup. You could have ketchup, but you will not put that garbage shithole of a sauce A1 on it. Like that was not in our house growing up.
No, I
We'd
couldn't
always
do.
have that like grandparents.
Ketchup's a fucking cardinal white trash sin.
I don't like ketchup to begin with.
I'm not a fan either. Only thing I'll eat on is fries, and that's occasionally.
No, I don't eat. No, I don't eat ketchup. I'm the weird one. It's like French fries, plain. That's
Oh no,
what
I do.
can tell you.
I
good
do. I
French
do
fries.
mustard. I do mustard with it, or mustard and sriracha. That's my thing. And if I don't have it, I'll do ketchup. But I'm not a huge fan of ketchup at all.
My son and daughter are really big into ketchup, and they're slowly going away from it now because of homemade sauces. Because I'm fancy like that, but also because
Bougie bitch.
I am. But no, because they mimic what they see, and if I'm home all the time and I don't do ketchup, then they're like, I don't want ketchup. Or my daughter will be like, Dad, I want ketchup for my fries. Here you go. And then I'm over there just munching down fries, whatever. Oh, maybe I'll try them plain. And now she eats French fries plain. I was like, My wife's like, I put ketchup right here. I don't want ketchup with fries. And of course, there's the antagonizer. Yeah, didn't you know that she doesn't eat ketchup with her fries anymore? God. And then my daughter, yeah, Dad said.
Yeah. Then the wife walks off with that. She walks off with that side-eye look, like, yeah, that's fine. Fuck you up later. That's cool. Yeah, tag team like that, huh? Okay. I see what's happening.
The worst is when the kids tag team you out of fucking blue. My God, like I don't mind like playing rough, and that's not what I'm talking about tag team. But like, my daughter will want to do something, or my son will want to do something, and the other one will instantly want to do it. And then they both join in together, and it's just complete fucking hell and misery for me because it's fine. It's always science projects for us here. Lots of science projects, STEM. And like, I'm gonna make slime. Okay, well here comes my son. I help. No, it says for 5 and older. You're 3. Sorry, buddy. You can't help. It's okay, Daddy. He can help. Here, Roro. Y'all let me show you how this. Here's my son covered in slime, or here's my son covered in whatever. I was like, let's go take a bath. Let's go. I wasn't ready for this. Let's take a bath. It's fine. Whatever. Okay, let's go. And they're like this. They're so tight. I'm okay with that. They can be tight. I'm fine with that. This is me. I'll go. It's a catch-22 situation. You want your kid to be close, but at the same time, like, and he wanted you to be on my side. Who wants to be Dad's favorite? Who wants to be on my side this week?
The R2 are very opposite at times because there's a lot of times where they butt heads a lot. I'll put it that. My 5-year-old is very independently going on 30 years old, and she makes it known.
You have a mini partner?
Oh yeah, she knows where she's at, where she puts herself at, and I don't know where she gets a lot of her vocabulary from.
Yeah, you do. You know.
I know because like she had breakfast yesterday morning I made something for her, and she's eating it, and I was like, I was like, you like it? She's like, yeah, it's legit. I'm like, what'd you say? It's like, it's legit. And I'm like, where do you learn that? Like, calm down, MC Hammer. What are we doing here? Like, I don't know where to go with this. What do you mean it's legit? What does that mean? I don't know.
It's too legit.
Where did you hear it? Like, where did you hear that? I don't know. Like, I don't say legit. Like, where did you hear this from?
You let them watch YouTube Kids?
No.
Oh.
I can't stand that shit. I'm ready to get into that one another episode. I fucking hate that shit. I can't stand that.
I can't.
But yeah, the shit caught me out of nowhere. She's like, "Oh yeah, it's legit." I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Man.
And yeah, she has a vocabulary that shit comes out of nowhere. And I'm like, where did you learn this? And her older brother, which they hang out quite a bit, and I don't know if it was something that she heard from him. She also hangs out with her cousins quite a bit too, who are a little bit older, and they all pick up on random shit
Yeah.
at times. So obviously, I mean, the other ones are like 11, 13, you know, I
They
mean,
know
so
the
she,
lingo.
but legit, like,
That's an old one.
who
though.
uses legit anymore? Like, obviously, yes, you're old. Okay, like, yes, she's not hanging out with 30-year-olds, but like I said, she's 5 going on
You
30.
better hope she's not.
But like, she came back. I'm like, where'd you hear that? She had no idea. Like, the shit caught me off guard. I stopped dead in my tracks. She's like, yeah, it's legit, and I'm like, the hell do you mean? Like, I don't know how to continue this conversation because I want to have like an adult conversation right now. Like, oh, it's legit, huh? Like, what do you mean? Like, where do I go from here?
But like with that said, because my daughter does that too, she learns a lot from school, and she'll use certain words, and at least the way we do it is, do you know what that means? No. Okay, so do you know whether that's a good word or a bad word? No. Well, do you know if it's an adult word? Like she knows swearing is an adult word, and we don't use that unless we're like certain situations. But for the most part, we don't use it outside the house. So we always have that conversation of like, do you know good or bad, adult or kid word? And normally she's really good going, oh no, I don't know. It's like, okay. And then we'll explain it to her. Of course, that leads down a whole different fucking rabbit hole of, well, why does it mean that? I don't fucking know.
I didn't
Well, why
invent the
not?
word.
That's what the fucking dictionary says, baby. The dictionary says. Why? Because some old white guy hundreds of years ago said this is what the fucking word means. Like, oh my god, this will be the last subject or topic, whatever. But because my kid's in speech therapy, I'm okay with that. I have no problem. I was in speech therapy for years. Different game, and now it's underneath the whole. It's in the same banner or umbrella as like special needs, and it's considered a learning disability. Not gonna get into it. Not a big fan of that, but anyways. So she's doing this, she's learning, and she's starting to pick up and understand words and the way they work together. And she'll ask, "What does this word? How does this word sound?" Oh, easy. I'll say the word for her. So it could be like, uh, what's a good one? I can't think of an English word. But anyways, it could be a specific word like cake, and be like, "Oh, it's cake." CAKE. She's like, oh, okay. So what does CATCH sound? Oh, that's catch. But you said C makes the cuss sound. No, C makes the S sound, the C sound, the K sound. Like it makes a lot of sounds. Depends on the word. And like having to explain everything, and then going through this last year, I'm just going, no fucking wonder English sucks. Why did we ever adapt this as our language? This sucks. And I went through speech for fucking almost 10 years, and I hated it. I couldn't say R's, S's, T's, TH's, SH's. Really, everything you get at the end of Wheel of Fortune, I couldn't say those. And my daughter has some similar ones too. I'm trying to explain this to my kid, and she's very inquisitive. And we let her ask why, and we understand why and all that. But English is where I draw the line. I was like, I don't know. Ask your teacher. Well, she said it's because of this. Yeah, sounds right. Sounds right. What about this
she
word?
gets paid. Yeah, that's right.
And it's just like, but my wife thinks it's fine because she'll just sit there and they don't ask her. They ask me. The one with the least amount of patience, least amount of fucks to give. Why does the T make this sound but not this sound when it's with an H? Because I think there's one time we did the word red. Like, you read that, go read that, color red. And she's like, Dad, what's this say? Oh, that's red. Oh, like the color. No, like you read the book. What? Yeah, if you want the color, it's RED. Oh. Oh, you want to see something really crazy? Okay, watch this. Write the word there 4 different times.
Oh shit.
Jeez. What's that? This is like over there. This is there, like possessive, like this belongs to them. This is there as in they are.
Mm-hmm.
You can see just like deer in a headlight looks like, yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, let's look at 2.
Yeah,
Like, holy fuck.
and just like blow her mind with all this stuff. That's typically how I stop the questioning really quick. It's like, let me show you a really complex word. Not even a complex word. Let me show you a stupid fucking word. Now go to class and ask why it's that way. Don't ask me because I don't know. My degree is not in that. That is not computer science. That's not business. That is English. So, good luck. Go ask a teacher who gets paid less than minimum wage. Go ask them. Don't ask me. I don't know. Not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
English sucks.
Yeah. Let's let's end it on that one. English sucks. Being a dad is tough and English sucks.
Being a dad's also rewarding.
It is.
That sucks.
Yes.
Up there with the English language and being a Navy person or the Army or the Marines. In other words, any branch but the Air Force because we're very bougie.
Yes. Very.
No, we got tons of dad stories, tons of life stories. Like, yeah, if you're thinking about becoming a parent or you're set to be one, don't listen. No, it's fine. Listen,
Run.
we got stories. Run, bitch, run. No, it's fun. I think it's hilarious. Again, you don't get to see it because, or sorry, that sounds bad. You don't have to deal with it. I have to deal with it 24/7, and I get betrayed the moment my wife comes home.
Oh yeah.
No, Dad, you can't help me. I'm sorry. Was I not home with you all day? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Then I get petty. Dad, I need help. Go ask your mom. You told me I couldn't help you. Go ask your mom. I'm petty. I have no fucking depths to my levels. But you all can find out in another episode about dad life and parenting and all sorts of crazy stuff. Yeah. That's all I got for tonight. Well, for this episode. Whatever. I got fuck this. English sucks. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm saying. I've had no moonshine, so I can't even blame it on the liquor. Anyways.
It was a good one.
Yeah. What baby booger said over there? It was a good one. Listen to your midget king, the baby booger.
Definitely a different style or different topic than what we normally have, but I definitely think it was a good one. And yes, we have more dad stories to come, and I am trying to get other dads on so we can exchange dad stories to kind of go along with that and bounce off each other, because it can get interesting if you get some military dads on here.
Oh my god, yeah.
And talk about that.
It really does left suffering.
Because yes, so I'm looking into that, and I think it should be fun. Yeah, more of these to come, and no matter what, if you're a dad, with or without your kids, never give up. Look into it, keep up to it, and just work on it. It's never ending, and it's a struggle, but there is rewards to it, no matter what. So, until the next one. Bye, bitch.
I'm not gonna let him in there because he forgot to mention something like a stupid punk ass.
Nope.
Our 1 year is coming up for this in March, and so is our 50th, and we do have something in store with that. So all in March. Stay tuned. 2 months away, but we got good stuff coming down the line. Now, bye, bitch. Welcome back to another episode. Of course, I'm Sig, the only one that really matters here. And we have none other than the returning Mr. Baby Booger himself, the short king, Rahgel.
I already
Hey,
hate you.
Rahgel, what's up?
Yeah.
How you
Thanks for
been?
tuning in and checking out the podcast. So we'll wrap it up right now. Not even 30 seconds into it, I want to end it.
No, we're 34 seconds into it now. Yep.
Exactly. Go ahead and wrap it up.
All right, well, good talking to you. Maybe next time. Try again.
No, I'm good. I'm great. Grand. Wonderful. I think. I don't know.
Are you? Are you really?
Nope. I don't know.
Nope, you never are. It's fine.
Nope, never good.
That's fine. Wouldn't expect anything less from someone like you.
I don't know what that means.
Well, you know, you.
I feel like you're coming for me already, and we just started the podcast.
I feel
Like this
I
one.
have to- I feel
This
like
one
I
might
have
get.
to.
It's okay.
I feel like
It's gonna be
have
that kind of episode.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go in this direction. Okay. It's
Well,
cool.
I mean, there's only 2 things in this drink instead of the traditional 9. So
so
I
you
gotta get
scaled
the
it back
anger
a
out
little
somewhere.
bit. Oh, okay. So you
Eh,
scaled back your drink, and so if you're listening to the podcast, if you get that feeling of dad hit mom at the dinner table, it's gonna be because it's Sig's fault.
I think we just
It's all Sig's fault.
acknowledge I'd be the dad.
You acknowledge your popcorn and everything else that you're eating over there with your
Don't judge me.
again pink drink.
It is red, sir. It is red.
Okay.
Red.
Whatever you gotta say.
Anyways, Bonfolio,
Audio.
we talked about this kind of, sort of
No, we didn't.
before. Yeah, we did. Shut up. We have a whole episode about it. You can kind of hear it. We use IGN, which if you're into video games, IGN is really not a reliable source anymore. Not one to be trusted. But several episodes ago, we went through IGN's list of their top 100 games, and we did agree with, I think, most of them. Like, there's a few of them, but most of them we're like, nope, that's too low. That should have been higher, type thing. So instead, based off of 5+ metrics, the key ones being critics rating, users rating, units sold, and playability, along with others, we found the top 50 video games of all times, and we are going to rank the top 32 because nobody cares about the other 18. And my bracket just can't have 50 without having a bye weeks, and I don't like that. So that is what we're doing today, and we are going to choose between all 32, and they are ranked or matched up against each other based off the ranking. So top seed against bottom seed, 2 middle seeds against each other. So very traditional ranking. So with that said, this is for the king of games, all 32. Rahgel's gonna fuck this up because he hasn't played a lot of these because
Probably a majority of them.
he's a new,
Now this is
a newer gamer.
What is this? Where's this list from?
Literally Google.
Okay. So now this is not our
No,
top 32. This
this
is
is based upon stats.
the internet's generated stat algorithm
Not
stuff.
algorithm. Not algorithm metrics. Legitimate metrics are measurable. Rather than, I like Call of Duty because I get a hard on for it. It's so great. It's my favorite game. It's the only game I know how to play. Rahgel.
You still touch yourself to Destiny too, so I don't want to hear it.
Still better than Call of Duty.
You're so full of shit.
So, yeah, these are actual measurable metrics with impact on the entire game system rather than just all the critics love Call of Duty, but the players don't. So, legit metrics, and it's all averaged out based upon all those. So, without further ado, there's 32 games. I'm not gonna go through all 32 of them, so you'll just kind of have to listen carefully, and I'll tell you what seeds they are. In other words, where they're ranked, and that tells you everything you need to know. Rahgel, do you have any questions?
No, not yet.
Wow.
I will. I know I will.
The first round is all gut reaction, gut instinct.
The entire
Yeah.
bracket's going to be gut instinct because I don't know half the games are on it.
Well, I feel like by the time we get to the bottom, the final 8, if not the final 4, we'll definitely know. Oh, okay, I like this game more because you should have played at least 8 of these. You should have played
8. Okay, well, I mean,
8.
at least I can have maybe a quarter of it. Okay.
Yeah. So without further ado, pitter patter, let's get at her. Let's do this. And we're gonna start with the number 1 seed, which is The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, sorry, versus the 32nd seed, Legend of Zelda: Wind Waker.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He doesn't play Zelda because, again, he's a new age gamer, even though he is old.
So I don't even know what those are on.
64 and Wii/Switch.
I never had either one of them.
Your son literally has a Switch.
Don't cloud the issue with your facts right now. I don't play the Switch. Okay,
Oh.
I had a 64. Anyways, I never played Zelda on them. I was always GoldenEye, and that was pretty much it. That's only ever had a 64.
Oh,
Was for that game, which that game is not on the list.
Not yet. But anyways, my reaction is Ocarina of Time is way better than Waker. Sorry. Again, just my opinion. I'm not a fan of the Wind Waker series. I don't like it, but again, that's just my opinion. Ocarina of Time is a solid game, amazing game. So that I'm gonna just say it's gonna move forward.
Yeah, I agree with the way that you presented the case of how much better it was. I believe you. I'm gonna go with what you're saying at this one.
Again, it's all just gut. It's all gut.
Yeah. I go. I'm gonna trust my gut. What you're saying. Yeah, you're definitely right.
All right, no
This is gonna be
tangents. Let's do this.
Thanks, bracket.
Oh my, pretty much.
With the hard emphasis on my approval.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Anyways, let's just get through this.
Well, yeah, let's try.
Let's try. Number 17 seed, which is a recent game, Elden Ring, versus the 16th seed, Halo. First one.
I played Halo. I'll take it over Elden Ring. Hands down.
I don't even want to fight you on this because I like Halo better than Elden Ring. I know someone out there's gonna be like, this game is so much better.
I don't care.
Easy.
The
Test of
nostalgia of
time.
Halo.
Test of time. That's all I'm saying. It's Halo did a lot for it, but again, we're not here to discuss semantics just yet. Just we'll get to the deep dive of it real soon. Here's 2 games though that I know about but never played, so we're fucked.
Well, okay, let's go with this one. I'll be good at this one.
Number 9 seed, Disco Asylum, the final cut, against the 24th seed, the Orange Box.
I'm gonna go Orange Box because I like oranges and boxes. Fucking clue what these games are. This is Orange Box.
Yes,
Fuck is that?
it's a video game.
I
You know what we're doing right now.
I hope you fucking fall on your face and. So it looks like a completely generic VR game. So it looks like. What's the other one? This looks fucking stupid.
Disco Asylum.
Disco Asylum. I feel like I've heard of that game.
Yeah, you probably have. But Orange Box is the entire bundle of Half-Life 2, Episode 1 and 2, Portal, and Team
Definitely
Fortress
a band.
2.
So you know, Disco Asylum is a band as well.
Yeah. I believe it.
Okay, so looking at this and gameplay wise, I'm gonna go Disco Asylum.
But you like orange boxes.
Orange box looks fucking horrendous. I mean,
All right.
obviously, I'm just going off of
I mean, do go off whatever you need to.
screen captures, so yeah.
Here's one I think I'm gonna piss off a lot of people with if I can win it, but Batman Arkham City, which is the 25th seed, against the 8th seed Grand Theft Auto 5.
Boy,
We've talked about Grand Theft Auto 5 in depth before. That it's been around for multiple generations now. I'm just gonna throw this out there. I prefer Batman Arkham City over GTA 5.
that's where I'm at too, and I mean, that's just different style game play, but
I find it more fun.
yeah. I mean, it's a comic book game, so yeah. I mean, it definitely. I'll follow in Batman as well.
Perfect. Let us know if you disagree with all of these. Find us on YouTube or social
I'm just
media.
waiting. I'm just waiting for it. Like, Rahgel doesn't know shit. Why is he on the podcast?
Is this really just Sig and some doof? Yeah, it fucking is. What the military does. That's what happens when you put Air Force with Army.
That's right.
Smart
There's a bag of
split.
dicks for you to eat on. No, here we go with this shit. Let's go, Tetris boy. Next one.
It is Mr. Nintendo. Thank you.
Yeah, whatever. Fucking nerd.
All right. Next matchup is the 5th seed Super Mario Galaxy, first one, against the 28th seed, the House of Fata Morgana Dreams. I'm going to tell you, I had no idea what that second one is, and I looked up gameplay before we started this. I was like, okay. I wasn't much to it. Not my gameplay style, but
I mean, this one I would go with Super Mario Galaxy.
yeah.
It's entertaining enough to beat out whatever
fun.
that tragedy of a game is.
And like I told you, your game is on here, and now we're at it. And here's probably the two most iconic, or not most, but two of the iconic games of the 64 era. And they were often pitted against each other. In the 21st seed, GoldenEye 007 against the 12th seed, Perfect Dark. I
007.
remember growing up that these two games were like, if you liked one, you didn't like the other.
007.
I can make an argument for Perfect Dark. I won't. Well, it was a great game, but I won't. All right, 13th seed Metro Prime against the 20th seed BioShock. Yeah, a lot of these are big games that you should at least know about.
BioShock and what was the other one?
Metro Prime,
Oh, Metro Prime.
Samus.
Yeah. I'll go Metro Prime on that one. I'm a huge Metroid fan. Now I haven't played all the games, but I have played a little bit of them. But I really enjoyed the whole story of it. Everything.
I like it. I'm a fan of them. Not a fan of the new one or the newest one. I don't think it does it justice, but it's also a whole different thing. All right. This is the final match on the left side of the bracket. So we're halfway through almost. 29th seed, Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess versus the 4th seed, Soul Calibur. All day, every day, Soul Calibur for me. Because it's a fighting game.
Yeah.
Plus, I think Twilight Princess is one of the shittiest Zelda games, but fight me on it.
Now, Soul Calibur is not like an elite fighting game, in my opinion, but it definitely is better than. I would pick it over to Zelda game.
It used to be an elite fighting game, and then they introduced It was up there with Street Fighter at one point and Tekken. And then they introduced people like Darth Vader and Yoda, and people like, oh, this is a joke. Okay, they're not taking this serious anymore. So, all right, onward to the right side. All right. Number 3 seed, Grand Theft Auto 4 versus the 30th seed, Skyrim.
Oh, GTA.
All day. I love
Like, good.
Skyrim, but again, that's one of those games that has been shoved down my throat for so many generations. I'm just like, I hate
Well,
you.
I mean,
now.
you say the same thing about GTA.
Not GTA 4 though.
Yeah, I guess not
GTA
4.
5, yeah. 4 was somewhat enjoyable. 5's just been shoved down my throat.
Yeah, no, I can't do Skyrim. Not a fan.
Number 19 seed, Half-Life 2, iconic game, against the 14th seed, GTA 3.
Um, GTA 3 I played. That's not.
That's before Vice City.
So that's yes, GTA 3 I played a lot. I would take GTA 3 over Half-Life 2.
Same. That means we'll have a matchup of the Grand Theft Autos.
Oh.
All right. The number 11 seed, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 against Uncharted 2 Among Thieves, which is the 22nd seed. Yeah, I'm going to say I'm a big fan of the Tony Hawk games, so I'm going for Tony Hawk. I didn't like the Uncharted game, as we've mentioned before in the Uncharted movie episode.
I'm the same. Tony Hawk. Now, Tony Hawk 3 is not the best of them, in my opinion. Tony Hawk 2 is, I think, one of my favorites. 1 and 2 are great, but 3 is good. And I'll take it over.
All 3 of them had amazing soundtracks. Like,
They did, yes.
this is also well before people got butthurt over music rights. I mean, they had all the rights to play AC/DC and all that, but you can't play that right now in stream. You get fucking knocked so hard.
Yes.
All right. Number 27 seed, Mass Effect 2, up against the 6th seed, Super Mario Galaxy 2. Seeing as you're a PlayStation player mostly, you probably haven't played Mass Effect.
No, I don't think I have.
I like
It's
Mass
on.
Effect.
I mean, it's on PlayStation, but I don't think I played it.
It is now. It was originally an Xbox exclusive.
Did I play it? I don't think I did. You know what? I did not, but I wanted to. There was one game that I did want, and I did get mad when it came out because it came out on PS4. I never got it. But just going off the gameplay and everything else I've seen on that one, I will go that. I'll go Mass Effect over.
I mean, I could be flip flop either
Mario.
way. I like both of them, but Mass Effect 2 was for me more fun. Again, Galaxy 2 was just a repolish. All right, number 7 seed, probably one of the more popular games currently, Red Dead Redemption 2, up against the 26th seed, Tekken 3.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I'm gonna just piss everybody off right now and say I prefer Tekken, hands down.
That's where I'm at too. Yep. I'll take Tekken 3 over it. Yep. I'll take as well.
All right. This should be an easy one. Number 23 seed, Resident Evil 4, up against the 10th seed, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Again, you haven't played Breath of the Wild, even though you own the game.
I own it?
I'm pretty sure you said you own it for the Switch, that your son plays it.
Oh, I think, yeah. I don't think he played it. Yeah, I think he does.
Because you were supposed to steal it to go play it.
Yeah, I was going to. I didn't yet.
I've already
He
voiced
listens
my
to-
disdain for Breath of the
He
Wild.
listens,
So
he listens to the podcast now too, so he's gonna know I'm coming for it. No, I'll go Resident Evil 4.
oh, thank God. Anyone had to punch a bitch. Okay. We're almost done with the first round. 15th seed, Super Mario Odyssey, which is the flagship game for the Switch when it first came out, versus the 18th seed, NFL 2K1. This is after you couldn't body slam people after a hit.
Now this
God,
is
I miss that bullets.
they had Odyssey is with the
hat.
where he's the
Right,
hat
with
and everything,
the
right?
controls of
That
it.
fuck
I will let you win this round. I'm just saying I prefer Odyssey.
I will
But-
take Odyssey. I don't like 2K1. It was a Dreamcast game. And it sucked. It wasn't any good. Dreamcast, and I will blame that on the fact that Dreamcast was ahead of its time, and that's why.
Yeah.
And I think they missed it huge with that one. And playing of that game was hard. It was not enjoyable.
The controller did not make it easy though.
No, it's like playing with a fucking brick. But yeah, and no, 2K1 was not enjoyable. I didn't like it.
I think I know which one's gonna win this one. But 31st seed, Half-Life, against the second seed, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2.
Tony Hawk.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. 2 was my favorite.
Yeah.
Also when 2 came out, the Razor game came out. The Razor scooter game.
Fucking
I love that game. I don't know why, but I love that game. Well, that concludes round 1. Yay. All right. Rahgel's hating himself right now.
no, I was trying to think of the Nintendo game, the skating game, Skate or Die. I was trying to remember what it was.
Oh, okay.
Because
that's
it was that
I
one, and there's another one that was like had surfing and stuff in it too, and you're a gorilla. But I can't remember what that one was.
You had SSX Tricky, which was a snowboarding one. That was also a lot of fun. Then they had the ATV versus
There it is.
DX or
It's,
something like that.
so what the fuck is this game called?
I don't fucking know.
I'm looking at it. It's getting Wood and Water Rage.
Welcome back to Rahgel and
Fucking
Sig Google
shit.
everything.
I got distracted and I want to find out what this game is. Town and Country, Wood and Water. I don't know what it is.
But let me got my popcorn over here. I got my red drink.
Oh, it is Town and Country Surf Designs. That's the name of the game. That's stupid.
Well, so is the army, but here you are.
You bite your
Are
fucking
so
tongue.
beautiful.
Yeah, shut up. All right, next round. Now that I reeled in my ADHD of looking at shit.
All right. Well, this is round 2. So we went from 32 down to 16. If anybody cannot do math, that is half of 32. Let's get after it. First one is the number 1 seed against the number 16 seed. Number 1 seed being Legend of Zelda or Ocarina of Time against number 16, Halo. The first one. I will be
Halo.
happy to give this to Halo.
Yes.
All right. Just want to go on the record. Love Ocarina of Time. However, Halo holds a better spot in my heart than Ocarina. Because that's where trash talking started. All right. This one should be really easy. Number 9 seed, Disco Asylum, the final cut, versus the number 25th seed, Batman, Arkham City. Good job. I'm glad we agree it's Batman.
No, I agree. Yes, Batman. I feel like Batman's going to make it pretty far, even though he's going to face Halo next round, probably.
Well, yeah. I don't think it'll make it. It'll make it into top 4. Or, yeah, top 4, I bet you. But it'll lose there. Anyways, number 5 seed, Super Mario Galaxy 1 against the 21st seed. By the way, can I just say how pissed off I am that GoldenEye 007 is ranked so low on 21st seed? Like, the fact that's not a top 10 game because of all these metrics, it fucking pisses me off.
Well, also you have to look at who's making the metrics and like that is fucking nerddom. Your Skyrims and Half-Lives and all that shit are more like the higher Elden Rings and stupid shit like that.
But those were all really popular games with a multiple different crowds.
With basement dwellers.
GoldenEye was very much for your people like us, I guess would be the best way. But I want to play with others, but I don't need to play with others. I prefer alone time, but I could play with others. But anyways, number 5, Super Mario Galaxy. Number 21, GoldenEye 007.
GoldenEye.
Good boy. Who's a good boy?
Fucking whatever.
Who's the good baby booger? Who's that good baby booger? You hate me?
Well, I said I hate you from the very beginning.
Yeah, but it goes away every 10 minutes. So
I'm not talking this episode. I'm talking from episode 1. So
that's fair. That's fair. Oh, yeah, here you are. All right. Last one on the left side of the bracket, number 13 seed, Metro Prime, against the 4th seed, Soul Calibur. I'm just gonna say it. I prefer Soul Calibur.
I would go Metro.
Well, that's tough shit.
Well, I don't think so. I don't know what your hard on is for Soul Calibur.
It's just a game I grew up with, and I played a lot in the military.
Really?
Where we'd all gather in the day room, Air Force, in the day room, and we'd play Call of Duty. And if we weren't playing Call of Duty at the time, we were playing Soul Calibur against each other. Granted, not the first one, but we were playing I think 3. And then, but if we're talking about the first Soul Calibur versus the first Metro Prime, I still take Soul Calibur. I prefer fighting games.
How is that on here and Mortal Kombat is not?
Look, it made it on the top 50, not the top 32.
Are you fucking serious?
I'm dead serious.
How is that? Okay, I've seen Soul Calibur. I understand that it's a fighting game, but how do you even rank that in here?
Street Fighter's not on here.
That's also blasphemy. That's stupid. See, okay.
Again, it's a culmination of
fucking make this shit.
5 or plus more different metrics. That's why I was like, this is probably the easiest way to do it, where there's metrics involved and it's all tangible. Versus you and I saying, here's our top 16 each. Let's pair them up against each other and be like, oh, okay, well, I'll concede this round, but next round you get to concede to me. Yeah.
Okay.
Too much conceding.
Take your Soul Calibur and shove it up your ass.
Here's the deal. It doesn't even matter who wins this round, so I will give you Metro Prime.
I know.
Because it goes up against GoldenEye.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even fucking matter.
That's why I was going to give you Soul Calibur.
Oh, I'm glad we're on the same page.
Beat it next round.
Glad we're on the same page.
So, spoiler alert, GoldenEye's going to move on.
Yeah. So will Batman, so yeah.
Probably, yes.
Anyway, so here is our Grand Theft Auto face-off. number 3 seed against the 14th seed. Number 3 is GTA 4. Number 14 is GTA 3. I prefer 3. I also think, again, Vice City was the last good one. I don't like any new shit.
I'll go 3. That's one I remember playing most and enjoying.
Right. Oh my god. Choking like a bitch.
That's right.
Number 11 seed, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, against the number 27 seed, Mass Effect 2.
I'll take Tony Hawk 3.
All right. Can't argue that. Number 26 seed, Tekken 3, against the 23rd seed, Resident Evil 4.
Oh, Tekken 3.
Really?
Yes.
Again, I'm a huge fighting game. I love Tekken 3 too. That's like probably one of my favorite.
That's one of the
But
better ones.
here's the problem though. Resident Evil 4 didn't introduce, but had the multiplayer aspect of it, or a split screen, and that game infinitely became better because you could hop on with anybody and just fucking tear shit up. So
I get that, but didn't
and they did
No,
remake
did not.
it like twice.
Tekken did not. So I mean, yeah, it's Tekken for the. Yeah, I'm staying Tekken.
Look, I gave you Metro Prime.
I gave you Soul Calibur.
Yeah, and I gave you Metro Prime, and that's what moved on. So
All right, Resident Evil 4. I guess I can go. I still like the game, so yes. I guess we can go, even though it's been redone and everything else. That's fine.
fine.
I see what you did. I see what you did there.
I'll pull it back. I'll give you Tekken 3. I like both of them.
I know exactly why you're doing it. You have something up your sleeve for later. I know exactly what you're fucking doing. I know exactly what you're doing.
Anyway, Tekken 3 moved on. Let's save it for the final round.
Of course it did.
No, okay, but Tekken 3 is like legitimately is probably one of the better game inside the fighting series. Not just Tekken, but like Street Fighter, Soul Calibur, Mortal Kombat. Tekken 3 was just a fucking blast.
Yes.
And I think that's also when they introduced Brian Fury, and he was fucking tank. Other than that, Eddie Gordo was my favorite, the dancing dude.
Mm-hmm. Who do the splits and kick you and flip you around.
Yeah.
Constantly just knock you around and shit. Yeah.
Juggle you.
Yep. He was there. They had plenty of them. Yeah. There's a gigantic list of characters in that game.
I just remember Brian Fury because I think part of the storyline you had to go up against him, and he just whooped your ass. And then once you unlocked him, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yoshimitsu was another one I really enjoyed too. But unlocking those characters, by the way, was such a pain in the ass. Like Angel Jin and Devil Jin, such a fucking pain in the ass.
Yes, they are hard.
Yeah, that's back before, I don't want to say before internet, because that's not true. Back before social media, when people would be like, oh, hey, did you know you can get Devil and Angel Jin? This is how you do it. You had to go buy the fucking Game Informer and be like, oh, in order to get this character, you have to play these many matches, or you have to play these many bowling rounds. Fun game. I'll let Tekken 3 move on. Resident Evil 4, I'm going to place in third place. It's going to default to third place. It just jumps ahead of everything. All right, last matchup before we get to the Elite 8, I think is what they called it. So, number 15 seed, Super Mario Odyssey, against the second seed, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. Yep, glad we agree on that one. Let's go Tony Hawk.
Okay, I was about to say you better fucking say Tony Hawk.
I thought about Mario Odyssey, but I was like, I don't have anything for it. I got nothing.
No.
I have no way to even justify that. Yeah, it's a good game. We should move it on. I played it. I was like, oh, this was a waste of $60.
Mm-hmm.
So glad. So fucking glad. All right. All right, so our Elite Eight right now is we have Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2, we have Tekken 3, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, GTA 3, Halo, Batman Arkham City, GoldenEye 007, and Metro Prime. Those are our top 8 games. So, even though 2 of those could have been switched, but it doesn't matter for one of them. All right. Like we said at the beginning, or not the beginning, but last round, 16 seed Halo against 25th seed Batman Arkham City. Glad we agree Batman moves on.
Yes, I agree.
This is just formality, everyone.
Pretty much.
Number 21 seed GoldenEye 007 versus Metro Prime, the 13th seed. Again, 007 moves on.
Mm-hmm.
And then I feel like I already know who's gonna win these next 2 as well. Like, this is just a waste, but hey, whatever. All right, and we have our, oh no, where'd it go? Oh no, sorry, lost it. There. Ooh. Number 14 seed GTA 3 against the 11th seed Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3.
Tony Hawk.
All right. Hey, I can make an argument for GTA 3, but Tony Hawk is just, I
The
still play
return
it.
playability of Tony Hawk, yes.
It's ridiculous. And then we have number 26 Tekken 3 against Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. Which one? Will move on.
Tony Hawk 2 is one of my favorites, but Tekken 3 is, I think, going to take over Tony Hawk 2. I like Tekken 3 for one a lot more than that one, because I think that one also has the story mode they introduced in that one, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You had to play the story mode to unlock certain characters like Brian Fury.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, that's one that I will stick with Tekken 3 over Tony Hawk 2.
Okay.
So no showdown of the Tony Hawks in the Final Four.
I really thought Tony Hawk was gonna make it all the way through.
I mean, you can argue it if you want, but
I can't. I mean, the only thing I really have is replayability, but they both have amazing replayability. And Tekken 3, unless I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure it's Tekken 3 had the bowling aspect of it, which for a stupid fucking reason
I think it
was
did.
so much fun.
Did it have bowling in that one?
They had
I think
bowling
you're
in
right.
several of them, but I think Tekken 3 was the first one. That's how you unlocked Panda.
Tekken
the
Bowl, yeah.
bear.
Tag tournament, yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
That's
Rigged
right.
as shit,
I forgot
but-
about that. I
Yeah.
forgot about that one.
Story mode, multiplayer, and just the bully mode. There's a lot to
Yep.
do. Really enjoyed it. So I can't make a proper argument for Tony Hawk except for the soundtrack is amazing.
That's one of the biggest arguments is the soundtrack is great.
I'm like, but the soundtrack, what about the soundtrack? And I would legit listen to the soundtrack for hours on end when I play. I wouldn't even know what the fuck I was doing half the time. I was just skating to listen to the soundtrack.
Mm-hmm. Some of the maps they had were also not as good as others, but again, that's still my favorite one. But yeah, no, I'll still go Tekken 3.
Yeah, again, won't argue on it. That leads us to our final four. And this one, you have to justify, unless we just somehow agree. You have to justify it. Okay.
Mhm.
And our final four, we have Batman Arkham City, 25th seed, versus the 21st seed, GoldenEye 007. And then on the other side, we have number 11 seed, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, against number 26 seed, Tekken 3. I think I already know who we're going to see in the showdown. But I'm going to play devil's advocate to be a dick.
No.
No. Sega dick? Never. He sees a
Okay,
lot of
so
dick. I'm the biggest one.
which which are we gonna go Batman versus 007 first?
Yeah, let's start with that one. Let's
Okay.
start with that one. Let me just get shit ready for when I'm pissed off and I have to fucking fight you like a bitch. So that's really all I want to do. Because
All right, first off, replayability. The storyline
they both have it.
storyline for Batman is great. Definitely has a better storyline than Goldeneye. I will say that.
Yep.
Has a better storyline than Goldeneye.
But also keep in mind,
For the time of it.
advocate, for the time, there wasn't, again, storage is the big thing.
Yeah.
Is GoldenEye didn't, I mean, it had a good storyline, especially when you get betrayed by 006. Spoiler alert for 20 plus years game. But yeah, it was an amazing game. It's one of those, like, the story was great, gameplay was great, replayability was great. Same with Arkham City. But again, to play devil's advocate, GoldenEye is also one of those that I can say we comfortably, along with so many other people. This is where, like, LAN parties were huge.
Yes.
You bring your 20-inch box TV somehow over to your friend's house, and you brought your N64 controller if you had it. Otherwise, then you just played 4. This is where screen cheating became a big deal. Because don't look at my screen. Bro, you're on the top left corner. I'm on the bottom left. I have to see your screen. I see their screen too. Everybody like started cutting little boards out, like filtering. So I mean, yeah. Multiplayer aspects, storyline, playability. Batman's Arkham City. Amazing game. Best feature, single player story mode. I don't need nobody. Ever. Graphics amazing, stories amazing. Controls were amazing.
I am still stuck on and stick with 007 for nostalgia, replayability, because I'll still sit and play it today. If you get me 3 other people, I'll play that thing for days, and I will still argue with them looking at each other's screen. We'll still argue the same way when we were little.
36 fucking years old. You know not to look at my screen.
You looked and you know it.
You stupid.
That's one that is hard to beat, even as Batman is. I can't beat out. I don't think you can beat out 007.
With it being solely just Arkham series and not a trilogy, unfortunately I'm more inclined to say 007 as well. Again, that multiplayer aspect of it, I think, is what really solidifies it. For me in my head, this is one, should not be ranked at 21. Neither here nor there. I will bitch about it all fucking day. But this is very much an iconic game. This is a game that we all grew up on. This is a game that we all played with our friends. And really, other than Monopoly, tested your friendship of how pissed off can you get before you're like, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck this house. Fuck your mom. I'm going home.
Can you help me unplug my TV and load it up?
Hey, can you call my mom? Oh, you'll be here in 5 minutes, Mom? Oh, okay. So fucking mad at you, fucking screen cheater. You screen hopper? So, yeah. There's so much to go on about with GoldenEye 007.
Yes.
The original, by the way, I think I can emphasize this. The original, not the remake that came out on like PlayStation 4, where it has Daniel Craig in it. Just no, not that one.
No, this is the original in 64, 007 with Pierce Brosnan.
A bunch of times, but that one, not the new shit.
All right, and that moves on to the last matchup of the Final Four. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 at the number 11 seed versus Tekken 3 at the number 26 seed. Either which way we look at this, I guess this could technically be considered an upset bracket because we don't have any of the top 10, let alone the top. Right now we don't have the top 10 games. Depending upon how this matchup looks, we only have the top 20 games if Tony Hawk Pro Skater does not move forward.
Yeah.
But I've already made my argument against Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. It carries over with Pro 3, so like I have Tekken. Tekken my pick.
You're taking Tekken over 3
Yeah.
over Tony Hawk 3?
Yeah, from like again, replayability, all the special modes, all the memories, all that as well. And then on top of that, if you look at the controls for Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, while yes, they're very simplistic, not much to them, they were more difficult to pull off than just button smashing in Tekken 3. And there were certain challenges that pissed me off in all the Tony Hawk games where it's like, you must grind 100 yards or 100 meters, and you're having to balance, and the balancing system was really off in Pro 3. And I just got pissed off a lot more with Pro 3 than I did with Tekken 3. So
Yeah.
but the soundtrack is bomb. I love it.
Damn. I mean, because you can easily also button smash and hit tricks as long as you're in the air.
Yeah. You actually can hit square, you're done.
Yeah,
you don't press and hold X to get the bigger jump. You're done.
You can do multiple button smash combos, but damn, it is a tough one to beat out when it comes to Tekken 3. Tekken 3 is one that I think barely beats out Tony Hawk 3. It barely beat out Tony Hawk 2 also, I think.
I mean, the other side of the house is this. Tekken has been the same game for years. Tony Hawk, all three of them, technically did evolve, change, alter, and improve systems.
You really had to know what you were looking for to see the improvements, though.
That's the thing, though. But you're talking about, like, this is, like, minor stuff, whereas if I gave these two games to my wife's going to pick up Tekken 3 a lot easier than Tony Hawk Pro Skater because, well, yes, it is button smashing. You still have to press and hold X to gear up and get ready to jump at the top of the half pipe. Or you want to grind, you have to press and hold triangle and then left or right stick to balance yourself. Like, a little bit, again, controls are really easy, but a little bit harder, quote, harder to master compared to Tekken 3 because the combos were easier on Tekken 3 and, button smashing.
Yeah, I mean, you could button smash and still hit a combo in Tekken 3. But once you got those combos down, like, hold on, to go back to retrace what I just did. I hit it with my elbow, my palm, and then my forehead. Like I hit square, triangle, circle. Yeah, so I think we're in agreement for Tekken 3 takes this one.
I could lean either which way, but I lean harder for Tekken 3. Alrighty. Here comes the fun part. I want to repeat that in the proper tone, but I think I'd get in trouble. I think that's technically trademarked. No, it's Are You Ready to Rumble? That's what's trademarked. That's right. All right. Well, that means our final matchup. I think by all definition, this is considered an upset, Cinderella matchup, whatever, because no top 20 games. We're talking about based upon the 5+ measurable metric data. And by the way, before somebody's like, well, when was this update? January 1st, 2023. So the metrics are all up to date. So, with that said, there is no top 20 game on here. There are definitely games on here that, for
Rahgel and I are very surprised they're not on here. Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Call of Duty. None of the franchise series is on here.
Yeah.
There was another game that I was looking at. I was like, I'm amazed that's not on here. God of War, not ranked anywhere on here. But yeah, there's a lot of these games that are missing. Again, this is not our list. We will do that another time, and it will probably be a lot more verbally aggressive with each other.
Oh yeah.
Explain to Rahgel again why he's such a stupid, dumb fuck grunt, and it'll just be that. But
We'll see how this goes with your analytics shit you pull. Oh, this is supposed to be here according to this and the graphics of this and the schematics of everything. Shut up, nerd.
I'm gonna have so many Nintendo games on there just to piss you off.
Fucking Tetris.
This is the Pokemon trading card game? No, it's a legit
Nobody
game. It
fucking
was on
cares
there.
about Pokemon.
Anyways, let's get to the bracket. The final matchup. I already have in my mind on who I think we're gonna agree on. And when I saw this, I can already tell you 007 was already in the front runner, and I'm just making to the final. No matter what happened, 007 I truly thought was gonna make it to the end. I was right. I was not right on the other side though. I thought either Resident Evil or Tony Hawk game would make it to the end, not Tekken. I also didn't give Tekken much of a thought. I was just typing in. So.
So these are definitely
Number 21 seed, GoldenEye 007, up against the number 26 seed, Tekken 3. I can make an argument for either one. I really could. But I think this comes down to one aspect of the game that's not
what's
introduced. In the other
really
one.
funny? They both came out the same fucking year.
Yep.
97.
Yep. Hey. Don't fucking mention years here, okay?
Tekken came out in March. GoldenEye came out in August.
Hey. Shut your fucking whore mouth, okay? Let's not talk years, okay?
Damn.
I just had to keep
1997.
reminding my wife that she's turning 30 this year. I keep getting told, just wait till the big 4-0. That's mean. Let me say hateful things like that.
Nothing to look forward to. Trust me. You get to pick out your grave site.
I had that done. VA signed up for it. Somewhere in the military plot here. All right. I don't know how to
You
go
have
at
an
this.
aneurysm or what? All right,
No,
so
because like I have shit I want to say in my head, but I'm like, wait, is that gonna make sense? Is that gonna sound stupid? So it's more everything
Yes, more
culminating. Just
likely.
Going, Nintendo's awesome.
all right, so we've gone back and forth. We've
Best
talked
part
a
of
lot
this,
about
by the way, is this
how-
a Nintendo game versus a PlayStation game.
Very true. So we've talked a lot about Tekken, how all the other modes that they've put into it, and we've talked about essentially the two modes that they have: multiplayer and single player.
Or Tekken?
Story mode for 007. So, granted, there's different aspects to the multiplayer
Yep.
that you can throw in there as well, along with some of the cheats you can throw in there too. Where
Oh
we
my
have
god,
gigantic
the
heads.
cheats. Paintball, golden gun,
Mhm. Yes.
invisibility. That was fucking bitch mode. Loved it, though.
And they each have their characters that everybody is not allowed to use, just like in
Odd job.
Tekken. Tekken is one. Eddie Gordo is one that everybody will complain that you can't use. King is another one.
Yep.
So they
Devil
each have their
or
own
Angel
ones.
Jin,
Yeah.
because they could fly and they had the lasers.
And they have those ones where you're like, okay, you can't use this guy, or this guy because of what he does. It's just not fair. So, but again, I mean, the playability for both is extremely high.
So here's the modes for GoldenEye 007. Other than campaign, in the multiplayer, you did technically have normal multiplayer. You only live twice, Living Daylights, The Man with the Golden Gun, and License to Kill. So you did technically have different modes inside of them. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I only remember normal mode. You only live twice, and Man with Golden Gun. I don't remember playing License to Kill much. I don't remember playing Living Daylights mode either. But I do remember Man with Golden Gun because you fucking had to run away and try to kill him before you got killed by the Golden Gun, which was the one shot.
Yeah.
The biggest bullshit one shot too. It didn't even have to hit you; just had to whiff by you, being your percent, your parameters.
I mean, in Tekken 3 modes, you have arcade mode.
Yep.
Team battle mode, which is you select 1 to 8 characters. Time attack, you beat the game within a certain amount of time.
Yep.
How
you unlock mode. Other characters.
Yeah.
That's the thing. All these modes have different ways to unlock characters.
Survival mode and then practice mode.
Yep.
So I'm still leaning towards 007, mainly because the modes that they had in multiplayer, you could still make your own along with others. Like we do knives only, things like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can make your own little games within that to like customize. Tekken, you can't really do that. I mean, you can do like you can only punch, you can only kick, stuff like that.
It was an honor system, and
yeah,
Tekken, that was the thing.
But I think and I guess I look more of the multiplayer thing because
that's
where a lot of it was. And Tekken has, it's not just
it's
two.
It's a different multiplayer.
Yeah.
It's the purest form of multiplayer, where it's one-on-one, and you really had to show your shit off, and like if you were good, you were good. GoldenEye, you didn't need that. You just had to be better than somebody else against the 3 other people.
I could spend more time playing GoldenEye than I could Tekken.
I have put hundreds and hundreds of hours in both. That's the problem where I was like,
But if I'm sitting around with a bunch of my friends, I think I could sit around and play GoldenEye longer than we could Tekken because you can change up things in multiplayer, unlike Tekken. So I think with that way of being able to customize your own game, the enjoyability of multiplayer, and the amount of fights it would start, I'll stick with GoldenEye.
The fights, yeah. Talk about OG trash talking. This was like, this is like got you comfortable. Yeah, these people were like inches away from you, and you were trash talking their mothers and hoping their moms, the friend's mom that you were at the house of, was not anywhere nearby. That's where your mom was so fat. My friends were dicks.
Like, hey, mom, you know what he said about you? I didn't say shit. Shut up. Shut up. I'm just kidding.
What your mom said. I was like,
fuck, shut up. I hate you. I was kidding. God, shut up. They're gonna make me go home. Be quiet.
Hi, Mrs. Andy. No, I said, don't tell my mom, please. Don't tell my mom.
Not what I said.
I'm so sorry.
I didn't say that. He's lying. I didn't say it.
I have to agree though, like with everything put in place and everything just the way it is, and of course how we grew up, everything that came out. These games did come out at the same time, within the same year basically, and just again, it comes down to the difference in the multiplayer. 4 friends or more versus 2 people. Now, I will 1v1 the shit out of people any day. But with GoldenEye, it was just significantly more fun the more people you had. Trash talking was top notch. it was also just different because, again, like we said, inches apart from each other. So how big were your balls to talk trash and just shit talk to the other people in your party?
Oh yeah.
And even birthday parties back then, I mean, you played GoldenEye. You did tournaments too, where it's okay, you 4 people can go, and you 4 loser gets kicked out. Okay, nope. Last person standing wins and moves on. And it was always just a bloodbath.
Mm-hmm.
Birthday boy very seldomly won. Seldom.
He's always in the corner crying, and his parents are trying to figure out it's his birthday. Let him play more. Gosh, you guys. No, he sucks. I don't care if he's got this for his birthday. He sucks. Shut up, Timmy. Sit down, bitch.
Your mom's a fucking whore. My dad sheet said he saw her. And marriage destroyed. I do remember somebody saying that at one of the parties I went to growing up. My dad said he saw your mom with so and so. Again, small town. What? And the mom was over here. He's not telling the truth. Dad comes in. You were with who? I didn't think anything of it back then, but looking back, going, yep, that's why they got divorced. Yep. Only people could shut their pie hole.
Nope.
So I think we're in agreement.
Mm-hmm.
GoldenEye 007 takes the cake as king of the games. And again, we'll do one where it's Rahgel's 16 or 10, whatever, against mine 16 or 10. And maybe if you guys like actually fucking go to Twitter or YouTube, follow us, you can actually vote and put your input on what game you want to see be ranked up against, so we can destroy it with the GoldenEye. Because GoldenEye will be in next one too. We'll have GoldenEye just instantly be in the finale. It won't have to go through anything. It'll just be in the finale.
Could be.
It'll have to be. Other than
That
that,
fucking.
it would have to be. Because it wouldn't matter what you put up against it. It could be fucking like God of War 3, GoldenEye. You're like, all right, you got me with GoldenEye. All right. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 or GoldenEye. Hey, you got me. Vice City, Gold. Okay, damn.
Yeah, it's a tough one to beat.
Pokemon or GoldenEye. Ah, fuck, you got me there too.
Yeah, it's always gonna GoldenEye over Pokemon.
Like it wouldn't matter. GoldenEye would just make it all the way. So just nix the middle and just say, okay, it's in the finale.
Yeah,
We're looking to see what
Too
game
much.
could possibly topple GoldenEye. But shall see. If you haven't
I
played
know.
GoldenEye, go get an N64. They're only a few $100s now. It's fine. It's fine.
I guarantee you can probably find one at a garage sale too for cheaper.
Oh no.
People sell shit they have no idea what they're selling.
If it's an older couple, yes. If it's anyone our age, no. You're fucked. My wife says I have to get rid of this. I really don't want to, so $500. No, it doesn't
Honey,
come with the
nobody
battery.
wanted to buy it. Oh no, the cables. The cables are $20 each. Oh, you want a controller? The controllers are $50. Games, $100 a piece. I made $6,000 off my 64.
You need expanded memory?
Yeah.
Another $100.
I mean, a certified drug dealer by that time.
You need a camera for Hey You Pikachu?
You want that memory card?
Oh my
Oh,
god,
you
there's
want
so many people who
007?
have no idea.
$500.
Not selling that shit for anything less than $1,000. If I have to get rid of it, it's going for $1,000. Because if someone is gonna take it away from me, I'm gonna at least be able to go buy another N64 and a copy of 007.
Yeah.
And hide it from everyone. I would never make notice of it that I have it until I get that sweet ass entertainment room set up and be like, oh, that? I don't know how I got here. No, I did sell mine. You're right, I did. That's not the same. See, this is a dark purple. Mine was a light purple. Different.
Stupid.
Yeah, mine had stickers on it. This one doesn't. Yet. Just wait. It'll have
Yes.
stickers on it. But there you have it. King of the Ring. King of the games. The main one is GoldenEye 007. That was all 32 games. And again, we will do another one later. So stay tuned for that and another episode. Other than that, thank you so much for tuning in and listening. Yeah, don't forget, hit us up on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Mostly Twitter and YouTube and TikTok, but mostly YouTube. Come check us out. We have the video edition of all of this over there. And I use the community section, which is like social media, Facebook and Twitter, but on YouTube. So yeah, come check us out.
Yeah, rate, review, let us know what you think.
Other than that, I'm gonna sip on my pink drink while Pinkie Pie over here.
It is pink.
It's now
Fucking knew
pink
it.
because
No, you just said it was. No,
I
it's
said
been
it's
pink the
now
whole time.
pink. No,
No,
because I diluted
okay.
it with more white drink.
Calm down there, Pinkalicious. It's okay.
Hey, this ain't
You'll
your
be
Pinkie
fine.
Pie, okay?
Pinkie Pie.
You and Scooter McGee over there fucking do your sign off while I drink my pink shit.
Hey,
With that said, stay.
you
Thank you
your
for
damn
watching.
mouth. Sip your drink. Pinkies up. Do it now. Bye, bitch. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of this fun and always entertaining show that we like to go through all the random shit that we always enjoy. Maybe, maybe not. I am Rahgel, here with our fat bottom girl, Sig.
I'll take you home too.
How things been going? Things good? Things enjoyable?
No, I've been sick the last week.
Well, it sucks when you have infested little ones that bring home everything from school.
No, that's even the funniest part though. Nobody else was sick. Fucking just got sick.
Well,
You know, how pissed off I was sick, and then my kids were sick.
from your so if they're not sick, you're mad. Yeah, I'm happy when they're not sick. I hate when they're sick. My kids get sick.
I hate when they're sick, but I hate
yeah.
when at least if one of them gets sick, then we're like, okay, the next month everyone's sick. That's fine. But then when it's me who does not get sick hardly ever, and I get sick, I'm like, all right, I don't fucking leave this house. Who brought this shit home? Was it you? Was it my wife? Or was it you, my daughter? Who fucking got me sick?
From your door dashing.
I have no contact with people. Okay.
Somebody has to put the stuff in the bag.
Look, your semantics and facts need to shut the fuck up.
The food just doesn't jump in the bag and close itself.
You've never seen Taco Bell.
Oh, I've seen plenty of Taco Bell. Side note, they're building a Taco Bell up the street from us, and I'm extremely excited about it. But to move on to more pressing issues, other than Taco Bell is moving up the street or being built up the street, not moving.
Let's wait 1 month's time. You're gonna see it in its cheeks and its face.
You have no idea. I love Taco Bell. In this household, it's not really encouraged to go to Taco Bell, but
why? Because it's the same assortment of ingredients, just put in different. It's called Mexican food, even though it's nowhere near.
Don't say it too loud. I don't want anybody to come down and get me.
It's not even close.
It's not Mexican food. It's not. No, it's not even that. It's not even close. But
no, that'll get
outside our fast food rants, there have been a lot of movies that have came out recently, but there's a big one that we have talked about and one that we both wanted to kind of throw some ideas back and forth, just discuss with Avatar 2. Now that you finally made it to a movie theater somewhere within your lifetime to watch something. It's not on Redbox or anything else.
interrupted you.
So I think with us boasting Avatar 2 is one that we can both talk about because it's been a movie that I've been waiting to see, and I don't know if it's one that you were really excited to see, but I know when we talked about it, you were excited to go see it. and it's been what 10,
17.
17. Okay, so I think it was like 10 years. So really 5 years, and then also 3, 4, and 5 are already shot, I believe.
Oh, sorry, not 17 years. Avatar 1 came out in 2009.
Okay,
14 years.
okay.
13 years,
So-
technically. 13.
So I was close with that. Closer with 10 years. All right. Anyways, and also 3, 4, and 5 are already shot, correct? I believe they've already uh,
I don't remember if they are. I believe it's fully shot, and they're just in the production side of the house now because it's set to come out December 2024.
yeah.
Which
So it's supposed to be the next 3 years. They're supposed to start releasing them.
yeah, so you have this December 20th for Avatar 3, December 18th, 2026 is Avatar 4.
Oh, so
they're
okay. So we're gonna skip. Okay.
And then December 22nd, 2028 is Avatar 5.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
and then there's no rumor of Avatar 6. I think 5 is supposed to be the end of it.
well, yeah, because you're only going to be able to do the 4 elements and then the culmination. It's pretty much what it's going to be because they've already teased fire in the next one.
I know, but like, you know why? So there's 2 avatars, okay? So there's Avatar: The Last Airbender, and there's Avatar: James Cameron. But do you know why it's called Avatar: The Last Airbender? Because fucking James Cameron owns the right to Avatar, so they couldn't call it Avatar. So they had to introduce the element. So when Way of the Water came out, everyone's like, "Oh fuck!" Now they can't name it Way of the Water or whatever with the other Avatar, the anime one. And everyone's giving it shit because how dare James Cameron introduce another element? It's supposed to be the next one's gonna be fire.
Yep. So then after that one, there'll be an Earth. And then the 5th one, you'll have Captain Planet. So after the
He's a hero.
your powers combined
Sorry, that's really where my head went.
the first Avatar. What were your thoughts after seeing the first Avatar? Yes, it's been 13 years, however long.
So there's a difference for me because when Avatar first came out in 2009, I did not like it. I did not like the entire show. I didn't like the movie. I didn't like how it was produced. I didn't like any of it. Did I go and see it? Yes, but only because it was one of the first movies to come out in 3D, real 3D. So I was like, oh, I'm going to go see it for that. But then again, I was like, oh, this movie sucked. This is stupid. However, 13 years later, I rewatched it back in December 2022. And maybe the beginning of this year. I don't know when I saw Avatar 2 now. Questioning myself. Timeline. But anyways,
You saw it like
I've
2
seen
weeks
it.
ago.
Yeah, I've seen it recently, which means I saw Avatar, the first one, literally just like 4 or 5 days before that. But I've enjoyed watching Avatar now and looking back and watching all of it. I was like, oh my god, because now I physically know, or not physically, I technically know, whatever, all the shit behind scenes, like how long it took, why it took so long, blah, 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 blah. The semantic side of it was like, this movie's even greater now because I know all this and I have an appreciation for it. Back in 2009, I was a punk ass 19-year-old who was in the service, doing stupid service people stuff, trying not to get married to a stripper so I can live off base. Rahgel. So.
Whoa.
I'm in love with this. Nope. Oh. So I like Avatar now. Now. 13 years ago, no. I did not like the movie. I didn't like the franchise. I thought it'd be stupid. But now I'm excited to watch it. I truly like it. And I just think it's amazing. I like the first one. The story's amazing. So. But that leads into like the second one. Some issues I have with the second one.
So I will say I first saw Avatar I enjoyed it, but I made fun of it very, very hard because it was a live action Ferngully. If you know what
Yeah,
Ferngully
it
is,
was.
it's a live action Ferngully.
Hey,
It was
everyone who knows who
very,
Robin Williams is should know who Ferngully is.
it's very odd the whole way of Sigourney Weaver and her character. It was just the gigantic blue avatar characters running around against humans and the mechs, and yeah, it's extremely comparable to Ferngully. There's no songs, which Ferngully had great songs.
Yeah, Robin
There was no good songs in Avatar. I'm not sure the soundtrack was decent, but regardless, I enjoyed it. But yes, I made fun of it hard. Um, I watched it. I did watch it recently after I watched Avatar 2, and I will say Avatar 2, in my opinion, is way better than Avatar 1.
Oh, hands down, hands down.
Now it could be because of the time frame of
No.
what's available movie wise, but the storyline is better. The acting even seemed better as well. But I do think that the way that it's going, it's only going to get better. I'm hoping to the third one, once the fire airbender is introduced, it's even better. So we'll see.
But is he a firebender or is he an
I-
airbender?
He's an avatar bender. I don't know.
I mean, we talked about this not on podcast, but where you told me Avatar 2 is so much better. It is.
Mhm.
I agree. I think Avatar 2 is hands down significantly better, but at the same time, this is where like sequels get into a very dangerous territory because they have to be better than the first one. But again, James Cameron being James Cameron, the first one to me, like comparative wise, is very boring and slow. But again, it's because they're laying the groundwork for future movies to come out, and so we're kind of like how the MCU does it is here's the storyline, here's the arc, find more about
Here's
these
Captain America.
here's these three characters who are
yes,
going to be
fuck.
very prominent in all upcoming movies. Now, with that said, if you've seen Avatar 1, you know Sully. That's not his name, is it?
He's from Monsters Incorporated. Fucking Disney nerd over there.
Oh my god. No, I was thinking of Uncharted, by the way, when I said Sully, but no, Jake Sully. Yeah, I was still right. Jake Sully. Fucking asshole. I was right. Stupid bitch. I fucking hate you. But anyways. Hate you so
Mike
much.
Wazowski.
But I hate you. I can't even go on. But anyways, no, you had Jake Sully, who was kind of sort of the main character in the first one. I only say it that way because like then you also had the scientists, and then you also had what's her name? I can't pronounce it. I'm not gonna be able to pronounce it. Neytiri, the main blue chick. I'm butchering.
No,
it.
the
It's
main
fine.
Avatar. Yeah.
Not Avatar. Blue lady. Because
The
Avatar
main
is what Jake
blue.
Sully.
You're
it's different.
you're an Avatar.
It's fucking different, and you know it. But no, like so you had Jake Sully, you had Neytiri, and you had the Colonel. And then you had a scientist lady. But here's a problem though, it was like their first one you had 4 different story arcs all culminating together, and you're trying to figure out, okay, well, you know the good guy's gonna win. It's just gonna happen. And then when how they ended it with Jake Sully and Neytiri killing the Colonel. Cool, awesome. He deserved it. He's a piece of shit. The doctor lady died, as far as you could tell in Avatar, the first one. She died.
Spoiler alert.
Because the spoiler, the tree did not like transfer the soul over to the actual Avatar. So it was just one of those like the way they ended it. It was not perfect. It definitely was not. It left the biggest cliffhanger, but at the same time, when they brought Avatar 2, the like instant, I don't want to say beef, but the instant issue I had with it was, and thanks to my wife like spoiling half the fucking movie before we go and see it, because she saw TikTok videos. She's like, I have to know if this is true, so let me look it up. Did you know? No, shut up. I don't need to know about it. But like the doctor came back, but didn't really come back. Her body's now actually still alive in the Avatar. They have it in some residue floating. Oh, and by the way, I got pregnant somehow by the goddess. Okay, well, hold on. Oh, now you gave birth. Like, there's just a lot of issue I had with it, but I overlooked it when you see the rest of the story like play out and they explain it further and how the goddess or their god basically granted her a daughter to live and be connected to her. So
I mean, but
yeah,
also look at how James Cameron does his movies, though. Like, he'll give you some of the story, but then he'll fill it in 2 movies later on
yeah,
how, what really happens. So,
I know, and but that's why it's such a good movie. Though. It's like it's filling in plot holes or filling in holes that you're like, I was not anywhere near it.
yeah, so it's going to leave holes, but they're going to be filled in later on at some point. You just have to essentially be patient, which sucks. But the way that the whole, outside of the first one, the way the second movie was done, it was very well done, very well scripted in the fact of, I liked how they just pretty much scattered out and ran. They didn't say, "Oh no, this is our home. We're gonna fight it," and blah blah blah. No, fuck
they
that.
did say
Get your shit and go. Yeah, well,
Fury
but
did say, "This is my family. This is my home." My dad said not to leave him. My dad said to protect the people, and he's like, "This is protecting the people."
Yeah.
God, fucking leave.
Yes.
And then and spoiler alert, by the way, if you haven't, go fucking watch Avatar 2 before you finish this episode. Because we're going to talk about all of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very well written. My wife disagrees with me on this. Probably my favorite part outside of the story spectrum, the creatures, the water scenes were so much better done. So much better than the forest scenes. I liked all the water creatures, like Tanuka or Tatuka, whatever. The giant whales were fantastic. The designs were amazing. Their story arc was amazing. The graphics were stellar. It's just like it looked so real, and that's what James Cameron is really good at, though, is making water look like water when it's underseen, and you're like, oh, this is clearly all CGI. But
yeah, amazing. He's very attention to detail when it comes to some of that stuff, and wants a realistic look to a lot of his stuff. The fact that, and I didn't know it, I knew nothing about the movie going into it. The foreshadowing of the son of Stephen Lang, the what the hell, Quaritch? What the hell is his name? It's the Colonel, pretty much.
Yeah, Spider.
His son, his son being there was a foreshadowing of, okay, well, there's going to be some pull back and forth of what he's really going to do once he figures out, because obviously he's not one of them. He's tolerated, but not accepted, pretty much. And so, tolerated. You can see that and you can see that he's not accepted, and they talk about it very well. In the very beginning of, like, within the first 10 minutes of the movie, I think it is, that they talk about how he's not accepted. He needs to go back with his own people.
Well, he was left behind because children or babies cannot be put in the cryogen.
Yes.
And so foreshadowed for fucking everything, them coming back and more.
Mm-hmm. And I didn't think he was going to be in the movie. And the fact that he was, I think made it even better. And the fact that he comes back as his own avatar along with other soldiers, and they have their own, essentially their own army of them.
But that's that's one of the biggest issues I have with Avatar 2, though, is the Colonel came back as an avatar. And yet how Jake Sully became an avatar was he had to be plugged in via the system, and then the Tree of Life, whatever, transfer the soul over to the avatar. Cool, I get it. But you're telling me that humans, Earth, could transfer into an avatar without the body even fucking on the same planet.
And that could be another thing too that James Cameron's going to hint at later on, which I hope he does, because yes, there is more holes there in that story.
The
Now,
Colonel
it's not-
being
it's-
alive is a giant plot hole. Like, and all they did was, here's a disc. If you're seeing this, that means I died somehow. I don't give a shit that you died. I watched Avatar 1. I know you died, you stupid fuck. I want to know how the hell you got transferred into a fucking Avatar body.
And I'm hoping that they tell that later on of somehow they got a hold of the tree of woes or whatever the hell they want to call it, to somehow get him transferred in some way or figured out something along the lines, because again, it's a James Cameron movie. Somehow, some way, somebody got hooked up to something with a car battery and jumper cables and transferred over.
Look, I get them
So-
growing the avatars in the tubes. I get that.
Mhm.
Cool, that makes sense. That's like cloning, whatever. I get it. It's all easily
Well,
explained.
they were doing that in the first one before they even
yeah.
met him.
Yeah. But they never touch base up. By the way, we're gonna try. They even hint at it to be like, we're gonna be able to take the human specimen and move it into the avatar specimen permanently.
Mhm.
Like, it's just that's my biggest issue is the plot hole on that. And granted, that's a great foreshadowing as well. Again, James Cameron does a great job at foreshadowing for the end of the movie, and then you're seeing Spider and all that. Like, great foreshadowing, but that was probably one of the very, very few parts where I was like, this is annoying me throughout the whole movie. I'm enjoying it, and then afterwards, I was like, oh, that's a good movie. It's like, oh, it's a great movie. How did he become an avatar? Oh, well, did you not watch the video feedback when like he's talking to himself? He's a clone,
Mm-hmm.
but he's an avatar clone of
Of
the
himself.
human. He has all the memories, but he doesn't know. Like, there's a lot of futuristic bullshit that goes on that is not even like slightly touched on with a 10-foot pole. It's just
Yeah. Well, I mean,
take it for what it is.
I don't think James Cameron, and he never have, just like completely dumping all the information into one of his movies to make sense. He leaves plot holes for a reason. I mean,
Well, yeah,
there will be
but
that,
that's a big plot hole.
but and that could be a whole nother part of the next one. Is there may not be a whole lot of the firebenders that they're going to show in the third one, and they may show more of the mechanical side of how they create the avatars and download people into them. You know, the Matrix style. You never know. You may have Neo over there slapping people around, injecting human souls into these blue
Avatar 3,
guppies.
Way of the Matrix.
Exactly. You want the blue or the red pill?
Human or avatar? Like,
So, but with this one and the way that the rift between the jungle people and the water people, I think I do think it should have taken longer for them to be accepted into
Yeah.
it, and more or less on how they
Well,
just kind of, okay, well, here you go. Okay, now we're swimming together, we're teaching. And the two kid thing,
but
like obviously,
I get that, but they weren't accepted. That was the thing. Though, like, the
Mhm.
chief of the water people literally said, or not literally, but basically said, because he was the chief of his village, we're going to accept him purely based off of principle. Because of that, because he was the protector, he was the great, whatever the name was, for
How
the
did he know
forest
that?
people. I would assume they all talk. The tree of memories or whatever, because they all have the same memory. They all have like they can all talk to. What the fuck is the god's name?
but where's their is there a tree underwater? I can't remember now.
Yeah,
It was
that's
underwater.
where
Okay.
they buried his
Oh, his son. That's right. His
where they
son died.
killed
Yeah,
just
that's
kind of
right.
was true. Ewa. There we go.
Ewoks. Okay, so Wicked comes down.
Ewa, whatever. The god in Avatar 2. Like, she's the planet basically on Pandora. So that makes sense to say, oh, Ewa has all the memories because of the trees that you can connect to. And when your people die, their memories get uploaded, basically like the Matrix. So I would assume, since the planet has all those neural connections on the ground that they were talking about the first one, they have to know each other, at least know of each other. Plus, there was that whole, fucking giant battle. I'm sure that made its way around pirates. Did you hear Jake Sully? Did you hear the Force people accepted this human, this avatar that's fake?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I do see the whole thing of their training or learning how to, be within the water and like that. And how the daughter, well, the daughter, yes, the adopted daughter never came up for air or anything. She just pretty much could do anything she wanted. She lived underwater.
Was connected again. Because she's with Iwa. She's connected somehow with Iwa.
So this another one to where she's going to be an elite
focus. She's gonna be a focus on the next one because they already tried to play her down. This is just her having an epileptic fit.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was amazing storytelling, like just a little intricate. Hey, it's this. Mm-hmm. And for Natiri, her stepmom, Jake's wife, basically say, "Get out, get out." Let the water people's wife come in and fix all this to Syria. I can't say her name right. Can't say any of these fucking names right. But again, they called the humans via their avatar to come to the island where they're fucking hidden. Hey, come take a look at my daughter. No, bring the giant helicopter beast. It's okay. No, I know you're still going to be the big blue dude and you're going to be an avatar. You could just hop on a flying beast, but bring the helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with the GPS tracker in on it.
Yeah. One thing I don't want to see is I don't want them to become mechanical, as into where they start to use the ships and all that stuff that have been left behind or found or like that. I want them to stick strictly to where they're at and don't become mechanized.
I don't think they'll become mechanized, but you can already see they're starting to use the weapons.
Yes, and that's
so. Not everybody can have a flying beast.
Not yet. No, not until the volcanic dragons come out with the firebenders.
They've already stated that, like the first one, in order to be able to ride one of these, you have to it has to choose you. So they've already laid the groundwork of not everybody has one, and not everybody will.
Well, do they really have to choose you? Because when the colonel went, he just pretty much went and raped one and got on top of it, and it's like you're mine now, bitch.
You really did.
Yeah, it was no choosing. It's I own you. You're mine, and nothing changed of that one. Speaking of which, what happened to the first one that he had, the big ass one, the big ass flying orange fucker? Did it die? I don't know that. I don't know the name.
Turuk Makto. I'm butchering that fucking one too. He didn't die. He released him. That's a good game, by the way. That's a fucking amazing game. But no, first one, he released them back to the wild.
So I was waiting to see if there's anything with that one. Never did.
You. Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, they're gonna bring back Turuk Makta and be like, all right, cool, because it makes sense. He released them. He's like, oh, I don't need you now anymore. Okay, cool. So he's gonna come back later on.
That's in one of the movies I do see it. One thing that there's already a theme going of one of the outcasts or the biggest baddest one they end up with. So now they have the biggest baddest, essentially a fucking whale, which one is now befriended, which was known as the outcast, and essentially they thought killed everybody.
Well, again, based upon their beliefs and everything, yeah.
And then they have the other phenomenal flying one, Turok or whatever the hell his name is. So it's only a matter of time before they take the, obviously they're going to have elite animals at some point when the culmination comes to the, the Lord of the Rings final battle style.
Well, the final battle's
some
gonna
kind.
be the battle for Pandora. Like,
Yeah. And the only way to really do it is going to be all of those combined into one, which everybody knows is what's going to end up happening.
yeah,
You're going to have a bunch of rock trolls, a fire breathing dragon,
but there's
some
a
flying
they're gonna have
butterfly.
musical. He's a bit of a keeper upper. What? Disney does own it. Those rock trolls are gonna come out. We got some
Oh,
fucking
fuck, here
Princess
we go.
Elsa and Spin.
Yes. So I do like the direction it's going. I hope that the movies stay outdoing the previous one. Obviously, not everyone's gonna outdo the one before, but I do think that they're doing the right thing,
Yeah.
and I hope it just gets better. If they're done, they're done. So I mean, the movie quality is going to be similar to where
Well,
it's at now.
I mean, that's what Cameron cares. Probably not the most, but has to be on like the top three most important things to him is the quality of everything has to look fucking immaculate. He's just not gonna throw it all together and be like, here you go. Yeah, oh, you can tell that's
Yeah.
fake. You can tell that's not a real animal. Oh, okay, yeah, that's because it's not.
Well, yeah, that and
Not
he said
real.
he didn't want the kids to age like crazy either, so that's why
Nope.
he shot them all like that too. So the fact that he's paying that much attention to detail with the kids and not wanting them to age in a manner of obviously they're all CGI anyways, so he could keep them how he wants, but the voice wise, he doesn't want to change.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he only really has to care about what Spider and Loke or Loica, whatever. The son that didn't die. So
Spider be the only one you could really would be able to physically see change because he's human. The other ones, all the other ones are just CGI.
but
So, I mean,
they
they can.
but they mentioned and played so heavily on the fact that these are not real they're avatars, they're not real the ones. I can't think of what their fucking people are called. It's
Blue
bugging
people.
me. Blue people. Oh my god. No. Oh, Navai. There we go. That's the forest people. But yeah. Basically
What?
Navi, the Navi people, which is the forest people.
Oh, okay.
But they hinted so strongly that these are not. They're not like us. These are not Navis. These are human, or these are demons. These are half bloods, whatever you want to call it. So you can already tell, like you said, the fact that all of Jake Sully's kids and himself are going to have some type of unspoken or immortal bond with some type of animal creature, which will be interesting to see if his wife gets one too. Seeing as she is pure blood, she is pure Navi people. So if she doesn't get one, that says a lot for like how they want Pandora to be played out. At least in my head.
Yeah.
And then you have Kiri, who is the fucking random miracle daughter of a scientist avatar, who's connected to Iwa, and she's already connected. We saw in Avatar 2 she can control shit. She can control the plants and everything underground, which no one knew. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they somehow figure out a way to get Spider as a Navi or different race, whatever, different. That's kind of what they're. That's what he wants. He wants to be one of them. And you already have the Colonel who is one and fucking still alive because his stupid ass son saved him.
Yeah.
That sounds really bad out of context, but whatever.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know how they would convert him over.
It has potential to be one of the best franchises if continuing down this path.
The $1 billion franchise, literally.
Yeah. So I think it's definitely got a chance to be one of the best franchise movies out there. I mean, to compete with Lord of the Rings
MCU.
Yeah, MCU. I mean, that one's hard. That to me is hard to consider a. I mean, yes, it does fit franchise. I guess I'm looking at more of like one specific story to stick with, like
the
what
Marvel
are the.
story.
Well, yeah,
The
it
whole
is, but
fucking universe.
it has it's not branching off. You know what I mean? Like it's not branching off into different stories of characters.
One main
but
character, yeah, I get you.
so that I mean, like what I say, like Lord of the Rings. Then there's, I mean, you could say Harry Potter too, I guess, if you wanted to throw that in there. But I'm not a Harry
Game
Potter
of
fan.
Thrones.
I have a hard time putting that as a franchise when it's a series like that. I guess it'll fit, but I don't know. It's like
Just a
TV shows.
definition of
I don't put it as a
franchise.
franchise. I guess I don't put it as a franchise. It's a TV show, I guess.
You keep saying
But I can
I
see how
guess,
it
like
fit.
you're not sure if it's a TV
I don't.
show.
No, I'm not. I know it's a TV show, but I'm
They're
not sure. If
fucking
it's
long episodes. That's a movie.
close.
That's a fucking 90s movie. We all binge watch all 8 of those seasons.
Yes. Yeah, so we did binge watch all of Game of Thrones like crazy. That was one that we finished fairly quickly, and then, well, I should say we caught up fairly quickly because we started. They were on like season 5, I think, when we started watching it.
They were
So we
fully
had-
wrapped up.
No, we had 2 seasons. I think we caught live. I think that's what it was.
Oh,
The last 2
yeah.
seasons, but
I remember watching the first few episodes. I was like, this is stupid. The books are way better. And then my wife got interested. She's like, I want to watch this. Okay, and then we watched it together. I was like, oh, it's all wrapped up. Okay, let's go. But no, as long as James Cameron and his crew keeps doing what they do,
Mhm.
I think this will go down like one of like when you think of like classic movies, at least our age and older, like classic movies. Casablanca is an instant classic because it's a world-renowned movie. Like everyone knows what the fucking movie is. Even if you've never seen it, you know about Casablanca.
I know about it, but the movie's not that good.
No, it's not. It's not a good movie. It's not the point. It was ahead of its time back when it was shot, and like it was again. Avatar is way ahead of its time. Still, this is shit that's like there's no other movie you could comparatively put close to it. Like even Lord of the Rings, yes, you can get close, but there is not as much computer animation and computer manipulation as there is in Avatar, where literally basically it's all fucking CGI. It's all fake. There's not a whole lot of realness to it. Whereas Lord of the Rings, you're like, oh, there's Legolas. Yeah, that's a real person. Just wearing ears, it's fine. Oh, there's a dwarf. Oh, he's still also a real person. There's Aragorn. Yeah, real person. Like he broke his foot. He can't help it. Lots of realism still involved in this fantasy world, whereas Avatar is 100% fantasy. There's no like maybe the few interactions with humans they shot with real humans, of course they did, but you're talking about like it's that much of Avatar 2, whereas the first one, a lot of it. So and
Yeah.
you know the mecha suits are all CGI. There's no way they built mecha suits.
Well, I mean, yeah, do you want to look at that? I mean, you also have Star Wars. You could look at there's a shit ton of CGI in Star Wars as well, but there are also live action actors in that movie. So I mean, I get what you're saying as far as like actual people in it opposed to CGI, which
and I get, and like I'm not saying it's not real people doing the motion, because yes, they're wearing a caption suit, they're doing everything. There are scenes where like they have to get put in makeup. Like I get it. I'm just saying, if you look at the culmination of all of it put together, it's literally minuscule, live, in quotation, realism acting inside of it, and a lot of heavy duty computer animation, CGI, overhauling it, making it look very real, manipulating everything to work perfectly. Heavy editing. Not so much in other movies or TV shows.
No, and yeah, and it's I do see what you're saying, ahead of its time and stuff like that. But I don't know if it's ahead of its time or if it's fitting in right where it needs to be right now. Because in 2000, was it 9? You said when it came out, it was ahead of its time. Then I think it's fitting in right where it's supposed to be at right now, with how everything is coming out.
Wait till next year when the third one comes out.
If they were to film it any further in the future, I don't think it would be as good, because the way that they're rolling out the digitized filming and everything else, everything is going to become worse looking, because this whole it's so irritating. The whole 4K, 8K, ignorant shit like that is you get to the point and you watch some of these movies now and you can see the makeup, you can see where the things are not blended very well. And that's the thing that's killing a lot of that stuff. If you enjoy movies for what they are, that's different. But if you enjoy movies because you're watching it for the cinematography, you're watching it for the makeup, and you're seeing that stuff, but you start to notice a lot of those things, that's where it's going to kill it, because you're going to start to notice the imperfections in a lot of the stuff that goes on. And I guess if it is a majority of it is CGI, maybe it'll be okay. Yeah, but the blending of the two will not work. Yeah, the blending of the two won't work as well the further into you get.
Yeah, but I mean, I 100% agree. I could go on a whole fucking rant about how just pointless and bullshit really anything above 2K is, because it's not like it's a waste. It's a waste of the spectrum that is just not properly visible and done. It's too much, and you're dipping into the realm of realism too heavy, where now you're taking away from the actual purpose of a movie, which is to enjoy it, whether you're a cinephile or you're just there to have fun. Like, you're there, and when you start picking up on that stupid shit, you're like, oh, this is shit. The only way 4K, 8K, 10K, whatever works is when it's like a nature documentary. You're like, oh my god, I can reach out and touch that leaf. I could touch it. But it either has to be 100% real or 100% computer enhanced. There's no middle ground right now.
I would not be able to probably watch a lot of the movies and be like, oh, his makeup's all fucked up. Not like that. But if you sit me and I watch a military movie, every time I'll probably be able to point something out that's wrong, because there's something wrong in every one of them. But that's because that's on the director and the lack of input that they want to try and detail-oriented stuff that they try and do. And that's on them.
You also have stuff like they can't use proper rank, they can't use proper ribbon racks. Like, there's a lot of like legality of that, which is
fine. There's no legality in that. They can. They don't do it. There's no legalities to it. Anybody can wear a rack. There's nothing against it.
No, so anybody can wear a rack, because there was a huge documentary put about this. Is like, was it Hurt Locker? I think it was, where like people weren't wearing the proper rack, or they were calling certain ranks the improper rank compared to what they were wearing. And the director and everything sat down, like, Hollywood would not let us do that, because the what's it called? It's fucking actors and everybody's part of it. They have to be a part of it. It's like a union's guild.
Actors
Guild, yeah. Yep. Specifically say you can be fined, and it's right underneath impersonating of a government official. So they won't wear the proper rack, they won't wear the proper tiles, they won't wear that, because if they make it identical for a fiction, like non-real movie, not documentary, but non-real movie, they will never match up 100%. They won't get close, because they risk the chance of somebody saying you are impersonating a military member, you are stolen valor. Like, it doesn't matter, especially with day and age today. People simply can take a small portion of a film, and we've seen it. They take a small portion of film and be like, I can't believe they would allow this. Fuck, that is from Hurt Locker. That did not happen. It's a movie.
Give me started that fucking dog shit movie.
But that's my point, though. It's like, and then we saw it with, we're not going to touch in the realm of politics or religion, but certain world events that happened last year or the last 2-3 years, and come to find out the media was using video game footage or movie footage, and it's like there's a reason why, and it all comes down to not fully like, no, it's not 100% illegal, but at the same time, it is type thing, and they don't want to be associated with it. They want to say we're representing 100% true. And the biggest thing that gets military members and these fake movies is their ribbon rack. It's like, that's not a real ribbon. That medal doesn't go with that ribbon. That's not proper. That's not how you would have this set up. And it draws it away. One of my favorite is the specialists in the armies. They call them a certain specialist. Like, that's not the right patch. I'm Air Force. I can tell you that's not the right patch.
I mean, there's multiple. They're like that. I know in Top Gun, Tom Cruise wears captain rank and is called lieutenant as well. So it's, I mean,
Well,
and there's,
you want to talk about stolen valor? Look at Captain Crunch.
there's all kind. Some asshole had a kangaroo too, but
That's
there's so
Australia.
many
It's a
different
different
ones
story.
that are different with the military movies. So, yeah, I could point out almost every one I've ever seen. There's something,
Yeah.
but I don't know. It's
If they do military like they did with like in Avatar 2, where you have colonel and general, one that's very fucking unbelievable that a general's gonna be on the planet. They're not. I don't believe shit. You would never see a fucking general out there. No. But it's all fake. So it's like, this is not real. This is not even supposed to be real. That's fine. There may be like 7 different ranks above the general. Who knows? But yeah, gate kill.
now we took a couple generals out on patrols with us, but it was like everybody and their mom was out on that patrol, and if anything ever went down, they had an easy evac. But I've never seen like in Hurt Locker where a colonel is leading a fucking patrol. And like, that's never, no, not fucking happening.
Hey, I
That's
saw
no.
simulations of that.
No, and EOD does not do counter sniper missions and go out on their own and drive their truck where the fuck they want. No, it takes 13 hours of us having a cordon for them fuckers to finish up their Xbox game and whatever else they want to do, hit the chow hall, fill up their coolers, make sure they got gas, come out, ask us, hey, you guys been out there for a while. Is the cordon set? Yes, motherfucker. We've had it set for 13 hours. Okay, we're out of water. We're out of food. I've pissed 34 times. I'm dehydrated as fuck. Yeah, nobody's around. I've already picked up the mortar that we were sitting around. I threw that bitch in a ditch. You can get it on the way back. All right? I don't give a shit anymore. I'm going back because I'm hungry and I'm tired and I need some fucking water. So fuck you. Fucking EOD. That's a whole, oh my gosh.
It's funny because it's like my youngest brother, we're not going to get into military too much, but my younger brother joined the Air Force as an EOD specialist. And he joined it for a lot of the wrong reasons.
A $90,000 signing bonus?
No. He didn't get a signing bonus. There wasn't a signing bonus at the time.
Oh, shit.
Air Force doesn't do signing bonus too often. Or they did at least when my brother and I went through. But no, but he did because of the movies, because of Hurt Locker, a few other ones. And
Sorry, if you're drawing off an inaccurate movie like that, then okay.
a lot of people did. You know it. You know, a lot of the
Fucking way
recruiters
off.
did. You see this? Oh my god, you guys actually do that? Yeah. No, ignore the cutscene right there. That,
You don't
no,
do
this is-
shit like that. You
But-
can't move like that in that fucking bomb suit.
Sure you can. What are you talking about? 100% movability. But
Fuck.
he joined and then he quickly goes, oh. When it got a little
Shit.
too surreal for him, and they literally go, you're gonna die. Like, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You will die. And it will be because you fucked up and didn't defuse the bomb properly, or it's because you didn't see the bomb and you're gonna blow up. So one way or another, you will die. And he quickly went, I don't want to do this anymore.
That's why they introduced the robots.
Robot malfunctions a lot. They're cheap.
True.
Cheap. Mars rover is more expensive, but I mean, But it's again back to the movie side of the house though. It's so interesting, and I'm the same way. With like anytime there's any type of military correlation, I'm the first one to be like, all right, let's talk about all the discrepancies here. Okay, let's see how pissed off I'm gonna be. That's not real. No, there's not that many rounds in that type of gun. Nope, that's fake.
Yeah.
Nope, that doesn't have an extended mag. It's not possible. No, you don't put a scope on that one. No, you're fucking stupid. That's not how this works. Oh, you took that in the water? Oh. You're telling me it still shoots 100% with no issue? Oh, okay. Mine didn't when it was just raining, but okay. Submerge your bitch. So, like, I get it. But I also know, purely based off of documents, because I watch a lot, is most directors and producers will stay away from accurately portraying unless it's like the American Sniper, where it was very crucial to portray Kyle correctly and his entire crew, right rank, right ribbon, all that, and also like shooting properly. So this pistol somehow holding 40 rounds and not ever need to be reloaded in 20 minutes of gunfight. That's fine.
I enjoyed that movie.
American Sniper?
Yes, I did. I enjoyed that one.
I enjoy a lot of the military movies.
I'm picky, I guess. It was one that like American Sniper I really enjoyed. I like Bradley Cooper as well, but that one just kind of, and that one got me at the end too. I cried like a fucking bitch in it.
It's almost like you
Got a
didn't
little
know
emotional.
what happened.
I knew what happened. It was just the whole thing of like the end of it and the ceremony and all that shit. Just kind of like, okay.
Yeah. No, it got me too. The other one that got me pretty hard, and it's because I like there's ties with like my career, my dad's career with the movie and like how it all played out. But the
Small
13th
Soldiers?
hour.
Oh.
That's your wife's story, Small Soldier. It's what's in your pants.
Where are the Gorgonites?
Such a solid movie too.
It
But
is.
no, like the 13th hour, or
Mhm.
that was one of those like
The Benghazi.
loved it. Yep, I loved it. I'm very familiar with a lot of shit that will never be revealed for another like 50, 60 years. Never be declassified. I'm very familiar with all the classified information. And it's just one of those like knowing everything, seeing the movie and how very accurate it was. There was so much of it that just like I can't watch the movie with one just being super fucking pissed off. By the end of it, I'm enraged. So again, I can't even tell you. Oh no, actually, this is what they're leaving out. Oh, did you know X, Y, Z? Because again, that's fine. But then at the same time, it's such an accurate portrayal of what really happened, or as real of a portrayal as it could be, with again giving certain information away. And then at the same time, just all the lives lost. It was just one of those where like, yep, this just ruined a bunch of families. This is real. This is very like this is not make believe. So real military movies based off of real events tend to get me a lot harder, and just one of those where like I'm either gonna be very upset or I'm gonna be super pissed off. Very seldom, man. I'm gonna be like, oh, that was a good movie. Let me watch it again. It's okay. You got me there. You fucking won. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom now. Or it's you fucking piece of, and I just go off. My wife won't watch military movies with me. And
it is tough at times.
Yeah. But there, we could do a whole fucking like month long of military shit.
We can do one.
Bring on random military people. So how do you feel about this movie?
Yeah.
You like that one? How do you feel about these? Do you believe Top Gun was an accurate portrayal? How do you feel about Hurt Locker? All right. It's good to know. So you signed up for the bonus. Okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what you're doing.
Oh, yeah.
But like I said before, I have no problem separating like real military from fake. I mean, like Avatar 2, clearly fake. Nothing about the movie's real. There's no real implications at all. There's no real innuendos of this is all properly done. And actually, thinking back now, I don't remember they ever showing the rank of the general.
I think you just referred to it as general.
Yeah.
You like the first one. But to be clear, also, I don't consider Avatar 1 or 2 to be a military movie. Just to clarify, these are not military movies at all. They just kind of got us in a direction of military movies.
Yeah.
These are not military movies.
There's a general in it, but yeah. Speaking, what was it? I overheard somebody in the movie theater when we were watching Avatar 2 of there was a scene where like, what were we supposed to do with the Navi people? They were here first. And it's like, one of the, I don't want to say bleeding hearts, but one of the sympathizers who were just trying to say, no, we shouldn't kill them. We need to befriend them. We need to like do all this stuff. Repeating what the scientist said back in the Avatar 1. I overheard somebody in the theater just go, just do what we did. Kill them all. Take it over. I fucking lost it. Like, I laughed, and my wife's like, don't fucking laugh at that. I was like, it's true. My fucking ancestors didn't do it. Somebody did. It wasn't mine. I can prove my bloodline. And she's like, you can't laugh at that shit. Like, it was funny. Because it was so subtly said that unless you were really like paying attention, or you have like ADHD, you just pay attention to fucking all sounds around you, you would never pick it up on. But I heard it, I looked back, I just smiled, I laughed, I was like, all right, that's good. He's not wrong. That's what we did. But I was like, oh my god. Yep, going down for that one. But and I think in the video too, they're in the movie, they even said, it's fine, we'll just wipe out all the indigenous people. What could go wrong? I think it's funny. You're coming from Earth and you're asking what could go wrong. Not like we had generation after generation of this, but okay. Somebody failed social studies and history. Awesome. But the movie overall, though, is just it's so good. The storyline's good. Again, spoilers, Spider saving his fucking dad. Or not even his dad, his avatar dad.
Yeah.
Oh, pissed me off. I literally gritted my teeth. I was like, you fucking serious? My wife's like, what? And you literally just see him like looking at the camera and he goes, ah. He turns back around like, this motherfucker, this is why there's gonna be a third one. It's Spider's fucking fault. You stupid bitch. If this is not Way of the Spider next one, I'm pissed. like I could already tell, I'm already predicting that the third one we're gonna see the Spider either become an avatar or go back to the humans and be like, hey, you made my dad one, make me one. Because why not? They have the technology clearly. And the dad's gonna have to be like, no, you don't want to do this. You don't want to be this demon, this beast. Why would you want to do that? I love Kiri. Oh, okay, here you go. And it's gonna come down to the point where Jake is gonna work with the Colonel. It's inevitable. They're going to work together.
Against Spider.
Spider will work with him too, but yes.
He's the downfall of everything.
Oh yeah, and so is what's that one kid, the one son, Luaka or whatever, Loak. He befriended the giant whale. That kid pissed me off too, especially when like they rode out to sea. Hey, let me show you this real thing. Peer pressure, you suck. And my wife's like, they're gonna leave him there. You think so? You think they would actually incorporate? Yeah, like, that's fucking that's male behavior right there. Hey, real hunters hunt outside the reef. Oh, I'm not supposed to. Oh, that's okay. I mean, I understand you're not a real hunter. You don't want to be one of us. Wait. I'll go. There you go. You fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're gonna leave him out there. And the shark scene was awesome. So,
oh yeah, I mean the whole movie was great.
Not the killing of the whales. That was a little sad. They killed the baby whale.
Eh.
Which
Had
they
to
didn't
happen.
show. You don't have to kill the baby whale or
Okay.
baby animal. Just,
It's gotta go. It's in the way.
you need to fucking go tell the directors of Bambi that then. They left Bambi alive. We killed the mom and the dad.
That bitch leaped around over the wrong mountain, wrong cliff. She jumped. Shouldn't have. She would have
Jumpers
just
don't do
stopped. She'd
that.
been fine.
I say every
But she
time I
gets,
see a fucking deer, just stop. You don't have to die today.
Yeah.
Okay, in this road.
no.
My insurance will not cover it anymore.
Yeah.
Fucking cost me my life here. I'm excited though for Avatar 3, 4, and 5, but mostly 3. Only 2 years, under 2 years out from it, so it will be interesting to see what they do with everything.
It's out 2024 is when it comes out.
Yeah, December 20th to 24th. So
That's
right
dumb.
before Christmas. So, I mean, I like that better than saying here's another Avatar this year, because that gives you a whole year to one rewatch it. That's what we're all gonna do. But then two, it doesn't feel rushed. And that tends to be the downside of a lot of series or a lot of sequels. Is if it feels rushed, then it instantly gets a worse review right out the back. I mean, look, fucking Kevin Feige had to say, "Oh, hey, we're going to quality over quantity, so we're gonna push back 6 of these movies from Phase 4, and they're now gonna be released later on, rather than releasing all 20 plus fucking series inside of this year or this year and a half. So now we get 2 years of Phase 4."
Uh, I still think they're fucking themselves doing that, but who knows?
Well, hey, people like you can catch up now.
Yeah, but your actors are going to age, and it's going to make
That's
it
fine.
a little more difficult. I mean, you're damn near lost Hawkeye, so who knows what's next?
Look, that was his own fault.
Yes.
And finding that out really annoyed me. It was like, you stupid fuck. How did you let your own your snowplow run you over? Just come on. You know better. But
You would think so, but yeah, he's
he did get released from the hospital today.
yeah,
Yeah, I did see that.
a lot worse than what I thought it was. Well, a lot of people thought it was.
Well, yeah, because again, that's how
Danner
they're playing
fucking
it out.
died. So yeah,
I saw a dark joke though where it's like, it's fine. You couldn't hear it. Everyone knows Hawkeye's deaf. He needs his hearing aid. I was like, look, it's funny, but it literally just happened less than 2 days ago. Give it a month. Chill
a
out.
couple more days and be fine.
So, I got a really funny joke I can't say on the podcast.
Oh, whatever.
You'll hear it later and you'll see why it's not. You want to talk about being canceled? Joke from 80 years ago, it'll get me canceled really quick.
Let's wrap this up so I can hear the joke then. I want to hear it.
Well, no, we gotta wrap it up also because we're at that time. But regardless, you recommend go see Avatar 2 if you haven't already. It will be out on Disney Plus here, I think, in the next month or two. So I will rewatch it then.
Is the first one on Disney Plus?
Yep, it is. That's
It
how
is?
I watched
Okay.
it. So I was like, I
Okay.
did not know Disney owns this. 20th Century. That's why they own it. They own 20th Century.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. I didn't know it was on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
have to.
Now, when Avatar 2 comes out, you can watch that one.
Yeah.
And hey, who knows? Maybe they'll be on WWE too. So
Who knows?
who knows what the fuck's going on. But great movie, great time. Definitely recommend it. Can't wait for the third one. That's all I have. Without going on a tyrant about military other shit. So, or how?
Yeah, but definitely
Ah,
check out
David Bowie
Avatar
is annoying.
1, Avatar 2, and any of your avatar abilities with firebending and water shooting.
Just to be clear, we
stuff like
know
that.
they're not. We know they're not the same. Okay, it's just funny. Just funny.
They're the same. It's James
Shut the
Cameron's
fuck-
version of
Alright,
anime,
look,
live action anime.
Sig knows. Hey, the Avatar movie, Last Airbender movie was okay. You shut your mouth.
I didn't say it was
Sig
bad. I
knows.
never said one thing bad thing about
Sig-
the movie.
Sig knows Avatar and Avatar Last Airbending are totally separate, not the same.
It's
not,
Last Airbender, not Airbending.
whatever. Totally different.
But you know it.
Totally different. Rahgel, on the other hand, may be saying
There's
the
a
same
blue
thing.
character, then there's a small Asian kid with an arrow that sticks out down his forehead. Yes, we know this. And he rides a gigantic woolly mammoth. So, or Falcor on steroids, however you want to look at it. Anyways, check those movies out. Let us know what you think. If you completely disagree with us, well, you're wrong, because there's nothing wrong with these movies. But, anyways, we're gonna get out of
If
here.
you
We're
want
gonna
to
wrap
give
it up.
Rahgel a piece of shit, do that. Come on. and
Go
dish out
ahead,
some shit. It's
please.
fine.
Anybody come and argue with me. I want to argue. I'm fine with it. I'll argue with you.
Me.
Yeah, because I want to prove somebody else wrong. Please, somebody else come on so I can prove them wrong. All right? Yes, cool. Bye, bitch.
Welcome back to another episode. As always, I am Sig. Sigalicious, as he called me last time, with my thunderous thighs and my blue drink. And we have Vanna White over there. I mean that in the most literal sense of white. Rahgel. So
Hold on, you're way more watch out than I am.
I have
First
lights
off,
on
with
me.
with this, yeah, sure you do. With this blue drink that you're inhaling, how many fucking liquors are in that thing? This
I gotta watch the video.
This is an intervention. This isn't a podcast episode.
Look, I'm not the one that needs an intervention. I only
Yeah,
drink
what,
on Tuesday.
6?
I don't know. Let me count. Give me a
There'll
second.
be at
Okay?
least 6 of them in there.
Are we counting? Okay, we'll say hard liquor versus just like alcohol. I know it's pretty much the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 hard liquors.
And you're
And
free
Mike's
for
hard.
Smirnoff.
Yeah, fucking smeared off, dude. I've had that in my cabinet for like 3 years, and I just I hate
I
it.
think everybody has.
Somebody or one of my brother-in-laws brought it over, and I just sip on it. And then Mike's Blue Freeze, and then some sweet and sour or sweet sour. That's
Yeah.
sauce. I don't know. Anyways, so 5 hard liquors and a hard seltzer.
And a mixer.
Yeah, and a mixer, it's fine.
Yeah. So it's all
Soda.
right. Yeah.
We don't have soda in the house right now. Oh,
Your diabetic drinks are amazing.
I'm not diabetic yet, so.
Keep drinking that and pounding the candy. You'll be good.
And how mad would you be if I never become diabetic, but your ass becomes diabetic in 2 weeks?
And I'm sitting here eating fucking candy too. Anyways, outside of the free food drinks that you have, we've got a big pay-per-view coming up this Saturday in
Yeah,
Royal
unpredictable
Rumble.
one.
Yeah, I would say unpredictable.
Well, comparative to like the last even like 6-7 years, you've always had a
Idea.
a very clear idea of, okay, it's going to be one of 3 people to win, and now it's who could win, even though
Where
the
could it go?
favorite still is Cody Rhodes. But we can get more into that. Or let's just get into that right now. We have 4 matches. Is that what I sent you?
Oh.
Yeah, 5. No, 4. 4 matches. The first line says Royal Rumble matches. But our 4 matches are KO versus Reigns for the undisputed title, Bianca versus Alexa for the Raw Women's, Men's Royal Rumble, Women's Royal Rumble, and Bray Wyatt versus LA Knight. So, start off with the men's because we're already talking about Cody Rhodes. He I know is the favored to win, and that's just because where his storyline is supposed to be progressing, and he's supposed to get the world title at some point and kind of be done with WWE from all speculations. So I don't know. I had to go with him purely just because there's no one else to go for other than maybe Seth Rollins. But I mean,
Oh man, it's
you don't know
I
all
mean,
the entries either. Still, so I mean,
no, I mean there's only what 15 or 16 that have officially entered,
yeah,
and it's like obviously a lot of the main card guys that have talked about it that have been
yeah. There's some
on
main and then
Raw
there's
on
some
SmackDown.
minors. Yeah,
Um,
like yeah. So you have 15 of the 30 announced, and you have again some main like A-listers, some B-listers, and some just like okay, clearly you're just here to fill a spot. You're not gonna win. But
yeah,
you have the likes of Kofi Kingston, Santo Escobar, Ricochet, Theory, Rollins, Lashley, Corbin, Zero, Gunther, Cody Rhodes, Omos, Drew McIntyre, Sheamus, Braun Strowman, and Karrion Kross for the men's. So I mean, they're still missing 15 other
yeah,
um, entrants to it. So
and
based
those are
upon that
still
alone,
I mean those are still pretty solid ones in that. I mean even with
uh,
Theory, who I mean being a title holder, you don't see that happening with
Santo Escobar, he's not even gonna come close. Ricochet, not his time
no.
yet. Theory,
Kofi,
no.
will figure out a way for Kofi to walk on his hands and get back in the ring one time, and then he'll get thrown out
That is on
like he
our
does
bingo
every
card.
time.
We
It
do have a
is.
bingo card, by the way. I forgot to mention at the top of this. We do have a Royal Rumble 2023 bingo card, and there's a bunch of different squares on there, and there is one for what's called Kofi Performs Crazy Save. I know my English is great for those. I
It
created
happens everyone he's been in. It's been a thing. So I do see it
it's a given.
happening.
But I mean, I don't think Kofi's gonna win. I don't think Escobar's gonna win.
No,
Ricochet, not his time yet. Even though he's a hell of a competitor and like deserves the push that he should get, but we'll see.
he'll make it exciting.
Yeah. Theory,
I do.
Rollins, and Lashley. No, Rollins maybe, but I see those three, Theory, Rollins, and Lashley, are gonna have a face off because it's all for
Theory,
the
Rollins,
US.
and Lashley.
Yeah, because they've been
Oh,
facing out the last like 3 months.
well, now with Raw last night, throwing Lesnar back into it after he
Yep.
came out and did his whole thing, which
Yep.
I'm assuming he's going to be in the Rumble.
I think it's safe to say,
I would see why he wouldn't be.
but he would have to. That's where kind of the wild card comes in. Is I think he's gonna be in the Rumble too. It's speculated he's gonna be in the Rumble, but if he's in
What
it,
degree?
is he gonna be decimating like all the lower levels, the low tier superstars, wrestlers, whatever you want to call them, and just kind of be like, okay, and let I don't know Cody Rhodes eliminate him somehow, or have Drew McIntyre eliminate him again. Maybe Gunther to set up a possible feud, but I think Lashley, if Lesnar's in the Rumble and Lashley is also like they're in the match at the same time, I think those two will either clear house and eliminate a bunch of people and just go fucking haymakers on each other, or they will somehow eliminate one another. One of them will get tossed first, and then the other one will be tossed out by the same person. Basically, if Brock gets eliminated, Brock will come back in, throw Lesnar over or Lashley over to just piss him off and keep that feud going.
Yeah, I'm curious to see with Lashley and the new stable that they're going to try and push
Hurt business.
with, yes, or I guess not new stable, but bring it back together. And to see what Montez Ford does Street Profits do, because I'm assuming they will be in the Rumble as well. At least Montez Ford, I would think so. I would like to see Montez Ford, and I don't, his fucking tag team, the Angel Dawkins. Those two coming in, yeah, those two coming in would have a pretty serious run through if they came in, offset 5 or 6 entries off.
Yeah.
And having those two come in, but then having Lesnar come in, having Omos in there, Lashley in there, and I'm assuming, I don't know if Shelton Benjamin's around or not.
I mean,
but he's been teased.
Maybe, but
he's been teased to join it too.
It's supposed to be the original 4, or 3, Cedric, Benjamin, and Lashley with MVP as their sponsor, for lack of a
I
better
did,
word.
yeah, but I did see over the weekend of adding the Profits, the Street
Yeah.
Profits, and then also Shelton Benjamin, and having
Omos.
and Omos, and having that as being I mean, you can call it a new style, a woke Nation of Domination,
I
if you wanted to.
Omos is the only one that doesn't fit. Like you can see what's going on with um the Street Profits. They're getting pretty pissed off at the whole tag division. So it makes sense for them to be like, look, we're done, we'll sell out to get recognized. But I don't think longevity wise, I don't think both Montez and Dawkins will be in that stable. If they are, it will be one or the other, and the other one will get kicked. And I have a feeling it'll be Dawkins that gets kicked, and Montez Ford stays because he's already started to portray a heel character.
Yeah, slowly he is.
Gimmick, sorry.
Yeah, and you can almost do the Rock style also of Nation of Domination, where he starts to kind of step in front of the stable and then separate himself from it at the same time. By doing that, getting rid of Dawkins to take over his heel persona, and then going that route of all that, of sacrificing his boy at that point to prove his worth and where he's at, and move on from that. But another one I'd like to see added to it that I think would be a better mic than MVP would be Booker T, who I also think is going to be in the Rumble.
I mean, he's been
as a throwback
in the past few years, so yeah.
But I would like to see him get more interactive with it and be in a stable of some kind to talk.
I think that's honestly what Street Profits need, is to have somebody like Booker T come in and be the mouthpiece for them, because while yes, both of them, Montez and Dawkins, are good on the mic. It could just be me, but I don't take a lot what they say very seriously. It doesn't come across very serious. It come across just kind of like, I have to say this because it's scripted, or I have to say this because we have a feud. Whereas like when MVP talks, you listen, regardless of how ludicrous what he's saying is. Same with like Paul Heyman. Whatever they say, whenever they talk, you kind of sit down and you listen. But I think that's honestly what a lot of stables need, is that mouthpiece. A good, decent manager, if your leader can't talk very well, like Bailey can, as fucking obnoxious and annoying as she is. She can talk, and she gets you to listen. You hate her, so she has the heat. But with like Montez Ford and Angelo Dawkins slowly going to heel rather than being baby faces, they need somebody that's been a heel character before and who's really good on the mic and can like run the gambit, so to speak, and get them where they need to be, and almost do like a new version of God damn it, his Heat. I can't think of his stable from with his brother.
Heat? Are you talking about?
Harlem Heat.
Okay, yeah.
And
that one. Yeah, I mean, those two is that one is and it's crazy to think, like, as we've already mentioned now too, very old. I mean, Nation of Domination, Harlem Heat, but I mean, eventually stables, tag teams, all that stuff is going to get repeated in a persona of their own.
Yeah,
in a way, not like straight cookie cutter, but you'll find your other spin-offs. So, I mean, you saw on Raw, not a passing of the torch, but kind of like between Taker and Wyatt.
Yeah, it was very much a passing of the torch of, I'm done. You need to step up and do this now.
Now, if they run with it, great. Or if they kill it, like they're probably going to, who knows? But I mean,
they kill it. It's Vince kills it.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't think Triple H is gonna kill it.
No, but I mean, again, depends on how long his power runs, and there's not a cuff from underneath him.
Yeah, that's very.
But I
true.
So, with all the injuries we know and who we can possibly see, do you have anybody that you expect to see that's not listed? So now you have Forbidden Door on there on the bingo card,
and that's kind of where, like, I'm not sure on who I would think, but I've seen like Beer Money being talked since WWE
Oh shit.
could do that, and they already have Robert Roode, who was part of Beer Money from Impact.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't think of the other half of it, but have him come in and either as a one-time deal, kind of like Mickey James last year with the women's, or he comes in and then WWE gets Beer Money, and they actually have a Beer Money run, which would be amazing because it was probably one of the only decent stables back in Impact and TNA days.
Yeah.
At least when I was watching it. But he would be one. Can't think of his name. I can see the cowboy hat and everything, and the beer.
I've seen him wrestle, but I can't think.
I can see it. Another one. Man, that's really hard. I think Shinsuke is gonna come in, but he's not Forbidden Door. He's not listed either, but I think Shinsuke will be there. Apollo Creed. You're gonna get a couple of NXT guys come up in here. Ooh. I don't think he's ready. I don't think he's even cleared. I haven't heard anything of Big E would be one I would love to see come back, but I don't think he's fully cleared.
Oh man, that would
just happened last year.
That'd be good to see, though. I mean, him to come back, I don't see much coming from him because it's hard to just kind of throw him in there with that neck injury too. I mean,
neck injury.
True. Yes. I do expect to see Dragon Lee since they have signed him, and I don't know it because I like to see it more of him and Ricochet and some of the smaller guys do a thing for a little bit in there. If he shows up, who knows? But he's one I do think may show up.
I don't think he's coming back, but I would like to see Bubba Ray come back, but not as Bubba Ray, come back as his Impact persona, which is
the Aces and Eights style, or
God damn it, he's in Impact right now doing his run. I can't think of his fucking gimmick that he's on. Bully Ray, there we go.
Bully Ray, yeah.
I want to come back as Bully Ray, but I don't think that's gonna happen since Devon just left WWE.
Yeah.
So did the vice president of communication just left after 25 years. Don't know if you saw that.
I did not see that one.
He left yesterday or today. I forget which.
No, shit. No, I didn't see it.
So there's more people leaving underneath Vince. But I would like to see Bully Ray come back. There's really no one else because everyone else I want to come back will not come back because it's AEW and they're very clearly not going to let that happen because AEW wants that plug of this is Matt Hardy from AEW or this is Kenny Omega from
Omega's tried to make the jump, but he doesn't want to. He wants to do his own shit. He doesn't want to have. He wants creative control. They wouldn't give it to him.
Well, he wants pure creative control.
Like Bray Wyatt.
I get Bray Wyatt. Well, Bray Wyatt has full creative control over himself, but at the same time, he's willing to work with the likes of like Triple H and plot out his storyline and give and take and all that. Kenny Omega, unfortunately, and he's even done episodes and interviews where he's bashed WWE for that and says, I don't like their creative team. I don't like what they try to do. I want to be able to say, this is my storyline. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. It's your story, but there's other players involved, and you all have to come to a consensus. And like him not letting people kick out as a fallen angel, like, I get it, protect the move, but still, you have to be willing to give and take somewhere, or else it's not going to be successful. And his win over in New Japan at Wrestle Kingdom, everyone's pissed off about that he should have never won. That makes no sense for him to win. And he won against, I think, Will Ospreay. And everyone was like, why'd you dethrone him? He was doing so well. And now he's in a dark place, so to speak, where he's like, I'll give this another year and I'll see if I'm even going to stay.
Yeah.
Because he lost to Kenny Omega because, quote, it was Kenny Omega's call. And those type of wrestlers piss me off when it's just, well, it's my call. I can say if you win or lose. No. You're old.
Yeah.
Your time is limited. You should now be at the point of pushing other stars like Jericho is doing. He's taking a lot of losses, but he's doing it in the manner in which you push these up and comers. And not just I'm Jericho. I'm always going to win. So that's just my issue with Kenny Omega.
No, I mean, and it makes sense. And, he's
And the
established
Young
himself
Bucks. And the Young
outside
Bucks.
of, well, yeah, they're following his lead. And outside of him, he's one of the only ones that really done it. He's established himself without anything with WWE. He had a small run, but it was nothing like where he's at now.
It's not noticeable.
No, not at all.
Yeah. I can't really think of anyone else other than just like standard NXT, SmackDown, Raw guys. I would love to see Pierce, Scrap Daddy Pierce, make an appearance, but he's not going to. Shane McMahon would be another one, but he deserves a proper retirement match and not a Rumble botch. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I think I'm looking at more of the luchadors that I'd want to see.
I don't know.
I think because
luchadors or the AAA Underground, like I don't know that.
There's a lot that I like, but I don't know if like Pentagon Jr. and Phoenix, they both have had solid runs in AEW, and
had amazing runs in AEW.
And Pentagon is one of my favorites, and his hardcore style is one that I'd like to see, but WWE doesn't go hardcore enough.
Yeah, I would
like
love
what
to
they
see
did.
Him and his you just said his name. God, yep. I haven't drinking too much, clearly, but I want to see those two team up with like Rey Mysterio and just like decimate Judgment Day.
That would be one. I mean, you go LWO style.
Yeah. I would love just like that could build the story arc for Ray versus Dominic and everything, and then just have Phoenix and Pentagast come in and just be like, "Fuck you, Dominic."
With as dark as Pentagon goes, and a lot of his stuff, I mean, he could decimate the Judgment Day and what he does, and Phoenix with the shit that he does too. I mean, those guys are great in ring.
They're fun to watch too.
Now, obviously, they both speak strong Spanish, so Mike's skills would be on Ray. But Pentagon will talk. He will talk. He doesn't care.
Yeah, they speak. Well, they speak as fluent English as a fifth grader, but
no, it's not as strong as it
they
could
better
be.
than Omos.
I will say yes, but when Pentagon gets on the mic, what he says, even in Spanish, it's very well. It does very well for himself on the mic when it's in Spanish. He knows how to cut a promo. He knows how to get the English speaking audience or anything outside of Spanish audience to follow what he does, and he does it amazingly. Same with Phoenix. I mean, their in-ring work does more for them than their promos do, but man, that would be awesome to see them. I don't know if they're under contract. I can't find anything on it. Last I checked, says they're not, but that was dated back in 2019.
I haven't seen any contracts. I just know they're very loyal to AEW right now when it comes to big time promotions. So, but those would be two I would love to see. I would also, this would never happen. I would love to see MJF break the door down and just fucking come over and wreck house, or at least like wreck house against some of the NXT guys, and then just be put face to face with the likes of like Seth Rollins or Drew McIntyre, like one of the bigger guys even, and just have him lose, but lose to one of the bigger guys and have it be a tough bout, or even like against Seth Rollins, who would be willing to sacrifice a loss and just be like, hey, we're both going to eliminate each other, but we're going to go down swinging and fighting and just like piss each other off and cause a double elimination. I would love to see that because, again, unlike Omega and the Bucks, Seth Rollins, while his career still has a few years left on it, he's already at the stage where he's starting to just say, fuck it, I'm here for the younger talent, the up-and-coming talent, and he'd be willing to sacrifice even to AEW. Like, well, I didn't lose, but I didn't win either.
Yeah.
So we both suck.
Okay, so outside of our dreams of who we want to see come to the Rumble or just come to WWE, who do you have winning the Rumble? Or who do you think? You can say your last four if you want, or you can just say your winner, whoever you want to do it.
No, I mean, I honestly, I think Rhodes. It's either gonna be Rhodes or Rollins. Those are the only two I see standing a chance of not only winning but progressing to a proper storyline arc against Reigns, because Reigns has still yet to beat Rollins.
Uh-huh.
So it would make sense for Rollins to win, but Rhodes came back solely for gaining the WWE Championship, or the Heavyweight Championship, technically. So I'm banking everything on Rhodes, but still, if Rhodes doesn't make it, I'm giving it to Rollins. That's my two guesses, I guess, would be. I phrase out. Fucking. I do see Goldberg coming back though for a payday.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. You'll see some of those guys. There's a couple Attitude Era guys you'll see come through probably, more than likely. Who I don't really know, but I'm taking Sami Zayn to win it. That's who I think wins it.
You think he's going to enter in the Rumble?
I do, because as of last night, what they said last night is that he cannot show up until Rumble.
Yeah.
To prove himself.
For a final test.
And then what it's come down to is he secured the spot to make sure that he doesn't lose the title, to prove himself in a manner of, yeah, I won the Rumble to make sure you do not lose the title at WrestleMania.
So
sacrificing himself as Jay, I believe, showed it in all his evidence.
I don't think they could go that long though with the story anymore. They've already started showing that it's. I mean, we'll talk more about it when we get to Reigns, and KO, but we already know there's a giant fracture going on, and they don't have another. They have February, which is the Elimination Chamber, February 18th, and then April 1st/2nd is WrestleMania. There is no March pay-per-view,
and
there's a whole almost 3 months, or 4 months basically from now to 3.5 months until WrestleMania, and I don't know if they can prolong the inevitable and have him be willing to lay down at WrestleMania. So I want to see Zayn win, but I don't think he's gonna win.
That's why I'm taking it now. One is Sami, because I don't know if it's true. Obviously, the internet doesn't always tell the truth, or Facebook. But there's leaked art, cover art, or chair art for Elimination Chamber with Sami on it. So yeah, so I don't know. Who knows? But that's who I'm taking, and I'm hoping that it's a backup.
You don't have to if you're 100% positive that's Zayn, but
I mean, I'm not. I would.
Here's the thing. If Zayn, so for Zayn to win, that means Jay, Solo, and Jimmy would all have to enter the Rumble too, which is plausible and very, very feasible because
they have no match
on a match. And then basically whoever wins that, or basically they would let Zayn toss them out, or however they get eliminated. Basically, they would protect Zayn, so where Zayn could be the final one and say, okay, you have to lay down for Reigns and build that story. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. Like I said, purely for the fact of I think KO and Zayn are going to capture the tag title. And you saw that on Monday Night Raw just yesterday when Zayn held up the titles, or he got the tag titles from Jay, and he looks at them, and you can tell he's like, oh, hey, I haven't held gold in a while. So I think they're doing a really good job of storytelling with the Bloodline feud, and it's amazing. Minor things.
The Bloodline Court was really good. It was very well done. I did like it.
I laughed.
It was done really well.
Funny, but yeah.
I think anything with Sami almost is funny anymore. But it was very well done. I did enjoy it, and I do see a lot of stuff happening with that storyline. I do see it going more into Mania, but there's always.
I think it's going to go Mania, but I think it's going to be KO and Zayn versus Jay and Jimmy tag titles. And then so it's going to come down there. Speaking of which, we'll move on to the rest of the Rumble shortly. But speaking of tag titles, that shit needs to be unified. There does not need
Tag
to be
titles?
that does not need to be two titles. Does not need to be a Raw and SmackDown anymore because there's not a well diverse and well developed tag team division still. Just like there doesn't need to be a Raw women's tag team because there's even less women tag team than there are men's tag team. Like there needs to be one tag title and have it defended against all three brands. Same with the women's. One women's tag defend against all three brands. Because that makes more sense since collectively the three brands are more tag teams than there are just between Raw and SmackDown. And there's not much going on in the tag division. So to say, hey, we have a SmackDown Raw tag team means nothing. So unify it. Go back to either the Spartan belt, which looks stupid. Look better than what they have now.
Yes,
Or go back to the
like it.
original. I think they need to overhaul the tag belts. Like, redefine them, redesign them, and have them look very similar like the U.S., which looks amazing. The U.S. title looks amazing.
Yeah,
Just
no,
redesign them. So here we go. One tag title. I don't think they'll do that until they drop it off Jimmy and Jay. 2KO
Yeah.
insane.
I think with my pick of my pick of it being
Insane.
Sammy, and I think I'm just go. I have just a crazy one. I'll stick with The Rock, even though they may or may not have confirmed it. Oh, The Rock coming in and winning it. And he may
won't be
not.
there. You won't.
I'm confident with Sammy in that
He's
one.
not ring ready.
He's shit, whatever.
That brick shit house ain't ring ready.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I can't get ready. What the fuck do you have to get ready for? Like, you have to go.
He's been skipping
somewhere.
leg day.
Bullshit. Have you seen that man's legs? He walks around in fucking tree trunks sticking out of his shorts. His fucking legs are gigantic. Nothing about that. I mean, man, that man is fucking insane. I mean, he has gyms brought to him on each movie set that he has. He has his own gym in each one. It's in his contracts.
Yeah, he brings
It's
them with
fucking
him.
insane. Yeah. Back the truck up so I can get my my workouts in and shit. But damn, he doesn't miss a damn beat when it comes to working out. Now, if he's got to get ready to in-ring work, maybe, but I don't know. As athletic as that man is, what the hell do you have to get ready for?
Well, remember, he can't cut promos without writing them down on his wrist.
He will never live that one down.
No.
He fucked up big time when he did that.
Nope.
I mean, Cena ripped him for it.
Everyone's been ripping him for it.
You can't fucking do that one. That one's... And I don't know. That one was a weird one when we did that shit.
Well, because he got busted. A big-time player like him got busted on public TV.
It wasn't like he was trying to hide it. That shit was blatant. You could see it.
Yeah, no, like, he walked out, you're like, oh, there's this giant black square on his wrist. Nobody thought anything
looked
of
at
it,
it.
though. They're just like, whatever. And he full on, he would...
Full looked at it. So, I don't know. Very weird.
I do think Cena does make an appearance in the Rumble.
I agree. And that may be one of the attitude guys. I do know that Stone Cold was offered a shit ton of money
No.
as well. And that was to go against Rollins. He turned it down.
The last I saw was he got offered and supposedly in contract to take on Lesnar, which I don't know how much I believe because that matchup doesn't make any fucking sense.
No.
Especially since in real life, they're really good friends.
They are.
Like it doesn't make, they have no track record together.
No, not at all.
But
it's in San Antonio, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's hometown, not hometown, but home state in Texas. So I could see him showing up as well. I don't see him winning it, but
I could see him. This is a far stretch, but I could see him getting involved in like the KO match because he has passed the torch to KO with the stunner.
Yeah.
And basically, Bloodline intervenes and Stone Cold somehow makes an appearance. It's again very far stretched, nothing there to go off of. There's no rumors, there's no speculations, there's no trail of breadcrumbs. It's just me going, oh, they had a WrestleMania match last year. Oh,
yeah.
He passed the center over to KO. Maybe. Yeah. So with that said, though, let's move on because we're talking a lot about the KO and Reigns match still.
Yeah.
So let's just move right into that one. I think it's kind of goes without saying Reigns is not losing the title. As much as I want him to drop the title, drop my AirPods. He's not going to drop the title. He's gonna make it all the way through WrestleMania with those titles, and I don't think he's gonna get a clean win though. I think he'll do like he did with Rollins, and it'll be a DQ where KO wins, but does not acquire the title, and it leads into a bigger feud of I beat you, and I've proven you can't beat me without help. Just like last time they faced off, the only reason why KO lost is because Jay got involved. And it'd be kind of full circle to be like, oh, Sami Zayn got involved, which is where I think his ultimate test is going to be, is that he's going to have to take care of KO and ensure that Reigns wins or retains the title. I don't see KO walking away with the title as much as I would love to see KO run, since now he knows that his first couple were botched and useless and he messed up on those and he's ready to make it right. I could see him just having a hell of a run. So
Damn.
oh, but with that said, can I piggyback off the Rumble, because you mentioned Elimination Chamber? So did I. We mentioned Elimination Chamber. Typically Rumble faces one of the titles and then Elimination Chamber faces the other as like double headliners for WrestleMania. I think that's how they're going to split the titles. I think that's how they're going to get a Raw title and a SmackDown title again, is they're going to have somebody, maybe Zayn, but somebody's going to face Rollins or Reigns on night one. Somebody's going to face Reigns on night two. He's going to drop it on one of those nights and he's going to throw a bitch fit about it. The only reason why I lost is because I've had to pull double duties for this company. I break my back for blah, 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 blah. Downfall. But we can touch base more on that on the Elimination Chamber.
Yeah. I don't know, with the KO Reigns match, I think it should be a hell of a match. I mean, the fact that the way that KO is coming through and just obliterating everybody around, the pop-up powerbomb for Reigns to the table for the contract signing was
amazing.
great.
Have you seen the rumor around that contract, by the way?
No.
That KO, so the rumor and speculation is that KO didn't sign his name. He signed Sami Zayn. And that's why Reigns has this test for Sami is on Saturday. He already knows the contract is between Reigns and Zayn and not Reigns and KO.
Okay.
And that Reigns is going to test him by saying, lay down. Take the pin. And it's going to force Sami Zayn to be in yet another world title picture match and have to submit or roll over, basically. Again, that's very far-fetched, but there's a lot of speculation going around that one just because of what happened on Friday Night SmackDown and the fact that he did not attack Sami Zayn at all, and he just tossed him the contract, and Sami looks down at it, and he's visibly shocked by whatever he read. But if you go back, he looks at it, and his eyes get wide, like, oh, shit. So I would love for that to be it, and to be like, oh, there we go. But I think he has a better chance of winning the Rumble than he does being the match against Reigns on Saturday.
Is that match for both titles or one?
Both.
Or are they determined? It's for both. That's for the unified. Okay.
Until further notice, WrestleMania, it will always be for both titles.
Okay.
No matter how much USA bitches and complains that you need to strip them of a title.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. So yeah, I mean, if that's the route they want to go with it, to tease the Sami has to prove himself, which it makes sense now. If you say that the whole thing with you don't show up until Rumble, I don't want to hear from you until your test on that day.
Yep.
And then if that happens, cool. I mean, that's a hell of a storyline there too. You lay down, you take it, which I'm assuming he lays down.
The bitch, but yeah,
gets pinned, finds his place at the table,
But it
And
also allowed KO
here's
to
what you
come
do.
in and be like, they're making you their bitch. Stop.
Yeah. So it gives them a chance to say, okay, now it's time for you to fucking fare where you stand.
Yep.
They're making a joke out of you.
Paul
And
Heyman's
then-
making a joke out of him, which was really surprising on Friday.
He really went in on him hard. Like he said he wanted him dead like ECW. Like, damn, okay. Like if but I mean, the way Heyman does shit, Heyman has an amazing way of putting heat on somebody or, putting the spotlight on somebody as well. And the way they did it, the way that whole thing went down, Jay stopping Solo from doing his move to him, the
Samoan
thunderous
Spike.
thumb poke. That it's so fucking
That
weird.
thumb jab.
Yeah.
Did you ever taken a thumb to
Oh
the
yeah,
throat? Man, that shit hurts.
I have taken just a flick to the throat. That shit hurts, but I've just never taken a taped up thumb to the throat. No, that would hurt. But going that route of Sammy having to be in, yeah, okay. So let's say say it's him and Owens comes in, yeah, I can see being for both titles. Yes, I don't see Reigns losing that, hands down, no way. Because there's too much story still left to be told for everything. So yeah, I see Reigns taking that one as well. In a hell of a match if it is those two.
I didn't realize this, but it's been 9 months that Sami Zayn's been in the bloodline or like messing with the bloodline, which would mean WrestleMania would be his 1 year mark, which storyline wise is fucking amazing that they've had a solid, connected, proper story done. And by connect, I mean it's month after month, week after week. There's always something being added. There's always some element. Whereas, grant that was like half is underneath Vince, and the other half is going to be underneath Triple H. But Vince has a very, very terrible spot record of running a hellacious storyline and then just randomly like poof, never happened. He's in this feud now. So this speaks volumes to the storyline, to the development, to the creative team, and I did not realize they've been feuding or they've been dealing with this thing for 9 months, and it's been a talk on wrestlers in the professional wrestling community for 9 fucking months.
Yeah, I mean it is a long ass time.
A child has been born at the end of this.
Yeah, it's called the bloodline. We made a baby together. So I would say, yeah, it's definitely almost, I don't think it's hit its peak by any means. I think it's getting there. Some people are tired of it, but I'm not. I'm liking what they're doing. I'm enjoying the shit they're, pulling Sammy back and forth. The fact
It's not
that
stale.
Heyman pretty much just said, "You're a piece of shit. I want you dead," and his evidence showed everything bad that he did. But then Jay divided himself and said no. And the fact that he called him family at that point too, I wonder how that goes on in the future for other stuff. But
so one of the speculations I read, and I'm like getting further and further and further into it, is that basically they're all going to turn on Reigns. And the popular one is Jay's going to become the head of the table because he's had a hellacious singles run while Jimmy was gone. And that basically Sammy's going to be the person to help him with that. And it's all going to work out because Solo likes Sammy. Jimmy loves Sammy. Jay had his issue with Sammy's, but now Sammy has proven himself.
yeah,
But at the same time, Reigns is pissing off old Jimmy and Jay. So, especially with this whole Sami Zayn thing. So, we don't know much about like how Solo feels, so to speak, in storyline wise. He's very much the Arn Anderson, and he's just kind of there for muscle. But we could definitely see Reigns being pushed out of the bloodline, especially if we'll take your theory, Sami Zayn wins Royal Rumble, or let's mash our two. Actually, ours two would work perfectly. Cody Rhodes wins Royal Rumble. Sami Zayn wins Elimination Chamber. Roman Reigns has to face Cody Rhodes on night 1, Sami Zayn on night 2. He thinks he's gonna have an easy night on night 2, so he can focus everything on night 1. Loses title on night 1, goes in, Sami Zayn and him fight or whatever, or maybe he lays down, whatever. They put up a little bit of a match, and the Bloodline gets involved and they get torn. Who do they support? Sammy, who's been there to protect Jimmy, Jay, and Solo, or Reigns, who they've all had beef with. He's almost broken, or not broken. Yeah, he's almost broken Jimmy's neck. He's almost broken Jay's neck. Jay never technically lost to Reigns. He had to forfeit a match, and then he called quits because he didn't want his brother to be hurt any worse. And the Solo's never been involved. So it would make perfect sense for them to be like, you know what, Reigns? Fuck you. And then just beat him down and let Sammy get the title and basically said the new bloodline's here. And that would allow Paul Heyman to also maybe go find a different advocate or different person to advocate for and let Reigns have a few months off, go do his Hollywood stuff that he's trying to get into, and just be done with the bloodline. And he can come back at Survivor Series. It would work. It would work. Hire me, WWE. We'll hire both of us for a deal package, I guess.
I do like how that works. I mean, with the whole Mania, or I'm sorry, for Rumble and Elimination Chamber going into Mania, it does make sense. It could work. It also makes sense with. I do like the whole thing of. Well, I do see the bloodline imploding at some point and turning on somebody or something of that. Something happening within it, and somebody turns on somebody. So
last night was a very clear indication that Jay literally went out and saved Sammy. He could have sat back after months of saying "fuck Sammy," kick him out. Now he's saying I'm defending Sammy, and Jimmy was okay with it. So was Solo, but Reigns wasn't. So I mean, we're already seeing the breadcrumbs of deceit or whatever you want to call it. They're just be like, well, maybe Reigns isn't in power so much. And if Sammy can win the Elimination Chamber, or Rumble and Cody Rhodes or somebody else wins the other, it doesn't matter. They just need to win one of them. That would set up a perfect storyline, especially for if they did it. If Sammy won the Rumble, Cody Rhodes won the Elimination Chamber, it would give them February, March, April. It would give them 2.5 months to basically play up that Reigns isn't worried about Sami Zayn, but secretly he is, and it shows in like his actions and the way he treats Sami. And you have Jay backing Sami a little bit more. You have Jimmy backing Sami a little bit more, and kind of sowing the seeds of deceit of, hey, your time's coming, Reigns. But I think it will come down to either the bloodline fully turns on Sami, or it implodes and they turn on Reigns. Those are the only two outcomes. I don't see anything else. I don't see anything else that's possible.
At some point, I mean, something has to happen along those lines of, imploding of some kind. We'll see. But do we both take Reigns?
Yeah.
Okay, after our tangents and
have the rabbit hole down. Nevermore. Yep. So let's move to the next one. I think this is gonna be kind of cut dry too. Bianca versus Alexa for the Raw Women's. I'll let you go first. I think I already know my prediction. I think I know yours too, but I'll shut up and just drink.
I'm going to take Bianca retains the title. I'm going to go with it. Bianca retains, but I'm not going to get into how until we get to Bray and LA Knight.
Well, then let's just hop into that one.
I think it ties in. I think there's some tie-in between these two matches in a manner of some stuff.
I'll tie it in and we'll jump into Bray Wyatt. I think Bianca retains, Alexa wins. I think Uncle Howdy or somebody comes in and gets involved somehow, basically DQ. It's going to be a dirty win, basically, for Bianca. She'll win, but it's going to be by default.
Yeah, basically. Okay.
Because that's also the huge speculation of she's already kind of positioning herself with Uncle Howdy. We've seen them together now 2 or 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
But I think Bianca keeps the title. She retains. But Alexa technically wins or whatever. And it's going to be an Uncle Howdy or maybe Firefly, Funhouse crew, whatever, gets involved. But Bray Wyatt's team is going to get involved. Specifically for me, again, Uncle Howdy. Can't say that enough, Uncle Howdy. So yeah, just my idea. And I think that's going to also kind of, again, lay into Wyatt versus LA Knight. I think Uncle Howdy's going to get involved in that match.
So I agree in some fashion, some manner, with this being that pitch black match that they have. Granted, it's a fucking Mountain Dew match, but
I had
I
one of those
think-
again for the first time. They're not as good as I remembered.
they're not good. Period.
They were good back then. They're not good now. I drink that shit religiously. Now I'm like, ugh.
No, they're not good. Mountain Dew is very hit or miss with their flavors. Their plethora of flavors now. So with this pitch black match that they have, I think LA Knight wins, but in a matter of Wyatt never pins him, beats him at all. I see LA Knight winning the match, but I don't see it in a matter of Wyatt actually losing. I see him being taken by whatever is trying to take over him and all that stuff. Of it's almost like a graveyard style match of like somebody being swallowed by whatever's trying to take them. If you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, I get.
And
I
however
get
they do it, so he's just taken by whatever, and the match kind of ends that way. Like LA Knight's like, what the hell? And then LA Knight goes on because LA Knight can talk his ass off. The guy could cut
Obnoxiously,
promos
yes.
like, and it's insane. I like his promos. I like how he is. His whole thing works.
I
He's
like all
goofy
of
looking
it.
as shit, but
I like all of it except for the part where he's talking, and he just stops and he goes, "Yay!" And talks and talks. And
okay,
shut up.
I like it. I like the
Shut up.
It's
I don't,
just
because it's such a fucking ripoff of Stone Cold going, what?
it is,
Like,
and yes,
and that's again Attitude Era is what I mostly watched growing up. So I'm like, shut up. You're not Stone Cold. You're stealing his shit. Shut the fuck up. It sounds stupid. I hate you so much.
And I get
But
it. And we said
great on the
before,
mic.
it's gonna
Great on the
happen.
mic.
You're gonna get some of the old stuff to bring it back in and figure out their own thing and take it from somebody. But I see it that way, and I see LA Knight running his mouth because I think they will fight again, and it could be Elimination Chamber and mystery partners that Bray Wyatt has somehow, some way of a blacked out Elimination Chamber tube of a couple of them, something like that. But I'm thinking on my ass at some point. But they have another special match of some kind because they have the pitch black one here, and I think they have another one of whatever another time.
I think it's gonna be a best of 3.
It could be, and I think the best one to do it would be with LA Knight because the way that he can talk and the way that Bray can talk as well.
I agree. I think LA Knight's gonna win. I don't know why it's gonna just fucking up and disappear. That would make the most logistical sense to have him just leave and be like, well, he never got pinned, he never submitted, so he didn't lose, but he did lose. He forfeited type thing.
Yeah,
that it protect both wrestlers, and then another way they can again protect both wrestlers would be allow both of them to be in the Elimination Chamber match. They're not gonna win it, but they're there to just kind of beat the holy shit out of each other.
Yeah,
and you get more of a mind game, second match type deal, and then they have the final match on WrestleMania where Wyatt inevitably wins.
Yeah.
But again, far stretch, we know nothing that's going down the pipeline.
Yeah.
And WWE is being sold. Maybe it's not being sold. Saudi's getting it. Maybe they're not. Vince is in control. He's not in control. Who fucking knows? It's like fucking Oompa Loompa village right now. It's just everything and anything going on.
So yeah, I think some shit happens.
That's gonna play into the Alexa match though.
I think that I fucking had it before. Damn, we were recording. So how was it? It's okay. I guess it's a little bit similar. That's the first time you see Howdy, First time you see Howdy is with that is his flashes in and out, and Alexa kind of, may or may not disappear in that manner. And then because I don't see him doing the same thing in Alexa's match as they do in Wyatt's match.
Well, he doesn't need to appear. He can just have the great mask.
Yeah, and he had his silhouette in the last one where he just kind of was there. Something along the lines of interference there, but I don't see it being as elaborate, I should say, and like as the Wyatt one will be.
It'll be very basic comparative to Wyatt. Because they had to protect Wyatt very heavily. They don't have to protect Alexa too much. They can let her snap and just beat the holy hell out. Bianca be like, DQ'd, whatever. Because Alexa doesn't care. That's her demeanor right now anyway, so.
Yeah.
But that does kind of lead into the next part, which is a women's Royal Rumble. There's only been 7 entrants named, which is Liv Morgan, Candice LeRae, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Rodriguez, Shayna Baszler, Zelina Vega, and Emma. And I will say, I don't know where. I don't know the match lineup, so I don't know if like Alexa's gonna have her match first and then the women's or what. But I will say, if the women's Royal Rumble matches happens first, I think Alexa will make an appearance inside of the Rumble and stand a very good chance to win it. So where she has a reason to go again against Bianca and set up a best of 3 match. Because right now they're on 2 matches. So it would make perfect logical sense to have Alexa somehow make the appearance and win, but only if the Rumble match is after their match.
Yeah.
Rather than before, because then it's just like a fucking spoiler. It doesn't matter what happens to their match. So, yeah. Who would you like to see though?
For the women's
Forbidden Door including.
I mean, I don't know any female wrestlers outside of WWE. I mean, I barely know the ones that are in WWE, to be honest. I mean, I don't follow the women's division that much. I do like the women's Rumble almost better than the men's, though. I will say that. I do enjoy the women's.
Anybody.
I don't. I'll be honest. I don't know all of them, but I'm taking I have 2 picks. I'm taking Rhea Ripley or Liv. Those are my 2 to come out as winners, because those 2 have a past together to see the one-on-ones at the end.
So I guess the better question then would be to rephrase that as, do you see Becky Lynch getting involved in the Rumble?
I do see Becky Lynch getting involved in the Rumble, and
along
only
with
when
Bayley, Io, and Dakota.
Yeah, all 3 of those, focusing her attention on those 3, and then kind of going away. I don't see that rivalry dying anytime soon.
But no, because they scrapped the cage match on Monday.
Yeah, and there was a lot of people that were pissed about that.
What? Oh, you mean just because they've been advertising it for a fucking week and a half?
Yeah, the Bellas made a huge deal about it. They talk shit about it and everything.
All right, so step back from all this. The Bellas can fucking suck it, okay? Like, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but everyone, like, they always talk about the women's revolution. Bitch, you weren't involved in it. Like, I get everybody's like, well, I was part of it. Fucking Blaze said she was part of it. I get it. Cool, whatever. Here's the problem, okay? Both the Bella twins were still divas. They came in during the diva era, where it was, no offense, big boobs, great bodies. You're there to be seen, not really have athletic talent. Now, granted, Nikki and Brie had the talent. They could both wrestle. But Nikki became a pretentious prude, for lack of a better word. And Brie stepped outside and was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to live a good life and have a family and do all this outside WWE stuff. Nikki, on the other hand, is a fucking mouthpiece who doesn't know when to shut up. And she often comes across very egotistical, self-centered, and like she's better than everybody else. And she's not. She's not. But I don't think those two will be in the Royal Rumble, especially after the shit they've been talking about
I
WWE
don't think
and
so.
the Women's Revolution.
No, there won't be anything as far as any of that happening. I say it's I I think Rhea comes in and she fucking cleans house
Yeah.
for a lot of it. Who's the other gargantuan?
Raquel Rodriguez.
Yeah, that's who fucking Liv went against last week or whatever. She's big as shit too. Her I do see going through and doing a lot as well. Becky will be in and clean some too, but I don't think it goes anywhere past her and Bailey.
So I agree. I think Raquel Rodriguez or Rhea has to start. The other will not come in until later on. There'll be a face off between the two of them. I think Liv Morgan, unfortunately, as much as I like Liv Morgan, I think unfortunately she's going to kind of be the underdog in the situation, and she's going to be the one that's kind of just sitting back and letting the mayhem go down. I would love to see Liv win and then have Rhea win the women's elimination chamber if they do one. If they don't, I think Rhea's gonna win. But I think to make the Judgment Day solidified as a proper stable, they need to have a title. Somebody in that group needs to have a title. And seeing as Rhea Ripley is clearly the leader, the dominant force, the ringleader, whatever you want to call her, mommy, she gets the title. And her and Bianca have beef way back to the NXT days. So,
oh yeah,
as much as I want Liv to win and just knock the ever loving shit off of Charlotte Flair and her throne, her given throne, not earned, given. I think Rhea's gonna win. And I think we're gonna see the likes of like Trish Stratus come back. We're gonna see Leah come back. I would say the Bella Twins, but after last night, they ain't coming fucking back.
I don't think so.
Legends come back just to fill a spot. Xia Li is one I've seen a lot where it's saying she's kind of gonna come in and she's going to win. But seeing she's not an entry, typically, at least what I've been looking at the last 3 or 4 days trying to research for this episode, is whoever is announced as the entry tends to win. It's not the random people. So, based off of that knowledge and that information alone, I do think it has to go to Rhea or Liv. Ideally, again, I want Liv. But I think Rhea's going to win to solidify Judgment Day.
So we're both kind of on the same page as far as between Rhea and Liv.
Yeah, because I mean, everyone's like, I've seen all the reports saying Xia Li will come in and win, but she's not listed. But granted, this is also like what the third women's, maybe fourth women's Royal Rumble. It's still fairly new compared to the men's. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think Ronda Rousey will make an appearance. And I think it'll be her teaming up with Shayna Baszler. But again, I think Rhea's gonna somehow come in, break that up, and kind of be like, "Fuck you, bitches! I'm more powerful than both of y'all."
I think Ronda's done.
I don't.
I think she's done. She's done, and Shayna Baszler will slowly fizzle out and go somewhere else too.
Nope, they're going to the tag team division.
You're probably fucking right, but I want Rousey gone. I like her as Oregon.
They might as well be gone if they go to again. No hate towards the women's tag team division. It's just
not there.
It's obsolete. There's nothing there. Who they're gonna fucking compete with. There's who
has it right now?
Io and Dakota. Again, a stable.
Yeah.
But name another, other than Toxic Attraction, name another female-driven stable or faction with tag teams. You can't because you don't know half the fucking female division.
No.
There's none. So to introduce Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey, cool. You now have 3 people to compete plus some hodgepodge put together tag team like it did. Again,
Yeah.
if you want the tag team to be taken serious, you need to have one belt divided between the 3 brands and have it, mean something. While the Usos are doing a great job defending the tag title, let's see who they face. New Day, Street Profits, New Day again. Hodgepodge Group, mix-ups, Judgment Day. Like, they don't have any true divisions, tag team divisions. They're trying to make it all up now. And
Yeah.
Triple H is doing a good job creating factions to allow for tag team division to grow, but it's going a little slow.
It's going very slow.
And it's...
And I think he loses Street Profits soon.
Yep. I think by the end of the year. I don't know how soon is, but I think by the end of the year you will have a Angelo Dawkins solo run, Montez Ford solo run. Different brands where they don't have to compete against each other.
Yeah, it could be.
So that'd be stupid to have them together and then fight constantly rather than do like Rollins and Reigns and just have them fight occasionally. No big matches.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely happen that way too. I do see something along those lines that they will lose them eventually, and they won't be around to be in the tags anymore. Yes, but I mean, I think we pretty much locked it in for women's title or women's rumble.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
with the
Rhea
backside
or Liv. Yeah. Another one I found, Brian Cage. His contract is up in the air.
Yeah.
Right now with AEW. So maybe I don't think he's ready for WWE yet.
He doesn't need to be 100% ready. It could be a trial. It could be improve your shit.
Because I just don't know if he fits. To be honest, the way that he
doesn't fit with Triple H era, but he does fit for Vince McMahon of the brick shit house guys.
Now those between him and Theory, those two together, I think would be good. I don't know why, but I think the fact that they have the same mic skills in a matter of Brian can talk, but he's a screamer. Theory can talk, but he's a bitch. So put them together, they may have, Cage Theory of some kind.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know. Like, that's who I think he would work with. I mean, he could do a singles run too, but it's tough with guys like Cage, because you look at Lashley, that too. The brick shit houses have a tough time doing anything. Strowman, I mean, what the hell is he doing?
Dude, he's just catching paycheck.
Underused. He's underused.
I don't even think he's underused. I think literally it's just a paycheck. Bro, respect.
I don't doubt it.
But like, he was a WWE championship. I get it. It was pandemic era and Reigns couldn't go, so they had to give to somebody. Goldberg was going to drop it one way. I get it.
Yeah.
But he has also proven he can do it. And again, we talked about kind of with Gunther. I think it should have been a dirty win for Gunther to properly win against Strowman, win it dirty, and not this clean bullshit finish that he got, because that goes against one. Gunther's a heel character, not a babyface. And he needed his Imperium crew to come in. But Strowman literally just laid down and lost. It was a clean win. And that's ridiculous. It should have been DQ. It should have been Imperium, like, low blowed him, distracted him, whatever. Something instead of this. Hits a finisher, wins. I think Strowman's going backwards rather than forwards, and he's kind of just, he's there for a paycheck. Nothing else. And that's sad because Strowman can't move.
Yes. I would, oh man, I don't know. I think he just needs to go back into a stable, to be honest, if he wants to just kind of have that cash a paycheck style, because he has the stature to do that. I'd like to see him back with Bray, but more than likely you won't.
That doesn't make much sense to have it with Bray.
No,
Though.
I mean it doesn't, but I'd like to see him somewhere as a a powerhouse of some kind, going back to what he
Enforcer,
was.
yeah.
But yeah, the enforcer style.
I don't
But
know who you could tag with, honestly. I mean, he has history with Bray, so it would make most sense to put him with there. Could technically stable himself with LA Knight to go against Bray, because again, history there.
yeah,
But it's all such a far stretch. Like, it would just have to be him creating a storyline. Right now, the only storyline that could put him in a stable would be with Ricochet. And
then
even
you have
then,
your callback to X-Pac and Kane of that style.
but yeah, still a stretch though.
It is. I mean, it's all
Still a
going to
stretch.
be. So we'll see. I don't know. So I'm hoping that a lot of things happen to where some of the guys that are kind of been pushed down and underutilized will start to kind of get different pushes to maybe bring some more light to the U.S. Intercontinental titles to kind of bring those titles back up.
You want
in the
more
manner
light to the
of
US? They're fucking
I
having a
want.
champion match with
Oh
that
my
like every
gosh,
other fucking week.
I just want something because I can't stand. I don't like
Granted,
Gunther.
it's always Lashley or Reigns, but
Yeah, and that's what I want to see more people. I want to see somebody that actually is a legit IC title holder that can wrestle and is able to carry it. Just because you look at in the past, they've had great fucking runs with them. I mean, when Michaels had it, and everybody. I mean,
Gunther,
there's
Gunther
I
has a
fucking hate
good
Gunther.
run. I do too, but Gunther has a good run going on right now. But the problem is, again, their story stability was solid until Strowman got involved, and you had Gunther backing down from Strowman, Gunther running away from Strowman, Gunther like evading Strowman. Again, you won. Fucking what? Like, this doesn't make any sense. They should have played the card like they've been playing for the past month or two at that point, and have Gunther been kind of scared or timid, or whatever. And because that was the first like real emotion side we got of Gunther versus this stonewall German guy, or sorry, Austrian guy, whatever. And for him to have won that, like, it just discredited everything. It's like he shouldn't have won clean. There's no real competition, and I get they're trying to push him to basically replace Reigns when Reigns is done with holding the title, to basically say, hey, look, we have the longest reigning IC title holder. Gunther should not be it. It should be somebody else who's more reputable and better on the mic. And Imperium as a whole is not good on the mic. They don't come across very well on the mic. They don't come across very well, like, heat or no heat. Like, they're so wishy-washy.
I don't like that style, the plain and kind of just, I don't want to say straight edge because like CM Punk was straight edge, but totally different.
They're more
You know
of
what I
a
mean?
very
Like,
poor riff on FTR, the Revival, where the Revival, when they were in WWE, was all, no flips, just hits or fists, whatever.
yeah,
They were very purist. But the problem is the way Imperium comes across as purist is not the same. And versus like the Revival, when they came across as purists, pure wrestlers, about the business, it worked for the Revival. It does not work for Imperium. I don't know why, but there's something that doesn't click with me for them, and it always seems like they're missing a component, they're missing an element, they're not able to sell it very well. Whatever it may be, something's off, and it doesn't work for Imperium. Maybe it's a skinny mouthpiece dude. I don't know,
oh man,
but
I'll
I'm not a
see.
big fan of them. But again, I see where they're going. I see what they're trying to do. It just doesn't make sense at this point.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah,
but yeah, regardless, double back though. I was just thinking about this. I think Randy Orton comes back in the Royal Rumble.
I think Riddle's back too, isn't he? It's been 6 weeks. He's only out 6
Maybe.
weeks.
I thought it
He
was
should be
60
back at some.
days. But that, I mean, if that's true, either way, if that's true, if Randy comes back and Real comes back, they can have a reunion and then do the inevitable dissolving of Rated RK Bro
Yeah.
at WrestleMania. But I would love to see that happen. I think Randy Orton's slated to come back. I haven't seen much as like status, like whether or not he's set to come back. The most I've seen is he pissed somebody off at a hotel that he was staying at, and he pissed them off by saying, "I'm not taking pictures with you. Stop taking pictures of me," because he was just swimming in the pool with his kids or his wife, whatever. I don't remember the exact situation. It was like November, and it pissed off the mom. Because my kid just wants a picture with you. I was like, lady, I'm trying to enjoy time with my family.
Yeah.
Whatever. I think that could happen, and it won't have any impact on the flow of traffic. But you know, it would be entertaining to have him come back, have Real come back, clean out a few no-name people, and then maybe turn on each other. Have Randy turn on him because that's already expected. He's already RKO'd him 2 or 3 times. Why not? But
Yeah, we'll see.
again, Royal Rumble this year is probably the most unpredicted Royal Rumble they've had in several years. There's no clear shot. Before last week, it was thought The Rock was coming back. He was going to win. That's how he was going to get his match with WrestleMania and against Reigns, because he has to win Royal Rumble to get a match. He doesn't. Neither here nor there. But you also only have 4 matches, 2 of which are Rumble matches, and 2 of which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was right the first time. There's 5. Men's, women, LA, Alexa, Reigns, 5. But anyways, I just see this as the most unpredictable. Like the only one that's truly predictable, like we know what's gonna happen, is going to be Reigns. We know Reigns versus KO. KO will lose. Inevitable. That's what's going to happen. Spoiler alert, whatever. Not a spoiler, it's a prediction. Guaranteed, whatever Paul Heyman says. But yeah. And then I guess we'll touch base next week, right after Royal Rumble, to see who got a bingo card. Probably no one.
No, probably not.
But it'll be interesting. This is the first Royal Rumble I'm truly like actively looking forward to versus like last year or even the last 3 years. Granted, pandemic era, I get it, but I've never been big into Rumble of, oh, I'm gonna watch all these people throw over. Oh, I know it's gonna be this person. Okay, cool. So I think this year we have something special. I think we have an interesting lineup. I will say this to end this. I predict a minimum of 2, whether 1 female, 1 male, or two female, 2 males, whatever you want to say it, but 2 non-WWE appearances, whether it's Impact, whether it's AEW, Lucha Underground, New Japan Wrestling, GCW, whoever. I predict a minimum of 2 outside competitors coming into WWE Royal Rumble matches.
Maybe.
I also think it's going to be mostly women because they only have 7 announced and they need 30. So,
yeah.
Hi, Mickey James. Welcome back again. But any other predictions, covers, spoilers?
I don't think so.
No.
Unless Naomi comes back.
Oh yeah, she's. I mean, have you seen the prediction with her? Since they're kind of doing the Judgment Day versus Bloodline feud going on.
Oh yeah, I think we talked about that.
Yeah, have her go against Rhea Ripley.
Yeah.
Which would make sense, but not. Rhea just needs to get smacked by a dude. I think she could enter into the men's Royal Rumble too, by the way. She's one of those that I
Oh.
can see. Because there's a lot of speculation that she's gonna say, I don't want the women's, I want the men's.
Yeah.
But how well did that work for Naya?
Not
Or
very well.
China? Or Beth Phoenix, I think, was the other one. I think there's only been like 3 or 4 that's introduced the men's. But
Yeah.
regardless, again, this is the preview. No, this is our perspective on what's going to happen with the Royal Rumble and the Fallout. And of course, we will have a whole nother episode dedicated to the Fallout, along with the Fallout episode of Monday Night Raw. So that will happen next week. But this is the end of this episode, or else we will talk for another 2-3 hours just about wrestling. So we'll save it all for next week. Until then, everyone, Sigalicious says bye. And here's Rahgel, Mr. Baby Booger himself. To say
Sigalicious.
his famous catchphrase. So here he is, everyone. Bye-bye.
With your self-proclaimed Sigalicious. Thunderific Thunder Thighs. I didn't do shit.
I will
I don't know,
replay
we'll
the
see.
episode.
Looking forward to Rumble and all the crazy shit that could happen. We'll look out for it. I don't know. Maybe Jazz comes back too. Who knows? We'll see. We'll check it out. I'm saying it now. Till then, bye, bitch. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. I am Rahgel, the proclaimed OG of the podcast, the innocent one, the one that does nothing wrong. I'm here with Thunder from Down Under, our fat bottom girl.
Fuck up. Back the fuck up. I'm sorry. You don't do anything wrong. You could just stop. I don't do anything.
You cut me off. Before you cut me off, I couldn't get to the damn intro. Already cutting me off.
You motherfucker.
I don't do shit wrong.
You don't do shit.
I do shit wrong.
Period.
Wrong. I don't do anything wrong. I do nothing wrong.
Can't do anything wrong when you don't do shit, period.
I can't do anything wrong. Anyways, our own fat bottom girl, the self-proclaimed Sigalicious.
It's not self-proclaimed. I have an episode to prove. You literally said, and here's Sigalicious with his thunderous thighs.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Episode 7.
Living old shit. That long ago?
It was 2 episodes ago.
Are you talking about season 2? Are you talking about season 1?
Yeah. Talk about the season of which we're in.
Nah, lies. I don't believe any of it.
Your whole life is a lie.
It's a lie. I mean, I understand that. That's yeah. I feel like I live in the Matrix with you sometimes. I never know what to believe.
That's fair.
Yes.
I hear that from my wife too, so that's fair.
I mean, it sounds like trust issues, but whatever.
It's a simulation theory,
It's
It's fine.
It's a whole simulated world.
It really is. Just one Sims character gameplay over and over. It's fine. Horrible stats, whoever created me. It's fine.
That's why you don't see the diamonds above our heads, because the camera angles.
Well,
doesn't work.
You can't look up and see them.
Exactly.
But we will get into wonky ass fucking conspiracy theories another time, because I got plenty of them. Mostly because I have brother-in-laws who believe in all of them. From flat Earth to fluoride in the water to the birds are FBI.
My gosh.
You name it. I have an in-law who believes it. So I got stories for days. Weeks, actually. But that's not what today's episode's about. What's today's episode about?
Until then.
Till next time. Toodaloo, motherfuckers.
This one, since it is Wrestling Week, we got Rumble coming up.
Yep.
Other episode, talk about our Rumble picks. Check it out. Let us know what you think. Be prepared for it. It's going to be a good one. We're excited for Rumble coming up.
I prepared for it.
Definitely our bingo cards, which I think, are we going to post those?
Yeah, they were up on social media.
Okay.
By the time this airs, they will have been up on social media.
Okay.
We'll have the episode after this one. We'll talk about the fallout of Royal Rumble and Monday Night Raw. So yeah,
perfect. So I think with that, I think one of our things we have not done yet in the
Finally.
few episodes that we've done. We've never talked about our
Fucking
favorite
12 months
wrestlers.
almost, but yeah.
I know. Never talked about our favorite wrestlers. Now we can get into matches too, but I feel like you said, that may take a little while.
So I think we've talked. We've never ranked. We have definitely talked about this is my favorite or this is one of my favorites, but I think we flat out have ever said this is like my top 5 or my top 10 or my numero uno. So, but yeah, we can definitely do that. We'll do that tonight. Even though I think mine's already been said probably a dozen times over.
Yeah, I mean, Dominic is one you follow a lot since he's been a kid. His bleach blonde hair and his in the stands when Mysterio was fighting Eddie.
Look,
I do remember.
Don't project yourself onto me, okay? Don't project your hidden feelings and your hidden issues onto me. That doesn't work.
Hey, you
Because
said
you're
yourself.
army, you have all these issues built up, internalized. Does not mean you need to spread them to myself.
You said it just like he did. Prison changes a man. So I mean, it's okay.
I've never been to prison.
Neither is he, but apparently it works. So
The closest I get to prison is being a stay-at-home dad. I get shanked by something. So I'm always getting hit. I'm getting verbalized. I'm getting abused. I mean, really, tell me the difference. Other than I'm being, another guy's not taking his way with me. That's really the only difference.
you left that one. That was the military. They had their way with you and spit you out. So we got away from that one.
I was all dry too. That was so rough. It was so
Yeah, no spit, nothing, just straight to it. Just get ready for it. Here it comes.
Anyway, do you want? Let's do both men's and women's.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Well, because if we do my top 5 wrestlers, I'm going to have probably 2 or 3 women's in there.
Okay, we can do men and women's.
That gives me a better chance to justify my.
Think about women's now.
Oh, yeah, because if you watch the last episode or you listen to the last episode, you will know he doesn't know the women's
I don't
division.
know the women's division that well. I mean, I know enough to maybe not. I don't know. I know 2 for sure. But I don't know.
The Bella Twins do not count as 2.
I do not like the Bella Twins. No. Well, let's start with the men because that's going to take me a little bit to think about the women's.
All right, but let's lay the groundwork. Is this just WWE? Since this is
this is your all-time, whoever you want, how you want to do it, whatever. Mine will probably be a lot of WWE, to be honest, just 5.
Mine will flip because they're technically in both brands or both companies.
I mean, they're all in one company now. Of the big 3.
What?
WCW, ECW, WWE.
I was talking more WWE and AEW, but okay.
Oh, yeah. I guess.
Oh, what the fuck ever. I will let you start with the men's. Who's your... Okay, is one our favorite? Top 1 is our favorite.
So yeah, number 1 would be our favorite. All time, my favorite all time, number 5 is I'll probably go the Hulk Hogan. Number 5. I mean,
really, I can't even get into why you can't go with Hulk Hogan on this podcast because we said no politics or religion, and he is chock full of that shit.
Yeah, but the guy paved the way for fucking everything.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's like saying Ric Flair paved the way for everything. He didn't.
Well, I mean, okay, so I mean, if you want me to take it out, I mean, my other one's not going to be any better.
No. You chose Hulk. I'm going to ridicule your choices if they suck. So I'm just saying.
Replace him.
No. You've already said number 5 is Hulk Hogan, so I will let you have your piece of shit moment.
Yeah, I will go with it. Oh, whatever.
For my number 5,
Dominic. Okay, my number 4.
He's my number 1. Come on. No. I get where you're coming from with Hulk Hogan, and honestly, if it wasn't for all the shit that came out and him just being okay. Like, I'm not giving a shit about it. Kind of rubs
Yeah.
me wrong, but
I don't. I look past all that shit. I just look at the in ring, the persona
Well,
of what he is, and I
even
get two
then,
shits about it.
even then, I didn't think he was a great wrestler. I hated his finisher. Hate his
I think he
finisher.
did. He did too.
Hated it. And like, I don't know. It was just, I get it. I get what was going on. They made WWE, or sorry, WWF at the time, very popular, very famous, very quick because of Hulk Hogan. I get it. He paid his dues. He laid a lot of groundwork. He still sucks. But
One of the biggest heel turns
okay,
with. I mean, look with the NWO and everything.
okay.
One of the biggest.
I think Rollins turning on the Shield is the biggest, but
No,
okay.
he didn't start a whole fucking movement at that point. I mean, look at what he did with
Easy there with the
NWO.
NWO. Easy there
No, I
with
know
the
it.
movement.
It was. It had to be. I mean, if you look at it, it wasn't for that, WCW would have died a long time before what they did. It helped save a lot of what they had.
It helped keep them
WC
afloat.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. If it wasn't for that, they'd have been dead.
They
And,
were
I
dead.
mean,
They wasted all their money on top tier guys like Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, Hulk Hogan, and then everyone else went to the wayside and got mistreated and just like,
oh yeah.
I get it. But fuck WCW. That's not even me as like a WWE purist, whatever. That's just looking at all the statistics. WCW was never set up to win or last. They were set up to be bought out eventually. They sucked. But regardless, your number 5 is Hulk Hogan. My number 5, I am going to go with Sting. WCW. I know I just shit out WCW, but beside the point.
Okay, yeah, yeah, okay. So
But
yeah,
it's more like
WCW. I love Sting.
he's only on my top 5 easy there, but fuck WCW.
Oh, okay.
But he's like he got fucking abused in WWE. There's no easy way for that. His whole run in WWE
for
was
maybe a year.
not even before he got injured, and he was just fucking mistreated like shit, and he got destroyed by Seth Rollins like he got injured. But
Yeah.
what he's done in even WCW, his gimmick, all that, his TNA, his Impact, it's all like the continuity of his gimmick has lasted the span of what 3 decades plus, and he's actually good in the ring. He has a good gimmick. He's good on the mic. He has a good appearance. He's a good wrestler. Hell of a lot better wrestler than Hulk Hogan. And then look at what he's doing with AEW right now. Even like he's good. He's a good wrestler, and him and what he's doing to help the younger guys, especially over in AEW, is just amazing. With like all the work he's been doing with Darby Allin, just fucking awesome. WCW plays like 5% into my overall rating. The rest is mostly
That was
what
his
he's
whole
done in
career in
Impact.
WCW.
Impact. He had more of an that's redundant, to say, but
No,
he did
no.
better in Impact than he did with WCW / TNA. Because there's Impact and TNA.
He did as much as Hogan did for WCW.
He
Because if
did
you look
more
at
for WCW
Sting-
than Hulk Hogan did,
It-
and he was underutilized in WCW.
he was underutilized until his Crow persona came out. Before that, he did have his run of the Ultimate Warrior Ric Flair crossbreed.
Yeah,
Is what I considered him.
Ric Flair's a fucking joke.
And now, but back in the day, he was. I mean, you look at what he did, how he did it.
No.
Behind the scenes, he ran the show whenever he wanted. So I mean, I will say that, yeah, there's guys that paved the way, and I will give it to Sting as well. He did help pave the way for a lot of guys, and is still doing that. Hands down, he's still doing it.
Off guys would be the best way to put it. Like the true gimmicky. I'm like when I say that, I mean like Hulk Hogan was a person. He was very much USA, NWO.
Yeah.
He wasn't gimmicked. He wasn't branded by anything other than his his receding hairline and his red bandana and his ripping of the shirt. Sting had the baseball bat, the face paint, the crow. Like, he had a whole spiel that's so related to who he was and who he is. And it was more than just he's a wrestler with, a famous chant. He was this whole big production in of himself. If that makes any sense.
No, but okay.
It makes sense in my head. English sucks.
When I lay in bed at night, I think of Sting and how much I hate WCW. It all made sense.
I haven't done that in a while, but yeah. No, I just think overall, like, between Sting and Hogan, Sting did more for, like, the one-off guys who are not, like he did more for people like Bray Wyatt, Jeff Hardy, Matt Hardy, the Dudley Boys, Edge and Christian, Undertaker, like, the special gimmicks, whatever, versus the purists, or I'm a wrestler with a fancy catchphrase or fancy slogan, whatever. Like, I don't know if that doesn't make much sense, but, like, yeah, it makes sense in my head. Damn it! So fuck you. Fuck you, the horse you rode up on.
Fuck you and a horse you rode it on. All right. Well, I mean, still not bad. I do agree with the top 5. He would be top 10. I would agree. In mine.
I'm gonna spoiler alert for mine. Ric Flair never makes the list because he is not good. Not in the past, not WWF, not WWE, not WCW, not Impact, not TNA, nothing. He was not a good wrestler. He had 45 moves, and that was it. You take away his figure 4 lock, he had 3 to 4 moves, and that was it.
But he got thrown off the top rope so much better than anybody else has ever done it. He never went off the top rope one time in his entire career. He always got thrown off of it.
He sucked.
I can think of.
He sucked.
Flair
sucked.
Would Flair make my top 10? I don't think Flair would make my top 10.
He wouldn't make my top 20.
He would be my top 25.
No, not even my top 25. I have way too many.
I can't be my top 25.
Well, that's not what we're talking about. What's your number 4?
My number 4 is one that is strictly guy that I have liked. I catch so much shit for it, and I guarantee you probably will give me shit for it too. No, he's not top 5. That's not a top 10 guy for me. Top 10 guy is The Miz, but mine is Conan, K-Dog. What do you want to go by? He is just a guy that I have followed since WCW, into Lucha Underground, into wherever the hell else he's gone. Impact, I believe. But just him and the way that he wrestled, the way that he would work the mic, his promos were decent. Not an outstanding wrestler by any means. Not the best promos. One of the best wrestling rappers I've ever heard in my life. No, I'm kidding. But the whole shit that he did in WCW, he was in and out of NWO. He's in and out of Wolfpack. He did, but what he has done for Lucha on the background of everything, and the fact that he helps to push so many guys, but he also has had some shitty runs too, as far as shit that he's done behind the scenes. Yeah. But you tell me one guy from back in the day that doesn't have a dark story. I think almost everybody has a fucking dark story, dark horse at some point in there. I guarantee he's got something. But that's one guy that I've always liked, always followed, and I try to listen to guys' podcasts, but it does get difficult because a lot of it's in Spanish, so I don't understand it. But
I'm sorry, aren't you married?
We're focusing on the wrestlers right now, not my, and I can't fucking learn Spanish. On
the next episode, Rahgel learns Rosetta Stone.
Yeah, and I show up with a fucking black eye after she listens to this podcast. Well, I swear to God, I'll learn. I'm sorry.
I'm going to come in on one of these podcasts. I'm going to have a whole fucking spiel memorized in Spanish.
Written on your whiteboard next to your fucking computer.
I'll just have it over here on my monitor next to me and just be reading it. Mm-hmm.
and
Come
have
from
your
the
wife
guy
listen and be
who-
like, "What did he say? Do you know what he said?"
Uh-huh.
You'd be like, "No, I don't
Yeah.
know what he said."
Come from the guy that claims to be from Spain.
I have a birth certificate to prove it.
And you speak Spanish?
Not very well anymore, no.
How? Yeah, anymore. You didn't speak it all right.
I spoke it growing up, actually. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you thought you did. Your parents like, oh, yay, good job. What the fuck did he say?
No, it was a roll your R's. I can't. My tongue doesn't move past my teeth. Roll your R's. So sorry.
No, that's my number 4. That's one of like just the guy that I enjoyed watching.
I can get behind Conan. Like that's. I would put
Definitely
him in top 20.
I made a card wrestler.
I would put him in top 20. I think he was heavily underutilized and under respected from certain perspectives, but he's a good wrestler. He's a hell of a lot better than fucking Flair. But and Brett. I'm gonna get started on Bret Hart. He's a whiny ass little bitch. He doesn't even make my top 20 anymore after the shit he's been saying these last 5 to 10 years.
See, I don't let the stuff that they say. I get jade too much of how I felt about them as a wrestler as a whole. I do know
I can't, especially when he became like I get Montreal Screwjob, I get it, but he became such a baby back bitch.
I agree.
That. And I get it. He was screwed. He took it very serious. He's a purist. I understand. But fucking come on. It's been 20 plus years. Grow up.
When you look at the worker, I mean, the guy was fucking there, spot on when he needed to be.
Pre Montreal Screwjob, yes, he would have easily made my top 5. But post Montreal Screwjob, I have lost so much respect for him, so much of the work he's done for himself and for the company. Like, it's just so hard to.
If you're fucked over like that too, I think I'd have a hard time. I'm guaranteed it fucked his career, big time.
It destroyed his career.
Can you say he did it to himself though? In the matter he was going to WCW for more money when he knows he was not going to get the money he was obviously. He was deserved to be paid what he was getting or more. So I mean, I get the business aspect of it. I'm not faulting for that. And the whole thing of like he was gonna take the belt, the rumors of stuff like that, and to do the screw job in that. Fuck. I mean, who knows where it goes, how it handles it from that point of like, okay, does he take it? Does he not? Do we roll the dice?
But even from like a non-business perspective, this has been his anchor in life for years. He bashes everything he says, everything he does since that point in time. He is such a piss poor excuse of a shell of a man of who he was, all because of the screw job. And I get it. But dude, it's been 20, 25, 30 years. Like, it's time to move on. Let it go. We understand you got fucked. But to be fair, it also sounded like you were going to fuck WWF back in the day, too, by going to WCW with the title. Like, you get what you deserve. You reap what you sow. But other people have been screwed over royally just as much, and you don't see them coming out and be like, "Oh, fuck WWF, fuck WWE. Their scripts are bad. They're faking it. It's not real. There's no one as good as me. I'm the best." Like, fuck off, Brett. Fuck off. You can't even make the top 50 for me because like you became such a sour puss in the later years of your life. Well, not even later years of your life. Post Screwjob. And he could have had such an excellent run had he just said, "Done. It happened. I'm going to WCW, doing the run over there. I lost, whatever." And then when WWE wants him back, be like, "All right, I want a match against Sean again to repair the damage to my reputation. I want the title. I want X amount of money." He could have basically extorted them because he had the reputation and the backing to prove it. But instead, he became a bitch about it and destroyed any reputation he would have actually had. All because he had to act like a fucking child about it. My toy got taken away from me.
this toy sucks. Your toy sucks. I want my toy. Like, he's just. I could do a whole fucking episode by myself about why I hate fucking Brett and Rick. But anyways, your number 4 was Conan.
Mhm.
My number 4. Can I do Stables?
That's another episode.
Damn it! Fuck.
That's the whole other, because that one will get, that could probably be a very long episode as well, along with favorite matches, because stables are, there's so many, and
not today,
there's so
but
many
yeah.
good ones. Past wise, I mean, you can look very few now, but like past wise, yeah, there's so many.
Fuck. So I was gonna go with DX just to lump them all and be done with it. Fuck. I would have to go. All mine are gonna be really old school guys for the most part. At number 4, we're gonna go with Randy Orton. He's been around.
He's still wrestling too, so
Yeah, he is, but we're saying top 5 wrestlers, unless we're now switching this to non-active wrestlers, and I can change my whole list all the time. But
no,
Randy Orton, amazing runs, amazing character, amazing gimmick, amazing persona. Like, I don't have anything to fault him on other than literally drugs getting in his way so much that he let it ruin his career early on, but he has turned it around. But even then, his in-ring work is phenomenal. He's more about everybody than just himself now. Like, he is so well versed on mic. He's so well versed of a wrestler. Even the small little things that people are trying to, I guess, tear him down for, when he does his slam and he does a little clap before he slams them. Everybody's like, oh, if he claps, you're going to take the bump. If he doesn't clap, he's going to miss it when they come out the rope. And they're trying to, like, say that's bad, that shouldn't be noticeable. Like, small things like that, it's just to the point where, like, he's truly looking out for his opponents. Yeah. He's looking after them by just small little signals. And it doesn't detract from that move. It almost adds to it. When, like, because it's always in, like, the heat of the moment where he'll clap and he'll slam him down, and it adds to it where if it doesn't clap, you don't even notice it because he kind of, like, gets to it and you don't hear it. So I would have to go Randy Orton for my number 4, even though I feel like I could have placed him at 1, but he's not my number 1.
Okay. So, I mean, the hell was a solid pick, hands down. I mean,
fuck yeah, it is.
Second generation wrestler. Well, his dad is still actively wrestling. He's coming to Iowa in a couple months, I think, as well.
Bob needs to stop.
He's still doing his thing.
Rumor is that he's gonna make an appearance and work with Randy one last time.
That, I mean, if he does it, cool. If not, that's fine too.
Yep.
But I don't know, yeah, solid wrestler. Solid. I mean, his whole fucking career, going through everything, and the whole changing of a character and watching him develop growing up to now. I mean, it's crazy. Legend killer, everything. He had a crazy fucking run, and one of the best finishers, I think, as well. As I love the RKO. You know, I love the diamond cutter, shit like that. But to go off of that, my number 3 is Stone Cold. Going from RKO to the stunner. Stone Cold also has probably one of my favorite moments that I've ever seen in wrestling. It's not even in ring. It's when he hit McMahon with the fucking bedpan in the hospital. That whole stunt, skit, run, promo, everything of him and Vince was probably the best shit I ever watched. And still the sound of him taking that bedpan and blink across his forehead. Oh my gosh. I saw it on Monday night in the beginning, and I cracked up. I'm like, that's my favorite part. Hands
the moment
down.
that vignette come across and he just goes pink, I was busting up laughing. I was like, oh, I'm so happy this came back. I love that. That was like,
he had great promos, obviously. His outside of the ring stuff was even better when him and Brian Pillman as well had their shit. You know, when because him and Brian Pillman will go way back. They were tag team partners and everything else. And the fact that they was the whole gun incident and everything, he was supposed to shoot him and shit like that. And him and Booker T going through the
The
supermarket.
grocery store.
It was
so good.
hilarious. I mean, the beer truck, he came in and doused the entire front row of the arena as well, including the ring, when he sprayed everybody with it. Everything that he did with monster trucks to whatever outside of the ring made it almost even better when he come into the ring. His in the ring matches were great. When he passed out because he couldn't do shit anymore against Bret Hart and was bleeding. Another iconic shot of that, of him and the sharpshooter bleeding and screaming and then passing out.
Yep.
I mean, he's got so many good matches, and the whole
Tyson and the McMahons, and
yes,
Triple H and Rock.
His King of the Ring run when he cut his promo to introduce the whole Stone Cold persona. Yeah, and that's iconic at that too. I mean, he could be number one, but I have a couple that are a little bit more just of that I enjoy watching a little bit more. But man, it's just tough. It's tough to beat anything that he's done in ring, out of ring, and even the shit that he still does with this podcast. And just listen to it because it's him. It's not a gimmick. It's not a gimmick in any way. Yeah. I mean, it's him. He's the blue collar, beer drinking and everything like that. That's what he is. That's what he does. And that's one that I've loved it. Yeah.
I mean that's I can't fault you. Like, there's nothing negative to say about Stone Cold, because even with his comeback match against KO, like, he wasn't amazing in last year's WrestleMania, but the dude still has it and could still do another run. Like, he's still good. It was a good match, but definitely, like, he's still solid. I will give you that. So I won't put Stone Cold in mine since you have Stone Cold in yours. That's fair. I'm not gonna put Hulk in mine because fuck Hulk.
Hater. Hater.
Haters gonna hate. It was my Ticketmaster. No, I will say for mine are all gonna almost be like, this is so hard too, because like
CW.
No. Because here's the problem. Like, I have my top 3. But the problem is, the more and more I think about this, the more I look into it, the more I'm like, well, is this person better than that person? Type thing. And that's why I was like asked about stables. So I will leave stables alone. I won't touch anybody from the stable division. Randy Orton's on my list, and he's part of a few stables. I'm not gonna touch any stables. And I'm gonna have to go with my number 3. I want to make sure I'm getting this right in my head, because I have like 20 names going through my head right now.
These are all on the spot. Everybody listen. These are on the spot.
Yeah, we didn't.
These are not like we didn't have time to do all this. It's kind of just on the spot. So yes,
maybe we had time. We decided we were gonna do this.
Yeah, if we had time, we may have a little more.
We'll do a whole actual tournament. We'll do a whole.
Yeah, we may have a better list. You never know, but yeah, this is just kind of on the spot.
Yeah, I'm torn because I want to put Michaels, but I also want to put Edge. But I also want to put like so many other people. So for controversy's sakes, now he was not a good wrestler. We're gonna just stick with Michaels. That was my initial gut reaction with Shawn Michaels. I'm just stick with him. He was very, very much. I mean, again, not much you could say negative about him other than again drugs and alcohol. Was he your number 2? You can't have him now. He's my number 3.
He's my fucking number 1. Hands down, that's my number 1, you motherfucker. That's okay. I can go I have another number 1 I can do, but if we'll do it this way.
You better not get to my number 1.
Okay, I don't. You bastard.
But, no, okay, so you can relate to this, but Shawn Michaels, like, the overall, I have a hard time putting him not at number 1.
It's a fucking icon. I mean,
but my number 1 is so fucking synonymous. So, but Shawn Michaels is just pure iconic. He is Mr. WrestleMania. He is everything, anything. Even like again, I look at like the overall perspective rather than just his in-ring work, like what he does outside of the world of wrestling. And during his dark periods, like when DX first came together, and then when Triple H took over and came back, Shawn Michaels went through that very dark phase of, he was drug addicted or alcohol addicted. Like, he was very dark, and he disappeared. And he literally came back and he rebranded himself, redesigned himself, and said, "Look, I'm back. I'm better than ever." And he, other than the fucking crazy eyes, he's like amazing. And even his production value of NXT, he's awesome. I had no faults. Taker matches, match against Triple H, Kurt Angle, Ric Flair, you name, like, he's had some of the most iconic fucking matches.
He still holds the best ladder match, in my opinion, with Razor Ramon. Hands down, one of the best matches. So, spoiler alert, that might be my number one match. Just saying. I love that
put
match.
that my number 5.
One of my, you bastard. So, one of my favorite matches right there. I mean, he had the retirement.
Write that down really quick.
Fuck you. I mean, his whole grudge last match with Taker.
Oh,
when all that happened.
Awesome.
I mean, when he went dark and white, he came out and the whole fucking white gimmick and everything else. I was like, oh fuck. It all ended there. Like his match against, I know he hit him with Flair too, but
you knew it was a fucking WrestleMania match. He was not going to win against Taker. Come on.
Yeah. But I mean, Lesnar does though. That makes sense.
That's a whole podcast.
Oh God. We can talk about the worst matches or worst gimmicks or worst bullshit too. But yeah, the whole fucking match he had there, the light and the dark. I mean, the Ric Flair match. You don't like him, but it was a good match, and it could have been maybe Michaels made it, maybe Ric Flair made it, but that was a great match.
Michaels made it.
You won't give Flair credit.
I won't. Michaels made it because it was a very, very much raw match. Of Michaels knew Flair outside of the ring. Michael didn't want this to happen, but he was also very honored that he got to retire Rick. Like, there was so much to it, and the fact that he, like, it wasn't fake emotions of him going, "I'm sorry." Like, that was legit him just going, "I can't believe this shit's really happening." Just like when Taker retired him, and he's like, "Come on, do it. Like, he got emotion, and that's one of the best things. Is, yes, it's a gimmick, yes, it's a character, but his real life persona, his real life reality of himself comes through with his character, and it works so flawlessly great. And you don't get that very much with any other wrestlers, especially nowadays. You have people who try it like Omega, and they come across very self-centered, egotistical, me. It doesn't work. You have Reigns with his tribal chief. It works, kind of, but I don't think Reigns portrays that way in his real life. And if he does, a piece of shit.
But when you have a character, a wrestler, who can single-handedly make you hate the entire company for what they are, Stone Cold. I hated Vince McMahon. I hated everything around Vince McMahon at that point. Shawn Michaels came back. Yeah, you hate everything at that point. And Shawn Michaels came back, and they did the whole run. And I didn't like it, but I got it. Of he was, having family problems. He was poor and shit like that. And I'm like, I can't fucking stand WWE right now because of how they're doing him.
Yep.
And like you forget the whole storyline, everything else. You're looking at somebody like that you've loved to watch, the entertainment that he's put on, everything that he's done, and you're like, you're gonna fucking do him like this again. You buy into the story, and you're like, you can't fucking do him like this.
But that's what made him so great. Though, is again, like, yes, WWE won. Oh, I can't get on the bandwagon of it's fake, because it's not. It's real bumps, real bruises, real breaks, real damage. But yes, it's very heavily scripted end results, and they're not secretive about that. But
the internet,
but where like Shawn Michaels came into play of, again, Stone Cold made you hate the corporation, made you hate the business. Shawn Michaels allowed for that almost invasion of privacy like thing, where you got to see so much of his personal life that you're just like, oh, is this real? Is this not real? Is this kayfabe? Is this like it blurred the line. You didn't know what was real, what was not. And then his feud with Triple H when he came back, and kind of, I'm better than you, but you brought me up through the ranks type thing. It it was flawless. And it made you forget that this was all just TV production and this wasn't in fact real. And when the wrestlers can do something like that, I think that's where like the magic comes into play of you legitimately just forgetting everything and putting the facade down. You're like, wow, this is great work. This is amazing. And that's very, very far and few in between nowadays. The closest you get with active wrestlers would probably The Miz, as much as that pains me to say, because I hate the gimmick. But again, love to hate him. He brings so much of his outside life into the ring that his character is very much 100% believable. You believe this is how he could be outside the ring, and this is how he is in the ring. You believe that's just one and the same person. Same with Shawn Michaels, and same with like probably my other two picks. But just it's very much this is the man behind the screen. So I'm sorry you can't have him for number one, but
Okay.
and he probably he definitely deserves to be up on number one. But I have two other people I like more than him, so I can't put him at number one.
Oh, good. Dominic's up there somewhere, so okay, we got that going.
So your number one comes up and you're like, fine, you fucking took Sean, Dominic.
What the fuck? I was kidding.
What? Where the blue shit did that come from?
No, my number two is one that's never been in WWE, WCW, ECW, or any of the mains. He's been kind of behind the scenes, or not behind the scenes, more behind the scenes.
But he's not a wrestler, so he doesn't qualify for this list.
Earl Hebner is no, which was a rep for them. But Pentagon Jr., I talked about him in the last podcast, our Royal Rumble prediction and our changes that we did. Pentagon Jr. has had crazy ass runs in Lucha Underground, Impact, AEW, God knows what other fucking promotions he's been in.
Yep.
But the crazy shit that he does, I enjoy hardcore matches, but watching somebody go even way above what I've seen of Mankind, Terry Funk, Sabu, those guys. I mean, who else? Sandman, New Jack, those guys. I mean, it's just like seeing, yeah. I mean, the icons of the craziness of ECW hardcore matches, everything like that, and seeing it, he has gone and it looks like his face is almost ripped off from some of the matches he's had. Granted, his mask, but it's still the craziness of all that. The promos that he cuts, they're in Spanish, but getting them translated, roughly translated, and trying to read it doesn't do it justice, but being able to see everything he does with it. And I don't know, I love the whole thing that he has. He's getting older, but I think he's got, hopefully he has a run coming up in WWE. I'd love to see it. That's the one I can think of that I love to see. We did talk about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's my number two. I haven't watched him very long, but he's one that's kind of just stuck in there like, okay, yeah, you fucking have done some amazing shit, and I love it.
So he's kind of, I mean, I agree. Pentagon Jr. is fucking beast. He's amazing. Here's kind of my problem, though, is like all my characters are going to be within the WWE, WWF, WCW, ECW type thing. And that's purely just, like, that's what I grew up watching. I didn't watch a lot of indie stuff until this last, like, 5 years. And then it's hard to say, oh, let me change my list. So, again, purely based upon gut reaction and who I have in my head right away when I think top five. And I know I'm leaving some people out, like John Cena's not on my list. The Rock is not on my list. While yes, they are very much iconic and they are trailblazers, I don't find them as entertaining, I guess. Not the right word I'm looking for, I guess. I don't know. I prefer other people. But my number two for me, I'm going to have to go with Triple H. I'm sure that's probably your backup number one, so I'm sorry.
No,
deal with it.
I'm not a Triple H fan. He would be top 10, and maybe number 10 at that, if not lower. I'm not a big Triple H fan. I don't I think he's a great wrestler. His image, persona, everything he has is great. But I think what he's done is it's kind of he's tries to put spotlight too much on him. A lot of times when it's like the entrances and stuff like that, he's taking it from other people that deserve the entrances of the big entrance at WrestleMania when he
I
comes out.
love so much.
But they're so fucking corny at times too. Like
So
he comes
good.
out surrounded by Terminator shit, and like he looks so clunky in that shit. Like did you go to fucking Dollar General and buy a bunch of aluminum shit and put it on?
He probably did. He probably did.
I mean,
okay?
it's like I think he stole some of the spotlight from other guys that could have gotten the big entrances because he's always had a big entrance to WrestleMania no matter what.
Yeah, yeah.
While everybody else is kind of like, oh, you get this type shit.
No, I agree with that, but like perspective of what he's done for the company, not including his behind the scenes, what he's done for the company, what he's done for even younger talent like Batista and Randy Orton, the saving moment for Shawn Michaels, what he's done just in general, even if like you want to bring post production back into it, what he's done with a lot of the NXT crew, like he's done so much for the wrestling business and for WWE that one, it's just amazing. And then when we're talking about in ring skill ability, he's had fucking banger matches, especially against like Triple H and Shawn Michaels, Batista, Randy Orton, John Cena. What?
He fought himself.
Did I say Triple H? I said Undertaker.
Yeah, no, you said Triple H.
Well, he probably did. Left hand.
He's so good.
In the bathroom, but like he's also one of those people. He's had some of the most iconic matches, not just at WrestleMania, just like overall, and he's been one of like those key figures that when you look through some of the most designed and built up gimmicks characters, like again Randy Orton, Batista, John Cena, even Edge and CM Punk. Triple H is very much in there with the Undertaker. He's in there. Shawn Michaels, he's in there. In some capacity or another, Triple H has had some type of influence on these careers and the way he portrays them, either by tanking them or saving them or making them look really good. Triple H is one of those, like, he's there. He's done it all. He's been there. He's seen it all. He does so much for everybody. And yes, I think that gives him a little bit of the right to say, WrestleMania, I get the biggest fucking entrance. Cool. You do.
It just always bugged me. It bugged me. I don't know why I just did. It bugged the shit out of me.
Yeah, you know what else bugs the shit out of me? Fucking Ric Flair and Bret Hart being deemed this way, or Hulk Hogan. Fuck them.
Yeah, I mean his in-ring matches were good. He just has some iconic ones too, but it's like I don't.
But he can do the very brutal. He can do all the very brutal, gory stuff, or he can do the gimmicky, hilarious stuff. Which
yes.
DX, if we ever do a stable one, DX will be on mine somewhere, whether top 10, top 5, or whatever. Like they're on there, and maybe we'll have to do a stable one and say, like, by the way, these 3 or 4 stables cannot be mentioned because they're guarantees. May have to make a rule at that point. We don't know. Yeah. We'll see if we'll do another spotlight run, probably during week of Elimination Chamber.
Good.
Like we're with this one. So
I think with that, it'd have to be. Triple H is. I mean, he's an icon, hands down. I mean, he's trailblazed so many fucking paths for so many guys, and
you still can't have him.
Stuff. I don't want him. No, I agree with number 2 at that one as well. Still can't believe
he honestly could. He honestly still could have been like. He could have been anywhere on the number 5. I'm just going through the list in my head in no real particular order.
Yeah, no, and I get it.
Except for number 1. Number 1, he's always been there.
So my number 1, and since you took my number 1, I actually had him flip-flopped, but not flip-flopped. It was more of a he's there, but I don't know if I want to put him there. And it was happening last night on Raw as well. Is Undertaker?
You bitch! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you in the cornholio! I hope you get gonorrhea.
The fact
stub your toe and get AIDS in the butthole.
The fact that I knew he was going to be on Raw, I knew he was coming out at some point, and because I watched it today, like Tuesday. Raw was last night. I knew it was coming. I saw the spoilers, everything, and the fact that when his music hit, I still got fucking goosebumps hearing the fucking gong go off, and then knowing it was going to be the American Badass come out. Granted, I wasn't a big fan of that one. I get it; it was cool, but like
it saved his career. It saved his career. He
it
needed
did
that change.
It did. But the fact that I don't know why it is, they had the hardest time getting a bike out there and getting a bike to
Because
exit.
they go through the fucking curtain when they should be going through like the offstage ramps, like they do
No,
with the actual vehicles. Let the damn thing come off stage, not we're gonna fit through this curtain range right here. No, fuck the 30, 40, 50, 60 feet over there.
But they can never get it started. And they always had the hard time starting them. Hogan could get it started. We tried to steal fucking Taker's bike, and he's like, "Fuck this," and walked off. He couldn't fucking do it. But
to be fair, Taker has a history of typically getting his bikes to turn on the first one.
yes,
So, yeah, last night was one of those like I definitely laughed and I was like, "Uh-oh."
Yeah.
He didn't.
it's one of those like, "Oh, you fucked up." But
Did you see the people behind him going, "No, you should do this."
oh yeah. He's just like, "Fucking shut up." Yeah, I got this. Trust me. I know my bike. I know what to do. It's just some of the things. I mean, again, one of the greatest Hall of Fame speeches it took for fucking ever. It was like watching an infomercial of he was trying to sell you insurance on anything you can find in the WWE. But going from Mark Calloway, the red trunked, red haired, pale as shit wrestler who got his ass kicked and then made his way in through WCW and then came in through WWE, got the chance to be
New
Taker.
Japan, though, by the way.
Did he?
He did. I believe he was overseas too.
He could have. I wouldn't doubt it. Because I know when he had, was it Bruiser Brody was his first match in WCW?
So.
Who he said just beat the fuck out of him because he was going too hard too fast, and Brody just kind of knocked the shit out of him and told him to slow down. But I don't remember him doing New Japan. Maybe he didn't. He did. But
Yeah, he did.
He did. Okay.
Yeah, he wrestled underneath Mark Calloway.
Okay. But they get in the call from Vince to do the Undertaker gimmick at that time, and then be introduced by one of the guys that I also love, but I didn't know where to put him, and he won't be in my top 5. $1 Million Man is mainly because that guy holds the best belt I think I've ever been fucking created. I love that belt.
Diamonds.
The money belt. I love that belt. That's my favorite fucking belt, hands down.
Hate that belt.
But when he came in with Brother Love and doing all that whole fucking shit, making his way up and then getting Paul Bearer moving that direction, because I mean Paul Bearer, dude, was weird as shit, but was great what he did. And
because that was his real life job. Like,
well, yeah,
it worked.
and yeah, and the iconic matches that he's had, the streak. I mean, granted, it was ended by fucking Lesnar, and without getting into that match too much.
Yeah, but like he's even upset about it. Like, he gets it, and I've seen the interviews with like fans where it's like, it need to be somebody who it could like benefit. Okay, why Lesnar then? It need to be somebody who's up and coming. Again, why Lesnar? Like, all these excuses he said that it needed to be certain people, it didn't fit Lesnar. It fitted really anybody else. And like, if it was gonna be somebody up and coming or somebody new or somebody relevant, it should have been like Reigns, sadly. But even then, no. Taker wanted to be, I believe, John Cena's who he wanted to wrestle and have it be his final match, which would make sense. But yeah, we'll get into that whole stupid bullshit thing. But yeah, I'm more pissed that you took fucking Undertaker, because that's literally like, he's been my number one. Been drawing the Taker logo for fucking 20 plus years now. Almost got a tattoo of it.
I mean, he's one of the biggest, if not the biggest.
He is the biggest
when it comes to it. And
the fact gimmick, that he kept the gimmick alive for 30 plus years and finally broke broke the silence
Mhm.
back in 2020. Like, just amazing. Where you're like, oh my god, all this shit happens. Like, in
Mhm.
ring, out ring, in the locker room, he did so much for the company. And if he is not involved in like backstage production, creative control, like that man needs to be involved.
I don't think he
Somehow.
wants it. I think he's set for where he's at. I don't think he wants it. I think he's done with
I don't give a
wrestling
shit
for
what he
most part.
wants. I don't give a shit what he wants. This is about him. This is about us, okay?
I'm curious what he, and it could have been absolutely nothing, what he said to Bray. I'm just like, if he didn't say, you fucked this up, I'll come back and kill you type shit. Like, it's just, I'm
Probably.
curious to what he said to him. Like, don't
I mean,
fuck this up. This is your chance.
He's a big supporter of Wyatt.
And he should be. I mean, that is the only one that I can see trying to carry on, not the legacy, but of something of the dark
supernatural
persona, supernatural. Yeah. Something of that. Like, there's no fucking way there's anybody else other than Bray Wyatt right now, because the way that he does shit, I mean, he's smart. Bray is smart in what he does.
He's meticulous.
Yes. I mean, I think that he's more anal about his storylines and how everything goes, to where it should work, but as long as it's continues to work, but who knows? It's gonna depend on the powers to be if it continues.
All right. Well, speaking of powers to be, my number one is Vince McMahon.
All right, thanks for tuning in to the podcast. We're gonna end on some bullshit there.
What a great segue. No, this annoys me because now that you fucking took Taker, it technically throws my whole thing out of whack. So I'm just gonna go with somebody who I wanted on the list a little bit later or earlier on, but couldn't do fucking factions. I'm gonna put Edge at my number one. Again, between his stable with Christian, the Brood, his banger matches with the Hardys and Dudley Boys, being trendsetters, trailblazers with the TLCs, the ladders, the table matches, and just the fact that he's done so much for the company. He's had so many different personas. That's always worked for him. The rated R has always been his true gimmick and calling. Like, just fucking awesome guy. And the fact that he can come back 9 years later and somehow look better than he did when he was active. Like, I'm sorry, who the fuck said you could do that shit?
Yeah.
But again,
I mean,
if you look at my list, mine are all technically Attitude Era. Minus Sting. All Attitude Era guys. These relate, like, I love this era, and they're all heels too.
are they?
Randy Orton's a heel. Shawn Michaels, Peter
Mikers?
Thomas between
Oh, Shawn Mikers.
Michaels. Triple H is a heel, definitely. Edge is a heel. Randy Orton's a heel. Sting
I
is
mean,
one of
Triple
those,
H.
like, he's back and forth.
Triple H definitely didn't start off as a heel by any means. I hated
blue
that
blood.
I hated that shit. I couldn't stand. That's how I heel. That's how I feel about the same shit with Gunther right now. Like, I can't stand that style of wrestler. It drives me nuts. I can't
I don't
stand
like
it.
the purists.
No,
like
I don't. I
purists.
don't like it. I can't get. It's. I have a hard time. Like, I remember seeing Triple H for the first time in a house show, and he's doing his fucking bow and all. I'm like, dude, go away.
Blue blood Helmsley or whatever.
Go
Yep.
fucking do steroids and come back with a sledgehammer, and I'll be happy. Okay, and he did. I'm glad he listened to me when I told him.
Hey,
So
this
it's
is when I was 8.
yeah, but yeah, it's. I mean, solid list.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, again, mine are all pure.
Butterfly.
Yeah, mine are all pure WWE and Attitude Era guys. Man, Sting, if you wouldn't have taken Taker and I could have remembered Edge earlier on, I would have had Edge and Taker on there, but no, you didn't take Taker. I don't give a shit if I took Sean. Fuck your shit. All right. That top 5 guys, who do you have for your top 5 women? Again, mine are probably going to be mostly Attitude Era. I'm sorry, but that's what holds true to me for the most part.
I mean, okay, so it's gonna probably take me a lot longer to come up with 5 here, but
I
My
can do
number
12 right now.
5. To 12 right now. Holy shit. All right, so I'll go number 5 right now for me. And it's going to be probably Liv Morgan. I don't know why. I just enjoy
Okay.
watching her wrestle. Everything
Yeah,
about
why-
it. And again, she's hot. I mean, but if I'm going off strictly that, I mean, I can throw Alexa Bliss in there. I
Hey,
can throw multiple.
don't be
But-
going through Google and trying to figure out divas.
I haven't looked
get
it up.
off-
I haven't looked it up yet. I'm thinking about it.
Gut reaction.
Yeah, because until you start taking the ones that I have, I'm
We think all the ones.
guarantee it's gonna fucking happen. You know, I'll my number 5 would be Liv right now. That's one I enjoy watching, hands down right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I like
On
Liv,
to you.
but she's not on my 5. We're just gonna kind of keep this PG, and I'm just gonna go and just say this: Stacy Keibler, my number 5. All right, who's your number 4?
I mean, hey, go where you go from there. So I mean, if you go from Keebler, number 5, I mean, there's not a whole lot to.
You're gonna notice the
argue
whole
there.
trend. You're gonna see a whole trend in my list for again,
So
this is most of like what I grew up with and what I remember and what.
And I think a lot of ours are probably gonna be a lot of Attitude Era, a lot of them. So number 4 is gonna be Sable. The fact that when she came in, did her shit, fucked up Mark Merrow, and then I mean, I enjoyed her, and you know everything else along the lines of what she did. I mean, sorry, I'm not gonna apologize for being a guy. I mean, we're going through. I
I'm
don't know
not
a whole
either.
lot of either, but I'm not gonna
I'm not.
apologize for it.
Okay.
She was, yes, that's
She's
Sable.
attractive. She's very attractive.
Very.
For you. My number 4. Speaking of attractive, my number 4 was or is Tori Wilson. Like, these are a lot. These are a lot of, like divas. Like
They're the divas.
they could kind of sort of wrestle. We'll never truly know if they could wrestle. I mean, a couple of these you know they could wrestle, but
Yeah.
it's just a different era. But again, I was also a child and a teenager, so all 5 of these women hold special places in my wrestling heart. Get off of Google.
I'm not Googling anything yet.
I can see
I'm
you
thinking
typing on
about
the
it.
keyboard.
Oh, not yet. Oh,
Who's your number 3?
My number 3 is Lita. Hands down, one of the ones that is
bitch.
going to be a icon
She was my
when
number
it comes
2.
to she's my number 3 right now because she is iconic in everything she did, everything that she had ever done. And I mean, from coming out with the Hardys and Morrison and fucking everybody else, that's like she had her stables, she had her singles matches, tag matches. She can barely walk now, but yeah, I mean, she fucking put her body on the line, hands down, in what she did.
Yeah. This is true. Now, see, you put me in a weird predicament of do I want to just call out my number 1 to save her, or do I want to risk it and you either take her as number 2 or 1? And it's kind of where I'm at. So I may restructure this whole list post-production, and instead of saying 5 being the worst, 1 the best, just like
Oh yeah,
who's our top 5, in no particular order, just to save face. oh, she deserves so much higher position, but I'm gonna go with Trish Stratus.
I mean,
she was my number 1. She was my number 1.
She's your number 1, really.
I don't believe that you won't take her. How do you spell Stratus? There we go.
How do you spell it?
I'm spelling Stratus. Stratus.
Okay.
I'm sounding it out. My English teacher taught me.
Stratus.
But no, but she's also one of those, like, she could wrestle, but she was also
She could,
diva.
yes.
So she was just, yeah. I like her.
Yes.
You took Lita. I didn't think you would think of Lita. I was kind of banking on the fact you didn't know any divas going into this, that I could save all my Attitude Era girls and just be fine.
No, okay. So we're at my number 2.
Yep, number 2.
This list is going quick.
Well,
My
because
number 2.
ours are all pretty much
A lot of
we
them.
were teenage boys, or we were like they could wrestle, but let's just preface this, or I guess kind of mid face this, whatever you want to call it. WWE does a terrible job at the women's division.
Yes.
We are not to blame for our choices. Kind of, sort of. We are, but we're not.
My number 2 is Alundra Blaze, Medusa. We're gonna go by. The shit that she did within the women's division was great, and also her fuck you to WWE when she went on WCW and dropped the fucking belt in the trash can was another big one. She did her thing, and she's still happy about it. She talks about how fucking happy she was doing that, and how much it shocked Eric Bischoff that she actually did it. Because she said she was going to do it, and he didn't think she was going to do it. So it's just fucking, it was great in what she did. And I think it definitely blurred the lines a little bit on who's going to go where when it became the company between WCW and WWF.
That, I don't want to say that as a game changer, but that definitely like rocked the boat and pissed off a lot of people and changed it. But it wasn't a huge dynamic change. It was just one of those of, oh shit, this can actually happen now. So that's fair. That's fair. My number 2, she's a little bit newer, but not like new or just post Attitude Era. Ashley. She was kind of the biker chick, black hair, blonde, stripe. Biker's the wrong word, but she's a little bit of a thicker gal.
And I'm going to Google this now because I have no idea who she is. Ashley? I don't know who that is.
I don't know if that's her full. Ashley.
I don't know if, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
Sarah, I'm a butcher.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, she's dead.
But that's not the point. Okay.
I just first name popped up.
Okay. She was also very attractive back then. So.
Back then, yes. She got rough. I think she had some running with drugs and stuff like that.
Yeah, she had a rough run-in, but you know.
She did. Yeah, I do remember watching her wrestle though.
She was a good wrestler, and she got underutilized, mistreated, but she was good. I liked her.
Yes. Yep. It's a solid one.
For all the right reasons and wrong reasons too.
But I mean, just going from that one to mine, who's also no longer around, would be China.
Oh, whew. Okay. Yeah,
I knew she wasn't going to be anywhere on yours. She is one that I don't know
on
why.
my top 10.
I don't know why.
She's not memorable for WWE.
She was fucking iconic in what she was a big ass woman in what she did, and the fact that she
was the first woman. She was the first woman I ever thought it was like, is that a woman? No.
No, China's my number 1. Do you think?
Is that possible?
She had her run with DX, and she was the quiet enforcer, which is odd for the woman to be, but
really,
with the way that Triple H and that's true. But I mean, yes, Rhea is built, but she's not built like China. She's definitely stout, but man, it was
make my list, but
and I almost put Rhea on mine. Yeah, she's definitely top 10.
Top 10. No.
Man, she doesn't have iconic matches. She doesn't have anything that really stands out. But
she didn't have very many matches. The most iconic one I can think of for China would be when she went against Jericho for the IC title.
She was in the Rumble a couple times.
Yeah, but
and you know,
really iconic.
No, but for that time it was, because there was no women in. Yes, for women and men to wrestle at that point. Yep. So I mean, and she came close No, she didn't. She didn't go close. She did eliminate some guys, but I don't think she. I think she ever came down to the finals. But yeah, she was one I enjoyed watching her and everything she did in wrestling.
Yes, in wrestling. Only wrestling.
Moving on.
Nowhere else. Anyways, my last is she's not active. She's still very much alive. And she is my number one just because, not just because, but mostly because she's very nerdy, geeky, and she's very much like,
Your type.
yeah, I guess. Even though my wife is not nerdy or geeky, but yeah. But AJ Lee.
Oh yeah.
You want to talk about like true like revolutionary, changing the scene?
Revolutionary.
Yeah.
She did some stuff.
She did a lot of stuff. She was one of those women, like, she definitely changed the scene. She's had very good gimmicks, even with Dolph Ziggler and CM Punk. Like, she was a good wrestler, and she was just great to watch. And she's probably the newest out of the. Well, I think Ashley may have came after her technically, but she was just fun to watch. And again, but she's also super nerdy, dorky, geeky, and she
is, yeah.
Like, she didn't allow WWE to tame that down or allow her to hide it or force her to hide it. So, I mean, that was just one of those, like, AJ Lee sticks out to me. And honestly, she was the only one I knew for sure would be my number one. I was like, please, let me have my number one, just one of these. You already took a fucking taker, just let me have AJ Lee. But
I liked AJ Lee, but I don't put her up there. I think I would have put Paige above her at that because Paige is fucking crazy.
She's
but
crazy, but
I liked her.
My stuff goes for in ring and outside the ring, and Paige, Soraya, whatever she's called now, Cerise, whatever. Her post WWE again brings me very much shades of Bret Hart, where I'm just like, okay, chill the fuck out.
Oh yeah,
she didn't bash WWE as heavily, but she was definitely the ones like she's the reason why WWE can't have Twitch pages unless WWE is fully aware of it. It's why wrestlers / contractors, what they are, can't have certain social medias, can't have designated YouTube. Like, it's because of her, and then basically saying, "Well, I'll just quit WWE then. Let me out of my contract. I'd rather have Twitch." Very much a real situation that happened for her. Just like Mandy Rose, I'd rather have my OF than being WWE. Good for her. She makes more money right now. But again, Paige deserves a spot up there, but because of what she's done outside of the ring in the last 5 years, has left such a bad taste in my mouth. I'm like, no, you can be in my top 10. Maybe top 10. Definitely top 15, top 20 for sure, but 10's pushing them.
Yeah, I mean, I think of watching the movie that was kind of based around her too, made me like her a little bit more.
It was a good movie.
I enjoyed it, and it was her run was good. She was good on the mic. I think she was better than AJ Lee on the mic, but they're definitely hand in hand in what they did.
Mm-hmm. They worked well together.
They did. But man, they were definitely two different styles, but definitely both great in what they did. But I do agree with your AJ Lee at number one for sure.
Trish Stratus was also going to be at number one, but I had to make sure I got her.
Man, that's a tough one to put at one.
Well, it's just iconic. Just she's been there, done that. She's been back, and she still has it. And she's really rusty, but if she were to get in a ring shape and properly train for like 6 months to a year, she could probably have a good solid run. Like another
we can
2
do.
years.
It's funny because we can do all kinds of shit with the way that we're doing. So top five with managers,
not top five anymore, just
stables.
5. These are our 5.
No, just 5. What we think our top 5 could be if we steal from each other. I mean, managers, stables. Managers, I think would be tough.
Managers would. I don't feel like managers would be hard, but it definitely would be one of those like duplicates are allowed.
Well,
you're gonna have like
you have female female and male on top of that too.
Okay.
So there's plenty.
Well, but if you split it and said, okay, let's do male, let's do female, I don't think it would be hard. I think it'd just be a difference of your top 5 would be a rearrange of my top 5, both men and women. I think we'd have pretty much the same, if not identical.
Yeah, but if you're trying to take some without me stealing yours, then yeah.
Oh, I'm going to start off with like Paul Heyman.
Okay, then my next one's Jimmy Hart. Then okay, so I mean, where do you go? I mean, I think I have who else? I mean, it gets
I need Google.
you get the main ones out of the way, then yeah, it gets fucking tough. So I mean, if we're not going out now, we've done this. We know we're not going for like. I need my number one. I'm gonna wait for my number one. No, I'm trying to steal the best one at the bottom now.
Yeah, pretty much.
So tune into these because these can get very cutthroat. I think now it's going to be okay. I'm going to sneak this one in here. I'm going to tease you with this one and steal this one on the backside. So yeah, we'll see. I think it could get a little.
That wasn't a fair trade. I should let you have Shawn Michaels where I can keep Taker. Wasn't a fair trade.
I think it's what we have to do now. Our cutthroat top 5s or cutthroat 5s, something like that. We can get, yeah, that should be fun.
And then there'll be no episode recorded afterwards because we need a week to cool down.
Yeah. You see how we make this happen.
Yeah.
We come up with ideas on the podcast. Yeah.
That's all fucking random. But that's what we're all about too. That's all 2Guys1Gamepad. But with that said, this is Royal Rumble week. Royal Rumble by the time this airs, it will just have happened, which was January 28th. Royal Rumble happened. On the 26th, we had our podcast predicting. This was our recruiting 5, ranking 5. We don't know what the fuck happened now because it went from top 5 to just I'm taking whoever I want. So and then we have one last WWE/wrestling podcast for this week, which will come out on February 2nd. And it'll be kind of just a recap of what happened from Royal Rumble. So, but I think that's it. I think that's it. We spent a lot of time on the men's. There's part of it that's like, ooh, we went through the women pretty quick. That sounds wrong.
Okay, so we just got canceled. Cool.
Phrasing.
Thanks, Sid. Good job. We made it this far. Not even a year.
Not even 50 episodes. God damn it.
You guys run through women now. Great.
Don't repeat it.
Oh, sorry. I want to make sure they heard it.
But no, yeah. But again, to justify why is solely because again, the women division in WWE is not great.
But it wasn't just WWE. But that's only the ones I could think of that really had any female wrestlers.
Well,
yes, there are other ones that have them.
Predominant.
I'm sorry. Ones that I know about. To be honest.
Because the only other one outside of WWE, because there's a bunch again, if we we can't forget again, Flair will not make either of my lists. Don't like
you hate male and female Flair.
I hate the family, yeah.
The family. Holy shit. I hate the family.
I think that's safe to say now. But no, you have amazing people still like Sasha, who's not in New Japan. You have Becky Lynch, Asuka. You have Dr. Britt Baker, which as fucking annoying as she is, she's really good on the mic. She's a really good wrestler over at AEW. And you have Toni Storm over there as well. You have Saraya or whatever Paige's new name is. There's still a lot. It's just, unfortunately, the women division doesn't get a lot of time on any company, but WWE kind of takes the cake for that because of what they did in the past.
And that's what I watched. I could maybe name. No, I could, other than Medusa, who left and went to WCW, I couldn't name another WCW beside maybe a Nitro Girl, but that's about it.
Melina. I don't think she was WCW, but we forgot about Melina.
Yeah.
And she's your type.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna deny it, but
She's probably really mad you don't know Spanish either.
Yeah, well, I can't please everybody. We need to
He's
get
your
off
wife,
this.
minimum.
We need to get off the female wrestler subject before we do get canceled. Well, if you made it this far in the episode, then we should be good. So
Hey, you're watching.
yeah,
Hey, listen.
yeah,
No. Yep, and then of course, after Royal Rumble though, the next pay-per-view is February 18th, Elimination Chamber. So that week, Thursday before, Tuesday after, and Thursday after will again be a wrestling week saga.
Mhm.
I don't know fucking word I'm looking for.
One of them things.
What we did this week that you don't know about because you haven't heard this yet because we're just not recording a week before.
Yeah. So yeah, yeah. You've caught on by this point. We have no idea what we're doing. We just make it happen. We just get on and do random shit. Oh my god! I hope you fucking stub your toe.
Yeah, I hope you get gonorrhea at the butthole.
Oh, well, that's better than AIDS in my ass like you wanted earlier. Because I fucking took Undertaker. God, I'm so angry.
Had to bring up Taker again.
Yeah. Let's fucking wrap this shit up before we get canceled even sooner.
Fine. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. That's our. I don't know. Thanks for tuning in. I got no words for this episode anymore.
No, I don't think I do either. Until then, maybe. I don't know. Bitch.
Welcome back to another episode. I'm here, as always, the only one that really matters. Sig. And we have, I don't know what the fuck he's drinking over there. But we have Rahgel, who just drinks basic white shit.
I'm not drinking no White Claw tonight. I'm just drinking Bud Light tonight. Keeping it very basic, I guess.
That's a very basic white beer, yeah.
You're a white beer with your pink drink.
Yeah, that screams white beer. The pink drink. Pink drink. Yeah, that screams white beer.
Anyways.
You don't anyways. Let's get into it. So, 2 episodes ago, we covered our predictions and speculations on WWE's premier live event with Royal Rumble, which took place January 28th. This episode is basically the follow-up and the fallout from Royal Rumble, Monday Night Raw that took place right after. So on January 30th is the Monday Night Raw we're talking about, and a lot to unpack. Not really, actually. There's like a few things to unpack, but really good overall. So let's just get into it. Let's dive into this mini boss of an episode. Royal Rumble collectively, like overall, how do you feel about it?
Not impressed. Probably one of the worst ones I've seen in a while. And
Like,
just
worst
not
live event or Royal Rumble?
One of the worst lives. I wasn't impressed by the men's Royal Rumble. The women's, like in the past, was better than the men's.
Until number 30.
Yeah, we'll get to that one. By a slight margin, the women's was better. Other matches were okay. I wasn't impressed by anything really. No big shock surprises in the men's Royal Rumble like there normally is. I mean, we can start with the men's Rumble if you want to.
That was the first match on the card,
which was odd.
I mean, it was, but it wasn't. Just based on like all the speculations and all the articles I was reading, it made sense for a Royal Rumble to take place first rather than third or fourth in the match. Especially with Triple H being so predominantly, not predominant, wrong choice of word. He really wants the diva or the female division to grow and to be a spotlight. So it makes sense to have the women's Royal Rumble later on and start off with the men's to kind of get out of the way. Plus, you had superstars in there like Brock Lesnar and Logan Paul, who probably were just there for that match and left. And it probably helped a lot to just be like, just get it over with, just be done with it type thing. But
I think that's also the downfall of it. Okay, you want to rush through it, and then you put all the limelight on the women's, but you're screwing the men's division by doing that as well, because that's one of the main reasons why I watch it.
It's fine.
No, it's not. There's no way it's,
It's
fine,
fine.
because
It's fine.
that's what you want.
It's fine.
I come to watch the men's Royal Rumble because that's what it's been forever. And I get pushing the women's division at that, but when you give a lackluster men's division Royal Rumble,
Yeah.
it just kind of killed the entire card for me,
No.
because I was like, this is not. I didn't
But-
enjoy the rest of the pay per view after that.
That's how like
I
all
felt let
their
down.
live events are, though. Is if the first match is a banger of a match, it sets the tone.
Mhm.
If the first match is mediocre, maybe it gets better. Not likely. But if it's lackluster, the rest of the card's just not great. However, I disagree. Like, comparing it to Royal Rumbles of the past, I think this one was a little bit more like, and by like 1 to 10, the other Royal Rumbles have been like the bottom 5. This is like maybe a 5, maybe a 6. It wasn't fantastic, but the storytelling was amazing, which we'll get into with the other matches. The Royal Rumble men's, anyways, there wasn't really much of any stories or feuds being finished, feuds getting ready, and the most popular one I see is oh, well, we're gonna have a Lesnar versus Gunther at some point. And rumor right now and speculation is that it will happen before WrestleMania, that Lesnar will face off against Gunther for the IC title, which makes no sense. But then Lesnar will go on to face Bobby Lashley at WrestleMania. But again, to have him face for the IC title, I don't see them putting Gunther over Lesnar. Because then that means Gunther would be on par with the likes of Bobby Lashley, who has beaten Lesnar. And they're 1-1 right now, but it wouldn't make sense to do that. So the other side of the card would be you let Lesnar win, hold the IC title, which I believe he's never held in his career. So that would complete, his accomplishments, and would also make the most sense to bring bigger limelight to the IC title, is at least let Gunther lose it to a mega star that is Brock, and then Brock and Lashley face off. But then you had one legend. I don't know if you saw that, but one legend came into the Royal Rumble. One.
It was a half of a shell of himself. I mean, he definitely looked his age coming into it, Booker T. I
Yeah.
mean, he came in, he was limping his way in there. He got in, did a few of his moves, whatnot. Spinneroonie as best as he could. I'll give it to him. I mean, the guy is 62-ish, something. I mean, the fact that he got in there, did his thing, and still stays somewhat relevant what he did. I don't fault
He's
him for it, but
57.
no, okay, 57.
You were close.
But like,
He's 50.
it was not. I don't know. It's like, yep, here's one throwback for you, and that's it.
Yeah,
But it
like
wasn't a big enough pop, I don't think, for it. He did get a pop for sure, but not like
that
you
was
would
the match,
think.
though. No, I didn't think he would get pop. He didn't get pop last year when he came back, or 2 years ago when he came back. He comes back for the Rumble.
Yeah.
He never gets a big pop. But it was in Philly, or was it Monday night? That was on Philly. No, this was in Texas. Never mind.
Yeah.
Wrong event. But this would have been a perfect time to literally bring in any fucking other legend. Granted, they could not have brought back Undertaker because he is truly retired. He's staying away from that ring. He doesn't want to wrestle anymore. But I think Booker T almost, to me, definitely a shell of a man that he used to be. Sure, the dude could still fucking kick my ass at 57 years old, not discrediting it. But it was very lackluster in that division. The fact that normally you have 5, 6, 7 plus legends coming back, whether it's RVD or it's Lance Storm or Booker T, the Dudleys, Hardys, whoever. Granted, all those people I just said are now in AEW or Impact, so whatever. But overall, it wasn't a great men's World Rumble match. There was good spots. I will give it to Logan Paul and Ricochet. And I keep seeing this everywhere, and it annoys me, but at the same time, thinking back to how we both were mostly me, were just bashing and shitting on Logan Paul, saying that like this makes no sense. Why would we bring him in? He's not a wrestler. Blah blah. Every event that dude has been in, he has had an amazing moment. He has gotten the biggest pop of the night. Granted, he didn't get the biggest of that night, but he definitely got the biggest pop in that match when him and Ricochet went top rope to top rope across the 6-7 foot ring.
And
And they just jumped and just fucking belly flopped each other. God.
I mean, it was definitely impressive in that one, and the fact that he went to it with Ricochet, did that, and then obviously he didn't do much after that, but it was one of the biggest moves in there. Again, Kofi tried his thing. I think Xavier botched it for him because he couldn't get the chair over in time.
I know, but go back and watch it though. The chair was there.
It was there, yeah.
I don't think it was Woods. I think it was Gunther. And again, granted, he's relatively new to WWE. He's not new to wrestling. But I think Gunther pushed him a little too hard because he ends up even hitting his head on the announce table. And I've watched it back and everything multiple times, thanks to TikTok. But you could tell he had the spot right, but that power was just too much. And normally he gets like lightly bumped. No, Kofi got full on just bitch slapped and pushed or whatever. Like it was not lightly; it was a hard push. So I put more of the blame on Gunther, but at the same time, Woods definitely should have maybe been behind the chair to support it.
He could have caught him. He could have caught him if he wanted to.
He literally just watched him fall and smack his head.
Yeah, and I mean, Kobe even tweeted
that's
too
second year. That's the second year though.
He put RIP to it.
Yep.
So who knows what it means? Again,
he's not doing
with
that.
the shit that Dominic did with Ray not coming out, and then Dominic comes out behind him carrying the mask.
So Ray was injured during his match with Karrion Kross. I did see that.
Yeah.
So he was pulled, and that was kind of saving face, was to have Dominic come out there wearing the mask and being a douchebag about it. I don't like it. I hate that literally everyone does that when they want to taunt or make fun of Ray. They wear his mask, they pull his mask, they tear it. Like, God's sakes, is something that Eddie Guerrero did, which I don't know if you remember this, but we left him out of the top 5 last episode.
I don't have him in top 5. He's top 10 for me. He's not a top 5 though.
Well, anyways, we'll cover that later. But it dawned on me today. I was like, oh, he's top 10 for me too. But the moment I saw that, I was like, fuck. But no. Anyways, back to the rabbit hole. Rabbit holes are fucking contagious here. But overall, it wasn't amazing, but it was a good match. I see so many people are pissed off that Gunther didn't win, even though he went 1 hour, 11 minutes, and some odd seconds into the match, and that Cody Rhodes won. But that was inevitable. If The Rock wasn't going to be in it, or Cena wasn't going to be in it, was to have Rhodes win and then go against Roman Reigns.
I still don't understand or get the whole push behind Gunther. I don't get it. He's not that good of a wrestler, in my opinion. There are guys that are way better and more talented than him. I don't get the whole Imperium. I don't like it. Maybe it's just I don't like that style. I think we talked about it before. I don't like that style of character, and I don't understand why he's getting so much of a push. But whatever, I don't work for him. But whatever.
He's one of those protected underneath Triple H when he was in NXT. He's protected now. Again, he's not bad, but
he's not good. He's so plain. I think that's what bothers me. It's so plain.
But it's just like he's not one of those guys that are, he's not a big guy like Omos who has 5-6 moves, and that's all he does. He has 10 moves. But
he's not small either, though.
No, he's not small. I mean, he's small compared to Braun Strowman. But he's not small. He's still 6 something. But regardless, I mean, fucking, I'm tall compared to you, but
everybody's tall compared to me. You're not doing much there. Good job.
But anyways, but the one move that just bugs me is his backhand, and we saw it against Cody Rhodes. and it's a hell of a fucking backhand. I mean, Rhodes' chest was lit up. But however, you take that away, he's not impressive. He doesn't do any high risk maneuvers, which is fine. It's fine. Not everyone can. Not everybody wants to put their body on the line. Respect that. I get it. But if you're not going to do high flying, you're not going to do risk moves or endangerment moves or whatever, and you're very much a Greco style wrestler where it's just all ground and mat, it's not fun to watch because that's what Gabriel or not Gabe Chad, there we go. Chad Gabriel.
Chad Gable.
Gable, there we go. Gabriel. Chad Gable, because he like that's his thing. He's a classic wrestler. I mean, he's not getting pushed, and he's fucking leaps and bounds better than Gunther. He can do the high moves. He can do the top ropes. He can do all these good technical wrestling. Gunther's not technical. Gunther's just a I wouldn't say wannabe brawler because when you look at like Sheamus and McIntyre, those are your true brawlers. They're not high flyers, but they can. They're just like, I'm gonna beat the ever loving shit out of you, and that's it. And
Yeah.
it looks believable. It looks more legit, and it's more fun to watch. Gunther's not entertaining. I see what they're doing with making him last the whole round, giving him the longest run in Royal Rumble. I get what they're trying to build him up to be. I get that's why they're doing Lesnar and maybe let him beat Lesnar. But then again, I think that kind of discredits Lesnar and everything he's done to have this guy who's been in the main roster for a year. Maybe.
I mean, it kind of knocks him down too, putting him in the Intercontinental run. I mean, he's
but
been the champion
wanting
for
that
how
for a
long?
while.
I mean, he can want it all he wants, but if you look at it and his career and everything else, he's been a dominant force the entire time. And now to drop him down to Intercontinental, there should be no reason he shouldn't just run through that like he did the championship
No, I
as
mean,
a champion. Yeah, yeah, you should.
That's the thing. Is like, look at what Gunther's done. He's beat the likes of Braun Strowman, which still pisses me off because he should have lost.
Yeah.
I understand beating Sheamus. Okay, cool. Ricochet, cool. I get it. But when you're talking about these big guys who have been world champion, there's no reason why he should be picking them off as easy as he is. As clean as he is. And it's so frustrating. And I think that's where kind of Lesnar's going to be protected. Lesnar has been the world title. But I also see them giving him the title and kind of making it more relevant and letting Lesnar just hold on to it and be the title. Because if he has the IC title, Rhodes will win the undisputed, which is what it looks like he's facing off for. It's not just one; it's both the titles. Undisputed, which will make it back on Raw primarily, and then Lesnar can be the showcase on Friday Night SmackDown and let Friday have the IC, the mid tier now bump up to the top tier card like the US has been doing on Raw. And kind of give a break to Theory and be like, hey, chill out now. You're not pulling the weight of the show anymore because that's really what Raw has going for them is the US title. But again, that's stagnant now because it's been Theory versus Lashley, Theory versus Rollins, Theory versus both of them, and Lashley versus Rollins. Like it's stagnant, so it makes sense to let Cody win at WrestleMania, which we'll get more in at that pay-per-view episode, and let Lesnar win the IC and hold on to it for a little bit. But yeah, the men's Royal Rumble, not great again, but there were some decent moments. Mostly Logan Paul again just capturing the highlight reel, which speaking of which, I wish that's how their entrances would go back to, because instead of this stagnant video or just like this very very plain entrance video, go back to like the 90s and early 2000s where they had like basically it was a highlight reel of the superstars career, and you could go back and you could just watch their
Like their montage types,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah.
when they entered in, So I enjoyed that more than just, I think KO has the best one right now, just where he's screaming into a cage and then it says KO, keep fighting, fight, KO, fight. So, but yeah, Men's Royal Rumble, nothing to shake a stick at.
Nope.
Such an old fucking thing. Speaking of vanilla letdown, though, Bianca versus Alexa Bliss. I don't remember who you said you would have winning. I think you had.
I don't think I actually had. I don't think I had a. I think between this one and also the Bray Wyatt, I don't think I had a winner. I think I had it something along the lines of like the Uncle Howdy interfering type of
that's
progressing that story more instead of the match that they had, which it wasn't a bad match. It just was nothing outside of the LA Knight, Bray Wyatt, Roman Reigns, Kevin Owens match. And obviously, was like they all felt like Raw matches or SmackDown matches to me. Nothing felt like a pay-per-view match. The Men's Royal Rumble felt like it was a 30-man battle royal that was on Raw. Like nothing special. The Bianca Belair, Alexa Bliss felt like another Raw SmackDown style match. Nothing that should have been a pay-per-view, nothing over the top.
They didn't have any special matches though. Outside of the Rumble, there was no special matches.
Well, and the Pitch Black match was one. But like obviously it's just a normal women's title match, but it just didn't seem like ones in the past where they've been better. And I guess I think I went in expecting more of Uncle Howdy and stuff to kind of start shedding light. I think I'm getting tired of waiting is maybe what it is. I'm anxious for it and I want it to start happening, but when it will,
that's
fucking nuts.
Well, I mean, it could be a long, drawn out process. I mean, look, Bray Wyatt had his first match.
Yeah, and that was their whole plan.
How long has he been back for? But
was this what Survivor Series he came back when they popped out in the crowd? Was it Survivor?
I think.
So you're looking at over 6 months.
Survivor is November.
Oh no, okay. It wasn't SummerSlam then. It was one of two. It had to be the Survivor SummerSlam. But the whole build up for that, and now it just seems like it's
October 14th.
Okay. So there's been
rules. No.
Is that what it was? I don't know.
Yeah, Extreme Rules. Yeah.
But since then, they've had so much story build up, and then the past few weeks, there's been like little spots here and there. Yeah. Like they blew it all at the beginning, and now they're just kind of slowly putting it out. And then the Uncle Howdy shit that happened, but like Alexa Bliss, I was wanting more from that one. Yeah. But yeah, I really don't know how deep to get into that match without even.
But I mean, like, look at Bianca's last 4 pay-per-view events or Premier Live events, whatever you want to call them. They've all been stipulation matches, special matches, cage match, Extreme Rules, tables, Hell in a Cell. Like she did special matches, and for this to just be a one and done or plain Jane style match didn't sit right with me, especially with Alexa being on the darker side right now. To have Uncle Howdy be able to interfere or anybody to interfere or make an appearance, it was a big letdown. I did not enjoy it. I thought they both wrestled really well. They put on a good show, but
no, I agree.
Capturing wise, I was bored really quick. Like there was no anticipation.
Like it's the first pay-per-view or whatever the hell it'll be pay-per-view is what I'm going to refer to it as of the year, and it just didn't
live event.
No, it's pay-per-view, so it didn't set off the year. I think how they should have. I feel like it should have gone a lot better, but it just I don't know. I'm wanting more of it, and I'm not getting it, and it's making me mad. I'm like a little kid sitting there. I want more. I want to see more. I want to see more.
I want chicken nuggets now. Chicken nugget. Chicken nugget. No! Dino nuggets. Dino nuggets.
That's what I feel like. I mean, I feel like the little kid wanting more the entire time. And it's just like, oh, it's over. Okay, never mind.
I'm hoping they're not done. I hope that
Bianca and Alexa.
Yeah.
To be honest, I hope that they are just enough so they can push Alexa further into where she's going. And then if they want to come back to the title match or whatnot, but she needs to develop her character more of how it was going
that's
in the
fair.
darker side of it.
That's fair, yeah.
Because she's going to have more to have because.
Well, she has a match, or the number one contender match is at Elimination Chamber.
Yeah, so she has that coming up, and they're switching things up for that coming up too. So yeah,
But
she needs to develop more.
I mean, that's fair. But at the same time, she needs to develop her character arc without Bray Wyatt. Like,
I don't think it's going to happen, though.
They can have the connection, but I think other than that, that's it. Because Bray Wyatt's already came out and said that the cult leader, where he's in the Hawaiian shirt, that's dead. Because he can't come back. It'd be an injustice and disrespectful to his late friend, Brody. And that the Fiend is dead, too. That died in February. So he's very, he will never play the Fiend again. It's not some dude in a mask. And he'll never play the cult leader again. Those two characters of his are gone. Don't expect them to ever come back. So there's really no connection for Alexa Bliss to have with Bray Wyatt, since it was purely the Fiend. But we'll see. Again, there can be a connection. But I think tying those two characters together, their stories, and say basically whatever happens here happens over there, and they play with each other and they intertwine, that just gets really muddled really quick unless they go for a full stable and they bring the Wyatt Six in, or they bring multiple people in, the Funhouse Clan or whatever you want to fucking call them. But it can't just be those two, because there is no mixed tag division and there is no mixed tag teams going on. So to have a male-female stable or clan, stable, faction, there we go. It's a fucking word I'm looking for. I'll get there eventually. Makes no sense. So, but speaking of Bray Wyatt, his match with LA Knight in the pitch black match, I enjoyed. And it's
visually awesome.
Oh yeah, visually it's fucking amazing. I loved it. Especially just the fact that Bray Wyatt came out, he didn't look like he had paint on his face at all. And you can tell there's little outlines. But I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Cool. And the moment it went to that black light, neon glow, my inner child quickly came out. I was like, yes! Shiny, bright, yay! I loved it. That did not turn out the way I thought it would be, though. I definitely thought LA Knight would somehow win, and that Uncle Howdy would be against Bray Wyatt. But we saw Bray Wyatt get a clean win over LA Knight. Uncle Howdy drop an elbow on something. It wasn't LA Knight. He missed. Watched it. Watched the playback. Basically, LA Knight would be right here. Would be where my microphone's at. And Uncle Howdy hit way up here.
Yeah.
I watched it when he missed. That ruined everything for me in that match.
He went for the elbow drop. He went for the elbow drop, and then you see him slowly rotate out to go on his back. Oh, he's not hitting anything. But at the beginning, when Bray Wyatt entered, you see the funhouse. You see the funhouse as they're sitting in the entryway as he's walking out. You see him.
Yeah.
So seeing them again, and then obviously Howdy showing up at the end, and I believe we saw two different styles of Wyatt, with the paint, and then at the end he had another mask.
Yes.
It looked like that he had thrown on, which I didn't even know it shit came out of nowhere. I didn't even see him put anything on, but
he pulled it from his chest.
Okay, I couldn't tell where. Oh, okay. I couldn't tell quite what kind of mask it was, but I mean, to me, it looked like the new Predator mask. It's what it felt like, because it just seemed like a straight down sleek look, and then eyes, but I couldn't tell exactly what it was.
It looked more like a skull missing a lower jaw.
Okay.
Because you saw the face paint and you could still see his beard. So it really stopped right above his lip, his upper lip, and then you had a little coverage. But it was a good mask, and the fact that his eyes were red or orange, whatever. I thought that was done very, very well. aesthetically pleasing. ADHD absolutely loved it. Kept my attention. The fireflies they had everywhere with the little green dots. And again, the only downside I had for that was Corey Graves is so fucking stupid on the mic. Like normally I get it. He's a good heel announcer, but with that Bray Wyatt match, he sounded so fucking ignorant and dumb. And it detracted so much away from it because I sat there trying to watch the match and then he'd be like, "What is all this? What's all this green stuff? Shut the fuck up. You're not adding to the match. You're not. You're subtracting from it. Corey, shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch." Like I was literally talking to the TV or to my phone technically because I was watching on my phone at that time. I was just like, this is stupid.
And again, one thing we forgot to at the very beginning, Pat McAfee coming back as well.
Oh yeah.
Seeing Pat come back, and I was hoping he was going to be in the Rumble, and I'm like, okay, you're coming out of here.
Well, that was the speculation.
Oh, shit. I was hoping he was going to be in the Rumble.
I was hoping him and Logan would have a spot.
That's what I was hoping to see too. So, but again, Pat coming back definitely helped with countering Corey Graves because yes, Corey is annoying.
Pat countered, but he also
into
helped.
it. Yes,
Yeah.
he feeds into Corey also, but his delivery is way better than Corey. I mean, Pat's been doing commentary for quite a while, and
So
Corey
has
has too. But Pat has honed in a lot faster.
No, Pat is energetic and he's contagious. Corey is like there's no development of tone change and no change of anything. The way he talks is literally his announcer voice, and it's very stagnant and plain.
Yeah.
There's no elevation or decline. It's literally just like if you and I were talking like this, that's all it really is. Whereas Pat McAfee, he gets hyped up and he gets excited. You can tell he's thrilled, and it's contagious. So you listen and you hear it all. Corey Graves is literally the polar opposite of Pat McAfee, and you needed that for this type of event because Pat McAfee hyped up even the dullest of moments, and there's a lot of stuff like even he would say like, I don't know what I can say. Can I say that? No? Oh, okay. Man, he got kicked in the. Can I say ball? No? Okay. The lower extremities. All right, cool.
And I don't know if you listen to the show that he has every because he's always commentating. He always has a show on. I mean, so he's constantly doing it.
That's the closest to sports I get is his little podcast and YouTube
and it's
show
great.
where I'm just like, all right, I don't give a shit about football, but I'll watch you, Pat.
But I think at some point there could be a Corey Graves Pat McAfee match as well, because Corey has talked about wanting to get back in the ring as well. So if those two can have, and you know how I always say they have like Michael Cole had his matches back in the day as well. If they ever have any of those, if they ever want to have any of those matches again, you know they can set it up that way. But it's there because they already have heat between each other and whatnot. So
Pat's a baby face, so yeah.
Oh yeah. So I don't know the way that match ended with Howdy dropping the elbow to a backdrop into the pit and the fire going about that.
I will give it to LA Knight. He sold it as though he got hit because you saw his arm, which is all you had. You saw his arm and he lifted it up after the hit. I was like, stop it. He missed. You know he missed. He wasn't close. I mean, it was, you had Howdy jump off and you had the Firehouse Fun gang up there on top, just watching it. I mean, a lot of story. That was a really good story being told, really good conclusion to the story. And it feeds out that it's not just Bray Wyatt anymore. We have Bray Wyatt, we have the demon thing, and then we have the mask demon, predator, whatever. So, again, while Rumble may have not been an amazing pay-per-view, it had some really good storytelling going on. And then you had, like, I don't want to say controversial because that's not true, but number 30 is very true. The Royal Rumble Women's. Like, again, I don't think there was any other legends, again, other than just Michelle McCool, who has been petitioning for a while to come back and have another run. And she sold it really well that, oh, I haven't got the call yet, haven't got the call. And then she gets called and she's fucking wearing Ugg boots out in the ring after being called from the audience. But
She still did it. I mean,
she
she still
outlasted
had a hell
longer
of a
than Booker
match.
T.
Yeah. I think she can still have somewhat of a run. I don't know how long, but she looked good.
I think she could do a
Everything.
whole another year or two easily, especially
Probably
on like
could.
a restricted schedule where she only wrestles, pay-per-views or Edge, 12 matches a year. So she can do the pay-per-views, but then some one-off matches. She can do that.
Good.
But for me, personally, the only thing I absolutely hated, okay, there's two things. The biggest attraction from that match was Bailey's crew, Damage Control, and then of course Becky, like them just going at it. I get that's their story arc, that's where they're going. But that wasn't needed in the Rumble. And I felt like that took a lot of focus off of the match and just watching these these four go rounds outside the ring. I didn't care for that. That was very boring. But then also, fucking number 30, Nia Jax coming back like that. That was a unanimous piss everybody off.
Well, they fucked up her entrance for one.
No, she fucked up her entrance.
Her music hit before the 30 went out, before the time went out too.
Yeah. No, it was like 1 second or 2 seconds before,
Mhm.
but she was already at the ring, like or not the ring, but she was already at the entrance because if you look back, you can see her peek her head out. She's like, because I saw somebody on TikTok filming it, like, oh, god damn it, Nia, and it was like from the entrance. I was like, that's not true. I had to go watch it again, and then if you pause it when they randomly just turn over there, you can see somebody getting ready to walk out and realize the music had already started, but the number hasn't counted down. She fucked it up, and that's true Nia Jax fashion. But she's just, if she's back,
She's back. They announced it. They released her merch and everything. She's back.
If she's back, she can be fired tomorrow. It's fine. If she's back, then hopefully she's not dangerous to wrestle anymore because Becky got hurt by her, Flair got hurt by her, Asuka's got hurt by her. Like, she's not a safe wrestler. She's often sloppy, and you could tell, like, I think there's a very famous one where it's her and Flair, and she was supposed to take a bump from Flair, and she refused to do it. So it was just Flair, like, kept going to the ropes and trying to knock her down, and she was supposed to fall down, and she just stood there and basically was like, fuck you, I'm going to do what I want. And it ended up being like a legit fight, and even Flair's commented on it. It's like, yep,
Yeah,
I gave her dues. Like, it's a common thing is people have an issue with her because she's not a protective wrestler like Orton or Flair. I hate Flair, but Flair, Asuka, and all them where they look out for their competitors. She's just, I'm gonna do what I want.
Yeah, she has an issue with something. I can't remember what it was in that match, but I watched something on it, and I can't remember. Yeah, Flair talked about it, and yeah, pretty much they just got pissed off at each other, and then they come down to just throwing hands at each other, pretty much, and then wrapped up the match as quick as possible.
Yep.
So I mean, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say Flair's not the only one though, because you can see it with Asuka, you can see it with Bailey and Becca or Becky and Sasha, and really all the women's division have an issue with her when they wrestle, anyways.
Yeah, and to go back to the whole Bailey and Damage Control and Becky, that they were trying. I think they're trying to still make up from last week when their cage match got scrapped, and like they totally got screwed over in that one.
Yep.
And so I mean, because they had the whole cage match set up and they scrapped it right before the match started.
On Monday Night Raw, they're blaming on Damage Control, which I love because that's where the heat should be directed. But yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I do see how they want to try to get a little more heat on them, a little more emphasis on their feud. But man, it's not a fun feud. I don't enjoy it that much. Like, I don't like Bailey. Damage Control can have their own thing. It's just like Bailey's is not entertaining to me. And I'm starting to kind of dislike Becky as well because she's feuding so hard with Bailey.
She's
So
carrying it.
I know,
She's
I'm just not. I'm not liking the direction they're using Becky with right now.
She has no one else to go against. Like,
No, I mean,
she can't go
she,
against Bianca because they're both baby faces at this point. There's no real heel character inside of Raw other than Rhea Ripley. But again, to do Rhea, Becky would need Seth, basically. So where they can do Rhea and Dominic versus Seth and Becky. But that's not happening because, like, oh, we forgot about that. In the Men's Royal Rumble, Edge, of course, came back, feuded with Judgment Day, and chased Finn Balor all the way up. Like, that was funny. And then Rhea gets speared by Beth, so we know there's a feud coming there, but
I mean, it's already there.
For a while. Well,
I mean, they've been feuding. They've been feuding for a while.
Not Beth and Rhea though.
Since the last pay-per-view, they have been. They had their off and on stuff behind the scenes and whatnot, and
I mean, real feud, not this.
Not on screen not a whole lot.
Innuendo or suggested type feud. Like real on screen, like the closest we're getting is Beth comes back and just beats the holy shit out of Rhea. But we know that feud's not gonna happen now.
What do they have to gain for Edge to continue this feud with Judgment Day? Where does this go? Does it come to Edge beating everybody into submission and taking over Judgment Day again? And then
dismantle it.
But I mean, you dismantle it, then you totally blow out a faction that I think could be good if Edge was to come in, beat submission out of everybody. Then you have everybody bowing down to Edge, running the Judgment Day with Rhea and Beth.
We know that's not coming, or that's not gonna happen because Edge's contract's up. I think his contract's up this year or early next year, but he's done basically. So he's on his final run. I don't know what they have to gain for this. This makes no bloody sense. I was hoping that when Edge came back, it was done. They were over it. Just move on. But it seems like this is now going to be how he finishes out his career. And if they're not going to do Ray versus Dominic, I have a feeling they're going to do Edge versus Dominic for a retirement match. And that will be how Edge has his farewell, and he'll sadly bump Dominic up and make him look like a half decent competitor.
Now, you know that right now, looking, and I was reading about it, and I've read quite a bit of things about it. Dominic is one of the favored heels right now.
Yeah,
with everything he's got going on, and so I'm not going to be surprised if he gets some type of belt soon.
I saw that.
Hope to God it's not a world title,
but
US I can see. God, I hope it's nothing above that. But he is really liked right now. But looking at the titles,
he's really hated.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like he's hated, but he's liked for the heel factor of how he's doing.
The only other bigger heel than him right now is Reigns in the Bloodline. Like he's up there. Dominic has that much heat behind him. That he's up there, and there's a lot of people who are even speculating that maybe he has a little bit more heat than Reigns, and then of course Royal Rumble happened. So,
but also if you look, he hasn't had very much in-ring time recently either. All of his matches that he's had, the one where was it last week or week before when they were going against the Usos for the match, one of them got hurt and had to leave. Yeah. And Dominic barely wrestled that match. Damian Priest wrestled majority, I'd say probably 90% of that match. And Dominic would come in and out, kind of do his whole thing and get out.
But he also finished the match.
True. But he also, it's just one of those things of he weasels his way in and out of stuff, very similar to how Eddie Guerrero did things.
Look, I'm gonna quote Vicky Guerrero on this one. It is disrespectful and terrible that people are comparing Eddie Guerrero and Dominic. She was quoted on saying that. I think this morning is when I read the article. That is disrespectful to compare those two. Eddie is better.
I still, hands down, Eddie is better. But the way that he is doing it, it's mimicking almost everything that he had done in the past.
it's a I want to use a certain
Rebranded,
word.
repackaged.
It's a modern version of Eddie.
So it's a woke version.
That's the word I was. Yeah, yeah. I was trying to avoid that, but yeah,
Oh my god.
it really is. But it's just. But that's the thing. It's like I don't like Dominant. I don't like Judgment Day. But at the same time, kind of like the Miz, I'm tuning into Monday Night Raw. It's more like Tuesday because that's when I watch it.
Yeah.
But I'm tuning in and I'm like, I hope someone just finally beats the shit out of Dominic. I hope somebody finally gets him. It's like when Miz is on, I'm like, God, I just hope somebody fucking beats the shit out of Miz. But at the same time, like, example, Royal Rumble, I was more upset, surprisingly, that the Miz did not last that long in the Rumble. Like, that was, to me, he was number 3 or number 4, maybe 5. He was early on. I was just like, oh, cool, he's going to make the gauntlet run. Oh, no, he's not.
No, it's not.
Okay. Because I was hoping, like, him and Logan would have a moment and be like, all right, let's rehash this feud. We totally got off subject of the women's Royal Rumble.
I mean, it happens.
Yeah,
But I mean,
that's just how interesting it was.
Then the botched entrance of Nia Jax. I mean, who else? Shayna Baszler came out, and I was like, okay, Ronda's gonna come. Ronda didn't come out.
She didn't fucking make an appearance. Like, where the fuck was she
nothing
at?
all. And because again, we were looking at it, she's supposed to have a UFC fight, but I honestly think she's done with wrestling. But everybody's like, no, they're gonna do a tag team run. I'm like, it makes no fucking sense. But
Her contract's not up yet either.
yeah. But the whole thing with when you bring in Squareface Shayna Baszler to do everything, I have a hard time with her because like she's not good on her own. She's not good. Even tag team, she's not good. Watching her in the Rumble, she's not good.
Here's the thing though, is fight wise, she's amazing. For an actual fighter, she's amazing. Here's the problem though, is bringing a UFC or MMA fighter and saying, hey, you're going to come into this scripted studio or this scripted business where the finishes are all signed out and everything. There's still real bumps. You're going to have to be beaten. Like, you're going to have to lay down basically and lose, is what they're telling MMA fighters. And if you're not willing to do that, then you're not likely to succeed. And Baszler and even Ronda, you can tell they kind of have that attitude, that mentality of, I know I could truly beat the ever-loving shit out of you in real life. Take the heel, take the studio away and everything. I could beat you. And it doesn't seem like she has yet, after all these years, she has yet to fit the mold of a WWE wrestler. She feels like she's still bound, like trying to impose her MMA will in the WWE. It's just not working. And again, this personally, I personally don't feel like it's working for her, and that's why she's not getting the push. That's why she's not good. She doesn't come off great because she has such an MMA style backing that you're just like, fuck you. We get it. You're MMA. You can do all these fancy submissions. No one cares. Again, kind of like Gunther, you have a stack of moves, and that's it. You don't do anything high flying. You don't do anything risque. You don't do anything interesting, moment capture, highlight reel worthy. It's, I'm going to just break your limbs. I'm going to make you tap. Cool.
Could be.
Doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Even her in-ring attire still matches an MMA fighter.
Yeah.
But I mean, it works for some. I mean, look at Riddle. Riddle is a UFC fighter. He's completely changed everything that he's about. I mean, his whole surfer boy, stoner, everything like that, flip-flops and everything else. Wrestles barefoot, which I love. I'm not a huge Riddle fan, but what he's done works. Everything. He's not bad on the mic, but what he's done has worked. And he's not great. He's not bad either, though. Baszler,
he's gotten better since he's been partnered with Randy. I will say that.
Oh yeah.
At the beginning, he was terrible, and now that he's had that tutor and that tutorship from Randy, yes, he's gotten better. He's not great still. He needs a manager. He's one of those that he needs somebody to be the mouthpiece for him. because the 420 reference, the pot and weed reference, like we get it. You don't need to make it part of every promo every time you open your goddamn mouth.
Yeah. I mean, and even then, like, you're taking that, and if you put Rousey and Baszler together, it's not going to work. They're going to
unless you have a
be
manager.
extremely dry. No, I'm just in wrestling, period. They're not going to be exciting wrestlers together. They're not going to be an exciting tag team. They're going to be extremely dry, and it's going to be boring.
The way it, so I'll disagree if they have a manager. That's the only way this would work. Because neither one of them are good on the mics. Baszler is trash on the mic. Ronda is so-so, but she's still trash for WWE. However, if they had a manager, it'd be cool. It'd work a lot better. But they would almost have to go 4 horsemen, honestly, would be the only way. Only way those two would work would be those two with Sonya Deville, who I believe has an MMA backing, and God damn it, she was in the Rumble too. I can't think of the other girl's name who's in NXT. But basically, there's 4 MMA female fighters, and have them be part of the 4 horsewomen or bloodline equivalent, whatever. You make them the powerhouse where they just fucking run through the division. One holds the women's tag team, and the other 2 hold SmackDown and Raw women's champion. Like, they still need a manager, though, because they're not good on the mic. Deville is decent on the mic out of all of them, but even then, she's one of those, like, she opens her mouth, and I was like, you need to shut the fuck up. Shut up, Sonya Deville. You're
They can get a manager, but getting a manager will not make them better wrestlers. I'm saying together them as wrestlers is not going to work because they are not good wrestlers when it comes to that.
No, you're right.
Yes, somebody on the mic would be great.
They can do the, again, like the bloodline, where it's just a beat down. It's not necessarily we're wrestling. I'm just gonna go in there, I'm gonna smash and stack you and pin you, and we're done. And that's it. Like, do the smash and grab. That would work because it doesn't take much WWE superstar-esque talent. It's just, I'm going to go in there, be a dominant force, and leave. Cool. That's exactly what they are. They are dominant forces in real life. They can make anybody tap. That's fine. Utilize that. But the only way it would work is if they have that manager to be the mouthpiece and to spread the message to everyone, and then let them just go and smash and grab and then leave. And just leave it at that. And we very rarely see them. But yeah, Baszler still, again, she's one of them too. She was deemed unsafe partner to wrestle with for so many years, even with Nia. Ronda Rousey, she's okay for how little time she has spent. She's okay. The problem though is, for me to say that, I had to completely and utterly ignore Bad Bunny and Logan Paul. The fact that Bad Bunny came in and looked like a half-decent wrestler. I was like, oh, all right. Logan Paul comes in and is a fucking natural. And you have Ronda Rousey, you're like, don't you do MMA? You know this is just like scripted. You just have to do it. Okay. I'm baffled, but okay.
Yeah. So I mean, outside of that, within the women's rumble was all right. I mean, there's no more Dewdrop. She's now what, Piper something or other. Dewdrop is gone. So now Dewdrop is gone.
Piper Nevins was her NXT ring name, and I love Pat McAfee and Corey for this though. All the Dewdrop references, amazing. But Vince was the one that's like, oh, nobody would relate with Piper Nevins. We're gonna change you to Dewdrop, and that just destroyed her character because Piper Nevins was a dominant beast inside NXT. And then when she came up as Dewdrop is very sweet, innocent name, and she's not that.
No, not at all. So
she's not.
I mean, for her to come back and try to go back to that run, cool. Hopefully it works for her.
Triple H is in charge. It'll work.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean,
I hope the puns keep coming though.
Oh, they will. Especially if it's those two doing it. Yeah, you'll see more of them. You will. They were funny. So I mean, okay. What else is really to say about the women's rumble outside of new names and people that didn't show up?
Those
And
two and Michelle, nothing really. I mean,
I mean, Rhea
we
looked
called
good,
it.
but oh,
We,
the elimination at the end, Rhea's elimination at the end, how she won it
mhm.
was
That was
rather
a
impressive.
callback, but that was a
Yeah.
callback to Shawn Michaels and I can see the name too. Anyways, it's a callback to like an early '90s Rumbles, how they were eliminated and the winner was chosen. It's just barely holding on. I thought that was really good. Again, we called it at last or 2 episodes ago that it was going to be either Liv Morgan or Rhea Ripley, and I'm glad they went with Rhea. I would rather have them gone with Liv to give her a proper run, but Liv still is. I mean, they're both fairly young. We're older than them, but fairly young, so they still have plenty of time inside of WWE. And Liv still needs to build up her Kmart version of Lita character and go the full extreme. But Rhea, again, we called that. We knew that was going to happen. It was going to be one of those two. We both, I believe, leaned towards Rhea. And for her, like to piggyback onto, not piggyback, but to transfer over to Monday Night Raw, for her to call out Charlotte Flair for the WrestleMania, that makes perfect sense. The moment she won the Rumble, I knew that's where she was going. I knew it because